The Mercedes glided steadily along Nathan Road. Tang Zhonghua sat in the passenger seat, clutching the car phone. Suddenly, he tilted his head to listen for a moment, then turned back around. This is Sato's fourth on-site inspection of our assets within half a month. The first was the Kwaichung Terminal, the second Repulse Bay, the third the Shino flagship store in Causeway Bay, and today Kowloon construction development. Lei Zhaorong's index finger tapped rhythmically on his knee 3 times. He went to every construction site. His voice was very calm, but the tapping had already stopped. Yes. He stayed the longest on Ring-On Street, in Hungham, about 15 minutes. Lei Zhaorong fell silent. Ring-On Street in Hungham. By Hungham Bay, a Seaview residential project, the most expensive land parcel among the 6. Tell the people on site to keep a close eye on him. Whatever he looks at, notes down, or uses equipment to film, find out clearly. Don't block him, and don't take the initiative to approach him. He turned his head to look out the window. If he wants to observe, let him observe. Let him think we know nothing at all. In the conference room of Zhang Qinggang Associates, the fluorescent tubes cast an even white glow over the documents spread out on the tabletop. Zhang Qinggang removed his glasses and slowly wiped the lenses with a piece of velvet cloth, his gaze resting on the stack of files Lei Zhaorong had just pushed forward. The black folder was as thick as 2 bricks. All assets will be consolidated under a single group. We'll use the previously registered offshore company as the holding entity. Lei Zhaorong sat down opposite him at the conference table. Putting his glasses back on, Zhang Qinggang opened the file. The list was densely packed yet clearly organized. Hong Kong Daily Shino Apparel, Kowloon Bus Tunglong Films, Tunglong Cinemas, Kowloon Construction Development, Hong Kong International Container Terminal. Added to that were the newly acquired 3 magazines, Extra Film Biweekly and Eat Drink Man Woman, as well as the independently operated Bale convenience store chain. Several company seals and equity documents were stacked together. The structure poses no problem. Zhang Qinggang tapped his finger one by one down the list. But we'll need to complete change procedures both in Hong Kong and offshore. If we expedite, no need to rush. Follow the normal pace and make sure there is not the slightest flaw in the legal procedures. Lei Zhaorong sat back. The name Jiahong Group will be kept in reserve for now, but we will consider activating it after the mainland layout has matured. For now, externally, we will use Tunglong uniformly. Zhang Qinggang finished filling out the registration forms and closed the folder. He looked up at Lei Zhaorong, and suddenly a faint smile crossed his face. Lei sang, do you still remember the first time you came to my firm? Lei Zhaorong raised an eyebrow. What makes you think of that? It just suddenly came back to me. Putting on his glasses again, Zhang Qinggang said, at that time you had just been driven out by the Lei family with only 1 million Hong Kong dollars to your name. He paused. In less than a year you've come to possess a whole group in Hong Kong. No one has ever accomplished such a thing. Lei Zhaorong stood up and straightened his suit. It's not over yet. I know. Zhang Qinggang rose as well. That's precisely why I find it terrifying. At the Ring-On Street construction site in Hungham, the gantry cranes towered high overhead. This project on Hungham Bay had nearly rotted here a few months ago. The tower cranes had stood still for an entire summer. Now the concrete mixers roared to life again, and sparks from welding burst down in clusters from the rebar shed. Manager Zhao, wearing a safety helmet, stood by the perimeter fence, a hidden vigor lodged within the wrinkles on his face. He accompanied Lei Zhaorong along the temporary passageway, safety boots crunching on the gravel. Material costs and labor expenses have fallen by nearly half after the stock market crash, Manager Zhao said as they walked, flipping his progress chart with a rustling sound. With the same budget we can now accomplish twice the work. All 6 projects have resumed construction. The fastest Sunwan Plaza already has its main structure topped out, and the exterior walls are underway. Lei Zhaorong stopped beneath a building and lifted his gaze. The exterior was still bare gray concrete, but the outline was complete, and up on the roof workers were tying the last layer of rebar. Has the investment for Tuen Mun Scenic Peak been put in place? Yes. Manager Zhao flipped to another page. The semi-stoppage before was entirely due to the shortage of that funding. Once the money arrived, progress immediately caught up with the schedule. He paused. The slowdown in construction at Kowloon Development Center is due to municipal pipeline relocation issues. The Transport Department and Highways Department have been wrangling back and forth. But coordination is almost complete. It should be resolved next month. Taken together, all 6 projects are now advancing normally. The slowest will still reach topping out by mid-next year. Manager Zhao closed the spreadsheet, his tone firm. After walking a full circuit of the site, Lei Zhaorong stopped at the door of the temporary office. Workers passed by in 2s and 3s, faces beneath their safety helmets smeared with sweat and dust. You can trim down material expenses as long as the accounts are transparent. Do not dock the workers' wages. His voice was not loud, yet every word was distinct. Labor costs may be lower now, but make it up to them elsewhere. Meal subsidies, safety bonuses, heat allowances. You can decide the labels yourself. Bring their actual income back to pre-crash levels. Manager Zhao froze for a moment. On behalf of the workers, I thank you, Lei sang. His voice was a little hoarse as Adam's apple bobbing. Each of these workers is the pillar of a family. Wives, children, and elders at home all depend on this single wage. After the stock crash, labor pay was slashed heavily. Many families have been scraping by for months. He paused, saying no more, only repeating once again, "Thank you, Lei sang." Lei Zhaorong nodded without further comment. He took a few steps away, then turned back. Site safety must never be relaxed. Prevention is always paramount. Manager Zhao straightened his back at once. "Rest assured, Lei sang, there is no problem with safety. I have been with Kowloon Construction Development for nearly 20 years, personally inspecting equipment and protective measures before work every day. In all these years, no major incidents have ever occurred on our sites." He hesitated, then stepped half a pace closer. "But some workers have reported that lately there are unfamiliar faces wandering outside the perimeter of several projects, scribbling and taking notes. We don't know their purpose. If anything happens, contact Tang Zhonghua immediately." From behind, Tang Zhonghua murmured, "It should be the same group that came this morning." Lei Zhaorong nodded without looking back. Manager Zhao glanced at Tang Zhonghua, then at Lei, swallowing the questions that had risen to his lips. The sea breeze over Victoria Harbor carried the chill of late October, pouring in from the direction of Lei Yuman. Along the wharf at Hungham Dockyard, container cranes were in operation, iron chains clattering as they wound and unwound. Hong Xiaolian still held a black umbrella, standing straight at the edge of the wharf. Behind her was the operations team leader from Hutchison Whampoa, carrying a thick stack of folders. Lei Zhaorong stepped out of the Mercedes with Zhang Qinggang. The sea wind lifted the hem of his suit jacket, making it flutter slightly. "Lei sang." Hong Xiaolian came forward, her tone as level as a cup of tea that has cooled. "Mr. Li has entrusted me to finalize today the cooperation terms for Hong Kong International Terminals Company Limited HIT." "Very well." Lei Zhaorong walked to the railing at the edge of the wharf, laying both hands on the cold iron bars and watching the gray-blue water slap against the concrete below. "My principles are simple." He turned around to face Hong Xiaolian directly. The wind blew from the side, ruffling the hair at his brow. But I will be the one to set the rules." His voice was neither fast nor slow, each word landing in the gaps between the sea wind and crane noise, sinking heavily into the ear. "You will receive 49% of the dividends. I will hold 51% of the controlling power. You provide resources, operations, and connections. I will define strategy, dividend distribution, and the future. When the terminal earns money, everyone shares. But the direction of the terminal is mine to decide." Hong Xiaolian's eyelashes trembled faintly. Behind her, the Hutchison Whampoa team leader frowned slightly, mouth half open as if to speak, but she stopped him with an almost imperceptible gesture. "If you agree, we become a community of shared interest. If you do not, then your 49% stake in the face of my 51% amounts to nothing." His tone never wavered, as if stating a pre-existing fact. For a few seconds the wharf fell silent. Only the mechanical grind of container cranes and the rhythm of waves pounding the concrete quay remained. "Lei sang." Hong Xiaolian finally spoke, her voice even, but her phrasing noticeably slower than usual. "With this cooperation plan, is Hutchison Whampoa not taking a bit of a loss?" Lei Zhaorong glanced at her, the corner of his mouth lifting faintly. "Miss Hong, Mr. Li sent you here to negotiate, not to haggle. My team of lawyers has already drafted these articles." He tilted his head slightly. Zhang Qinggang stepped forward, took out the prepared documents from his briefcase, and offered them with both hands. Hong Xiaolian accepted the file and opened the first page, scanning line by line. Her reading speed was swift, but as she reached the later pages, her page-turning movements clearly slowed. 5 seats on the board, with 3 for Tunglong. Major resolutions required 3 votes. The shares were locked for 5 years and could not be transferred, with any breach triggering a buyback at original price. 70% of annual net profit would be distributed as dividends. Performance earnout stipulated that growth below 15% would reduce Hutchison's share of dividends, while growth above 30% would reward the management team. Land development in the port area would be led by Tanglong's decisions. Risk isolation assigned operational responsibility to Hutchison Whampoa. Beyond the punitive terms of the performance earnout, there was one more clause. If net profit growth exceeded 30% for 3 consecutive years, Hutchison's operations team would receive an additional 5% of net profit as a special reward. When she reached the last page and read that clause, Hong Xiaolian's eyebrows twitched slightly. She closed the file and lifted her gaze. "Lei sang, then let us work together smoothly from here on." She paused, the wind musing a few strands of her short hair. She did not lift a hand to smooth them, only gripped her black umbrella steadily. "Mr. Li should be amenable to this." Lei Zhaorong extended his hand. Hong Xiaolian glanced at it, then clasped it. The handshake was crisp, their grips meeting and parting in a single clean motion. "Deal." As she put away the documents, Hong Xiaolian added, "Lei sang, Mr. Li asked me to pass along a message. He is currently waiting for the permit on the Tin Shui Y project. Tell him that next month I will go to Xincheng specifically to discuss this." Hong Xiaolian looked at him, nodded once, then turned to lead her team away from the wharf. At dusk, in the study of the villa at Repulse Bay, the tide was ebbing beyond the window, the distant sea split by the setting sun into half gold and half deep blue. Seated at his desk, Lei Zhaorong watched as the system panel popped up automatically. A single silver-tier bulletin for the day glowed quietly on the interface. Event: the Australian consortium holding the remaining 40% stake in Rediffusion Television is in urgent need of liquidity due to the economic crisis. The asking price is around 70 million Hong Kong dollars and can be further negotiated. Confidence level 91%. Rediffusion television. Leaning back in his chair, Lei Zhaorong tapped his fingers lightly on the desk 3 times. He knew this piece of history. In 1982, Xiao Degan, through Far East Group, had already acquired 60% of Rediffusion Television's shares, later renaming the station Asia Television. The remaining 40% had all along been held by the Australian consortium, while Xiao Degan waited for the chance to take it over entirely. But the stock crash and economic downturn had left Xiao Degan himself struggling. Hotel occupancy plummeted, cash flow froze, and for the moment, he could not free the resources to swallow this last piece. 70 million Hong Kong dollars. That sum meant little to Lei Zhaorong now, but that 40% stake was the key to entering Hong Kong's television industry. He picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Qinggang. Qinggang, get in touch with the Australian consortium holding the remaining 40% of Rediffusion Television. They are looking for a buyer. You will negotiate on my behalf with an offer of 70 million Hong Kong dollars and room for further discussion. On the other end of the line, Zhang Qinggang paused. Rediffusion Television, understood. I will make contact. Is there a price ceiling? 70 million is the offer with room to negotiate. Leaning back once more, Lei let his gaze settle on the map of Hong Kong hanging on the study wall. Television signals blanket the entirety of Hong Kong. Every set is a doorway into the living rooms of its citizens. The television industry is a crucial puzzle piece in any media empire. With opportunity delivered to his very doorstep, he had to seize it. Heaven's gift, if not taken, becomes one's own. In the private room of the Peninsula Hotel, the fragrance of tea hung thick in the air, yet the cup before Xiao Degan remained untouched. Mr. Lei, let me be direct. I heard you've been reaching out to the Australians about buying up Lei Da's remaining shares. Xiao Degan, in his early 50s, slightly stout, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, controlled 60% of ATV through his Far East Group. Yet he had never mentioned to any outsider how strained his capital chain had become. Today he had broken precedent to proactively invite in an outsider. A young man who in less than 7 months had risen from nothing to a net worth of 5 billion. His fingers slowly traced a circle along the rim of the teacup as his gaze, framed by his lenses, locked onto the man opposite. I want to know what you're after. If you're merely seeking a financial investment, that's fine. But if you intend to run a television station yourself, then we'll need a proper talk. Lei Zhaorong lifted his teacup, neither dodging nor denying. Mr. Xiao, for the time being I have no interest in ATV's operations. You will continue to manage it. I won't interfere. Xiao Degan visibly exhaled in relief, his shoulders dropping slightly, though his wariness did not entirely fade. Your terms. 3. Lei Zhaorong raised 3 fingers. First, ATV's news department must not conduct negative reporting targeting any of my businesses. Normal news coverage is fine, a malicious targeting is not. Second, under equal conditions, all advertising placements for my companies shall go to ATV first at prevailing market rates. Third, if one day you choose to exit ATV's management, I will have priority in purchasing the shares in your hands. Xiao Degan fell silent. In the teapot the water had come to a boil, steam hissing out from the spout. Inwardly he ran through the terms at speed. No negative targeting meant a simple word to the news department. Advertising priority would send business to ATV, and with the economy in a slump and advertisers fleeing, Lei Zhaorong's many enterprises paying full market price would be pure profit. As for priority purchase, he had no intention of withdrawing in the short term, so granting it merely left himself a way out. Agreed. Xiao Degan extended his hand. Mr. Lei, here's to a pleasant cooperation. Lei Zhaorong clasped his hand. A pleasant cooperation. ATV will still be your ATV, Mr. Xiao. I'll merely sit at the side and watch the play unfold. Xiao Degan chuckled, taking off his glasses to wipe them with the tablecloth. You young man speak more like an old soul than I do. Watch the play. I suspect you've already bought out the entire theater. At ATV headquarters, inside the conference room, the representative of the Australian consortium signed the transfer contract with an impassive face. The tip of his fountain pen glided over the paper, leaving clean, dry strokes of ink. Zhang Qinggang sat opposite him, turning through the clauses page by page, each sheet flipped with deliberate slowness. Deal. Zhang Qinggang slid the contract into his briefcase, rose to his feet, and extended his hand. When he walked out of the ATV building, he paused on the steps, lifting his head to glance at the Asia Television sign above the entrance. The gray-blue daylight washed over the metal lettering, a faint sheen tracing the edges of each character. From this day on, 40% of what lay within this building would belong to Tunglong. He slipped into his car and dialed a number. Mr. Lei, the contract is signed. 40%, 70 million Hong Kong dollars. Good. As Mr. Xiao said, we won't interfere with operations, just hold the shares properly. In a cha-chan tongue in Causeway Bay, Mitsui Sato set down the Hong Kong dollar change in his hand, pushed open the door, and stepped out. The glass door shook twice behind him before settling still. He had already spent the entire afternoon walking through Causeway Bay, Mong Kok, and Sham Shui Pa. At every Bale convenience store, those small shops with green signage and identical promotional posters pasted by the entrance, he had gone inside to take a look. The store clerks wore neat blue aprons, the shelves were lined with specialty snacks and household goods from the mainland uniformly priced, with lighting several times brighter than the old-fashioned grocery stalls next door. Sato stood in front of one Bale convenience store in Mongkok for a full 2 minutes. He watched the cashier girl's checkout speed. A packet of preserved plums, a bag of sunflower seeds, a bottle of soda, all scanned within 3 seconds. He studied the wattage of the bulbs, lifting his gaze to the ceiling, circling once, silently counting in his mind. He examined the origin labels on the products along the shelves, picking up a bag of mainland-produced sunflower seeds to check the back, then setting it down and taking another. Then he turned and walked toward a shop front under renovation across the street. A bright red "For Rent" notice was pasted on the facade, but in smaller characters beside it was written, "This unit has already been leased by Bale Convenience Store under contract." Workers were hauling shelving units, inside metal frames scraping across the concrete floor with a harsh screech. Sato stared at that line of text for a long time. He pushed up the metal frame of his glasses, turned, and disappeared into the stream of people in Mongkok. At the street corner behind him, a man in a gray jacket folded up his newspaper and followed at an unhurried pace. In the study of the Repulse Bay villa, the tide outside the window was receding. Tang Zhonghua pushed the door open and came in, handing over a sheet of paper. The handwriting was neat and forceful, with times and locations recorded down to the minute. This week Sato went to Causeway Bay, Mongkok, and Sham Shui Pa. He didn't enter any of our company offices, he only bought things in convenience stores and sat in cha-chon-tangs reading newspapers. But he stepped into every Bale convenience store, even counted the outlets still under renovation. He also leafed through every newsstand owned by 3 magazine publishers. Lei Zhaorong skimmed the tracking record. What did he buy? He bought 1 bottle of soda in every store. In the Causeway Bay outlet, he additionally purchased a packet of mainland-produced sunflower seeds. At the magazine stands, he bought 1 copy each of Extra Eat, Drink, Man, Woman, and Film Biweekly. Lei Zhaorong set the paper down on the desk and lit a cigarette. He's feeling out the supply chain. Under Mitsui, they have general trading companies. Logistics and trade are their core strengths. Seeing Bale convenience stores spreading, he wants to know whether our supply routes can be copied or cut off. Buying magazines, he wants to know which groups our media segment is reaching. Smoke slipped from between his lips, thinning into gauze within the halo of the desk lamp. For the convenience store line, have Luo Yongfa speed up direct signing with manufacturers. Also, he flicked ash into the ashtray. Have Li Fei find out whether Sato and Mitsui's trading arm have any warehousing and logistics partners in Hong Kong. If they do, determine the scale. Tang Zhonghua nodded. Understood. After the door closed, Lei Zhaorong sat alone in the study. Outside, the murmur of Repulse Bay's tide could faintly be heard, waves striking the rocks one after another with a slow, stubborn rhythm. Mitsui's moves had come earlier than he'd expected. The convenience store venture hadn't even been spun off into a separate company, yet someone had already examined it from head to toe. He opened his notebook and added another line beneath the Mitsui entry. The strokes bit so deep that they almost carved furrows into the paper. Then he dialed Luo Yongfa's number. Old Luo, report the progress of direct supply chain links to manufacturers to me tomorrow. Someone's already probing our foundations. After hanging up, he leaned back in his chair. His gaze settled on the map of Hong Kong mounted on the wall. Lita Television was in hand, rules had been laid down at Hit Terminal 6 projects under Kowloon construction had fully resumed, and Tunglong Group's nameplate was about to be hung up. 7 segments had locked together: media, apparel, transport, film, and television, cinema chains, real estate, and ports, and now television had been added. Yet he knew that in this new game of chess, people were stepping onto the board one by one. On the system panel, the silver briefing popped up automatically, its text glowing quietly on the interface. Event Mitsui Buson's Hong Kong subsidiary has contacted 2 local warehousing firms and plans to lease Kwaichung warehouses to test run logistics for daily consumer goods. Confidence level 78%. He pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. Let them come. Night fell over the Repulse Bay Villa's terrace. A sea breeze carrying the chill of late October swept in from the water. Guan Lin wrapped a light gray cashmere shawl around herself, curled into a wicker chair, a teacup resting on her knees. Beside her, Chen Yunyang wore a simple white home dress, both hands cupping her tea. Her gaze was still drifting. Her body sat here, but her soul seemed to be wandering somewhere out across the sea. Guan Lin set down her cup and turned to signal to Lei Zhaorong. Honey, didn't you say you know a bit about face reading? Take a look at IU for me, see when her luck will turn. Chen Yunyang lifted her eyes, a hint of curiosity flickering in them. Lei Zhaorong glanced at Guan Lin, then looked over at Chen Yunyang. He knew all about the stormy entanglement between Chen Yunyang and Zhou Fa. Years of love ending in a breakup that every entertainment page in Hong Kong had written about. He put down his cup, his voice level. Are you sure you want to know? Chen Yunyang's fingers paused on the rim of her cup. After a brief hesitation, she gave a serious nod. Lei Zhaorong's voice drifted out like he were reciting a verdict he himself did not entirely believe. In a month, Zhou Fa will run into trouble. Your choice will shape the future for both of you. For a moment Chen Yunyang seemed to freeze as though someone had pressed a pause. Her fingers stiffened on the rim of the cup for 3 full seconds before she forced out a smile that looked as though it had been soaked in water. Mr. Lei, you must be joking, right? Lei Zhaorong did not smile. He set his cup down on the table, the base tapping softly against the surface. He neither avoided her gaze nor offered further explanation. Come ask me again in a month whether I was joking. Guan Lin clasped Chen Yunyang's cold fingers. Chen Yunyang didn't pull away, as she only lowered her head to stare at the tea in her cup long since gone cold. A single tea leaf on the surface was slowly sinking to the bottom. Suddenly the sea breeze picked up, scattering the tea's fragrance from the table. In the distance over Victoria Harbor, a night ferry was slowly sailing out of Lei Yuman. Chen Yunyang raised her head, watching the mast lights flicker in the darkness, like someone repeatedly striking a tiny match along the horizon. 2 days later, on the top floor of the Central Dragon Tower, Shi Lanqing pushed the door open, carrying 3 folders, her short hair tousled by the wind. From today onwards, she held an additional identity: assistant to Lei Zhaorong, while still serving as the general manager of Central Dragon Films. Her first task was to sort out all the matters that had been stalled over the past week. Lei Xing, 3 things. Speak, Lei Zhaorong responded, standing with his back to her in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the surface of Victoria Harbor was rendered a leaden gray by the overcast clouds of late October. First, we want to rent a flagship store on the first floor of the Landmark for sure, but the Landmark has responded that the schedule has been pushed to the end of next year, and we have to queue as per company policy. Shi Lanqing opened the first document. However, I've heard from people in the fashion industry in Causeway Bay that the Landmark signed a contract with a London perfume brand last week. Their contract schedule is 3 months later than ours. She paused for a moment, looking up at Lei Zhaorong's back. Additionally, Mr. Katak specifically instructed the people at the Landmark to inform Causeway Bay that any brand associated with Chinois will require Mr. Katak's written approval to apply for store space in all Jardine Matheson malls. Lei Zhaorong turned around, a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. The last time I was at the Landmark headquarters securing the Shallow Bay land, he calmly saw me out the door. Now he has drawn an invisible red line in the rules. The rules are for the dead, the living are the ones who abide by them. Katak is clearly not allowing us into Central. What's the second matter? We applied to participate in next spring's Hong Kong Trade Development Council fashion show. The organizers said the booths are already full. Shi Lanqing's voice dropped slightly. Chinois is currently the #1 women's clothing brand in Xinjiang. Among the judging committee of the organizers, 3 judges are retired directors from Jardine Matheson. Lei Zhaorong pulled out a chair and sat down, tapping 3 times on the armrest. Third matter, he said. The completion inspection of the Kowloon construction Shatin Y Jing Garden project has been delayed by 3 weeks due to the buildings department's approval. The normal process takes 2 weeks. When manager Zhao called to inquire, the other party said it was still in process. Shi Lanqing opened the third document, pointing at the remarks column with her finger. We have learned from the side that the 2 senior surveyors responsible for the approval at the buildings department are relatives of retired directors from Jardine. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Outside, the distant sound of a cargo ship's low whistle echoed in Victoria Harbor. 3 matters, all being obstructed by the same hand. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair. Shi Lanqing placed the 3 documents side by side on the table, her voice low. This is British capital's territory. Jardine, the Landmark, and Kowloon Warehouse have operated in Xinjiang for over 100 years. From the government, to the chambers of commerce, to auction houses, to surveying firms, their networks permeate every aspect like capillaries. The old rules of Hong Kong's business world were, British capital sets the rules, Chinese capital follows them. But never before has a Chinese person made them take it so seriously. So now they are teaching me the rules. Lei Zhaorong chuckled faintly, a fleeting smile. I have taken advantage of Katak twice. Once with the Shallow Bay land, once with Hit. He certainly won't hire someone to slander me in the newspapers, nor will he hire a hitman to kill me. He will only make the whole world feel doing business with Lei Zhaorong is troublesome. He stood up and walked back to the window, turning his back to Shi Lanqing. Have someone check the rental rates of all the office buildings, shops, and warehouses under Jardine. Also check how many of our partners are still doing business relying on Jardine's properties. Understood. Shi Lanqing stored away the documents and paused at the door. Do you mean? No rush. Lei Zhaorong's voice came from the window, steady as iron. First see how high their walls are, then decide from where to push. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hong Kong Government Grand Stadium Auction Hall. Today the auction is for a piece of waterfront industrial land in Kowloon Bay, approximately 8,000 square meters, with a starting bid of 40 million Hong Kong dollars. The auctioneer stood on the stage, the wooden hammer resting on the microphone stand, the silver hammerhead reflecting light. Lei Zhaorong sat in the 3rd row by the aisle, the bidding paddle resting on his lap. For the first 3 pieces of land, he raised his paddle for each, with someone in the back following suit. Dressed in a dark gray suit and gold-rimmed frameless glasses, each time he raised the bid the increment was restrained to only 500,000, neither more nor less, like a precisely calibrated machine. Lei Zhaorong did not follow through on the bidding for the first 2 pieces, stopping once the price reached a reasonable range. The third piece was a small commercial and residential land in the eastern district of Hong Kong Island. With a starting bid of 30 million, he deliberately raised it to over 80 million. The paddle in the back was raised again, with the increment still at 500,000 remaining unmoved. He raised his paddle again. The person followed suit. He raised it again. The paddle from the back kept up the frequency synchronized with his, and the rhythm of the bidding began to make him feel as if it was not a bid increase, but a knocking on the back of his head. The price rose to 120 million, 15 million higher than the market estimate. Lei Zhaorong finally stopped placing the bidding paddle back on his lap. Lei Sheng, that person. Tang Zhonghua lowered his voice beside him. The method is different. Lei Zhaorong did not turn around, not the previous opponent. This person only raises the paddle, raising it to the point where it hurts. Tang Zhonghua frowned slightly. Whose person? Not Jia, not Shaw Brothers, not Li Kashing, and certainly not Lin Baixin. Lei Zhaorong put away the bidding paddle, stood up, and adjusted his suit jacket. Have someone follow him. See where he goes first after leaving this door. An hour later, Tang Zhonghua returned to Central Dragon Tower. That person left the auction hall, walked 5 minutes to Beta Street, and entered Jardine House. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. People from Jardine. He doesn't want to grab land. He wants you to pay an extra 10% on every piece of land. As long as you appear at the auction, there will be someone following you. He knows your cash flow is ample and he can't break you, but he wants every offer you make to carry a premium. Lei Zhaorong pressed the cigarette, but into the ashtray, the smoke swirling violently in the glow of the desk lamp. A 10% cost. Sounds good. Let's keep that in mind. Evening. Shi Lansheng pushed the door open again, her expression graver than in the morning. Leishing, the data you asked me to check on the rental rates of Jardine's office buildings has come in. Speak. The average rental rate for 5 Grade A office buildings under Jardine and Central is 87%. Given the current economic situation, this number is not low. However, we discovered another matter. She opened her notebook, speaking faster than usual. Within 3 months, 5 companies that we have relationships with have received notices from the landmark, non-renewal. Lei Zhaorong's eyebrows moved slightly. Which 5 companies? 2 modeling agencies, 1 advertising design company, 1 packaging printing factory, and 1 photography studio. All are service providers for Shernua. The ones taking photos for catalogs, making packaging boxes, and hiring models for runway shows. What is the reason for non-renewal? The unified reason is store adjustments. However, they privately told these companies the real reason. Shi Lansheng's voice was very low. Partners of Shernua will no longer have store space in the landmark. The office fell silent for several seconds. Outside, the sunset had already sunk behind the tall buildings in the west of Victoria Harbor, leaving only a jagged dark red glow on the horizon. Lei Zhaorong slowly stood up and walked to the window. The remaining light of the sunset split him into half light and half dark. They are not obstructing me. They are obstructing those related to me. Xinyuo's design and sales are all in our flagship store, with production outsourced to mainland factories. Lu Mintao controls the design and brand, while the mainland factories control production, making it impossible for Katek to find a gap to penetrate the core process. He attacks from the periphery. If the modeling agency for runway shows is expelled from the landmark, Shernua will have trouble finding the best models for its next product launch. If the photography studio that takes catalog photos is kicked out, Shernua will have to find someone else to retake the photos. If the packaging printing factory loses its space at the landmark, when financial pressure rises, the first orders to be cut may be Xinyuo's. If he cannot affect the suppliers, he will attack the service providers. Any businessman associated with Shernua will have to reconsider the cost of getting close to Lei Zhaorong. Shi Lansheng's voice came from behind, steady, but each word felt like it carried a lead weight. This is the method of the old British capital. They don't hit you. They only let everyone wanting to get close to you know that there will be a cost. If these service providers panic, what will be the result? Shernua will find it increasingly difficult to find good supporting service providers. If they design something, they won't be able to find good models for runway shows, good photographers for catalogs, or good printing factories for packaging. They don't need to deal with us. They just need to make our partners feel that doing business with us is not worthwhile. Lei Zhaorong turned around. The light from behind cast a shadow on his face, obscuring his expression. What is the reaction of those 5 service providers now? 2 have already come to see me. They can't specify the reasons, just saying that they might not be able to continue the cooperation. Their eyes were red. They had been at the landmark for over a decade, and they were kicked out with just a word, with no chance to appeal. Have Lu Mintao stabilize them. It doesn't matter if the landmark doesn't rent to us. We have space. 100 spaces along the bus line. Central Dragon Tower also has vacant floors, and we can free up space above the flagship store in Causeway Bay. Since they were expelled because of their cooperation with us, we will take responsibility for them. He walked to the desk, opened the notebook, and wrote down several lines on the page about Jardine. The pen's tip carved deep grooves into the paper. Let these service providers that have been expelled from the landmark become competitors of Jardine in the future, not our weakness. Shi Lansheng's eyes lit up as she closed her notebook and pushed the door open. She let out a long breath when the door closed behind her. Late at night, in the study of Shallow Bay Villa, Outside, the tide was rising, waves crashing against the rocks in a steady and powerful rhythm. Lei Zhaorong opened the system panel. The silver message icon quietly glowed the last line of text, holding his gaze for a long time. Event Jardine Shipping under Jardine Matheson has reported 3 consecutive years of losses and is seeking to sell part of its Southeast Asian route operating rights and ship assets. A 3-hectare warehouse site next to Kowloon Wharf is also being evaluated for sale, located in the core area of Kowloon Wharf. Jardine Group's overall debt ratio has exceeded 85%, and New World Development's aggressive expansion has led to a tightening cash flow, with Catech undergoing non-core asset divestiture to recover funds. Time window approximately 3 to 4 weeks. Confidence level 81%. The hole created by New World Development's debt expansion is being filled by Catech's desperate measures: selling shipping, selling warehouses, selling all non-core assets. The service providers obstructing me are selling their ancestral heritage. He picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Qinggang's number. Qinggong, help me check the financial data of Jardine Shipping for the past 3 years. No need to be too detailed, just tell me which routes are losing the most money. Jardine. Zhang Qinggang's voice carried a hint of surprise. Didn't we just sign the wharf agreement with Hyson? The wharf is the wharf and shipping is shipping. Catech is selling things, and what he is selling happens to be what I want: Southeast Asian routes and land next to the cargo wharves. There was a second of silence on the other end of the line, and Zhang Qinggang's voice resumed, steady and crisp. You want to just check clearly before we continue. Lei Zhaorong interrupted him. Also, the 3-hectare warehouse site under Jardine's Kowloon warehouse is also being evaluated for sale. Check the land lease nature, transfer conditions, and valuation. Catech will not sell this to me, a Chinese nouveau riche, without a middleman. Find a few reliable white gloves who understand shipping and real estate, and get the data first. He hung up the phone, added 2 more lines on the page about Jardine in his notebook. Then he closed the notebook, stood up, and walked to the window. The night was as thick as ink. The lights on the ships in Victoria Harbor twinkled in the distance like eyes wide open in the dark night. Catech's walls in Central have risen, but the people behind the walls are dismantling their ancestral heritage piece. He recalled the moment when Hong Xiaolian handed over that envelope from Tin Shui Wai at the Hung Hom dock, and the phrase that floated up in his heart: every player on this island has their own cards. Some cards are displayed on the table, while others are hidden up their sleeves. Jardine's cards are now being laid out one by. He picked up the ashtray on the windowsill and extinguished the burnt-out cigarette, but a debt ratio exceeding 85%. 3-week window. 3-hectare warehouse site. He murmured to the night outside. Then he turned and walked back to the desk, opened the notebook, and picked up the pen again. He wrote down the names of Bao Yugong. With a cold smile, the British capital really does have a short memory. Having suffered 2 significant losses at the hands of Chinese capital in succession, it seems necessary to remind them once again. At 7:30 in the morning at the cafe of the Peninsula Hotel, Shinbai sat by the window, slowly stirring his coffee with a silver spoon 3 times without looking up. Sit down. You came today for the matter concerning Ihi. Lei Zhaorong sat down across from him. Shinbai pushed the financial section of the South China Morning Post toward him. Landmark Plaza is adjusting its tenant structure, and many small to medium-sized businesses will not be renewed. The main text brushed over lightly, without mentioning Lei Zhaorong or Chernoi. This kind of low-key blockade is more troublesome than a direct attack. If they attack you directly, reporters will report it, shareholders will ask questions, and HSBC can step in to speak. But what you are facing now are the rules of Central, the rules of Ihi. Shin Biz's gray blue eyes held an additional layer of something. Nabijian expanded its debt before the stock market crash, acquiring a heap of non-core assets, and now Ihi Group's overall debt ratio exceeds 85%. The Kaidik family has regained control and is having Simon Kaidik clean up the mess, selling shipping assets, selling warehouse land, and retracting overseas investments. His strategy can be summed up in 4 words: severing limbs to survive. He put down his coffee cup, the bottom clinking against the porcelain plate with a crisp sound. But he won't let you take advantage. You barged into his office to intercept the shallow water bay land once and intercepted the hit terminal the second time. He would rather sell the shipping routes to the Japanese than to you. Lei Zhaorong picked up the warm water in front of him and took a sip. What if I go through a middleman? Shin Biz's silver spoon paused in midair, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The identity of the middleman must be strong enough. You can't let Kaidik see right through to you. Lei Zhaorong stood up. Thank you for the coffee. Shinbai watched his retreating figure, picked up the silver spoon, and stirred the already cold coffee. That little guy. Kowloon Bus Headquarters in Lai Chi Coke. Luo Yongfa slammed 3 contracts on the table, each covered, densely stamped. All 3 factories have signed exclusive supply agreements for 5 years. He lowered his voice, but couldn't suppress his excitement. The volume we want is 5 times what the second-hand dealers can give them in orders. The payment terms: settlement in 30 days upon delivery. Second-hand dealers take 3 months to settle and often delay. Normal suppliers know who to choose. Lei Zhaorong looked at the bright red official seal impressions. Additionally, Li Fei found out. Luo Yongfa lowered his voice. Mitsui has signed a lease agreement for a medium-sized warehouse in Kwaicheng with a term of 1 year. The signatory is Kenichi Matsumoto, the legal representative of Mitsui's Hong Kong subsidiary, ranked one level lower than Sato. Sato is in the open contacting us while Matsumoto is covertly laying out logistics, operating on dual lines independent of each other. Have Li Fei continue the investigation. Your rhythm remains unchanged. Securing the supply chain, locking down exclusive contracts and renovations, and openings cannot stop. In the lobby of the Peninsula Hotel, Zhang Qinggang spread the documents on the table. Yihe Shipping has accumulated losses of 16 million pounds over the past 3 years. The most serious losses are on the Singapore and Bangkok routes with all vessels over 15 years old. Yet, Yihe has not officially put them up for sale, only privately contacting potential buyers, the Sakura National Postal Company or the Iron Industry Shipping. Selling to British or Japanese capital is not embarrassing, but selling to Chinese nouveau riche is embarrassing. Thus it must be done through a middleman, and their identity must not be discernible by Kaidik. Tang Zhonghua strode in from the door handing over a note. Lei Zhaorong glanced at it, raising an eyebrow. Kaidik is also in this hotel. Tonight is the monthly dinner of the British Chamber of Commerce in the private room on the 3rd floor. Zhang Qinggang lowered his voice, Lei Shen going at this time. Lei Zhaorong stood up and adjusted his suit. Having picked up 2 bargains from him, not even greeting him is rude. On the 3rd floor of the Peninsula Hotel, in the private room of the British Chamber of Commerce. Under the crystal chandelier, the silver candlesticks shone brightly. Simon Kaidik sat at the head of the table, his gray hair meticulously styled, wearing a deep blue double-breasted suit. To his left sat the director of the Iron Industry Shipping, and to his right the chief of Swire Shipping. The amber whiskey swayed slightly in the crystal glass. The door was pushed open. All glasses paused in midair. A dozen pairs of eyes fixed on the young man at the entrance. I apologize for the intrusion. Lei Zhaorong's tone was like greeting a neighbor. I heard Mr. Kaidik from He is here came to toast a drink. A full 3 seconds of silence. The middle-aged British merchant sitting by the door had his hand, holding the wine glass frozen in midair like a sculpture that forgot to be put down. Simon Kaidik slowly stood up. His gaze was not one of anger. It was a measured scrutiny, like assessing the dimensions of an intruder. Mr. Lei's name has been quite prominent in Central recently. Land docks, shipyards. At every auction one can hear Mr. Lei's name. Mr. Kaidik, you flatter me. Lei Zhaorong took the glass from the waiter, did not drink, but held it up to meet Kaidik's gaze. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Kaidik's eyes narrowed slightly. That reaction was extremely subtle, but everyone in the room caught it. Mr. Lei, the business world in Xiangjiang has its rules, just like this glass of wine. Who should drink it, when to drink it, and where to drink it. He raised his own glass and took a sip, the amber liquid leaving a thin mark on the cup wall. Do not have 2 tigers in the same room. Lei Zhaorong raised his glass in salute and placed it on the table. The sound of the bottom of the cup lightly tapping the oak tabletop was soft, but everyone heard it. Mr. Kaidik, my rule is very simple. Those who make friends with me profit, while those who oppose me can only exit. He turned and walked toward the door. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, his leather shoes making no sound on the carpet. At the door he paused for a moment and turned his face slightly. Your shipping assets. I hope the next time we negotiate it won't be about me. The door closed behind him. In the private room, only the faint sound of the crystal chandelier swaying remained. Kaidik stood still, the glass of whiskey in his hand, unmoving. The director of Iron Industry Shipping leaned over to whisper something, but he did not respond. Late at night in the study of the villa at Shallow Water Bay, Lei Zhaorong opened his notebook. Mitsui Sato, Kwaichung Warehouse has signed. Matsumoto Kenichi is laying out logistics through dark lines. The convenience store supply chain has been locked down, exclusive contracts for 5 years. Nabijian's aggressive expansion has caused a debt ratio exceeding 85%, and Kaitik's power grab seeks survival. Shipping has lost 16 million pounds with 3 hectares of warehouse land for sale. Chernua's 5 supporting service providers were expelled from Landmark Plaza. Kaidik adheres to the rules, does not force issues, and does not sell to Chinese nouveau riche. Response middleman to acquire shipping routes and warehouse land. He flipped to a new page and wrote. All opponents are making their moves in the way they excel. He uses rules. Mitsui uses infiltration. All opponents are making their moves in the way they excel. He uses rules. Mitsui uses infiltration. But He shipping routes are what he desires most now. Securing the Southeast Asia routes makes it meaningful to hold a stake in Hit Terminal. The terminal is the node and the routes are the connections. Once he acquires shipping, there will be a gap in He's century-old British shipping empire. That gap is not large, but enough for him to slip a hand in. He picked up the phone. Qinggang, find a middleman. The sooner the better. After hanging up, he leaned back in his chair. Kaitik's remark about 2 tigers was both a warning and a declaration. There can only be one king in Central. But he currently holds 7 sectors, 50 billion in assets, and over 10 billion in liquid capital. He is no longer the abandoned piece cast out months ago. He picked up the pen again, flipped to a blank page, and wrote down several names. Then he dialed each one. Outside, the tide of Victoria Harbor was rising. Morning. At the headquarters of Kowloon Bus in Lychee Corner. Luo Yongfa placed a document on the table, the cover embossed with the gilded characters Bailey Convenience Store Chain Co. Ltd. With a registered capital of 50 million Hong Kong dollars, the legal representative is Luo Yongfa. From today, Bailey Convenience Store officially separates from the Kowloon bus system and becomes an independent subsidiary under Tunglong Group. Lei Zhaorong finished reading the Articles of Association and nodded. The exclusive supply chain contract is locked, and the number of outlets has increased by 100 to be renovated before the end of the year. Your task is simple. Ensure that there is a Bailey outside every housing estate in Hong Kong. Understood. Luo Yongfa paused, lowering his voice. Lei Sheng, regarding the matter you asked me to inquire about last time. Bao Yugan is currently expanding his yacht club in Deepwater Bay with no significant movements. Lei Zhaorong nodded and closed the document. In Central Tunglong Building, Manager Chen sat across from Lei Zhaorong. Two documents spread out in front of him. The first document was the stock price trend chart of Jardine Matheson, plummeting from $25 before the stock market crash to just $16, now a dark line overlapping another dark line, resembling an electrocardiogram of a slowly bleeding person. The second document was the 30 billion Hong Kong dollar special loan limit just approved by HSBC. The ink in the signature column of Shunbai had yet to fully dry. Shunbai was decisive this time. After obtaining the limit, I propose to borrow stocks. Lei Zhaorong pushed the document in front of Manager Chen. Jardine stocks, 30 million shares. At $16, each totaling 483 million. Borrowed at once to return the stocks within 30 trading days. Chen manager's pupils constricted. He had worked as a trader for 20 years and had seen stock borrowings used to drive prices down, but borrowing 30 million shares at once. Such a scale had never been seen in the history of the Hong Kong stock market. Lei Sheng. Jardine's stock price has already fallen significantly. Do we still want to push it down further? Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, his tone calm. $16 is just the starting point. I want it to fall to single digits. 30 million shares to be sold in batches every day. Do not let the market perceive it as the same seller. You control the rhythm yourself. Just 1 point. Do not crash it all at once. Let the investors think that it is Jardine's own negative news driving the stock price down rather than someone maliciously shorting it. Manager Chen adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his fingers quickly moving across the notebook cell. In batches disperse, trading positions disguise as retail investors selling off. Use the low liquidity points during lunch and at the close to create panic. I will operate independently in the HSBC trading room without using any Tunglong accounts. Go ahead. At the editorial office of Hong Kong Daily, the smell of ink wafted from the printing workshop down the corridor. Wang Mingyuan spread out the day's front page sample on the table. The headline was printed in bold, large letters. Jardine Shipping loses 16 million in 3 years. Kowloon warehouse land may change ownership. Next to the text was a table detailing the financial data of various sectors under Jardine, the numbers densely packed like alarming red ink on a medical report. This report cites publicly verifiable financial data. However, it includes 3 key statements in between. Wang Mingyuan's finger traced the sample, stopping below each pivotal sentence. The first sentence, Jardine Group's debt ratio exceeds 85, facing a risk of a funding chain break. The second sentence, major creditors like HSBC have initiated asset supervision. The third sentence, there are serious disagreements within the Keytech family regarding the aggressive expansion route of New Baikan. The upper management may undergo a reshuffle. Lei Zhaorong read through it and raised his head. How will Jardine respond? They cannot respond. Wang Mingyuan took off his reading glasses, the lenses reflecting the fluorescent light. The debt ratio is real data. The shipping losses are real data. The warehouse land for sale is also real data. HSBC initiating asset supervision. This was not explicitly stated, but Jardine indeed renegotiated loan terms with HSBC after the stock crash. If they deny it, we will include details in our next article. If they do not deny it, the market will assume their tacit acceptance. Let them stew. Lei Zhaorong returned the sample, his tone unhurried. Continue tomorrow. Focus on Jardine's cash flow. List a timetable for their maturing debts. Additionally, compare the progress of several resuming projects from Kowloon development, allowing investors to do their own calculations. Wang Mingyuan quickly jotted down the points, suddenly smiling. Lei Sheng. Jardine is probably already thinking about how to silence us. They cannot silence us. We are a free newspaper, not subject to the Newspaper Association or the Distribution Association. The only 2 paths they can take are to apply for an injunction in court or to ask the governor to shut us down. Lei Zhaorong stood up and walked to the window. In court, Zhang Qingang can delay for 3 months. Asking the governor. He looked out at the dimly lit waters of Victoria Harbor, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Yao will not dare. In a private room of the Peninsula Hotel, the curtains drawn tight. Keytech sat opposite the governor's private secretary, a middle-aged British man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a small royal badge pinned on his suit lapel. Keytech's voice was low, but each word carried suppressed anger. His finger joints whitened from the force, yet his face maintained a calm demeanor. This free newspaper has a daily circulation of over 400,000 copies distributed at every housing estate, every bus, and every convenience store in Hong Kong. It is currently using both true and false data to smear Jardine's financial status. If the government cannot shut it down, they should at least issue an official statement clarifying that Jardine's debt situation has not reached a dangerous level. The private secretary lifted his teacup and took a sip, his movements slow as if savoring the tea. He then set the cup down, hands crossed on his knees. Mr. Kitek, the governor fully understands Jardine's situation. However, in the current political environment, the government cannot be seen as intervening in the editorial freedom of commercial newspapers, especially since this newspaper is also distributed through Kowloon Bus and Bailey Convenience Stores Network. You should still remember the thousands of people who protested 3 months ago over the Kowloon Bus incident. He paused, pulling out a folded fax paper from his briefcase and pushing it in front of Kitek. This is an excerpt from a commentary by Xinhua News Agency. The title is, Business Matters Should Be Handled According to Business Rules. Kitek's gaze lingered on the paper for several seconds. The room was silent enough to hear the ticking of the wall clock. Then he slowly took off his glasses and wiped them with a cloth. He did not speak again. The private secretary stood up to take his leave, only seeing his solitary figure in the dim light. On October 28th, the Hang Seng Index opened. Manager Chen sat at the trading desk of HSBC's private trading room, 4 screens in front of him displaying real-time data. The opening price of Jardine stock was $16, unchanged from the previous day's close. He put on his headset and spoke into the microphone. First batch, 500,000 shares sell orders spread across 5 price levels from 1580 to 16. To be completed within 2 minutes. The decline of Jardine began to slowly decline on the screen like a dull knife cutting into solidified grease. Second batch, 800,000 shares. Concentrated between 1550 and 1570. Slowed down the pace to be completed within 30 minutes. By the time of the morning close, Jardine's stock price had already fallen to 1530. The trading volume was twice that of the same period yesterday, and the Klein chart displayed a long dark line. The market began to show follow-up selling. Among the sell orders, not all were those placed by manager Chun. Our retail investors were cutting losses, with a large number of panic-selling orders appearing in the buy orders. During the lunch break, manager Chun called Lei Zhaorong. Lei Sheng 2 million shares were released in the morning. Retail investors have started to follow suit. Continue in the afternoon. Continue. The closing bell rang. Jardine's stock price closed at 1480, a daily drop of 8%. The trading volume for the day was 5 times the average of the past 10 days, with the length of the dark line's body 3 times that of the upper shadow. Hong Kong Daily's finance section published a follow-up report immediately. The headline was a single line in bold letters. Nearly 5 billion in market value evaporated in one day. Jardine's debt crisis sparks market panic. In the office on the top floor of Tunglong Building, Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, holding a fountain pen in his hand. The lights of Victoria Harbor began to glow outside the window, the shipping docks container cranes slowly rotating in the night. He opened his notebook and wrote a line on the page for Jardine. Borrowed 30 million shares of stock, average price $16. 2 million shares sold on the first day, average transaction price $15.20. Floating profit of about 70 million. Target range starts redeeming at $9 to $10, expected profit of 3 to 400 million. Simultaneously accumulating in dispersed accounts, each under 5%, aiming to secure 20% of Jardine's shares. He set down his pen, closed the notebook, and dialed Wang Minjiwan's number. Tomorrow's front page. List a timetable for Jardine's maturing debts. Let investors see how much they still owe before March next year. After hanging up the phone, he placed the fountain pen on the table and walked to the window. The glass reflected the cold curve of his lips, slight but very clear. The first axe struck the stock price. The second axe struck public opinion. The third axe was still being sharpened. He recalled Shin Bis words in the cafe. Kitek would rather sell the shipping routes to the Sakura people than to you. He remembered Kitek holding a whiskey glass in the British Chamber of Commerce's private room. Do not place 2 tigers. He recalled the fax paper that the governor's private secretary had pushed in front of Kitek. Then he picked up the phone again and dialed Zhang Qinggang's number. Qinggang. Is the middleman chosen? Chosen. Have him appear when Kitek needs cash the most. Outside, the tide of Victoria Harbor began to rise. Lei Zhaorong turned off the system panel. Almost there. 3 conditions have already been met, just waiting for time to reach that node. After reaching level 4, a proactive search can be conducted every day. By then, Jardine's ship will sink even. Manager Chen's call came just as Lei Zhaorong crossed the Wanjin port. Aside from our dumping orders, at least 3 unidentified funds in the market were simultaneously shorting, executing their methods cleanly and precisely, keeping in perfect sync with our rhythm. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Li Jiaqing had taken action, and the members of the Huashang Roundtable were not idle either. Outside the wall erected by Kitek in Central, more people were waiting to push it than he had anticipated. He hung up the phone, tapping a rhythm on his knee. The system had 18 days left for an upgrade, and all 3 hard indicators had been met following the stock market crash. In these 18 days, the stock price of he needed to drop from 16 yuan to single digits. The intermediary for shipping had to be in place, and the planning permit for Tian Shui needed to be pried open. After 18 days, the system would upgrade to level 4, coinciding perfectly with the tail end of the acquisition. Guanlin rolled down the car window a crack. The November wind rushed in, bringing the scent of soil and fresh cement from the construction site. Don't just sit in the car, take a look outside. Guanlin reached out to tuck the wind-tousled hair behind Chen Yunyan's ear. Every utility pole on this road is newly erected. Chen Yunyan looked in the direction she pointed. A vast expanse of freshly leveled land lay before her, with the tracks of bulldozers still visible on the reddish-brown soil and sparks from welding on scaffolding cascading down like rain. The slogans on the wall in white letters on a red background were particularly striking. Time is money, efficiency is life. She nodded silently, her gaze lingering on those slogans for a while. Since Lei Zhaorong had made that statement on the terrace, her gaze towards him had taken on an additional layer. Neither estrangement nor distance, but a silence that seemed to be in constant contemplation. In the deep city of Luohugwen, the first flagship store of Shenhua apparel in the mainland, the entire 3-story building was wrapped in red silk and flowers, with the queue already bending around 2 corners, and the camera of Deep City Television was focused on the golden sign covered with red silk at the entrance. Lei Zhaorong stood on the makeshift podium in a deep blue suit. Behind him were Lu Mintao and the first store manager, a young talent transferred from the Causeway Bay store with a neat short haircut, standing straight. Shenhua Apparel, the first flagship store in the mainland, is officially opened. The red silk fell away, and the 4 golden characters of Shenhua Apparel flashed momentarily under the sunlight. The flashbulbs went off in a flurry. Guanlin stood in the crowd, linking arms with Chen Yunyan, both wearing matching sunglasses. Watching Lei Zhaorong speak on stage, Chen Yunyan suddenly whispered, "He really is just like you said." Guanlin tilted her head to look at her, and Chen Yunyan didn't continue, but merely moved her lips slightly. After the opening ceremony, Lei Zhaorong met with Lu Mintao at a temporarily set-up conference table on the 2nd floor to discuss progress. Lu Mintao spread out the site selection list. Wang Fujing in Beijing, Huaihai Road in Shanghai, and Tianhe District in Guangzhou, the flagship store locations in the 4 major cities of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, had all been finalized, with renovations set to begin in the first quarter of next year. Standards remain unchanged. Follow the specifications of the flagship store in Xiangjiang. Renovation, training, and services must all be uniform. The first batch of 12 stores next year, with subsequent expansions based on market feedback to major provincial capitals. Understood. Lu Mintao put away the documents. In the private room of the Deep City guest house, the fragrance of tea lingered. President Su was still in that somewhat worn gray Zhongshan suit, with a cultured man in his 40s sitting behind him, dressed in a white shirt and metal-framed glasses, a thick stack of planning maps laid out before him. Lei Sheng, this is Director Zhao from the Deep City Urban Planning and Design Institute, specifically responsible for the planning of special zone land. Director Zhao spread out the maps on the table. The topographical map of Tianshui Geological Survey reports population capacity assessments and draft plans for water retention areas, each marked densely with data and annotations in red and blue pencils. His finger pointed to the blue line, marking the water retention zone. The Port Authority is blocking the change in land use for Tianshui, citing 2 reasons: flood risk and traffic load. We reviewed nearly 60 years of hydrological records, and in the past 60 years Tianshui has never experienced a flood substantial enough to inundate residential areas. Their flood risk model uses the Y country standards, which have a clear discrepancy with Hong Kong's actual rainfall data. As for traffic load, we have an assessment report on the transportation routes between Deep City and Tianshui, concluding that opening it up would alleviate traffic pressure on both sides rather than increase it. President Su raised his teacup, his tone steady, but words precise. The Port Authority will hire a professional third-party environmental assessment consultant to verify. We can recommend several reputable Y country companies internationally independent of the Port Authority structure. As long as the assessment report passes, there is no reason for the planning department to continue blocking the permit. Independent third-party assessments, Y country companies, international reputation independent of the Port Authority structure. If this route works, the flood risk card in the planning department's hand will be rendered useless. Lei Zhaorong put down his teacup. President Su, let's proceed along this route. The flagship store of Shenhua in Deep City is just the beginning. Next year, in the first quarter, the first batch of 12 stores in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen will all follow the specifications of the Xiangjiang flagship store. The mainland OEM factory has already agreed on controlling shares, shifting the production process from pure OEM to self-design manufacturing, with new styles first tested in the Deep City factory. President Su's eyes lit up, and he stood up to extend his hand. The 2 hands clasped together amidst the fray. In the corridor of the Deep City guest house, Lei Zhaorong, Guanlin, and Chen Yunyan waited for their car. As President Su passed by with Director Zhao suddenly paused. He glanced at Chen Yunyan, then looked again, quickly following President Su. Guanlin sharply leaned close to Chen Yunyan's ear and whispered something. Chen Yunyan's face flushed slightly. Guanlin laughed so hard her shoulders shook. Lei Zhaorong also noticed this, seeing a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the deep night, the study in the villa at Shallow Water Bay. Lei Zhaorong opened the system panel. A silver notice quietly lit up. Event: the fallen British noble Viscount Charles Ashby is seeking significant funding opportunities as his family estate faces the risk of being reclaimed by the bank. The current psychological price point for initiating cooperation is £1 million with no restrictions on the source of funds, urgently needing to raise at least £500,000 within 3 months to repay debts. This person has the noble status to enter the British Chamber of Commerce and the EE circle, having had trade contacts in the Middle East and Southeast Asia, and is knowledgeable about capital operations and shipping business. Confidence level is 81%. The fallen British Viscount urgently needs £1 million with no restrictions on the source of funds. This person can enter the British Chamber of Commerce and the EE circle. The key he needs has already been placed in his hands by the system. He picked up the phone. Xingang. There's a Viscount over in Y country, Charles Ashby. 3 days later. Coffee corner of the Peninsula Hotel. Lei Zhaorong leisurely leaned against the leather chair holding a half cup of lukewarm Blue Mountain coffee. Yesterday at the close of trading on Friday, Manager Chun and a group of traders excitedly slapped the table in the HSBC trading room. The 30 million shares of Jardine Matheson that had been borrowed were completely sold off with an average transaction price of $14.50. From $16.01 to $10.08 the wall fell, and everyone pushed. There were more people pushing than he had anticipated. Katik tried to stabilize the stock price, but Jardine's current situation was like a wounded deer surrounded by a pack of wolves. Apart from shouting a few words into the phone in his office, he could do nothing. Lei Zhaorong had already ordered Wang Mingyuan. Over the weekend, a substantial special report on Jardine and Katik must be prepared. Let the stock price of Jardine continue to drop on Monday's opening. When Charles Ashby entered the room, Lei Zhaorong, 48 years old, in a well-tailored dark gray suit, the fabric at the cuffs had begun to shine. A sheen that only comes from prolonged wear and frequent ironing. His hereditary title still existed, but the family estate he inherited was reduced to half. During World War II, the estate was requisitioned as a temporary field hospital, and after the war, only half the land was returned. The other half was purchased by the government in the 1950s under the guise of public green space. His noble accent was impeccable, with every vowel resonating with the essence of the Victorian era, having been educated at Eton and Trinity College, Cambridge. But the bank statements did not match his accent. The annual maintenance cost of the estate was 3 times higher than his income, and with 2 consecutive years of losses in his wine import business, if he could not produce at least £500,000 before the end of the year, the bank would seize the roof that had been passed down through 5 generations of his family. Lei Zhaorong sat down opposite him, skipping pleasantries, and got straight to the point. Lord Ashby, I know you urgently need money to save your estate. I also know you have been neglected at the British Business Association for 2 years with no one willing to invest in you. Ashby's fingers paused at the rim of his coffee cup. That hand was well-groomed with neatly trimmed nails, but there was a small ink stain on the side of his index finger, a detail indicating that he had recently been writing letters himself. Lei Zhaorong leaned slightly forward, his hands crossed on the table. I need you to represent me in negotiations with Jardine. Jardine wants to sell its shipping business and a piece of land. You have a natural advantage in this circle. Your accent, your title, your connections. But you need money. Ashby's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He opened his mouth, but made no sound. The acquisition target is 2 Southeast Asian shipping routes under Jardine, the Singapore route and the Bangkok route, plus a 3-hectare warehouse site adjacent to the Kowloon dock. What's the market price? Ashby asked. His voice was steady, but the fingers gripping the coffee cup turned slightly white. The 3 hectares of land were valued at about $2 billion before the stock market crash. The shipping routes were valued at around $50 million. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, his tone flat. That was the market before the crash. Now the land price has dropped by 60% and shipping assets are practically at rock-bottom prices. The land is about $800 million and the routes are only $30 million. Ashby fell silent for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Then he spoke, this time with a steadier voice. I need an identity. They will certainly ask who the investor is. Several invisible investors in London. They have concerns about Hong Kong's future and do not want to show their faces, but they can take a gamble if the price is right. What if they press for details? Ashby narrowed his eyes, then asked them back. Would you care what the name of the person buying your estate is, or how much he is offering? Ashby paused for 2 seconds. Then he raised his coffee cup and drank it in one go, the bottom of the cup clinking against the porcelain plate with a muffled sound. His eyes turned slightly red and his voice was a bit hoarse. My family's estate has been passed down for 5 generations. If you do this well, your estate can be passed down to the 6th generation. Lei Zhaorong stood up, adjusted the hem of his suit. Wait a moment, lawyer Zhang Chenggang will discuss the commission terms with you in detail. Zhang Chenggang laid the drafted intermediary agreement on the table. The terms were densely packed, but clearly structured, each line radiating the lawyer's characteristic caution and precision. The base commission is 2% of the transaction price. An additional reward of 10% for any amount below the target price. The target price is set at a total of 700 million Hong Kong dollars for the land and shipping routes. A confidentiality fee of 1 million Hong Kong dollars is to be paid in a lump sum upon signing. Ashby put on his reading glasses slowly, tracing his finger over the numbers. His lips silently moved as he calculated in his mind. Zhang Qinggang explained each point. If the 3 hectares of land and shipping routes cost a total of 700 million, the commission would be 14 million at the base rate. If it costs 650 million, 50 million below the target price, then an additional 5 million reward would apply, totaling nearly 20 million. 1 million confidentiality fee is paid upon signing. Ashby's fingers paused at the additional reward line. Including base commission, additional reward, and the one-time confidentiality fee, if he could push the final transaction price down to 650 million, his total earnings would exceed 20 million Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to about 200,000 pounds. 100,000 pounds would be enough to save the estate from debt, and the remaining money would allow him to completely turn his fortunes around and restart the wine business. He took off his glasses and placed them on the table, gently tapping his finger on the additional reward line. As he put them back on, his gaze changed. The vague sense of unease he felt upon entering dissipated, replaced by a sharpness unique to old-fashioned nobility. This target price can be lowered further. Zhang Qinggang dialed Lei Zhaorong's number, relaying Ashby's response. There was silence on the other end for a second, then Lei Zhaorong's voice came through. Tell Mr. Ashby that as long as it can be lowered, he can gauge the face-saving aspect on Jardine's side himself. Jardine's headquarters. Ashby's quoted documents were laid out on the conference table. Ashby sat in a private club facing a senior vice president sent by Jardine. Today he embodied the standard British old-school aristocracy. His bow tie was in the striped style of the bath club, a corner of his pocket square peeking out, and a cane rested against the arm of his chair, its silver handle glinting coldly in the light. When the Jardine vice president mentioned the board has not yet fully decided whether to sell the shipping assets, Ashby pulled out a silver cigarette case from his pocket, leisurely flicking out a cigarette. He did not light it, merely twirling it between his fingers. This is a matter of principle, the vice president added. Ashby returned the cigarette to the case, stood up, and lifted his cane. The movement was flawless, neither rushed nor slow, a true gentleman preparing to take his leave after a pleasant tea. Charles, my old friend, if the board has extra time, consider that I was never here. Let's not waste each other's time. The Jardine vice president blurted out, my lord, please wait a moment. Ashby paused halfway up. The vice president quickly walked out of the conference room to consult, and returned 3 minutes later, speaking twice as fast as before. The general manager would like to ask you to stay a little longer. He is very interested in your quoted price and hopes to discuss specific terms in detail today. In the top private office of Jardine's headquarters, Katik sat in a leather chair he had used for 20 years with Ashby's quoted price laid out before him. 3 hectares of warehouse land for 600 million, 2 Southeast Asian shipping routes for 30 million. This was lower than the previous quotes from our country's mail ship and tea company. But Ashby's secretary had just called. The wording was polite, but the stance was firm. Lord Ashby greatly respects Jardine's history and status. He would also like to bring back good news to investors in London. However, investors do have some uncertainties about Hong Kong's prospects. If they do not receive a response for too long, they may reassess the priority of this position. After all, there are other ports beckoning beside the Strait of Malacca. After listening to the secretary's report, Katik remained silent for a while. He was thinking, those investors in London were probably in a similar predicament to the current chaos in New Beijing. This viscount came at just the right time, caught at the most awkward moment. New Beijing had completely lost the trust of the Katik family after the stock market crash, and power was shifting to him, but the burden he inherited, with a debt ratio exceeding 85%, shipping losses for 3 consecutive years, and the warehouse land lying vacant for 2 years without generating any revenue. If he did not sell, the debts due in March next year could crush Jardine's cash flow. If he sold, at least selling to a Y country viscount would be more respectable than selling to that businessman with the surname Lei. Katik took off his reading glasses and slowly wiped the lenses. He mentally calculated 620 million plus 32,652 million. This price was just at the floor of the bank's acceptable collateral valuation. A little higher he would gain face, a little lower he would not pass the board. Ashby was clearer about this calculation than he was himself. In the small meeting room of Jardine's headquarters, there were no media, no flashing lights, just a dozen or so middle-aged men talking softly. The Jardine vice president turned to the last page of the transfer contract. The nib of his pen paused on the paper for a moment, then he signed. The transaction price for 3 hectares of warehouse land was 620 million, and the 2 Southeast Asian shipping routes totaled 32 million, totaling 652 million Hong Kong dollars. Ashby took the contract, signing his full name on each document. Charles Henry Ashby, the 11th Viscount. The nib glided across the paper, the movement unhurried. As he exited the Jardine building, he held his ever-present. The November sunlight outside was somewhat glaring, and he paused to look up at the towering buildings in Central for a moment. He had always felt these buildings were looking down on him, but today they were not. Zhang Qinggang waited for him at the foot of the Dragon Tower. The intermediary agreement had been fully executed. The land and shipping transaction price was 652 million, which was 48 million lower than the target price of 700 million. The total commission amounted to 13 million base, 480,000 additional reward, and 1 million confidentiality fee, resulting in nearly 20 million Hong Kong dollars net after tax, equivalent to about 200,000 pounds. When Ashby handed over the transfer contract, his eyes were slightly red. The estate is saved. When Zhang Chenggang relayed this sentence, Lei Zhaorong was silent for a second on the phone. Is that his exact wording? That's it. Lei Zhaorong hung up. Outside the window, the Victoria Harbor was retreating, revealing the jagged edges of the rocks as the gray seawater receded. He unscrewed the cap of his pen, crossing out shipping and warehouse land on the page for Jardine in his notebook. Next, the shares of Jardine in the stock market continued to accumulate, and the third act was yet to come. He stood up and walked to the window. The 3 hectares of land sold by Jardine today was less than 3 kilometers. The shipping routes had been secured. The dock was the node, and the routes were the links. Nodes plus links formed the entire network of Southeast Asia. Katik could not be unaware of this, but he had no choice. Ashby's face with its Eton accent was more valuable to Katik than money. He closed his notebook and turned off the desk lamp. The sound of the tide outside suddenly grew louder. That same night, in the study of the Lee family mansion in Deepwater Bay, Li Ka-shing sat at his desk with this week's Jardine stock price Klein chart laid out before him. From $16.01 to $10.08, a shadow line stacked on a shadow line, and the height of the volume bar chart over the last few trading days was 5 times the usual. He took off his glasses and slowly polished them with a cloth, his gaze returning to the densely packed shadow lines on the chart. The massive short positions that had appeared simultaneously in the past few days. Not something one person could amass. He picked up the phone and dialed around. Several old friends picked up, all doing the same thing. Everyone's reasoning was surprisingly consistent. That Lei Zhaorong was a promising young man, ruthless towards enemies and decisive in action. On a Monday morning, Peninsula Hotel Cafe. The clouds above Victoria Harbor hung low, casting a gray light that slanted through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the analysis report of the equity structure of which Zhang Chenggang had spread out on the table. He pointed to the shareholding ratio of the Kaidik family, the figure circled in red, 12.3%. Kaidik has secured 650 million. If he were to use this money to save his stock price. Zhang Chenggang raised his head, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the gray-white light from outside. Lei Zhaorong picked up his coffee, not looking at the report. No way. His tone was very flat, as if stating an already settled matter. This is Kaitik's money now. There was a layer of trust between Kaitik's money and his money. He wouldn't pour his own money into a sinking ship. He set down his coffee cup, which clinked against the porcelain plate. Do you know how much land is still owed to the bank? 100 billion. Land's whole is larger than his, and land is the core asset of the Kaidik family. He can be sold, a land cannot collapse. The 650 million he sold in shipping and warehouse land was to save land, not he. Zhang Chenggang fell silent for 2 seconds, his brow slightly furrowing. Then, on his side, the one who should be worried is Niobi Jian. Lei Zhaorong leaned slightly forward, pointing at the Niobi Jian's shareholding ratio in the report. He has 8% of the shares pledged to the bank. If the stock price falls below $10, the bank will pursue collateral. He leaned back in his chair, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Kaidik is waiting for Niobi Jian to face a margin call. The Hang Seng Index opened. His stock price was 10.8, continuing the decline from last Friday. Manager Chen sat at the trading desk of HSBC Private Banking, headset hung around his neck, fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard. On the screen, his candlestick chart opened with a gap-down sell, orders pouring down like snowflakes. The special report from the Xiangjiang Dayless Weekend Edition, after last Friday's closing, had fermented among retail investors for a full 2 days, causing a rush of panic selling. Within an hour, the stock price had already fallen below the psychological barrier of $10. Lei Sheng, it's now 9.6. Start buying back. Buy in batches in the range of 9.5 to 9.8 throughout the day. Don't take too much at once so the market doesn't realize it's the same buyer accumulating shares. The instructions were silently executed in the HSBC trading room. Real-time data rapidly fluctuated across 4 screens, with the candlestick forming a narrow oscillation line between 9.5 and 9.8. Buy orders were simultaneously sent from more than 20 scattered trading seats, disguised as low-priced bottom fishing orders from different institutions. Manager Chen's fingers barely stopped on the keyboard. Each buy was no more than 50,000 shares, waiting 3 minutes after each transaction before placing the next, controlling the rhythm without a hitch. By the time of the morning close, 2,200,000 shares had been repurchased, of which 1,200,000 were to cover short positions and another 10 million were for net accumulation. The afternoon continued. When the closing bell rang, a total of 20 million shares were closed out throughout the day, netting 34 million shares. EE's stock price closed at 9.5, with trading volume doubling compared to last Friday. An hour after closing, Lei Zhaorong had the latest shareholding list sent by Manager Chen spread out in front of him. The data for the short positions was concise and to the point. Average selling price per share was 14.5. Closing average price was 9.6, with a per share profit margin of 4.9. All 30 million shares were closed out with total profits from short selling approximately 147 million Hong Kong dollars, all deposited into the Kowloon account. He examined the accumulation portion more carefully. During the market crash last week, he had secretly accumulated about 28 million shares at low prices, and today he added another 34 million shares totaling 71 million shares, accounting for approximately 10.3% of his total share capital. Today's buying price range was concentrated between 9.5 and 9.8, coupled with the previous cost of building positions utilizing approximately 680 million Hong Kong dollars. Source of funds, 500 million extracted from HSBC's 3 billion special loan supplemented with 180 million from personal funds. Additionally, he also simultaneously held 1.2% of Land's equity and 1.5% of Dairy International's equity, both accumulated quietly through dispersed accounts without triggering any disclosure thresholds. He leaned back in his chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table twice. 10.3%. This is just... The cards in his hand were not enough to overturn the boardroom table, but they were sufficient to make Kaitik sweat at the next shareholders meeting. First, let's secure 10% and then talk. He closed the list and dialed manager Chen's number. The rest wait until Niobe Jian faces a margin call before we collect. Once that 8% is forcibly closed by the bank, we need to be the first to get it. On the other end of the phone, manager Chen's voice was very low. Do we need to give a heads up to Shun Bai? One of his pledge banks is HSBC. Not urgent. Let's wait until the margin call deadline for Niobe Jian has passed. Let the bank follow the rules. They can push as they please, and we will act as we see fit. Xiangjiang Daily Editorial Office. The smell of ink wafted from the printing workshop down the corridor, the sound of the typesetting machine clicking in a dense rhythm like a machine gun. Wang Mingyuan spread out the sample of the front page for that day on the table. The headline was printed in bold, oversized black font. In-depth analysis of the roots of EHE's crisis, how 100 billion in debt dragged down a century-old foreign firm. Below the title was a schematic diagram of EHE's equity structure with EHE Holdings, EHE Strategy Land, Kowloon Warehouse, and Dairy International interconnected by arrows into a dense circular web. The report's main text was divided into 4 parts, progressively delving deeper. The first part, Sino-British negotiations hit a deadlock, confidence in Hong Kong dollar assets collapses. The second part, Land's chain structure backfires, EHE Holdings cross-holds 30% of Land's shares through EHE Strategy, causing Land's market value to be halved, directly dragging down EHE's balance sheet. The third part, real estate crash, vacancy rates for office buildings in Central Soar, rental income from Land Plaza plummets by 40% and core asset valuations are halved. The fourth part, Hong Kong dollar plummets, interest rates soar above 20%, and EHE's financial expenses tripled in a single quarter. Each point was marked with clear data sources. Company annual reports, HSBC industry reports, publicly available transaction records from the Land Registry. 90% of the data is true, 10% is a false detail, and the intersection of truth and falsehood just happens to be at a point that EHE cannot publicly deny. The Asian edition of the Wall Street Journal has already reserved a full reprint for tomorrow. Wang Mingyuan removed his reading glasses, excitement tempered in his tone. The editor-in-chief of their finance section called this morning and said they want to pair it with a commentary. Lei Zhaorong lifted his head from the sample. Let them write. We don't need to worry. EHE headquarters, top floor. Niobe Jian sat in his leather chair, the margin call notice, just delivered by the bank, spread out in front of him. Outside, the sea surface of Victoria Harbor was as gray as a lead plate. The stock price fell below $10. The 8% of EHE's shares he pledged to the bank, all his personal holdings in EHE, triggered the margin call clause. He must make up the margin difference within 3 trading days, otherwise the bank has the right to forcibly liquidate. He picked up the phone and dialed the internal number for Kaitik's office. Busy tone. He dialed again. Still busy tone. He set the receiver back on the desk, tapped his fingers twice on the table, then forcefully pressed another button on the desk phone. Help me connect to Mr. Kaitik's private mobile. The phone rang 6 times. No one answered. The voicemail prompt rang. A mechanical female voice spoke with a standard English accent, cold as ice. He gently set the receiver back down, withdrew his fingers from the table, and crossed them over his knees. The sun was setting behind Lantau Island. The last glimmer of golden red light sliced through the gap in the blinds, falling on the margin call notice in front of him, illuminating that line of figures precisely. He sat in that leather chair for a long time. Late at night. Shallow water bay villa study. The tide was rising out. Lei Zhaorong sat at his desk, flipping through his notebook, turning to the page on EHE. Short selling profit of 147 million. Accumulating 10.3%. Simultaneously holding 1.2% of Land and 1.5% of Dairy International. The first phase is complete. He leaned back, lightly tapping the pen cap on the table twice. The next step is not to rush to continue accumulating shares in the secondary market. Having swallowed 34 million shares in one day, the panic sell orders still available in the market were dwindling. The real big fish is in Niobe Jian's hands. Once that 8% of shares is forcibly liquidated by the bank, it will be the appetizer for the next feast. Next is the Kaidik family. The stock price of EHE strategy is also falling, with market value dropping from 120 billion before the stock market crash to 50 billion now. If it drops another 20%, the bank debt personally guaranteed by the Kaidik family will trigger a recall. By then, the 12.3% of EHE shares in his hands may not be secure. It is essential to first clarify the debt structure within the EHE system. Which debts are personally guaranteed by the Kaidik family, which defaults will directly penetrate land, and which bank is most likely to turn hostile first. He set down his pen, closed the notebook, and dialed Manager Chen's number. The internal debt structure of EHE, those guaranteed by Kaidik, personally investigate thoroughly. Should we contact Shun Bai? Manager Chen asked. First investigate. Find out which debts he personally signed and which defaults will penetrate into land. After hanging up, he leaned back in his chair and glanced at the date on the system panel. There are 12 days until the system upgrades to level 4. Level 3 can only passively receive messages, while level 4 unlocks proactive searches. Once that day arrives, he will be able to sift through every guaranteed debt of the Kaidik family one by one. Nyobi Jin's margin call today is just an appetizer. Kaidik thinks he is waiting for Nyobi Jin to face liquidation, but in reality, he is waiting for the entire EHE system's debt chain to be severed one by one. An inconspicuous private club in the central district. There was no sign, no lobby, only a narrow staircase leading to the top floor. Tang Zhonghua paused at the entrance on the first floor, his gaze sweeping across the windows of the two buildings across the street. Then he nodded to Lei Zhaorong. Lei Zhaorong pushed open the door to the top floor private room. A rosewood round table occupied the center of the room, and 7 people were already seated around it. The smoke from cigars and the warm light from the crystal chandelier mingled with the rich aroma of high-quality, pure tea lingering in the air. Li Jiaqing sat by the window, his gray-white hair meticulously combed. To his left was Guai Dushing, a 70-year-old, one of the founders of New Hongji and a close friend of Lei Zhaorong. Next to him was Bao Yugong, the maritime king, with short, strong fingers and a well-polished steel watch on. Hua Yingdong sat opposite Bao Yugong, dressed in a dark gray zhongshan suit, his demeanor somewhat resembling that of President Su. A calmness only someone who has weathered great storms possesses. Li Zhaojiji crossed his hands on the table, taciturn. Zheng Yutong smiled like a Maitreya Buddha, holding a half-lit cigar between his fingers. Qiao Guangbiao sat in the seat closest to the door, the last to shake hands. All eyes were on Lei Zhaorong. Mr. Lei, please take a seat. Guo Dushing was the first to speak, pointing at the empty rosewood chair. This is our 47th gathering. There were only 7 of us before, but today we have 8. Lei Zhaorong pulled out the chair and sat down, scanning the round table. 8 cups of tea, 8 ashtrays, each one. Thank you all for your assistance in this action against Jardine Matheson. He raised his teacup, substituting tea for wine. Without your short-selling cooperation, Jardine's stock price wouldn't have dropped so quickly. Guo Dushing waved his hand. The British capital has oppressed us for decades. We must help each other when we have the chance. Hua Yingdong nodded in agreement, his voice steady. The British capital has always been very strong, forcing us to band together to resist. You are the first to take the initiative. Bao Yugong placed his cigar on the edge of the ashtray, interjecting, your initiative this time is significant. It proves that we are no longer limited to passive defense. We can now counterattack. Several individuals at the round table nodded in unison. Li Zhaojiji did not speak, but nodded more vigorously than the others. Zheng Yutong brought the half-cigar closer to his nose, sniffing it, and smiling in acknowledgement. Li Kashing had remained silent. He lifted his teacup for a sip, then set it down, raising his gaze from the rim of the cup. Indeed, this initiative is of great significance. It proves that we no longer need to fear the British capital. It also indicates that our Chinese capital can stand on a higher stage and stand alone. His words were concise, his tone as indifferent as if stating the weather. Yet everyone at the round table nodded again in a synchronized and resolute manner. This time the rhythm was slower and heavier than before. Guo Dushing noticed the atmosphere suddenly turned serious and slapped the table. All right, today marks the 47th gathering. No, today there is an extra person, it's the 47th and a half. He winked at Lei Zhaorong. There were only 7 people before, and it was always these old faces. Today we finally have a young one. The tense atmosphere in the private room was disrupted by this remark. Zheng Yutong chuckled, while Qiao Guangbiao raised his teacup to hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. Bao Yugong lifted his teacup without drinking, turning his gaze to Lei Zhaorong. I heard you've opened a store in Shenzhen and met with old Su. We're all watching your move. He set down the teacup, adding a layer to his tone. The situation in the mainland is complex, and we have been unable to make a decision, always observing. What are your thoughts? Lei Zhaorong met his gaze. I just calculated a sum. The mainland has a population of 1 billion, and the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone policy has already been implemented. Wages are 1/10 of those in Hong Kong, and the cost of factory land is less than 1/20th of that in Hong Kong. Consumer goods ultimately sell based on population dividends. Whoever occupies the channel first will reap this dividend. Zheng Yutong took the cigar away from under his nose and frowned slightly. Will the policy change? Lei Zhaorong had been waiting for this question. He couldn't speak the truth. He couldn't say he knew the direction for the next few decades. But he could use commercial logic to deduce. A country with complete sovereignty and national defense capabilities not weaker than any neighboring country has had its 1 billion population's demand suppressed for decades. Reform and opening up is not a whim of a single individual. It is the only way out for this country. He paused, his gaze lingering on the faces of several shipping and real estate tycoons. Each of us present in the end is betting on the future with capital. In the past, our future was in Central and Victoria Harbor. Now this coastline has been pushed northward by 2,000 kilometers. The private room fell silent for a moment. Cigar smoke rose slowly under the chandelier. Hua Yingdong was the first to break the silence. He stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to everyone gazing at the night view of Central. After a moment, he turned around. This young man's vision is broader than ours. His gaze swept around the round table, finally settling on Lei Zhaorong. Next time you go to Shenzhen, please take me along. Government House. Yud sat at the head of the conference table with the Klein chart of Jardine's stock price and a feature article from the Hong Kong Daily in front of him. The financial secretary, the secretary for financial services, and the head of the police were all present. The financial secretary opened a folder. The short-selling funds come from multiple sources. The largest short position is not in Hong Kong. There are funds in Wall Street and London following Jardine's short position. The local short positions in Hong Kong are also dispersed with no obvious signs of centralized control. The head of the police interjected, speaking in a business-like tone. We have investigated the sources of the short positions. Some indeed came from a few private trust companies in Deepwater Bay. But each transaction is not large, with single trades not exceeding 0.3% of Jardine's capital. From the evidence, it does not constitute market manipulation. The financial secretary pushed up his glasses. Jardine's own financial data is real. Over 85% debt ratio, 3 consecutive years of losses in shipping, and the land holdings dragging down the balance sheet. These are all public information. Although the report from the Hong Kong Daily is sharp in wording, each piece of data has its source. Yud flicked the newspaper, his fingertip pointing at the financial section's headline. The conference room was quiet for a few seconds. Since the report uses public data and the short positions are dispersed across dozens of unrelated seats, the Hong Kong government has no reason to intervene. He folded the newspaper and set it aside. Business matters should be handled according to business rules. The rise of Chinese capital is already unstoppable. The aroma of tea still lingered in the private room. Hua Yingdong sat down again, lifted his teacup, and raised his gaze from the rim, looking at Lei Zhaorong. Most of us here are involved in real estate, ports, and shipping. We do not have clothing brands or consumer goods channels. Hua Yingdong was one of the first in the Chinese business roundtable to establish connections with the mainland. Starting in the 1950s, he had been involved in the transportation of goods to the mainland. His understanding of the mainland is deeper than anyone else present. The question he asked was not a doubt, but a concrete path for everyone. Lei Zhaorong set down his teacup, his gaze sweeping across the round table. China's entry into the mainland is through the consumer goods sector. Retail, clothing, with brands leading the way. But the mainland's opening up is all-encompassing. You all come from real estate or shipping. The paths are different from mine, but the opportunities are greater than mine. He turned to Bao Yugong. Cities in the mainland are expanding. Factories need to be built, workers need housing, and goods need to circulate. Shenzhen is just the first window. There are more than a dozen cities in the Pearl River Delta, the Yangtze River Delta, and the Bohai Rim. Each one needs to build docks, repair roads, and construct factories. Mr. Bao's fleet needs a deep water port, but what the mainland lacks even more is not the berths, but the roads that connect factories and ports with containers. He looked at Zheng Yutong and Lei Zhaorong. Real estate needs infrastructure, and infrastructure needs building materials. Whoever builds a cement plant or steel plant in the mainland first will control the pricing power for the next decade. Bao Yugong tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Zheng Yutong placed his cigar on the edge of the ashtray and lifted his teacup. Lei Zhaorong did not speak, but straightened his back slightly. Hua Yingdong sat opposite, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, nodding slowly. Well said. Hua Yingdong stood up, walked around half the round table to Lei Zhaorong's side and patted him on the shoulder. At the next gathering, please give everyone a presentation. An analysis of the trend of urban expansion in the mainland. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the table, finally resting on Lei Zhaorong. We old fellows should also reassess. Evening. The study of the villa in Repulse Bay. Manager Chen delivered a preliminary investigation report, the cover printed with HSBC's internal letterhead. Through internal channels at HSBC, he obtained the original data on part of Jardine's debt structure. The Katak family holds about 4 to 5% of the shares in Jardine, which have been pledged to Standard Chartered Bank. This pledge is one of the additional collateral conditions for a syndicated loan from the property sector. Manager Chen's finger traced the report. The property sector also has a syndicated loan of about 800 million Hong Kong dollars due in March next year. The lead bank is Standard Chartered, with Barclays and Societe Generale as participating banks. Katak himself has provided personal guarantees for this loan. Lei Zhaorong finished reading the report and tapped his fingers 3 times on the table. $800 million in syndicated loans. Personal guarantee from Katek. Due in March next year. If this loan defaults, the bank has the right to pursue Katek's personal assets, including all his shares in Jardine. Standard Chartered is the lead bank, while Barclays and Société Générale are participating banks. Standard Chartered's position determines the disposal direction of the loan after maturity. But this information is still not complete. He needs to know what other guaranteed debts the Katek family has, the exact due dates, the guarantee proportions, and the specific terms triggering default. He leaned back against the chair, opened the system panel, and glanced at the date. 12 days remaining until the system upgrades to level 4. At level 3, he can only passively receive messages. A level 4 unlocks active search. Once that day arrives, he will be able to pull up every personal guaranteed debt of Katek down to the clauses and due dates. He closed the panel and pressed the call button on the phone. Chunggang. Starting tomorrow, use intermediaries to inquire about the pricing from Standard Chartered Bank. Ask about the batch of Jardine shares pledged by Katek. Find out if the bank intends to dispose of this collateral in the event of borrower default. Do not reveal your identity. Just say an institutional investor is interested in this potential non-performing asset. After hanging up, he leaned back in his chair. Outside the window, the lights of the ships in Victoria Harbor flickered in the night. Jardine's shares were gradually being spread out. The first phase of short selling has absorbed 10.3%. The 7 giants of Chinese business, now 8, have expressed their positions at the round table, and the era of British capital monopolizing is being hammered out, creating cracks. Next comes the second phase of acquiring Jardine. He stood up and walked to the window. The dark sea surface outside was rising with the tide. Everyone sitting at that rosewood round table had once individually supported themselves in the confrontation with British capital. But now they sat at the same table. He saw the same thing in their eyes. The ship lights flickered amid the waves like eyes opening in the dark. 6 o'clock in the morning. The study of the villa at Qianshui Bay. Lei Zhaorong was awakened by the dazzling golden light of the system interface. The edges of the interface glowed with a faint golden hue, and a golden message silently lit up. He threw off the blanket and sat up, his bare feet touching the carpet, staring at the panel for several seconds. System upgrade completed. Current level 4. The daily messages increased from 5 to 6. The golden messages increased from 1 every half month to 2, and the confidence threshold was raised to over 85%. The active search function has been unlocked. Once a day, input a keyword and return relevant commercial headlines for the. After waiting for nearly 3 weeks, the calculation was finally complete. He put on a bathrobe and walked into the study, pulling back the curtains. Morning light poured in, illuminating the open notebook on the table. He sat down and typed in the first search term: Eurasia Bank debt due. The system flickered, popping up a silver message. Event: a 12 billion Hong Kong dollar medium-term bond under the land company will mature in January 1983. The Katek family has pledged 4.8 of their shares in Eurasia as collateral. Eurasia itself carries an 8 billion syndicated loan due in March 1983, with Simon Katek providing personal joint guarantee. Standard Chartered has formally rejected the extension application. The two debts totaled 20 billion Hong Kong dollars with a time window of only 3 months. Confidence level 91%. A 12 billion bond matures in 1 month. The 8 billion loan matures in 3 months. Standard Chartered has rejected the extension. A 3-month window, a 20 billion hole. He leaned back in his chair, a slow smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. Then he opened the stockholding list sent by Manager Chun, holding a total of 130 million shares of Eurasia, accounting for 18.8 of the total share capital, with an average price of $9.06. The Katek family only holds 12.3. He is already the de facto largest shareholder of Eurasia, yet it hasn't surfaced yet. He picked up the phone and dialed Manager Chun. Continue the discrete accumulation. Acquire about 10% more. I will keep suppressing the stock price of Eurasia in the news, and your buying price should be controlled under $12. Understood. Currently, the stock price is fluctuating around $9.50. This range allows for continuous accumulation. Good. Katek won't hold on for long. Standard Chartered's rejection letter is already on his desk. 3 days later. HSBC headquarters. Simon Katek sat in Shun Biz office, his fingers gripping tightly on his knees, turning white. Using a great office building in central under Eurasia as collateral, bridge loan 1-year term, 6 billion Hong Kong dollars. As long as HSBC agrees, I can renegotiate the syndicated loan with Standard Chartered. Shunbai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, not touching the list of collateral in front of him. His expression was as calm as a still pond. Mr. Katek, HSBC's risk exposure to Eurasia is approaching the internal limit. The board will not approve any new forms of loans, regardless of what the collateral is. His hands were crossed on the table, his voice as flat, as if reciting a well-memorized verdict. Frankly speaking, at this point in time, institutions willing to provide such a large amount of long-term financing to Eurasia, you might try finding well-capitalized private enterprises. As far as I know, Mr. Lei Zhaorong's Tunglong Group currently has a very ample cash flow. Katek's fingers slowly loosened. He didn't say anything more. As he exited HSBC, he paused in front of the revolving door looking back at the red and white hexagonal emblem in the lobby, unchanged for over 100 years. In the past, this emblem meant a pool of funds that Eurasia could mobilize at any time. Now it was a wall. He had the driver circle around Connaught Road for a full 40 minutes. Then he picked up the car phone. "Give me Mr. Lei Zhaorong." When the call connected, Lei Zhaorong was flipping through the Klein chart of Eurasia's stock price in Kowloon Tower. The voice from the receiver was hoarse and restrained, completely different from the Simon Katek who held a whiskey glass in the British chamber months ago. "Mr. Lei, I want to discuss Eurasia's debt issue with you face to face. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, Kowloon Tower." He hung up the phone and pressed the call button on the desk. Zhang Qinggang come over. When Zhang Qinggang entered, he already had a notebook in hand. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair and briefly explained the key points of the stockholding list and system messages. "Katek took the initiative to approach me. He has already exhausted all his cards. The door to HSBC is closed. Standard Chartered rejected the extension, and the 12 billion bond from the land company matures in 1 month. He needs to fill a 20 billion hole within 3 months. No one in this market apart from me is willing to lend him money. What do you plan to discuss?" "Offer a 12 billion loan in exchange for 7% of Eurasia's shares, transferred at current market price, not at a premium. 10% of the land company's shares as additional collateral." He raised his second finger. 2 additional seats on the Eurasia board of directors designated by me. "Fourthly, if Eurasia sells any non-core assets within the next 2 years, I have preferential trading rights." Zhang Qinggang quickly recorded, looking up, "How will the loan be disbursed?" "In 2 batches. The first batch of 6 billion will be credited 3 working days before the bond matures to pay off the land company bond. The second batch of 6 billion will be credited before the March syndicated loan matures. The rate will be 1 point lower than HSBC's best rate." "What if he doesn't accept?" Lei Zhaorong's tone was very calm. "The rejection letter from Standard Chartered is right on his desk, and HSBC's door was closed in front of him today. His only option now is to sit in front of me and sign." The next afternoon at 3 o'clock, Kowloon Tower's top conference room. At each end of the long table sat one person. Simon Katek wore a deep blue double-breasted suit, his gray hair impeccably styled, but the shadows beneath his eyes gave him away. Lei Zhaorong sat opposite him with a printed document in front of him. Zhang Qinggang was seated to the left with a formal contract in triplicate at his side. "Mr. Katek, let's get straight to the point." Lei Zhaorong pushed the document forward. "The 12 billion bond from the land company matures in 1 month, and the 8 billion syndicated loan from Eurasia matures in 3 months, with Standard Chartered rejecting the extension. The 2 debts together create a 20 billion shortfall. You cannot sell assets in time. The most valuable buildings in Central are the lifeblood of Eurasia. Once severed, they are gone." Katek flipped open the document, pausing his finger on the paper. Lei Zhaorong leaned slightly forward. "Kowloon Group offers a 12 billion Hong Kong dollar loan. The first batch of 6 billion will be credited 3 working days before the bond matures, and the second batch of 6 billion will be credited before the March syndicated loan matures. The rate will be 1 point lower than HSBC's best rate." Katek raised his head, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. 1 point lower than market price. "Conditions," he said in a dry voice. "First, the Katek family must transfer 7% of Eurasia's shares at current market price, not at a premium, but at market price. After the transfer, your holding will drop from 12.3 to 5.3. Second, 10% of the land company's shares will serve as additional collateral for this loan. As long as you repay on time, the collateral will be returned intact. Third, 2 additional seats on the Eurasia board of directors designated by me. Fourth, I will have preferential trading rights if Eurasia sells any non-core assets within the next 2 years." Katek took off his reading glasses and slowly cleaned the lenses. The conference room fell silent for a long time. Only the hissing of the air conditioning vent could be heard. "You convinced HSBC and Standard Chartered not to lend to Eurasia, then sat in front of me and proposed." Lei Zhaorong's tone was flat. "I did not convince them. I just understand Eurasia's financial statements better than they do." Katek's gaze swept repeatedly over the 2 points of 2 director seats and 10 land shares as collateral, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the paper, the rhythm slowing down. Then his shoulders slightly slumped. He signed his name. The nib of the pen paused on the paper, leaving an irregular. Zhang Qinggang stepped forward to file the contract one by one. Lei Zhaorong stood up and extended his hand. Katek glanced at the hand and shook it. His fingers were icy, just like the hand that held the whiskey glass in the British chamber months ago, steady, but this time, it was he who couldn't maintain his composure. Lei Zhaorong withdrew his hand, stopping Katek, who was about to turn away. "Mr. Katek, after the repayment of the land company bond, Eurasia's cash flow will rely solely on my 6 billion loan. In 3 months, the 8 billion syndicated loan will mature. By then, Standard Chartered will still be waiting for your reply." Katek did not look back. The door of the conference room closed gently behind him. On the same day after the market closed, Manager Chen brought the latest summary of stockholding changes. Previously, he held a total of 130 million shares of Eurasia, accounting for 18.8% of the total share capital, with an average price of $9.06. Katek transferred 7% of his shares at current market price, approximately 48,300,000 shares priced at $9.03 per share, paying about 450 million Hong Kong dollars. After the transfer, Lei Zhaorong's total shareholding in Eurasia accounted for 25.80%, firmly maintaining the position of the largest shareholder. 10% of the land company's shares served as additional collateral for the 12 billion loan. If not repaid by maturity, the stocks would belong to him. Manager Chen's discrete accumulation in the secondary market continued with an additional 2.1 over the past week at an average price of $9.04. Lei Zhaorong crossed out Katek's share transfer on the page about Eurasia in his notebook. A new line of ink next to it had not yet dried. Largest shareholder, 25.8%. Land company, 10 collateral. The process of transitioning the 2 board seats was about to begin. Manager Chen continued to accumulate, pushing towards 2,829. He set down his pen and dialed Shi Lansheng's number. The debt restructuring agreement has been signed. The procedures for the transfer of board seats are to be initiated immediately. Formal appointments for those 2 seats are to be obtained within 2 weeks. The schedule for wealth calls during the Spring Festival should not be delayed due to Eurasia's issues. The schedule has been set. The screening confirmed 3 days before the Spring Festival. Jiahei's new swordman of Shushan is scheduled 2 weeks behind us, so there won't be a direct clash. Good. Maintain this pace. When President Su called, Lei Zhaorong was flipping through the formal version of the debt restructuring agreement. The environmental assessment consulting firm has been selected, Awakens in Y country, which has undertaken more than 20 international port and urban planning projects. A team will be dispatched next week to Tianshui for the first field survey. The planning department of the port government has officially replied, agreeing to accept Awakens' environmental assessment report. The planning department has agreed to accept an independent environmental assessment. This step has been taken. President Su smiled. They have no way to refuse. Awakens' international reputation is persuasive enough, and I've also done my part through channels. Lei Zhaorong put down the agreement and dialed Li Kashing's number. Mr. Li, the environmental assessment company has been decided. Awakens. Field investigations will start next week. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then Li Kashing's steady voice came through. Then we can truly start cooperating. Late at night, the master bedroom of the villa at Qinshui Bay. The bedside lamp cast a warm yellow light on the wall. Guanlin nestled in Lei Zhaorong's arms, her cheeks still bearing the lingering blush of the tide. Her long hair spread across his chest, a few strands damp with sweat stuck to her forehead, her breathing still not fully calmed. Lei Zhaorong gently tucked the hair that stuck to her forehead behind her ear. Guanlin turned over, raising a pair of large misty eyes to look at him. Honey. Her voice was lower than usual, tinged with a rare shyness. I didn't come this month. Lei Zhaorong's hand paused. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly sat up straight from his lazy position, looking down into her eyes. What do you mean? Guanlin bit her lip and nodded, burying her face in his chest, squeezing closer into his embrace. Her voice muffled against him, but each word sounded like laughter. You're going to be a dad. His hand rested on her still flat belly, unable to feel anything through the silk nightgown, but he could sense the rise and fall of her breath, faster and lighter than usual, like a little bird that had finally found its nest. He lowered his head, his lips brushing against her forehead, whispering a sentence that only she could hear. Outside, the tide was rising in Qinshui Bay. Waves surged in layers, crashing against the rocks and breaking into white foam, then retreating only to surge back again. On November 27th, in the evening, as Tang Zhonghua pushed open the study door, his footsteps were quicker than usual. Lei Zhaorong was bent over the table, flipping through the stock report of Iha, and when he raised his head and saw Tang's expression, he put down his pen. Lei Zhou has had an incident. Tang Zhonghua lowered his voice. Half an hour ago, he poisoned himself at the Kowloon residence and was discovered by his family, urgently sent to the hospital. He has been saved and is not in life-threatening danger. The hospital said he needs to be observed for a few more days. Lei Zhaorong lightly tapped his fingers on the table. He turned off the record of Zhou's text message on the system panel, the last line on the screen still glowing. Confidence level 68% and still decreasing. Today is the 27th. Prepare the car. No need to go to the hospital tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany Guanlin for her prenatal checkup as planned, and after the checkup, I will go there. Tang Zhonghua nodded and turned to leave. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, his fingers hovering above the keyboard. A day earlier than in his past life, the deviation in Chun Yunyan's emotional trajectory was already pulling at the thread of destiny. He closed his notebook and walked to the window. Outside, the shallow water bay was receding. The living room was only illuminated by a single floor lamp. Guanlin was nestled on the sofa, a cashmere shawl draped over her legs, cradling a cup of warm milk in her hands. Her abdomen was still flat, showing no signs, but her posture on the sofa was more cautious than usual. Lei Zhaorong sat beside her, lifting her hand to rest in his palm. She gently pressed his hand against her abdomen, her voice soft, as if afraid to disturb something. It's almost 2 months now. She looked down at her belly, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. I feel it's a girl. She's very well behaved, not fussing at all. Lei Zhaorong slowly stroked her hand with his thumb, remaining silent as he pulled her closer into his embrace. Chen Yunian came downstairs holding an empty teacup. When she reached the corner of the staircase, her steps suddenly halted. In the glow of the living room lamp, Guanlin's head rested against Lei Zhaorong's shoulder, her legs curled up on the sofa, resembling a cat that had found its nest. Her footsteps paused for a moment. A strange tightness surged in her chest. It wasn't due to sadness. It was because she realized that in that fleeting moment the thought that floated into her mind was not, "They are so loving. But if the person leaning on that shoulder were me?" The thought pierced her like a needle suddenly stabbing in from an unknown place, leaving her no time to react. She tightened her grip on the empty teacup, silently retreating back to the hallway corner, her back pressed against the cold wall. The wallpaper's pattern pressed against her shoulder blade. She stood in the dark for 2 seconds, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then walked back down the stairs. She deliberately made her footsteps louder than before. "Why you?" Guanlin peeked her head out from the sofa. "Come sit. I'm going for a prenatal checkup tomorrow, and you will accompany me." Chen Yunian sat down at the other end of the sofa, avoiding looking at Lei Zhaorong. She picked up Guanlin's milk cup, pretended to take a sip, and when she put it down, the smile at the corner of her mouth was exactly the same as usual. "Okay." On November 28th, in the morning at the obstetrics and gynecology department of Yanghe Hospital. On the ultrasound screen, a small black dot was gently jumping, resembling a sesame seed swaying slightly in the wind. Guanlin lay on the examination bed, one hand held by Lei Zhaorong, the other pointing at the screen, her voice strained with laughter. "Look, it's moving." The doctor adjusted his glasses, smiling as he said the embryo was developing well, all indicators were normal, and the due date was in July next year. When Guanlin came out of the ultrasound room, she was holding Chen Yunian's hand, her face still glowing with excitement from earlier. "The doctor said the due date is in July next year, and it's a summer baby." Chen Yunian tilted her head to look at her, suddenly laughing. "Then we should call you Guan Summer from now on." Guanlin was taken aback for a moment, then pushed her. The two of them burst into laughter in the hallway, and the nurses at the nearby nurse station turned to look. Lei Zhaorong followed behind, watching Guanlin laugh with her eyes squinting, his mouth involuntarily curving upward. Their laughter echoed in the hallway for several seconds before gradually fading. Then they turned a corner, and at the end of the hallway was another elevator, leading to the inpatient department. Guanlin's laughter quieted. She glanced at Lei Zhaorong. Lei Zhaorong nodded. At the end of the hallway of the Yanghe Hospital inpatient department, in a single patient room. When the door opened, a pale-faced man lay on the hospital bed. His arm was wrapped in bandages, his lips cracked and peeling, and his eyes were hollow like 2 empty pits. The sunlight from outside shone in, falling on his gaunt face, making the fine beads of sweat glisten. When Zhou Fa saw Chen Yunian standing at the door, tears welled up in his eyes. They weren't the kind of tears squeezed out intentionally, but those that had built up for a long time and finally burst forth. He opened his mouth, his voice sounding as if crushed hoarse to the point of only being a breath. "Are you?" "I'm sorry." Chen Yunian stood at the door, not immediately stepping inside. She felt Guanlin's hand gently press against her back, pushing her forward just a little. Then that hand withdrew. She walked in and sat up straight in the hard wooden chair beside the bed. "My mother has always opposed me being with you. Every time she calls, she cries, saying I'm unfilial and that I don't care about her feelings." Zhou Fa's voice was intermittent, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I was caught in the middle, unable to do anything. When you said to break up, I didn't try to hold on, because I didn't deserve it. As a man, I couldn't even protect the woman I loved." His voice broke, and he curled up on the bed. Chen Yunian quietly sat there listening to him finish. She didn't interrupt, didn't comfort, just listened quietly. Then she reached out, picked up the water cup from the bedside table, and helped him take a sip. Her movements were gentle, like a nurse caring for a stranger. "I no longer blame you. It's all in the past." When she said this, she realized her voice was calm. There was none of the pain from when she first saw Lei Zhaorong on the terrace a few months ago, her shoulders shaking with tears, nor the hatred of biting her pillow while curled up under the covers during sleepless nights, not even pity. She simply looked at him with calmness, as if observing a page of an old book that had already been turned. Zhou Fa took the water cup, his fingers still trembling. He wiped his face with his hand, his voice steadier than before. "This time I survived a great calamity. I plan to put an end to this chapter." He raised his head to look at her, his eyes still red. "You should also find someone. You deserve a really wonderful person." Chen Yunian stood up, placed the water cup back on the bedside table, and turned to leave the room. Her footsteps were steady. Guanlin was waiting for her at the door, reaching out to hold her hand. She walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped, looking back at the already closed door. Then she turned to Guanlin and smiled. The smile was light and faint, but there was a glimmer in her eyes. Lei Zhaorong was waiting for them at the end of the hallway. The morning light streamed in through the window at the end of the hallway, casting a long silhouette of him. Chen Yunian looked at the upright figure against the light. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She lowered her head and tightened her grip on Guanlin's hand. A month later at the shallow water bay villa. The Christmas decorations had not yet been taken down, and a few golden bells still hung on the Christmas tree in the corner of the living room. Outside the window, the sea surface was turned a light gray by the winter sun, the waves small, lapping slowly against the beach, the rhythm lazy and slow. Lei Zhaorong was reviewing the latest stock change report sent by Manager Chun in the study. In the past week, EHA stocks had increased by 1.3% in the secondary market with an average price of $9. Combined with previous holdings, the cumulative shareholding ratio was steadily rising. The 8% pledged shares of Nabijian had less than a month until expiration, and Manager Chun had already been in contact with the bank with steady progress. Less than 2 points remained to reach the final goal. Someone knocked on the door. "Come in." The door opened a crack, then slowly swung open. Chun Yunian stood at the door holding a cup of freshly brewed pour tea. The dark brown tea was still steaming in the cup, and the aroma wafted through the crack of the door. She was wearing a light gray home sweater, her long hair loosely tied back with a deep blue hairband. "Rongu, I brewed you a cup of tea." She placed the tea on the table, the cup making a very light clink as she set it down. Then she did not leave immediately but sat down in the chair beside him. She crossed her hands over her knees, her thumbs rubbing against each other a few times. "Why do you always seem to know some things in advance?" It wasn't an accusation nor a doubt. Her tone carried a cautious curiosity, like someone standing before a glass display case in a museum reaching out a hand but not daring to touch. Lei Zhaorong looked up. Her gaze met his without flinching. He pondered for a moment. "Since I was young, I have been sensitive to numbers and trends. After making enough judgments, I naturally have some premonitions. What I said to you on the terrace that time was also derived from your emotional state at that moment. You were completely trapped in the past then. When one is in the abyss, they cannot see the way." Chun Yunian stared at him for several seconds. Then she suddenly smiled. The way she smiled was different from Guanlin. Guanlin was delicate, she was serene. The curve of her smile was shallow, but the glimmer in her eyes stretched long. "Thank you." She stood up, paused at the door, then turned around. "Rongu, good night." The door gently closed behind her. Lei Zhaorong took a sip of the pour tea. The temperature. On December 31st, 1982, New Year's Eve. On the terrace of the shallow water bay villa, the cold wind carried the salty scent of the sea, blowing in waves. In the distance, fireworks were bursting over Victoria Harbor, golden and red bursts rising and falling, casting half the sky in alternating brightness and darkness. Guanlin leaned against Lei Zhaorong's embrace, wrapped in a thick cashmere shawl. The 2-month pregnancy had not yet shown any changes in her waist, but as she leaned on his chest, she instinctively protected her abdomen. Suddenly she grasped his hand and exclaimed excitedly. It moved. She pressed his hand against her slightly protruding abdomen, looking up at him, her eyes sparkling with light. "The baby kicked me today?" Lei Zhaorong looked down, his eyes wide in disbelief. "It's only been 2 months. How could it kick?" Guanlin was taken aback for a second, then annoyed punched him playfully. "I said it did." He planted a kiss on her forehead. Fireworks exploded behind them, illuminating the entire shallow water bay. In the living room downstairs, Chun Yunian stood alone by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the fireworks. She held a glass of red wine, but had barely taken a sip. Her reflection in the glass was illuminated by the fireworks flickering from bright to dark. Laughter and thumping sounds from upstairs reached her ears. As she listened, a smile began to form at the corner of her mouth. Then she gently shook her head at her reflection in the glass. She returned to her guest room, closed the door, and sat on the edge of the bed to open her diary. The pen tip moved across the paper with a rustling sound. Outside, the fireworks continued to explode, golden light flashing through the curtain gaps, illuminating the characters on the paper in a flickering manner. At the last line, she paused for a moment, then wrote, "They are my family. This is just fine." She closed the diary and turned off the desk lamp. In the dark, she lay on the bed with her eyes open as another firework exploded outside, illuminating the entire ceiling for a moment. Then the room fell back into darkness. She spoke a sentence to the ceiling, her voice soft like a self-talk. "Happy New Year, Zhaorong." Then she realized what she suddenly turned over, pulling the blanket over her head, curling up into a ball, her knees drawn to her chest, her hands tightly grasping the corners of the blanket. Fireworks were still exploding outside. In early January 1983, Luo Yongfa spread a piece of intelligence before Lei Zhaorong, the plastic cover of the folder marked with the insignia of Mitsui Co.'s Hong Kong subsidiary. His movements were more hurried than usual, the pages rustling as he flipped through them. Leishing Mitsui has consecutively acquired 3 local wholesalers and 2 medium-sized logistics companies over the past month. The speed and breadth of their actions left the entire retail and wholesale industry in Xinjiang caught off guard. Lei Zhaorong opened the intelligence, his gaze sweeping over the names of the acquired companies. 2 daily chemical wholesalers, 1 packaged food wholesaler, 2 freight companies, and 1 warehouse leasing enterprise. Sato's ambitions were larger than he had anticipated. The combined storage and transportation network of these companies already covered over 70% of traditional retail terminals in Xinjiang. Mitsui's goal is very clear. Luo Yongfa traced a line on the intelligence with his finger. They aim to integrate the entire industry by controlling the wholesale and logistics of major daily necessities. They plan to cut off by lease channels, completely eliminating middlemen, preventing convenience stores from obtaining goods. But they are unaware of one thing. Lei Zhaorong closed the intelligence. Luo Yongfa continued by Li has long bypassed middlemen. Our toothpaste, soap towels, and bulk snacks are all supplied directly from manufacturers under exclusive contracts for 5 years. Even if Mitsui acquires all the middlemen in Xiangjiang, they won't affect our supply of seeds. Luo Yongfa's eyes brightened, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. What was the name of the logistics company you acquired earlier? Datong Logistics. Luo Yongfa straightened his back. It has been operational for over a month, specifically handling deliveries for Bai Li convenience stores. All 30 trucks were emblazoned with Bai Li's green logo with a 100 delivery rate to stores. The 2 freight companies acquired by Mitsui primarily handled trunk transportation from the docks to wholesale markets, unable to manage last-mile deliveries. Protect our channels. Let Mitsui stir things up outside. Understood. Sato met someone in a private room at the Peninsula Hotel. The door to the private room was tightly shut, the heating ample. Sato, dressed in a deep blue suit, wore metallic-framed glasses that reflected the cold light. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man in a gray tang suit, a cup of untouched Longjing tea before him. Lu Sang China Bus is a highly valuable company. Mitsui Co. hopes to invest as a strategic investor. The 11.5 stake you hold is an excellent. Lu, the man, took a sip of tea and did not respond immediately. Lei Zhaorong opened the system panel in his study at the Shallow Water Bay Villa, inputting today's search terms Mitsui Co. China Bus. A silver message popped up. Event Mitsui Co. has reached a preliminary intention with Liu's family, the 3rd largest shareholder of China Bus, to acquire 11.5 of its shares with an offer of approximately 42 million Hong Kong dollars. Upon completion of the transaction, Mitsui would gain an observer seat on the board of China Bus, further penetrating the public transportation network in Xiangjiang. Confidence level 86. He turned off the panel and picked up the phone, dialing Luo Yongfa's number. Old Luo Sato is in contact with the Lu family of China Bus. They want to buy the 11.5 stake held by the Lu family. Luo Yongfa's voice immediately rose by an octave on the other end of the line. We cannot allow Mitsui to enter the board of China Bus. China Bus has over 20 routes overlapping with some of Kowloon bus lines. If they manipulate things in the board meeting, it could impact our bus fleet's scheduling and passenger flow. Give me the current contact number for the head of the Wang family. The call connected. A young yet composed voice came through. Lei Sheng, I've heard much about you. Wang Sheng. Mitsui is in contact with the Lu family. They are interested in China Bus. A moment of silence passed on the other end, then Wang Sheng chuckled, his laughter tinged with an unmistakable coldness. My grandfather was once cheated by Japanese capital. Shares of China Bus cannot be sold to Japanese capital. This is a rule set by the Wang family, and it has never been broken. He paused, his tone shifting from cold to warm. But if Lei Sheng wants, we can discuss. I trust Chinese capital, but not Japanese capital. Lei Zhaorong's lips curled slightly upward. Good. Whatever price Mitsui offers, Tinglong will match it. The 11.5 from the Lu family combined with your Wang family's existing shares, plus a bit for minority shareholders. Let's aim for over 25. Get into the board, secure the observer seat. China Bus doesn't need to rush for full acquisition. Oh, let's form an alliance. Wang family plus Tinglong, keeping Mitsui out. It's a deal. After hanging up, Lei Zhaorong told Luo Yongfa the Wang family has refused Mitsui. We'll take over that 11.5 from the Lu family. You can gradually acquire the rest from the secondary market, aiming for over 25. Luo Yongfa closed his notebook, unable to suppress a smile. Mitsui spent a month setting this trap, and we dismantled it with a single phone call. When Li Fei pushed open the door, he placed a report on Lei Zhaorong's desk. The cover of the report had no title, only several lines of densely packed transportation price comparison data. Lei Sheng. Mitsui's logistics companies have begun to unite, with local freight companies raising the transportation prices from the docks to the city by approximately 15 overall. The actions are very covert, with each company's price increase being minor, but cumulatively it exerts considerable pressure on chain convenience stores reliant on external logistics. Bai Li does not rely on external logistics. Luo Yongfa interjected. All 30 trucks from Datong Logistics are marked with Bai Li's green logo, and all drivers have signed labor contracts with delivery times precise to the minute. Even if they raise prices, we remain unaffected. Lei Zhaorong finished reading the report, his expression calm. Mitsui's move is not aimed at Bai Li. It's aimed at all competitors. They want to crush those chain stores without their own logistics by squeezing logistics costs, clearing the market first, and then coming back to negotiate with Bai Li. There's another line of attack. Luo Yongfa leaned forward slightly. Mitsui is in contact with a terminal company in Kwaicheng looking. That company mainly handles unloading containers of imported daily necessities. If Mitsui gains control, they could create obstacles for goods coming from Southeast Asia at the docks. Mitsui cannot obtain the Kwaicheng terminal. Lei Zhaorong's tone was casual. The controlling stake in HIT is in my hands, and I also control the shipping routes. With our own ships, our own routes, and our own terminals, Mitsui cannot seal off Bai Li at sea. He closed Li Fei's report and pushed it aside. We have bypassed middlemen in our supply chain. We have Datong for logistics, and we have HIT for shipping and terminal operations. Every link in Bai Li's supply chain does not require Mitsui. Luo Yongfa exchanged glances with Li Fei, and they fell silent. In the private room at the Peninsula Hotel, Sato finished reading the latest report sent by Matsumoto Kenichi and remained silent for a long time. Every conclusion in the report pointed to the same result. Mitsui found no gaps in the supply chain of Baili convenience stores. Wholesalers had been acquired, but Baili did not rely on wholesalers. Logistics companies had raised prices, but Baili had its own fleet. The plan to acquire a stake in the terminal was blocked by HIT's controlling power. Attempts to obstruct shipping routes to the Southeast Asian lanes had already been thwarted by Lei Zhaorong acquiring the 2 ships and the operating rights from Jardine Matheson. He closed the folder. The veins on the back of his hand slightly protruded. This time we've hit a dead end. His assistant lowered his head, waiting for instructions. Check Baile's recent purchase list. See if there is anything that requires passing through Country R. They have exclusive contracts for products made in China, so find those made in Country R. The assistant stood up, bowed, and quickly exited the private room. Sato picked up the cup of cold sake on the table, gazing out at the hazy skyline of Kowloon Peninsula. He silently took a sip. On the terrace of the shallow water bay villa, the sun shone brightly, and the sea breeze rustled the leaves of the palm trees by the shore. Guanlin nestled in a rattan chair, her protruding belly already showing a gentle curve beneath her loose home dress. Beside her small round table sat a cup of warm honey water and a plate of sliced apples. Chen Yunyang sat opposite her, holding a partially read novel, yet her gaze was not on the pages. In the distance, the surface of Victoria Harbor shimmered with fine golden light under the sun, while a faint fragrance of chrysanthemum tea floated in the air. A few white petals from a frangipani tree in the corner of the garden had fallen on the grass, untouched by the maid. Guanlin put down her honey water and turned her head to look at Chen Yunyang. After watching for a while, she saw Chen Yunyang sense her gaze and lift her head. You like Ronga too, don't you? Her voice was soft, her tone flat, as if asking, isn't the weather nice today? Chen Yunyang's entire body stiffened. Her fingers tightened at the edge of the page, knuckles turning white, the paper crinkling under her grip. She opened her mouth, but made no sound. On the terrace, only the rustling of the palm leaves in the wind and the rhythm of the waves crashing against the shore remained. Then she lowered her head. It was a gesture of having all her secrets seen through, with no time to hide or any place to conceal. Alin, I do like Rongo. Her voice was dry and soft, but he is your husband. I only think about it in my heart. I have never crossed the line. Guanlin stood up from the rattan chair, moved to sit beside Chen Yunyang, and wrapped her arm around her shoulder. Chen Yunyang's shoulders trembled like a bird soaked in rain. You don't worry. Guanlin's voice was soft like freshly sun-dried cotton. I am not here to blame you. Rongo is so outstanding, isn't it normal to like him? Those women outside are all eager to throw themselves into his arms. If I were to get angry at every one of them, I would have been furious long ago. She pulled Chen Yunyang into her embrace. I hope we sisters can become true family in the future. Let's join forces to keep all those buzzing bees and butterflies out. Chen Yunyang lifted her head, her eyes misty. She looked at Guanlin's smiling face, her lips moved a few times, and the voice that finally came out was almost a whisper. Why? Aren't you angry? Guanlin rested her chin on the top of her head, her smile deepening. Because you are the one I chose for myself. Chen Yunyang said nothing more. In mid-January 1983, the 8th share of Jardine Matheson pledged to HSBC triggered the mandatory liquidation clause. The bank listed 45 million shares of Jardine Matheson in one go on the market, and manager Chen purchased all of them through 7 separate accounts within 3 trading days at an average price of 8 Hong Kong dollars per share, utilizing approximately 396 million Hong Kong dollars. With the continuous accumulation of shares over the past 2 months, Lei Zhaorong held a total of over 23 million shares of Jardine Matheson, accounting for 33.7% of the total share capital. He was less than 1 percentage point away from the critical threshold of 1/3. He wrote down the latest shareholding data in his notebook, pressing the pen down hard. 33.7%. The web of Jardine Matheson's third phase had already been woven. The 10 share that Katik held was still pledged to him, and the 600 million loan had yet to be disbursed. HSBC supported him, and Standard Chartered needed to recover its principal and even make a profit, so it would definitely support a new chairman who could make Jardine Matheson profitable. He personally held 1/3 of Jardine Matheson's shares, while HSBC owned 13. The 10 that manager Chen secretly acquired was not something Lei Zhaorong intended to reveal. He planned to keep it as a trump card. No one could make Jardine Matheson more profitable than him. He put down his pen and picked up the phone to call Zhang Chenggang's number. Chenggang. The 2 board seats of Jardine Matheson were already in internal operation. Now apply to convene the next board meeting. No rush, just follow the normal procedure. The 3rd phase awaits the next financial report window, where he would play all 3 cards at once: the liquidation of the pledged shares of the new wall, Katik's pledge, and Standard Chartered's debt. Understood. I will arrange it. He hung up the phone and leaned back in his chair. Outside the window, the sea surface of Victoria Harbor was sliced by the winter sun into bright and dark halves, and the sound of cargo ship horns echoed from afar, deep and long. After the failure of the logistics blockade, Sato had spent a week in the Peninsula Hotel suite reviewing the inventory list of Bailey. He found a breakthrough point: domestically produced specialty snacks and daily necessities from Sakura. The shelves of Bailey were currently filled with mainland products and local brands, leaving Japanese goods completely absent. He intended to use Mitsui's channel for Japanese goods as a unique supply condition to insert a nail into Bailey's differentiated product line. When the news came back, through Li Fei's intelligence network, Lei Zhaorong was at the Kowloon bus headquarters in Lai Chi Kok discussing Bailey's monthly report with Luo Yongfa. Sato wants to use Sakura's specialties to block our unique product line. Luo Yongfa placed the intelligence summary on the table. Lei Zhaorong glanced at it, but did not respond. There's no need for him to provide Sakura's specialties. Bailey can launch its own line of Japanese snacks. The mainland food factories have the RD capability, and replicating any flavor is not difficult. We can bypass all of Mitsui's channels and not use a single candy from them. Luo Yongfa laughed and quickly jotted down the key points in his notebook. Understood. Sakura's people want exclusivity. We will use mainland manufacturers. We'll have the design team from Sino design the packaging, and the flavor formulas will be developed by mainland food factories. As long as we register a company in Sakura and use a Sakura name, it'll be fine. And one more thing. Directly contact world-renowned snack brands, Nestle, Mars, Latte, Meiji, to negotiate exclusive agency rights in Hong Kong. No need to go through Mitsui. We will sign directly with the brand headquarters. Mitsui has very few chess pieces left to play on this line with Bailey. Luo Yongfa closed his notebook, unable to suppress a smile. When Shi Lansheng pushed the door open, she was holding a sales monthly report. The cover was embossed with the golden logo of Sino Apparel, and the thin pages felt heavy in her hands. Lei Sheng, the first report card of Sino in the mainland. The flagship store in Shenzhen's Lehu has been open for 2 months, with monthly sales exceeding 5 million Hong Kong dollars. 5 million 1 month, one store. When we held meetings discussing the first flagship store, everyone was saying, testing the waters. Now we have already gauged the temperature of the water. She spread the report on the table, pointing with her finger to the bold sales figure. The flagship stores in Wangfujing, Beijing, and Huaihai Road, or Shanghai, have completed renovations and can open around the Lantern Festival. Please turn this figure into an internal report and send it to the secretaries of those at the Chinese Business Roundtable. Last time at the meeting, Hoing Tung patted my shoulder and said he wanted me to prepare a mainland special. Sino's report card perfectly demonstrates the consumption capacity in the mainland. 5 million 1 month, one store. This figure is more useful than any analysis report. Include data with photos, a real scene picture of the queue at the Shenzhen flagship store, along with a bar chart of sales to give those still on the sidelines a clear idea. Shi Lansheng took notes in her notebook and looked up with a smile. Lei Sheng, you want to make them eager. Those on the sidelines need a reason to convince themselves to place a bet. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, saying, giving them a concrete war report is more persuasive than any analysis report. The restaurant in the shallow water bay villa. The dinner table was laid out with 4 dishes and a soup, and Guan Lin's appetite during her pregnancy had become much more discerning. Tonight's meal was personally cooked by Chun Yunyang. She said she had learned a few dishes from a Teochew chef while filming in the past, and Guan Lin had been mulling over wanting to eat Teochew cuisine for 2 days. Chen Yunyang put down her chopsticks and looked up at Lei Zhaorong. The light fell on her eyelashes, casting 2 faint shadows. Ronggu. Her voice was soft, but all 3 people at the dining table heard it. This was her first time calling him Ronggu instead of Lei Sheng. During this time with you and Lin, I've learned a lot. Her fingers gently rubbed the edge of the tablecloth, her tone steady, as if she had prepared for a long time. I used to feel like a floating weed on the water without roots. Now it's different. I will stay at Tenglong Film and Television to act well, not leaving. She smiled faintly, but there was light in her eyes. It's all in the past. Guan Lin, sitting opposite her, held half a bowl of soup without drinking. Although Chen Yunyang said it's all in the past, she sensed the layer of unspoken feelings beneath those words. She put down the spoon without breaking the silence, and simply reached across the table, her fingertips lightly brushing against Chun Yunyang's hand. In the deep night, the study of the shallow water bay villa. Lei Zhaorong opened his notebook and turned to the page on holding 33. 7 of the shares with Katik's remaining 5. 3 still pledged. The 2 board seats had already been operational within Jardine Matheson. The next step is to join forces with other minority shareholders to reorganize the board. Mitsui's actions on the Bailey front had basically declared bankruptcy. Supply chain, logistics, shipping, and ports, all 4 defensive lines had been secured, and now the unique product line was also bypassing them. The mainland Sino flagship store's monthly sales exceeded 5 million. The environmental assessment report for Tinshui was still progressing, and Atkins' preliminary survey had been completed. He put down his pen, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside, the night fog was dissipating, and the ship lights on Victoria Harbor were lighting up one by one, bright and clear. In January 1983, the main line had already been tied to the wrist of Hong Kong. Rome. Guan Lin's voice came from the bedroom, accompanied by a light laugh. The baby just kicked me. He turned around and walked toward the bedroom. He paused at the door, hearing Guan Lin softly laughing and talking to her. Leaning against the door frame, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. How nice, he whispered to himself, his voice light. Guan Lin nestled at the head of the bed, her rounded belly visible under her silk nightgown, forming a gentle and full curve. She placed her palm on her belly, feeling the little life gently turn in her hands. Lei Zhaorong came over and sat by the bed, placing his hand over hers, his thumb slowly rubbing over her knuckles. Guanlin looked up at him, her eyes suddenly holding an additional layer of something else. She softly said that she was now pregnant and could not serve him for the next few months. Her fingers lightly scratched his palm, then she told him that she had agreed with you would marry him, with her becoming an inseparable family. After saying that, she paused, tilting her head to look at him, asking if he also had feelings for you. Lei Zhaorong's fingers stopped on the back of her hand. He opened his mouth and then closed it again. Ultimately, he awkwardly rubbed his nose, lowering his gaze to meet her eyes. You decide. Guanlin burst out laughing, burying her face into his chest, shaking her shoulders with laughter. She whispered a sentence that only he could hear, then looked up, her eyes shining bright. On February 1, 1983, in the early morning, Lei Zhaorong stood by the window of the study in the Shallow Bay Villa, holding half a cup of warm coffee. Outside the window, the skyline of Victoria Harbor was split in half by the rising sun, one side golden and the other gray-blue, with the circular windows of the Jardine house casting a long reflection on the water. He set down the coffee cup and opened his notebook to the page about Jardine. Next to 33.7, he drew a horizontal line with the pen tip and wrote a new number below, 43.7. Manager Chen had completed a secret acquisition through 7 dispersed accounts last Friday. He did not intend to reveal the last 10. A silver message unfolded in his field of vision. February 1, 1983, a Jardine special shareholders meeting. Probability of Mr. Neo Bijian's dismissal 97. Lei Zhaorong's gaze lingered on those two numbers for 2 seconds. February 1st, which is today. The clock on the wall pointed to 7 o'clock. There were 3 hours left until the door of the Jardine house opened. He closed the notebook. The curve of his lips was very shallow, so subtle that only he knew. Neo Bijian, you have 3 hours left in your era. At this moment the phone rang. Lei Sheng. Zhang Chunggang's voice came through the receiver. The notice for the special shareholders meeting has been confirmed. At 10 o'clock in the morning in the boardroom of Jardine House, there was only one agenda item: dismissal of Mr. Neo Bijian from the position of chairman of the board and the election of a new chairman. Understood. He hung up the phone, picked up the suit jacket draped over the chair. He paused at the door, glancing back at the open notebook on the table. Outside the boardroom of Jardine House at 9:40 a.m., Lei Zhaorong had just turned the corner of the corridor when the independent director Chapman sent by HSBC approached him. He lowered his voice, speaking a beat faster than usual. Mr. Shenbai has asked me to convey a message. HSBC's 3 board seats are all behind you today. Lei Sheng, the Standard Chartered Credit Committee has passed a resolution agreeing to prioritize the syndication loan agency rights for Jardine over the next 3 years to Standard Chartered. Provided that, Greenwood's lips curled slightly, after today you will be the chairman of Jardine. I recall Mr. Martin Crawford voted in favor at last week's credit meeting. Lei Zhaorong shook his hand, his tone as calm as if discussing the whether this favor will be returned by Jardine. A hint of surprise flashed in Greenwood's eyes. He didn't expect Lei Zhaorong to know the voting details of Standard Chartered's internal credit meeting. Zhang Chunggang pushed the door out of the conference room, hurrying to Lei Zhaorong's side, whispering in his ear, Mr. Katurki's secretary just called. Mr. Katurki will speak at the meeting as a personal shareholder. He asked me to tell you in advance. His speech content is beneficial to you. Lei Zhaorong's expression remained calm as he pushed open the heavy oak door of the conference room. The door's hinges let out a deep, muffled sound like the last gasp of some bygone era. At the long table, 12 directors of Jardine Group and representatives from over 20 institutional shareholders were already seated. All eyes turned towards the door in unison. Neo Bijian sat in the chairman's seat, his complexion pale, but his back remained straight. His fingers pressed down on a document, knuckles turning white. Lei Zhaorong walked to the other end of the long table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The two men locked gazes across the entire oak long table. Neo Bijian's eyes resembled an old wolf pushed to the brink of a cliff. No one in the conference room spoke. The air was thick like congealed oil. At 10 o'clock sharp, Chapman stood up. Dear shareholders, today's special shareholders meeting has only one agenda item: the dismissal of Mr. Neo Bijian from the position of chairman of the board and the election of a new chairman. According to Article 16, Clause 7 of the Jardine Company Articles, board members holding less than 1% of shares can be dismissed by a simple majority at the shareholders' meeting. The 8% of Jardine shares pledged by Mr. Neo Bijian to the bank has been forcibly transferred in full last week. Currently, he personally holds less than 0.5% of Jardine shares. Therefore, this proposal complies with the provisions of the articles. He sat down. A brief silence fell along the long table. Neo Bijian slowly stood up. His fingers pressed against the table, trembling slightly. I still have 2 years left in my term as chairman. His voice was hoarse, but he was still struggling. I have already drafted an outline for Jardine's restructuring plan. Give me 6 months and Jardine's debt ratio can be reduced to below 60%. I am the one who knows this company best. The Standard Chartered representative Greenwood opened a document, his tone cold. Mr. Neobijian, you mentioned the restructuring plan. But before discussing the future, I would like all shareholders to take a look at the financial forecast report of the Land and Development Company for 1983. He pushed the report to the center of the table. Neobijian picked up the report and flipped to the last page. His fingers suddenly tightened. The edges of the paper were crumpled into a deep crease. This is impossible. His words cut off midway as he realized that this number was real. The projected loss for land and development in 1983 is $1 583 billion. Greenwood turned the report to the next page. This number exceeds the total profit of the entire Jardine Group over the past 3 years. Neobijian's fingers slipped from the report. Silence lasted for nearly half a minute. Then his gaze shifted to Katurki. That was his last lifeline. Katurki stood up, cleared his throat. He did not look at Neobijian, but faced all shareholders. The Katurki family holds 5.3% of Jardine Group shares. As a family representative, I would like to say a few words. Over the past 3 years, the decision-making mistakes at Jardine are not the fault of one person. But only one person must bear the consequences. Mr. Lei Zhaorong currently holds 33.7% of Jardine Group shares and is the absolute controlling shareholder. He has the ability, planning, and capital to revitalize Jardine. The Katurki family is willing to cooperate with the new management to continue holding Jardine shares. I have confidence in his restructuring plan. Katurki paused, his tone shifting from plain to assertive. Therefore, the Katurki family's 3 votes fully support Mr. Lei Zhaorong as the new chairman of the Jardine Group. Neobijian's hand slipped from the table, landing on his knee clenched into a fist. 3 days ago, he had personally visited Katurki's Shallow Bay residence, and they talked for a full 2 hours in the study. Katurki had said, "I will consider it." Now he understood that the true meaning of those 4 words was, "I will not help you." Chapman stood up. HSBC supports Mr. Lei Zhaorong. Greenwood stood up. Standard Chartered supports Mr. Lei Zhaorong. As the 2 bank representatives expressed their stance, the small and medium shareholders on both sides of the long table had already begun whispering. An elderly Jewish shareholder wearing reading glasses took off his glasses to wipe them, mumbling to his companion, "This Hong Kong person was still wandering the streets just 10 months ago." His companion did not respond, merely staring in Lei Zhaorong's direction with a complex expression. Lei Zhaorong stood up from his seat, his gaze sweeping across every face on both sides of the long table, finally landing on Neobijian. His voice was calm, every word like a drop of water falling on the surface of the water. "Mr. Neobijian, before you step down, there is one thing I want to thank you for. You purchased the land and development for $6.7 billion 3 years ago. This left an important asset for Jardine. However, this asset needs a different person to manage it." Neobijian did not respond. He reached out to close the wrinkled financial report of land and development in front of him, supporting himself on the table as he stood up. Chapman announced the voting results. The special shareholders meeting has approved the vote. Mr. Lei Zhaorong is elected as the chairman of the Jardine Group Board of Directors, effective immediately. Katurki was the first to applaud. Then came Standard Chartered, followed by HSBC, and then everyone else. The applause spread from one end of the long table to the other, like waves washing over the rocks. Neobijian turned away from the chairman's seat and walked towards the door. He did not take anything with him. When he reached the door, he paused for a moment without turning back, his voice low. "This position is easy to sit in, but hard to stabilize." Lei Zhaorong's voice came from behind, his tone as calm as stating a well-known fact. "That is your experience, not mine." Neobijian pushed the door open and exited. The door closed gently behind him. Lei Zhaorong walked towards the main seat at the long table, the vacant chairman's chair. He pulled out the chair and sat down, placing his hands on the oak table, his gaze calm and steady. "From today on, the direction of the Jardine Group will be determined by me. Firstly, all non-core assets of land and development will be sold off, with a plan to be presented within a month, retaining only Grade A office buildings and shopping centers in the core area of Central, bringing the debt ratio below a safe line. Secondly, the shipping sector will completely exit, with warehouses, shipping routes, and vessels sold off in a package, and all liquidated funds used to reduce the group's debt. Third," he paused. Several shareholders on both sides of the long table held their breath simultaneously. The elderly Jewish shareholder with reading glasses nudged his companion with his elbow, his lips moving silently, as if saying he really did it. "Jardine will no longer be a British-funded firm. Jardine is the Jardine of Hong Kong." Katurki was the first to applaud. In the late night, in the study of the Shallow Bay Villa, Lei Zhaorong wrote the last line in his notebook on the page about Jardine. February 1st, a shareholders' meeting voted and passed, officially taking over as chairman of Jardine. Neobijian exits the board. Katurki retains 5 free equity as a cooperating shareholder. HSBC and Standard Chartered fully support. Just as he was about to close the notebook, a silver message popped up from the system. Related hint: the news of Jardine's change of ownership will be reported tomorrow. Sato from Mitsui Co. has called an emergency meeting overnight. A recording fragment of the meeting showed Sato's original words: "Lei Zhaorong now holds the dock, shipping routes, warehouses for Jardine, in addition to the cell phone logistics fleet and bus stop stores of Bailey. He has connected the entire import and retail channel of daily necessities from sea to land. All our previous lockdowns of Lei have completely failed. Now it's not us locking him out, it's him locking us out. Get all the information on everyone around Lei Zhaorong. Family, subordinates, partners, everyone. Mitsui headquarters demanded Sato to provide a new countermeasure plan within a month, not targeting the supply chain anymore, but directly targeting Lei Zhaorong himself. Confidence level 85%. He looked at the last sentence, directly targeting Lei Zhaorong himself. His fingers lightly tapped twice on the table. Then he picked up the pen, flipped to the page in the notebook marked Mitsui Ko. In Sato's name, he drew an arrow pointing to two characters. Waiting for you. Arong. Guanlin's voice came from the bedroom, laced with a light laugh. The baby kicked me again. He closed the notebook, the curve of his lips warming from cold to warm. He stood up and walked towards the bedroom. When he reached the door, he glanced back at the cover of the notebook on the desk. The inner side of the cover had a line written on the day he was expelled from the Lei family. The Lei family is my Lei Zhaorong's family. Now below this line there is an additional line written, tonight Jardine is my Lei Zhaorong's Jardine. There is also a third line, the position left for tomorrow. Outside the window, the night of Victoria Harbor was fragmented by the boat lights, each light, like a chess piece, still able to fall. The morning after the Evergreen Holdings shareholders meeting, Lei Zhaorong sat in his study at the Repulse Bay Villa, opening his notebook. The two characters he had written last night, wait for you, now dry and faint. A silver system notification appeared on screen. Association alerts Sato of Mitsui Bus and has engaged a private investigation agency to obtain full dossiers on Lei Zhaorong and all individuals closely associated with him. The initial list included Guanlin, Chen Yunyan, Luo Yongfa, Wang Mingyuan, Lu Mintao, and Shi Lanqing. The agency estimated 7 to 10 working days for the complete report. Confidence level 88. His gaze lingered on the name, Guanlin, first on the list. His finger remained motionless upon the desk for precisely 10 seconds. Then he picked up the phone and dialed Director Zu's number. His opening words were calm, so unervingly steady that even he was taken aback. Director Su, how many of the 5 veterans you sent previously are still willing to come to Hong Kong? He hung up. The second call went to Zhang Qinggang. Qinggang, identify every licensed security firm in Hong Kong. Size irrelevant. I want one acquired as swiftly as possible. Prioritize those specializing in private bodyguard services, fully licensed with all permits in order. He hung up. The third call went to Shi Lanqing. Miss Shi posts 2 job listings, 2 personal assistants, and 2 confidential secretaries. I must interview each candidate personally. After the 3 calls, he turned to a fresh page in his notebook and wrote 4 characters at the top. Mitsui, you strike at my family, I strike at your foundation. Days later, Courtroom 3, Stanley Magistrates Court. Lei Zhaofu was led into the dock. Months had passed since they last met, and he had wasted away, his prison uniform hanging loosely like an empty sack. His hair was cropped short, revealing an old bluish-white scar across his scalp. His handcuffs clinked softly with each step, a brittle metallic whisper echoing down the stone corridor. The judge's voice resonated through the courtroom as the verdict was read, each syllable landing like a nail driven deep into wood. Defendant Lei Zhaofu guilty on charges of trafficking dangerous drugs. Under the Dangerous Drugs Ordinance, both conspiracy to traffic and possession of dangerous drugs are proven beyond reasonable doubt. Sentenced to life imprisonment to be served concurrently. Only one person sat in the public gallery, Lei Kuan. His hair whitened faster from that day onward. Just days earlier at Stanley Court, it had been mostly gray. Now it was nearly snow white. His back had bowed, his hands rested on his knees, fingers knotted white with tension. Lei Zhaorong did not attend. Lei Zhaowang and Lei Zhaoyue had boarded flights to the United States days earlier, one claiming to launch a startup, the other citing advanced studies. As court officers turned Lei Zhaofu to lead him away, he suddenly wheeled around and shrieked toward the gallery. His voice cracked raw and piercing, rebounding off the courtroom walls. Dad, save me. You promised. Save me. Lei Kuan rose to his feet. His lips trembled, but no sound emerged. The officers guided Lei Zhaofu out through the side door. That single word, Dad, lingered in the hallway for several seconds before fading into silence. The courtroom fell silent once more, save for the low, steady hum of the air conditioning system. Lei Kuan sank back into his seat, as though someone had pulled the central pillar from within him. Outside the courtroom, Lei Kuan leaned against the wall, shuffling slowly forward. His shoes scraped softly over the stone floor. He paused at the exit. Lei Zhaorong stood beside a granite column outside the courthouse, holding an untouched lemon tea. Have you come to watch your brother's humiliation? Lei Kuan's voice was hoarse, barely recognizable. No, Lei Zhaorong replied, placing the lemon tea on a nearby stone ledge. I came to see you. Lei Kuan remained silent for a long while. The clock tower above the courthouse struck noon, 12 heavy bronze chimes settling like weights upon the air. Zhaofu's lawyer said, if evidence could be found proving who truly purchased that shipment, an appeal would be possible. His gaze settled on Lei Zhaorong's face, those once sharp eyes now clouded and dull. Can you? I cannot. Lei Zhaorong cut him off, his tone flat, detached, as if speaking of someone else entirely. Then he turned and walked away. He paused a few steps on, but did not turn back. You showed me what a father should never be. When I have children of my own, I will remember this. He did not wait for Lei Kuen's reply. Instead, he stepped into the afternoon sunlight of Central. The day Lei Zhaorong left, she told no one, not even the household staff. She received an unsigned letter containing only a torn corner of a photograph. Her face unmistakably. That same evening, she stormed into Lei Kuen's study, took 3 antiques, and left a note. Dad, I'm going to the U.S. for advanced studies. Do not worry. The next morning, she hailed a taxi herself and headed straight to Kai Tak Airport. Later, Luo Yongfa informed Lei Zhaorong. She didn't look back, not once. Lei Zhaorong held on 3 days longer. Then he knocked on Lei Kuen's bedroom door and demanded $20 million. Dad, I'm going to the U.S. to start a business. There's no room for me in Hong Kong anymore. Lei Kuen studied him for a long, silent moment, then signed the check. Lei Zhaorong's fingers trembled as he accepted it, not with excitement, but with grim certainty. This was the last large-sum check remaining in his father's hand. He walked out without glancing back. His polished shoes clicked against the marble floor, each footfall receding softer and more distant. Lei Kuen's residence stood empty. 3 sons, one sentenced to life in Stanley Prison, one now chairman of Evergreen Holdings, estranged, irreconcilable, one carrying $20 million to the U.S., ostensibly to build a company, but truly fleeing as far as possible. One daughter, gone across the ocean with his antiques. His hair whitened faster from that day onward. Repulsed, Director Su's return call came 2 days later. We've secured the personnel you requested, 7 veterans, all former servicemen. 3 ranked among the top 10 in their military region's annual combat competitions. The team leader recommends Zhou Taijun, a former deputy company commander of a reconnaissance battalion with command experience over units exceeding 100 personnel. They can arrive in Hong Kong in batches within 2 weeks. Retain them all. Compensation matches that of Tang Zhonghua's team. Each officer receives a fully furnished apartment. Families accompanying them will be resettled by Tunglong Group. Lei Zhaorong wrote a line in his notebook. Zhou Tiejuan 7 personnel, arrival within 2 weeks. Beneath, you strike at my family. On the Mitsui page, he drew a thick black line. Zhang Chenggang progressed faster than expected. Within 3 days, he identified a small but fully licensed firm named Yongin Security, holding a valid firearms license issued by the Hong Kong police force, legally authorized for armed escort and private protection services. Its owner planned to emigrate to Canada and was eager to sell. Price negotiated down to $1 Hong Kong dollar. 3 million, Zhang Chenggang reported, voice brisk. Immediately expand recruitment post-signing, prioritizing local ex-auxiliary police and veteran security professionals. The outgoing owner will remain for 3 months as transition advisor. Well done. Ensure he feels we're building continuity, not seizing his license and abandoning him. Sure Launching's preliminary shortlist arrived the same day. 3 candidates for personal assistant, 2 women, 1 man. All locals, 2 with prior security experience. For candidates for confidential secretary, 1 man, 3 women, including a former civil service officer from the police force with an unblemished record. She added a note. The 2 final appointees will handle daily corporate documentation for Tunglong Group and minute-taking for Evergreen board meetings respectively. Access rights strictly segregated. Lei Zhaorong laid the 3 documents side by side on his desk. Tang Zhonghua's 5-man team handled close protection and external reconnaissance, already battle-tested during the villa assassination attempt. Zhou Tiejuan's 7 officers would arrive in phases to reinforce security at the Repulse Bay Villa, the Kowloon Tong residence, and the daily commutes of Guanlin and Qinyunian. With Yongin Security now holding its firearms license, it could assume fixed-site protection and daytime patrols across all Tunglong Group subsidiaries. The newly hired assistants and secretaries would embed respectively within Tunglong Group headquarters and Evergreen Secretariat, establishing dual intelligence channels. From personal protection to corporate-wide security to centralized intelligence gathering, 3 interlocking defensive layers now fully deployed. He closed the notebook and leaned back in his chair. Beyond the window, Victoria Harbor shimmered under winter sunlight. Gold dust scattered across the water. Half a month later, Macau Chapel of the Bishop's Hill. Perched atop Macau's highest elevation, the chapel offered panoramic views of Nam Van Lake through its stained glass windows. Afternoon light filtered through the rose window, casting shifting patterns of crimson sapphire and gold upon Guanlin's and Qinyunyan's white skirts. Inside, only 4 rows of wooden pews stood empty. No guests, no press. Even Tang Zhonghua waited outside, seated in the car. The officiant was an elderly Portuguese priest whose Mandarin bore a thick accent, pronouncing names with deliberate care. He misread Qinyunian as Qinyujian. Qinyunian laughed. Then halfway through, her eyes glistened with tears. Guanlin stood behind her wearing a loose ivory maternity gown, the swell of her belly unmistakable. She held 2 bouquets of gardenias, one extended to Qinyunian, the other cradled in her arms. Her hand rested steadily upon Qinyunyan's shoulder throughout. During the ring exchange, Lei Zhaorong faced Qinyunyan, voice soft. You were Guanlin's first choice. But from today onward, you are mine too. Then he turned to Guanlin. Their gazes met, steady, unbroken. You were the first to give me your heart. Your place, no one can displace. Guanlin tilted her head aside, brushing quickly beneath her eye with a fingertip. The chapel fell silent, for roughly 3 measured breaths. The rose window light drifted from Guanlin's gown to Chun Yunyin's temple, a silent, luminous benediction. Then Guanlin burst into quiet laughter. Hey, you look absolutely radiant today. Only because Alan chose so well. Chun Yunyin glanced back at Lei Zhaorong, her voice barely louder than sea wind skimming sand. Brother Rong, I finally have a home. That night on the villa's terrace overlooking Nam Van Lake. The lighthouse blinked rhythmically against the night sky. A sea breeze gently swirled the 3 untouched glasses of Portuguese red wine on the table. Guanlin reclined on the lounge chair, one hand resting over her abdomen, nearly asleep. Chun Yunyin sat beside her, carefully draping a light gray cashmere shawl over Guanlin's knees. Lei Zhaorong rose and stepped to the terrace railing, opening his notebook to review the system's latest push. A silver notification appeared. Association alert: Mitsui Bus and has finalized its pressure strategy against Lei Zhaorong. The new approach abandons direct physical threats, instead targeting upstream supply chains of Bailey convenience stores, leveraging collaboration among Japan's 5 largest food conglomerates to impose stringent quality verification clauses on Southeast Asian food ingredient exports. In practice, this obstructs Bailey's designated sourcing channels for Japanese-style snack ingredients. Mitsui's objective is to strangle Bailey's high-margin specialty product lines, not by preventing sales outright, but by denying access to premium raw materials essential to those products. Confidence level 81. Additionally, internal Mitsui memos indicate Sato has suspended the private agency's deep dive investigation into Lei Zhaorong's family members, citing current lack of necessity and disproportionate cost. Lei Zhaorong lingered on the final sentence, suspended deep dive investigation into Lei Zhaorong's family members. His fingertips tapped lightly, 3 times, against the railing. He closed the notebook and turned toward the 2 women sleeping on the terrace. Moonlight traced delicate shadows beneath Guanlin's lashes. Chun Yunyin's head rested upon Guanlin's shoulder. Her hand still rested lightly on the edge of the cashmere shawl. He flipped open the notebook to the Mitsui Bus Send page. Beneath Sato's name, he drew a horizontal line, and beneath it wrote 2 characters, raw materials. Then he closed the notebook and returned to his lounge chair. Every 7 seconds the lighthouse beam swept across them, stretching and contracting their silhouettes in rhythmic, quiet succession. In Hong Kong, the fax machine of Mitsui Co.'s subsidiary is spitting out an exclusive procurement contract. Sato stands beside the fax machine, watching the words Bale Convenience Store highlighted in bold red on the list of competing brands. In the contract attachment, a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, on the terrace of the honeymoon villa in Australia, the sea breeze at 3 in the morning rustles the palm leaves. Lei Zhaorong leans against a rattan chair, and notebooks sprawled across his lap. The lighthouse in the South Bay flickers in the distance. Guanlin and Chun Yunyang are asleep in the master bedroom, the door slightly ajar, spilling out a warm yellow light from the night lamp. A silver notification pops up. Related hint: Mitsui Co. has issued a joint procurement invitation to 3 food raw material suppliers in Southeast Asia through Itochu Corporation and Marubeni Corporation, effectively locking in a specific quantity of glutinous rice flour matcha powder and red bean paste at a premium of 18 to 22% above market price for quarterly production capacity. These 3 suppliers were originally the exclusive raw material sources for Bale's line of Japanese snacks, Daifuku Doriyaki and matcha cookies. Mitsui's goal is to leave Bale without materials when the new flavor products are launched in April. 85% confidence. Just as he finished reading the first message, the second golden notification popped up. Supplementary information: there is an exclusivity clause in Mitsui's procurement contract. Contracted suppliers cannot supply to Mitsui-designated competing brands during the contract period, with Bale Convenience Store at the top of that list. The contract is valid for the entire fiscal year of 1983. 91% confidence. Lei Zhaorong finished reading the 2 notifications. He lightly tapped 3 times on the stone railing of the terrace. Then he picked up the phone and dialed Luo Yongfa's number. It was 2 minutes past 3 in the morning. Hey, Luo Yongfa's voice still carried a sleepy slur. Old Luo, last time you mentioned that those 3 food factories in the mainland, their glutinous rice flour and matcha powder, were sourced from their own raw material bases. The other end fell silent for 2 seconds. There was a rustling sound as the bedding moved and the bedside lamp was turned on. Sanha Food Factory has its own glutinous rice planting base in southern Anhui. Fangyuan Food has a matcha processing facility in northern Zhejiang, and Mingfa Food uses northeast Adzuki beans, all grown and harvested by themselves. The 5-year exclusive supply agreement signed at the beginning of the year specifies priority supply to Bale. Luo Yongfa's words quickened, clearly fully awake now. Have them report their current production capacity. For the Japanese Daifuku Doriyaki and matcha cookies lines, how much raw material is needed monthly, and get a written commitment within 3 days. Additionally, ask them if production capacity can be expanded. If they have just signed another supply agreement with her, before signing, call me first. He hung up. The second call went to Zhang Qinggang. It was 3:30 in the Zhang Chonggang's voice on the phone was much clearer than Luo Yongfa's. He clearly hadn't slept yet with the metallic sound of moving file cabinets heard in the background. Chongang. Mitsui has locked in several raw material suppliers in Southeast Asia through our country's trading company. I need you to send 2 documents to the 3 food factories in the mainland within a week. First, an additional clause to the exclusive supply agreement: suppliers cannot sell similar raw materials to Mitsui Co. and its designated agents during the agreement period. Second, a prepayment clause for phased procurement with a 3-month cycle: prepay the full amount for the next cycle in exchange for priority supply rights. The prepayment will come from Jardine Matheson. Understood. The handling approach for additional breach of contract liability can basically refer to the mainland. Add one more clause. Lei Zhaorong's voice was very soft. The penalty for breach of contract will be calculated at 3 times the market value. The sound of a pen scratching across paper was heard from the other end of the line. Zhang Chongang wrote down the last word. I will send you a draft within 3 days. He hung up. The third call went to Manager Chun. It was 6 in the morning. Manager Chin's private phone had 2 missed calls from Australia. When he returned the call, Lei Zhaorong was standing by the terrace railing watching the sunrise over the South Bay. Manager Chun, check the forward trend of the Hong Kong dollar to yen exchange rate. Mitsui's locking of Southeast Asian raw materials is priced in USD, but the final settlement with our country's trading company is in yen. I need you to calculate. If the yen appreciates by 5 to 7% in the next 3 months, how many points the purchasing cost of Mitsui's batch of raw materials will be eroded by the exchange rate? An hour later, Manager Chun returned the call. According to HSBC's foreign exchange trading room's forward quote, for yen, the market's expectation for the yen's appreciation is strengthening. If the yen appreciates by 5 to 7% within 3 months, the actual purchasing cost of Mitsui's batch of raw materials will rise from an 18 to 22% premium to over 25%. Moreover, the exclusivity clause means that the larger the locked quantity, the heavier the exchange rate loss. One more detail, this batch of contracts locks in quantity, but not price, meaning all risks of raw material price fluctuations are on Mitsui's side. Lei Zhaorong's lips curled slightly, then let them lock in more. He capped the pen and wrote a line in his notebook. Premium over 25. Let them lock in more. The first rays of dawn were piercing through the clouds over the horizon. A few days later, in the conference room of Mitsui Co.'s Hong Kong subsidiary, Matsumoto Kenichi stood before Sato holding a summary of the latest supplier feedback. His movements were sharper than usual, his tone filled with certainty after completing a task. Satosan, all 3 raw material suppliers in Southeast Asia have signed exclusivity supply agreements. Glutinous rice flour, matcha powder, red bean paste. The core raw materials for Bale's 3 lines of Japanese snacks will face a supply gap within 3 months. According to plan, the procurement contracts with Itochu and Marubeni will be finalized next week. Sato nodded, picking up the teacup on the table. Where is Lei Zhaorong now? According to reliable sources, he is still in Australia vacationing with 2 women. Sato took a sip of tea, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The tea rippled gently on the surface of the cup. Let him vacation. When he returns and finds a third of the shelves empty, I would love to see his expression. 3 days later, Matsumoto pushed open Sato's office door again. His steps were a bit quicker than usual, holding a mainland food import and export briefing. The cover was stamped with a red urgent seal. Sato-san, there's a new development. He spread the briefing on Sato's desk, pressing down on the data column of the first page with his finger. The 3 lines of Japanese snacks under Bale, Daifuku Doriyaki and matcha cookies, completed a comprehensive update of raw material reserves 3 days ago. 3 new mainland food factories have been added as raw material suppliers, all signing the exclusive supply additional agreements. The coverage of the exclusivity clause clearly states Mitsui Co. and its designated agents. 3 new mainland food factories have been added as raw material suppliers, all signing the exclusive supply additional agreements. The coverage of the exclusivity clause clearly states Sana Food has glutinous rice fields in southern Anhui, Fanyuan Food has a matcha processing facility in northern Zhejiang, and Mingfa Food uses northeast homegrown adzuki beans. In other words, they do not need to import anything from Southeast Asia. Sato did not respond. Matsumoto closed the document, his voice carrying an additional layer of fatigue he tried to suppress but couldn't fully contain. What's even more troublesome is the exchange rate. Our batch of locked contracts is priced in USD, but the final settlement is in yen. HSBC's forward quote shows that expectations for the yen's appreciation against the USD are strengthening. If the yen appreciates by 5%, our actual cost for this batch of raw materials will rise from an 18% premium to over 25%. Silence lingered for a few seconds. Matsumoto spoke again. The exclusivity clause cannot restrict mainland suppliers. They are not even in Southeast Asia, and the Southeast Asian production capacity we locked in is now inventory priced over a quarter above market rate. The countermeasures from the other side had all been implemented in less than a week. Sato put down his teacup. The bottom of the cup tapped against the rosewood table, emitting a dull sound. Is he on vacation? Matsumoto looked down. No further news at the moment. Sato was silent for a long time. Outside the window, the skyline of the Kowloon Peninsula was reduced to a blurry outline in the afternoon haze. He reached out and flipped the briefing in front of him to the last page, closed it, and set it aside. He is not on vacation. Sato's voice was soft, almost to himself. He acted before we did. That same afternoon, the beach at South Bay in Australia was bathed in golden sunlight. Guanlin linked her arm with Lei Zhaorong's, her pregnant belly already showing a noticeable curve beneath her loose maternity dress. After walking for a while, she suddenly turned her head to look at him. Haven't you been sleeping well at night lately? Lei Zhaorong turned to look at her. Don't look at me. My dark circles have reached my chin. Guanlin lightly pressed on the area under his eyes with her hand, the pressure gentle. Her fingertip lingered on his lower eyelid for a second. I know what you are doing. Those calls, at midnight and in the early morning, I heard them all. The sea breeze blew through Guanlin's loose hair, and she tucked them behind her ear. I won't ask you what you're doing, but promise me one thing. No matter how the battles outside unfold, when you return to this house, you must eat and sleep. Okay, you promised me. She didn't wait for him to respond again. She just tightened her hold on his arm a little more, her protruding belly gently pressing against his side through the skirt. One deep night, Lei Zhaorong finished reading the system notifications on the terrace and gently pushed open the master bedroom door. Moonlight seeped through the curtain's gap, drawing a silver line on the floor. Guanlin lay on the left side of the bed, her pregnancy pillow supporting her belly, breathing evenly and deeply. Chen Yunyang slept on the right side, facing Guanlin. One of her hands rested on the edge of Guanlin's pregnancy pillow, her fingers curled slightly, as if subconsciously protecting something even in her sleep. Lei Zhaorong stood at the door for a while. He didn't turn on the light. He closed the bedroom door and returned to the terrace, opening a new page in his notebook. In the center of the page, there was just one line written. Let them sleep. The day before returning to Hong Kong, the three climbed up Bishop Hill and spent the entire afternoon in that little chapel. There was no priest, no ceremony, only the light from colored glass dappling the wooden floor like on their wedding day. Guanlin leaned against the bench, Chen Yunyang sat beside her, and Lei Zhaorong stood by the window, which offered a view of the entire South Bay. Guanlin suddenly spoke. Her voice was soft, not really asking him, but more like voicing for him. Tomorrow we're going back to fight, right? Lei Zhaorong turned around. Guanlin tilted her head to look at him, her eyes showing no worry, only a calm certainty. The neckline of her maternity dress was stained with warm colors from the colored glass. You don't have to answer. I just want to say this. Between us two, you don't have to be distracted. Just focus on your fight. Chen Yunyang added softly, her tone steadier than Guanlin's, but each word was as firm as a nail being hammered into wood. Rombi, you don't need to worry about the family. I will take good care of Alan. Outside, the sun was setting over the South Bay. The sea was ablaze with molten gold, even the contours of the distant lighthouse were absorbed into it. Lei Zhaorong looked at these two people in front of him. Guanlin reclined on the bench, hand resting on her belly, but Chen Yunyang sat beside her, back straight, and then said this. The most valuable thing I've achieved to this day. It's not Jardine Matheson nor the Kowloon Bus Company. He paused. It was when I lived next to a neighbor in Kowloon Tong who could climb walls. Guanlin let out a soft laugh, but her eyes turned red. Chen Yunyang lowered her head, her lips pressed into a curved line. In the evening, on the ferry returning to Hong Kong from Australia, Guanlin and Chen Yunyang leaned against the cabin seats, sleeping with their heads together. Guanlin's lips were slightly parted, her breathing mingling with the hum of the cabin's air conditioning. Chen Yunyang's hand rested loosely on the back of her hand. Lei Zhaorong stood alone on the deck, gazing at the skyline of Central. The circular window of Jardine House glowed with a layer of dark golden light under the sunset, resembling a giant beehive standing on the Victoria Harbor's shore, with every honeycomb illuminated by a light that hadn't yet been swallowed by the night. A golden notification popped up. Related hint: after Mitsui Co. S. Sato encountered obstacles in the Southeast Asian raw material route, the Plan B has been activated. The goal of Plan B is no longer to block raw materials, but to directly penetrate Bale Convenience Store's core profit base. By opening competitive stores along the three main thoroughfares in Kowloon, where Bale stores are most concentrated, selling Japanese snacks and daily necessities at prices 30% lower than Bale's, using subsidies to gain market share. The first batch of 20 store lease contracts has been signed within this week, and the renovation team will enter within 2 weeks. Sato's exact words in the internal meeting: raw materials are just a feint. The real main attack is the terminal. 78% confidence. Lei Zhaorong finished reading this notification, shifting his gaze from the deck towards the Kowloon Peninsula. In the twilight, the contours of Nathan Road, Chatham Road, and Boundary Street were still vaguely visible. The sunset cast the buildings in Kowloon Tong into a series of deep and shallow gray silhouettes. He flipped open his notebook to the page labeled Mitsui Co. The words raw materials, written 2 days ago, had not been crossed out. He drew a circle beside it and wrote 2 words inside. As the ferry docked at Central Pier, the lights along Victoria Harbor had already merged into a dazzling array. Guanlin and Chen Yuni were sent back to the Repulse Bay Villa by Tang Zhonghua. Lei Zhaorong stood on the pier, the sea breeze whipping the hem of his suit. He glanced at the myriad lights of the Kowloon Peninsula across the water and dialed Luo Yongfa's number. Lao Luo am at Central Pier. Let's meet at the top floor of the Kowloon building in 30 minutes. When Luo Yongfa arrived, Lei Zhaorong had already spread out the Kowloon distribution map of Bale convenience store. The main lights in the office were not fully on yet, only the spotlight above the conference table was illuminated that was set by Lei Zhaorong 15 minutes ago, and beside him lay an untouched takeout box. A silver message popped up on the system. Related tip: the renovation progress of the first 20 terminal stores of Mitsui Co. has surpassed half, and they are expected to open for trial operations in 10 days. Sato stated in today's internal meeting, "The terminal battle is a war of attrition. We can afford the losses." Lei Zhaorong still has the mess left by Jardine Matheson to clean up. He doesn't have the resources to engage us in a price war. Confidence level is 84%. After reading this notification, Lei Zhaorong's gaze shifted to the 20 blue dots on the Kowloon map. He flipped his notebook to a new page and wrote 2 characters at the top. Leftover supplies. He drew a horizontal line beneath those 2 characters. Under the line he wrote, "The market share of Dairy International under Jardine Matheson exceeds 40% in Hong Kong. The coverage rate of Bale and Welcome in Hong Kong's retail terminals is over 77%. He set down his pen. Luo Yongfa looked at the line of text, his eyes lighting up. Sato thinks the terminal battle is just about competing on price between him and me. Lei Zhaorong's voice was soft, almost drowned out by the sound of the waves outside the window. Wrong, the terminal battle starts from the moment he is unworthy of entering this door. The next morning at the headquarters of Kowloon Group, Luo Yongfa and the CEO of Dairy International, Wen Huali, stood side by side at the press conference podium. Behind them were 2 posters. On the left was the green logo of Bale Convenience Store, and on the right was the red and blue logo of Welcome Supermarket. The seats for reporters were filled, and the sound of camera shutters had not stopped since Luo Yongfa opened his folder. Bale Convenience Store and Welcome Supermarket are launching a joint procurement cooperative mechanism effective immediately. Luo Yongfa's voice echoed through the conference room via the microphone. First, all brands that have equity ties, procurement cooperation, or upstream and downstream relationships with Mitsui Co. shall have their products banned from the shelves of Bale Convenience Store and Welcome Supermarket. Second, any related products on the existing shelves must be removed within 7 days from the issuance of this statement. Third, any attempts to circumvent this statement through third-party intermediaries repackaging or relabeling will result in being permanently blacklisted by both chain brands once verified. The audience erupted in a frenzy. A reporter raised a hand, pointing at the poster behind Luo Yongfa. "Lao Luo, how much of the market do Welcome and Bale cover combined?" Luo Yongfa opened the data page, his tone as steady as if he were reporting the weather. According to statistics from the 4th quarter of last year, Bale Convenience Store and Welcome Supermarket together cover over 77% of the retail terminals in Hong Kong. From Mongkok Market to the supermarkets at the base of the mid-levels mansions, none are missed. He paused, raising his head to lock eyes with the camera. Mitsui's Japanese products won't need to worry about sales from today on because there will be no place to sell them. When Huali stood beside him, also holding a document. The sender was Lei Zhaorong, and the body contained only 1 line. After the press conference concluded, he tucked that document into his briefcase. The space left on the shelves would be filled by mainland products. 1 hour after the press conference ended, Lei Zhaorong dialed Li Kashing's private number. The voice on the other end came leisurely. "Lei Sheng calling at this hour, can't be just for tea. Li Sheng, Mitsui has taken action against me in Hong Kong's retail terminals. Today Bale and Welcome have already jointly sealed off Mitsui's goods. Next, I need HIT to block all Mitsui containers at the pier." There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. HIT's regulations state that significant operational adjustments require mutual consent. "You need my vote." "I wrote the regulations. I hold 51% of the shares," Lei Zhaorong replied flatly. "But you are the actual manager and basic respect is still necessary." Li Kashing chuckled lightly. "How many containers does Mitsui typically have in a month?" "They bring in no less than 2,000 containers from Southeast Asia and our country every year. The portion related to Bale only accounts for 20%. The remaining 80% is for their own department stores and supermarkets. That 80% will also be kept out. What's the reason? HIT's terminal space is tight and must prioritize long-term cooperative clients." Li Kashing chuckled lightly again on the phone. This time his laughter was longer than the first. "You've even thought of the reason for me. That's your managed terminal, Li Sheng. The detailed management of the terminal is naturally up to you." After saying this, Lei Zhaorong's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. "Good," Li Kashing replied with a single word. That afternoon, the HIT Terminal Operations Department issued an official notice effective immediately due to berth scheduling adjustments and the principle of prioritizing long-term cooperative clients. The loading and unloading business for Mitsui Co. and its affiliated companies is suspended. The restoration time will be notified separately. The end of the notice indicated the issuer authorized by the board of directors. Late that night at the Kwai-chung container terminal, Matsumoto Kenichi stood by the window of the second-floor office of the leased warehouse, watching the containers of 3 Mitsui cargo ships being pushed to the outermost edge of the terminal yard. The reply from the dispatch room was just 1 sentence: prioritize long-term clients. Your containers will have to wait. After hanging up the phone, Matsumoto drew the curtains. Last month Sato said he moved first. Now the entire game has come to a halt and the opponent's pace of playing has accelerated compared to last month. 3 faxes lay on the table. After the joint statement from Bale and Welcome was released during the day, 3 distributors had already sent written notices to suspend deliveries. His warehouse was piled high with the inventory prepared for the raw material war last month, and now this inventory, like the containers at the terminal, could neither come in nor go out. At the top floor office of Kowloon building several days later, a silver message popped up on the system. Related tip: Mitsui Co. plans to sign long-term supply agreements with the 3 major rice merchants in Thailand and 2 ranches in Australia next month, with the supply targets being Mitsui's Japanese department stores and supermarkets in Hong Kong. The Thai rice merchants have not yet received other competitive quotes, and Mitsui will lock in a 2-year long-term contract at 5% below market price. Regarding the Australian ranches, Mitsui's negotiating representatives will arrive in Brisbane in 3 weeks. Confidence level is 81%. After reading, Lei Zhaorong picked up the internal phone. Lansheng, come over. When Lansheng walked in, she already had a notebook in hand. She sat down opposite Lei Zhaorong, removed the pen cap, and waited. Contact the supply chain director of Dairy International. Have him prepare 2 items. First, the information on the 3 major rice exporters in Thailand that Mitsui plans to sign next month. Second, the production capacity and current contract expiration dates of the 2 Australian beef ranches. Lansheng did not ask, how do you know which ones Mitsui plans to sign? She quickly jotted down the key points in her notebook. What is the pricing strategy? Thai rice 8% above market price with 3 years of exclusive purchasing. The additional clause states that they cannot sell the same grade of rice to Mitsui Co. and its designated agents. Australian beef informed the ranch that Dairy International can take all of their annual capacity. Welcome's cold storage cabinets, Bale convenience stores, private label bento line, and Maxim's restaurant chain can all absorb it. Whatever price Mitsui offers, we will add 10%. After Lansheng recorded the last word, she looked up. If they ask why target Mitsui, Lei Zhaorong's voice was very calm. No need to tell them why. Let them do the math themselves. 3 years of guaranteed income versus 2 years of low-priced contracts. Farmers understand this calculation better than merchants. 2 weeks later, Lansheng placed the signed report from the supply chain director of Dairy International on Lei Zhaorong's desk. The cover featured 3 exclusive supply agreements with Thai rice merchants and 2 letters of intent from Australian ranches. All 3 Thai merchants have signed. Of the 2 Australian ranches, one has confirmed the early termination of negotiations with Mitsui, while the other ranch's exclusive supply intent contract will be finalized within this week. Lansheng flipped to the last page of the report. The procurement director of Dairy International asked me to convey a message. The Thai rice merchants say that a 3-year exclusive purchasing agreement is a guarantee that has fallen from the sky for them. They don't care who Mitsui is. Lei Zhaorong closed the report. Mitsui's negotiating representatives won't board a plane until next week, so they will probably find the talks rather lonely. Lansheng added, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible amusement. Luo Yongfa, through an old acquaintance in the bus industry, contacted the owner of Hangtong Freight, the largest Chinese logistics customs brokerage for Mitsui in Hong Kong, Chinbo. This customs brokerage specializes in clearing our country imported foods, handling over 60% of Mitsui's food containers in Hong Kong. Chinbo is 62 this year, and has spent most of his life in logistics with remnants of customs declaration papers still caught beneath his fingernails. Luo Yongfa invited him for tea and got straight to the point. Chinbo, your customs brokerage and fleet can sign a long-term contract with Kowloon Group. On logistics can handle the distribution while you focus on customs clearance, with both parties sharing the profits. But there is one prerequisite. Chinbo held the teacup without drinking. He stared at Luo Yongfa for a while, then set the cup down. Mitsui has kept pressing down the customs clearance fees for years. I make no more than $400 per container. They don't care whether we live or die. A week later, Hangtong Freight signed a strategic cooperation agreement with Datong Logistics. The average period for customs clearance for Mitsui in Hong Kong was lengthened from 3 days to 7 to 15 days. On the same day, at the top floor office of Kowloon building, Lei Zhaorong handed a document to Wang Mingyuan. The document contained customs declarations, contracts, and accounts records of Mitsui's low-price dumping of Japanese goods, exploitation of local suppliers, and tax evasion over the past 5 years. Wang Mingyuan flipped through the document. His movements were slow, examining it page by page. When he reached about the 10th page, his fingers began to tremble slightly. Lansheng, how reliable is this information? The customs declarations have numbers, the contracts have signatures, and the accounts match the corresponding bank statements. All of it stands up to scrutiny, just like the information I provided to you. The next morning, the headline of the Hong Kong Daily read, Mitsui squeezes Hong Kong, 1 billion profit flows back to our country. Subheading, 5 years of tax evasion, exploitation of local suppliers, low price dumping of Japanese goods, a history of bloodsucking by our country trading company in Hong Kong. The report featured a large image, the exterior of the building housing Mitsui's Hong Kong subsidiary, looking cold and distant in the gray weather. At the bottom of the front page, a framed note stated this series will be serialized over 5 days with the second article published tomorrow. The secrets in the Customs Declarations Hong Kong Daily Editorial Department. At 11 o'clock on the morning of the publication, Mitsui's lawyer's letter was faxed to the newspaper. Wang Mingyuan glanced at the signature and did not reply. He placed the fax in the corner of his desk and continued to arrange the layout for the next day. On the 4th day since the joint ban was enacted, the Hit Ports dispatch order has been in effect for 2 days, and the contract for Dairy International Supply Chain has also been faxed and archived this morning. In the 5-pronged counterattack, 4 avenues have already materialized, while the last one is continuing to ferment in the Hong Kong Daily. Shi Launching placed the resumes of the final 4 candidates on Lei Zhaorong's desk. Private Assistant Zhang Peizhong with He Zhaoqiong, Secretary Kwang Meiyun with Li Ji. I was a bit surprised when He Zhaoqiong came for the interview, Shi Launching added. Lei Zhaorong opened the first page of the resume. The young woman in the photo had a dignified expression, and he closed the resume. Since she dares to come, I dare to hire her. The 4 walked into the office. He Zhaoqiong walked at the front, her pace steady, but not hurried. Lei Zhaorong looked up at her. Miss, does your father know you're here? He Zhaoqiong smiled slightly. He knows. He said if Lei Xing needs someone, don't embarrass him. Lei Zhaorong did not smile, but the corner of his mouth twitched. His gaze swept over the 4. I have reviewed all of your resumes. Zhang Peizhong, Capital Markets and Financing. You will manage both Kowloon and Jardine on both sides. You will also handle external affairs. Your authority will be between that of a financial assistant and the president's external special assistant. He Zhaoqiong, you are more familiar with the elite circles than I am. You will handle VIP affairs, external roundtables, and high-end dinners. Kwang Meiyun will handle local administrative and media affairs in Hong Kong. Li Ji will manage mainland cooperation and daily liaison with Xinhua News Agency. The division of labor is written in the job description, but there is one rule: your direct report is me, and all information is to be consolidated here. Zhang Peizhong looked at the other 3. He Zhaoqiong did not look at him, only closing her notebook, her lips pressed tight, not a smile, but a self-affirmation after being entrusted with heavy responsibilities. In the afternoon, Lei Zhaorong sat alone in the office, organizing Jardine's non-core assets into non-core properties under Land Sea that are not in Central, the remaining assets of the shipping sector, and various overseas investments. Each item was appended with valuation ranges, potential buyer forecasts, and preliminary analysis of transaction structures. He opened the booklet's front page, and the asset list filled 3 whole pages. He pressed the internal line, Zhaoqiong, come in. He Zhaoqiong pushed the door open and entered. He pointed at the asset list. These assets are all to be sold. Contact the Chinese Business Roundtable to organize the next dinner. You set the time and choose the location. He Zhaoqiong noted this down. What is the theme of the dinner? Jardine's assets are all high-quality assets. Let the members of the roundtable choose first. Hua Yingdong is interested in the terminal. Bao Yugong has demands for shipping and warehousing, and Zheng Yutong has been looking for quality properties in Central. It's better not to let the water flow to outsiders. The rest can be bundled and sold to overseas funds. As He Zhaoqiong turned to walk towards the door, Lei Zhaorong added, Zhaoqiong, at the dinner, sit to my right. He Zhaoqiong glanced back at him, nodding slightly. The door closed gently behind her. Lei Zhaorong leaned against the back of his chair. Outside the night in Victoria Harbor, the lights of the boats were sparse, and the circular windows of the Jardine building were dimly lit in the darkness. A message popped up on the system. Related tip: Mitsui Co. has submitted an emergency plan for its Hong Kong business to its headquarters in our country. Sato wrote in the report. Our food retail business in Hong Kong has stagnated. Logistics nodes have been cut off, suppliers have been intercepted by competitors, and media pressure is escalating. The market in Hong Kong has no short-term solution. We recommend temporarily shrinking the front lines, retaining basic licenses, and waiting for Lei Zhaorong to show a flaw. Headquarters directive: consider a phased withdrawal from the Hong Kong retail market if there is no turnaround within 3 months. Confidence level is 87%. After reading, he maintained a neutral expression. He picked up a pen and wrote on the page labeled Mitsui Co. Shrinking does not equal retreat. Sato is waiting for a flaw. We do not need to find him. Let him reveal himself. The pen tip drew an arc between the arrows labeled terminal and raw materials, connecting to 3 newly written large characters. The next morning, the Hong Kong Daily printed the second installment of the series, The Secrets in the Customs Declarations. Wang Mingyuan pressed Mitsui's lawyer's letter under a stack of proofs and continued writing the 3rd piece. Temporarily concluding, he set down the pen. The corner of the cover of the Jardine asset list was lifted by the breeze of the air conditioner, revealing a 4-character note on the title page. First, ask the Chinese merchants. In the innermost private room of the Peninsula Hotel, which is not open to the public, the crystal chandelier illuminated the round table brightly. He Zhaoqiong chose this place for the dinner. 7 chairs were empty, each with a deep blue folder containing an asset summary placed in front of them. She stood at the door of the room dressed in a dark blue suit with a process sheet full of marks that only she could understand in her hand. Lei Zhaorong arrived early. He spread out the list of non-core assets of the IHA group on the round table, flipping the booklet to the title page. 4 characters ask Huashang, first written in pen, the ink already dried. A silver message popped up on the system. Association tip: the non-core assets involved in this evening's banquet are valued at over 15 billion Hong Kong dollars. If all is distributed smoothly, the merged liabilities of IHA Holdings and GD will be reduced from 13 to 14 billion Hong Kong dollars to below 5 billion. The assets received by each member of the Huashang Roundtable are all within their most proficient fields. This distribution does not involve any forced takeovers. All are actively contested. Confidence level 91%. He finished reading and closed the booklet. The first person pushed the door and entered. Huang Dong was the first to come in. His dark gray Zhongshan suit sleeves were worn to a whitish hue. After entering, he glanced at the folders on the round table and chose a chair that faced sideways to the main seat. Guo Desheng followed closely behind, walking slowly, his gaze sweeping across the table before taking a seat. Zheng Yutong entered with half a lit cigar, smiling and nodding at Lei Zhaorong. Li Kashing entered the slowest. By the time he came in, everyone else was already seated, and the room fell silent for a moment. He walked to the round table, his gaze landing on the folder in front of him. The cover was blank, but it was thicker than others by a few pages. Bao Yugan was the last to sit down. He didn't take anything, just pulled his chair half an inch closer to the table, and then looked up at Lei Zhaorong. All 7 were seated. Lei Zhaorong stood up, hands resting on the edge of the table, his gaze slowly sweeping across each person's face. Esteemed seniors, at this round table, you have given me the 8th chair. It has been nearly 3 months since I moved from the 8th seat to the position of chairman of IHA. It is not solely my achievement. Several of you have covertly assisted me in the short sell battle at IHA, genuinely investing to support me. This gratitude I have always remembered. He opened the asset list in front of him, the title page, facing outward, the 4-character annotation, facing everyone. The non-core assets of IHA need to be disposed of. The land of GD and the shipping routes, both are quality assets. Before selling to overseas funds, let a few seniors choose first. This is not business. It is me repaying a favor. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Guo Desheng took off his reading glasses and was the first to open the folder in front of him. He Zhao Qiong had split the IHA asset list into 6 summaries placed in front of the 6 big shots. The order of items in each summary was different. She had done her homework in advance, placing the assets each person was most likely interested in on the first 2 pages of their respective folders. Li Kashing opened his portion. The Land of Transaction Square Phase 1 and the White Pin Mountain Luxury Residence were listed in the first 2 rows. His gaze paused on the land page. Transaction Square Phase 1, Central Landmark in Central. 47 billion land price, 37 billion already paid, 10 billion owed, followed by the acquisition plan. White Pin Mountain, top luxury land on Hong Kong Island, purchased for 13 billion undeveloped. HK Electric's 34.9% equity is also in the same package, 29 billion Hong Kong dollars with a 45-day delivery period. Li Kashing did not look up. He took out a pen from his pocket, pulled out the asset page, and hovered the pen tip above the transaction square line for 2 seconds. He signed his name with a single stroke. The click of the pen cap closing echoed clearly. That page was taken away by He Zhao Qiong for filing, leaving a space in front of him on the round table. Guo Desheng flipped open his portion beside him. The 50% equity of Jingguan Construction was listed in the first row of the first page. He pushed his reading glasses up to his forehead and stared at that line for a while. I want this. 2 billion as an advance may slow down returns, but this pedigree of an old construction company is worth that price. He wrote Guo next to that column, then took that page out of the folder and placed it on his left. He Zhao Qiong added the engineering orders for IHA in the next 3 years can be transferred together. Guo Desheng nodded, not speaking. He was calculating, his lips slightly moving, as if silently calculating the turnover days of Jingwang's existing projects and accounts receivable. The round table fell silent for a moment. Zheng Yutong finally lit his cigar, the match resting gently on the edge of the ashtray. Li Zhaoji sat next to Guo Desheng, not having spoken the entire time. He quietly turned to the page on the old site of the Miramar Hotel. This was the second item in the folder. He pulled that page out and set it on his left, his voice low, but each word carried certainty. This is my specialty. Reviving old projects. I will show you a new blueprint next year. He Zhao Qiong glanced at Zheng Yutong and lowered her voice to add, if Mr. Zheng is also interested. No need to compete. I will take it. Zheng Yutong indeed did not contest. He flipped through for a while, skipping the previous items, and finally chose the Hawaii Daiwi Sugarcane Garden, 5.4 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash. He smiled and flicked the summary paper, the cigar still unlit. Others complain about its low returns and long cycle, but I don't mind. Overseas industry resists inflation. Leaving it for 20 years is like having a goose that lays golden eggs. Lei Zhaorong added, Mr. Zheng has a good eye. The land price in Hawaii will multiply tenfold or more in 20 years. Zheng Yutong shook his head, the signing pen already having dropped. The accounts for 20 years later will be settled then. Huang Dong slowly read through the pages in front of him one by one. His movements were slow, pausing for several seconds on each page. After finishing, he placed the selected page in the center of the round table. Y Country Iran Properties Middle East TTI Oil and the remaining fleet. The three projects combined were priced at 20 billion Hong Kong dollars with cash delivery. He stood up, his tone flat, just sweeping a glance at the others. I have played a good hand for you with the shipping end. Now you hand the shipping over to me. If there are matters at the port in Southeast Asia in the future, you just say. Lei Zhaorong stood up as well. Huang Dong pressed his shoulder down his palm, heavy pressing for 2 seconds before releasing. Bao Yugan closed the folder in front of him. He had only flipped through 2 pages since sitting down, then pushed the folder. The shipping industry is still in a trough. This round I won't take action. If there are any standalone targets for shipping in the next round, call me. Lei Zhaorong nodded. Bao Yugan did not say not buying. He said not moving this round. Everyone present understood the weight of this. Zheng Yutong pointed at the remaining pages on the round table with his cigar. Lei Zhaorong, you're not leaving anything for yourself. Lei Zhaorong closed the booklet in front of him. He Zhaoqiong answered for him, her voice not loud. Lei Zhaorong has left Central. Enough already. Laughter echoed around the table. It was not loud laughter, but the kind of rare true laughter in the business world at middle age. As the gathering ended, a light rain began to fall outside the Peninsula Hotel. 6 folders were taken away, leaving only the opened asset list on the round table. The title page, Ask Huashang, first slightly reflecting light from the chandelier. Days later, at the top-floor office of the Tunglong building, He Zhaoqiong pushed open the office door. She did not carry any documents, just stood at the door and said, Lei Zhaorong, Mr. Sato from Mitsui Co. is downstairs. No appointment. He said, he is here to apologize. Lei Zhaorong did not look up, continuing to write something in his notebook. Let him wait for 20 minutes. Sato was arranged in the waiting room on the 15th floor. A cup of green tea was placed on the table, which he did not touch. The tea turned from pale gold to dark brown, and he never reached for it. 20 minutes later, when He Zhaoqiong brought him to the top floor, the water in the teacup had completely cooled. The office door closed. Only 2 people remained in the room. Sato stood at the door for a moment, then placed a document on Lei Zhaorong's desk. The document cover was printed with the diamond logo of Mitsui Co. The edges of the paper showing no creases. Mr. Lei Mitsui Co. has officially decided to withdraw from the Hong Kong food retail market. All terminal stores in Hong Kong will be closed or transferred within 30 days. This is the written statement. Lei Zhaorong did not touch the document. He leaned back in his chair and looked at Sato for 3 seconds. Mr. Sato, you spent 3 months surrounding Bailey, then 2 months counterattacking from the terminal, and then you used 5 major trading companies to lock my raw materials, opening 20 stores to undercut my prices. Now you place the withdrawal statement on my desk, not because you feel it was wrong, but because you lost. Sato remained silent. Then he lowered his head, his upper body slightly leaning forward. Mitsui Co. is willing to withdraw completely. We only hope that the Tunglong Group lifts the restrictions on Mitsui's retail channels and port restrictions in Hong Kong, allowing the remaining trade business to operate normally. Lei Zhaorong did not answer immediately. The office was silent for a long time, the sound of the harbor's foghorn coming from afar. Then he said, Mr. Sato, after you return, please convey a message to Mitsui headquarters for me. This time I will not touch the foundation of Mitsui. Not because I cannot, but because the time is not right. Take your time to think it over. I am not in a hurry, I can wait. After Sato left, Luo Yongfa received a memo with only 2 lines. The joint procurement restrictions of Bailey Huikong will gradually be relaxed starting next month, and the originally planned permanent blacklist clause will be changed to a 1-year observation period. The notification Zhang Chenggang received was similarly brief. The exclusivity restrictions on Hit Terminal will be changed to long-term customer priority clauses, no longer specifically targeting Mitsui Co. That night, Lei Zhaorong drew a small arrow next to temporary closure on the page labeled Mitsui Co. in his notebook, writing a line next to it. Sato's withdrawal from Hong Kong does not equal Mitsui's exit from the game. See the Plaza Accord of 19. The next day, in the boardroom of IHA building. This was the first hard battle for Zhang Peizhong after taking office. All senior executives of IHA sat on both sides of the long table. The CEO of GD, sitting in the 3rd position on Lei Zhaorong's left, a financial report still unopened in front of him. The atmosphere in the conference room was even more oppressive than at the last shareholders meeting, because this time there was no opponent, only numbers. Zhang Peizhong stood up and turned on the projector. The screen projected the consolidated balance sheet of IHA Group. His finger pointed at the total liabilities column, and he spoke the first sentence to all senior executives of IHA. IHA Holdings and GDIS combined liabilities are between 13 to 14 billion Hong Kong dollars. Net assets negative 2 billion. Daily interest is 3 million. Almost 14000 per hour. Since I stood here, yes, debt to the bank has been increasing every minute. No one in the conference room spoke. The CEO of GD stared at the liability figures on the screen, his throat moving. Zhang Peizhong flipped to the next page. The asset details of GD filled the entire screen. GD is the core black hole. Total liabilities of 11 billion. Bank loans of 5 billion, syndicate loans of 3 billion, bonds and commercial papers totaling 2 billion, and payable land costs for Transaction Square of 1 billion. Monthly interest amounts to 80 million. A GD executive spoke up, his voice dry. Assistant Jean, some of these assets are long-term investments if valued at holding until maturity. Long-term investments. Jean Pajong flipped to the next page. The top of the page displayed 3 bold red words: suspended projects. Queen's Garden, Miramar, Old Wing, White Pin Mountain, all suspended. Writing off 1.98 billion. Reducing 30% of non-core department personnel, suspending annual bonuses for executives, saving 50 million in expenses monthly. The accounts of GD will be redone. His voice was not loud, but each word fell like a guillotine. This is to inform you all, not to seek discussion. He turned off the projector, standing beside the screen, looking at everyone in front of him. The room was silent. No one flipped through reports, no one drank water, no one moved. Lei Zhaorong did not speak from the main seat. Only after Jean Pajong finished did he lightly tap his finger on the table, just once. That rhythm was recognized by everyone present. Jean Pajong opened another folder, his tone shifting from hard. He said that the sale contracts from the Huashang dinner have all been signed with 1.4 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash from the Dato Telegraph Bureau on the way, and 1.3 billion from South Africa's Laris Company is also being arranged. Everything is progressing on schedule from the cash recovery perspective. As he closed the folder, he added the final sentence. Chairman Lei, please remember these numbers today. In 6 months, we will look at the same table. By then, the negative 2 billion in net assets should have turned positive. The meeting adjourned. The executives filed out, and the CEO of GD was the last to leave, pausing at the door. He glanced back at Lei Zhaorong, his lips moving, but ultimately said nothing. The door quietly closed behind him. Jean Pajong packed away the folder. He gently tapped on the edge of the table, just like the tap Lei Zhaorong made half an hour ago. That night, in the study of the shallow water bay villa, Lei Zhaorong opened his notebook, flipping to the page for Iha. He wrote down the total account for the 4th phase. The assets from the Huashang dinner have been sold. Transaction Square Phase 1 and White Pin Mountain to Li cashing for 38 billion, including liabilities of 7 billion. 50% of Jingguan Construction to Guidushing for 2 billion. Miramar to Li Zhaoji for 8 billion. The Sugarcane Garden to Zheng Yutong for 5.4 billion. Y Country the Middle East and the Fleet to Hua Ing Dong for 20 billion. HK Electric to Huanhua for 29 billion. Hong Kong Telecom to the Dato Telegraph Bureau for 14 billion. South Africa's Laris for sale expected to be 13 billion. Then he added 2 lines below. Total recovery, Huashang and Dato combined approximately 123 billion Hong Kong dollars. To be received, South Africa and Hawaii about 18 billion Hong Kong dollars. The total target for recovery is greater than or equal to 150 billion. Liabilities are between 13 to 14 billion. The gap is closing. The system popped up a message. Association tip: IHA Group's de-diversification slimming plan's 1st phase is nearing completion. After the core assets of GD are recovered, net assets will turn from negative 2 billion to positive. HSBC and Standard Chartered will reassess his credit rating at the next creditor meeting. Shunbai, as previously indicated, as long as the debt ratio falls below 60%, HSBC's credit limit will be reopened. Confidence level 92%. After reading, he added a line below, slimming completed. The next stage, IHA will no longer be a British-funded foreign firm. He closed the notebook and walked towards the master bedroom. The bedside lamp was still on. Guanlin lay on the left side of the bed, a pregnancy pillow supporting her abdomen, her lips slightly parted. Chen Yunyang leaned against the head of the bed, holding a half-read copy of Love in a Fallen City, the pages having slipped from her fingers onto the quilt, her eyes already closed. He gently pulled the book from her hand, closed it, and placed it on the bedside table. Then he reached over to dim the bedside lamp to its lowest setting. Guanlin turned over in a daze, her lips moving as she mumbled what to eat tomorrow. Glutinous rice chicken. Then buried her face in the pillow and fell back asleep. Lei Zhaorong stood at the bedside, watching them for a moment. The lights of the harbor outside flickered in the night, like someone repeatedly striking small matches against the skyline. He returned to the study and flipped to the last page of the asset list labeled Ask Huashang First. He used a pen to write a line at the bottom of the page. The handwriting was light, as if written for himself. IHA was in hand, and it was clean. Mitsui had exited Hong Kong, and people had come. The accounts were balancing. The next thing to do, let this family have a few more people sitting around the round table. He set down the pen and turned off the lamp. At the moment the study went dark, the ship lights outside happened to flicker once. On the top floor of HSBC headquarters outside Shin Bis private office Victoria, harbor glimmered like scattered gold in the morning light. When Lei Zhaorong was ushered into the office, 2 cups of freshly brewed coffee, one hot and one iced, were already placed on the coffee table. Shunbai sat on the sofa, his silver hair shimmering with a light golden hue in the morning sun. In front of him lay a printed sheet, the latest balance sheet, submitted by Jardine Matheson to HSBC just yesterday afternoon. Mr. Lei. Shunbai raised his head, his tone carrying a rare appreciation seldom seen on the face of this iron-fisted banker. In less than a month, you have reduced Jardine's liabilities from 14 billion to less than 2 billion. The net assets of the company turned positive from a negative 20 billion. I have worked at HSBC for 30 years and have never seen such speed. Lei Zhaorong picked up the hot coffee, but did not drink it. Mr. Shen, the last time I sat on this sofa, I was borrowing 30 billion from you. Today I am not here to borrow money. I am here to repay a favor. The 30 billion special loan from HSBC, including principal and interest, was fully transferred to the designated account yesterday. Shenbai looked at him for a moment and then handed over the balance sheet in front of him. HSBC will continue to support you as always. The credit limit will be reopened. It's more than the 30 billion you borrowed. A silver message appeared on the system. Related hint: HSBC will officially restore Jardine Matheson's AAA credit rating at the next credit. Shenbai listed Jardine as a priority client, increasing the limit to 50 billion Hong Kong dollars. Jardine re-entered HSBC's list of premium clients. Confidence level 95%. Lei Zhaorong took the balance sheet, folded it slightly, and placed it in the inner pocket of his suit. He did not say thank you, but simply stated, Mr. Shen, Jardine now has an overseas project that needs to be disposed of, 51.7% equity in South Africa's Relis company. If HSBC has suitable buyers in Europe, please give me a word. Once sold, Jardine will be completely clean. Shenbai nodded. I'll help you find one. As Lei Zhaorong exited HSBC Tower, the morning light had transformed from scattered gold to a full white glow over the harbor. He stood at the door waiting for a car for a few seconds, casually placing the untouched hot coffee on the stone ledge of the porch. Though unfinished, it was still warm. In the boardroom of Jardine's headquarters 1 hour after the HSBC meeting, all heads of core assets under Jardine had gathered, filling both sides of the long table according to the company lineup. The newly appointed CEO of the company, Fang Jingde, sat in the third position to the left of Lei Zhaorong, his temples already showing some gray. When Huali, CEO of Milk International, flipped through a supply chain collaboration brief, his fingers unconsciously rubbing along the edge of the paper. The general manager of Wehan's supermarket, Guan Zhaochang, and the general manager of Manning's, Liang Shui, sat side by side with an empty seat between them. Wu Weigua, the general manager of Maxim's Foods, looked at a draft menu, a pencil tucked behind his ear. Chen Zhihui, general manager of the milk company, had his suit button misaligned, unaware of it. Fan Dui, general manager of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, was the only non-Chinese face at the long table, a cup of unsweetened red tea before him. Lin Hanrong, general manager of Renfu Hang, was doodling a flowchart that only he could understand in his notebook. Sun Bingshu, general manager of Jardine Trade, leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the harbor. Those who were still whispering during the tea break all fell silent the moment the oak door of the conference room was pushed open. Lei Zhaorong walked into the room. He Chaoong and Shi Lanqing followed closely behind, retreating silently to a side table against the wall. Both unfolded identical agenda sheets. Everyone stood up simultaneously, not prearranged but instinctively. The sound of chair legs scraping against the floor scattered for a few seconds before returning to silence. He scanned the faces of everyone present. The last time he saw a similar lineup was on the day of Jardine's extraordinary general meeting, when Nabijian was still seated in the chairman's position. That day these people's eyes were filled with anxiety and worry, but today was different. Their shoulders were no longer tense, and their expressions showed calmness. Lei Zhaorong walked towards the head seat, pressing his hands down. Sit. Everyone took their seats, but still sat up straight, all eyes fixed on him. Earlier, Lei Zhaorong sat down, his tone as flat, as if discussing something very ordinary. I have completed communication with Mr. Shenbai from HSBC and Mr. Greenwood from Standard Chartered. Funds from the sale of non-core assets will prioritize repaying all syndicate loans and short-term debts. Both HSBC and Standard Chartered have confirmed Jardine's credit limit is reopened. A silence fell in the conference room for a second, then applause erupted from the middle of the long table. It was Wu Weigua from Maxim's Foods who clapped first. His applause was vigorous, causing the pencil to fall from behind his ear and roll onto the table. The applause quickly spread across the entire long table. Contrary to the applause that spread from Kaisek at the shareholder meeting this time, it began with middle management. Once the applause subsided, Lei Zhaorong turned to Fang Jingde. Jingde, there are still about 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in overseas assets under the company. Hawaii's Davis Pacific Center, Sydney's North Point office building, and 5 commercial properties in Singapore and Malaysia. He pushed a list across the table. Sell all of them. Do not transfer the cash back to headquarters. Leave it in the company's. From now on, all of the company's assets should be directed back to Hong Kong. Fang Jingde paused for a moment. Mr. Lei, all back to Hong Kong. The land prices in Hong Kong are still dropping. Many developers are waiting and seeing. Let them wait. The company will not wait. Lei Zhaorong's voice was not loud, but each word was like a nail hammered into the table. The land price in Hong Kong is currently at the bottom of the cycle. The rental yield of prime office buildings in Central is already on the rise, and the auction reserve prices for residential land in Kowloon have returned to a reasonable range. The 14 billion cash you hold, along with the cash inflow from selling overseas properties, use it to buy land, buy old buildings, to renovate and purchase undervalued properties in Central. From now on, the company will no longer engage in overseas investments. Only focus on Hong Kong, only focus on Central. Fang Jingde was writing quickly in his notebook. His pen paused for a moment as it glided across the paper, then sped up. A hesitant executive from the company spoke up, his voice dry. Chairman Lei, the property market is still falling. If it continues to drop, we might end up in a difficult position halfway up the hill. Lei Zhaorong interrupted him. 3 years ago, Nabijian acquired the company for 67 billion, and everyone applauded. Today I am investing 10 billion to bottom out the Hong Kong property market, and you are hesitating. His gaze shifted from that executive to the faces of everyone on both sides of the long table. 3 years ago, someone asked Nabijian why he dared to do so. His answer was, Jardine is optimistic about Hong Kong. I want to ask all of you present with the same optimism, why is it wrong for Nabijian to act, but I should hesitate? The room fell silent. The executive who asked the question lowered his head, quickly scribbling on his notebook, saying nothing further. Fang Jingde put down his pen and looked up. Mr. Lei, I will visit Sydney and Singapore next week to personally assess the conditions of those properties. Lei Zhaorong nodded. Then he turned to Wen Huali, CEO of Milk International. Wen Sheng. Milk International currently has 4 sectors: Wuhan Supermarket, Manning's Maxim's Foods, and the Milk Company. Wuhan and Manning's supply chains have already collaborated with Bailey Convenience Store, and we will continue to strengthen cooperation. The Milk Company is profitably stable, maintaining its current size. Next 2 things. When Huali adjusted his glasses, already holding a pen in his hand. The first thing, Maxim's Foods currently only offers Chinese fast food, which is not comprehensive enough. Hong Kong is an international metropolis, and both Chinese and Western cuisines must develop in tandem. Lei Zhaorong took 2 documents from Shi Lansheng and handed them to Wen Huali. This is the standardized process for Western fast food kitchens: fried chicken assembly line, standardized seasoning ratios, and chain store management structure. The other is the central kitchen and quick service model for Chinese fast food, to be advanced in parallel with Western fast food. Maxim's does not need franchises. All stores will be self-operated. Wu Weiguo took the documents with both hands and opened the first page. His gaze moved down the first few lines, and the speed of flipping pages gradually slowed. When he reached about the 3rd page, he looked up, his voice tinged with suppressed astonishment. Mr. Lei, this kitchen process even includes defrosting times and oil temperature curves. Lei Zhaorong did not answer this question. He simply stated, the land prices in Hong Kong are cheap right now. I'll purchase locations and properties as expansion reserves. Shenzhen should also be advanced simultaneously. Every brand under Milk International, Wuhan, Manning's Maxims, and the Milk Company will all enter Shenzhen. First stabilize in Shenzhen, then move north. Wu Weiguo closed the documents, his voice suppressing a hint of restrained excitement. Give me 2 years. I can double the number of Maxim stores. Lei Zhaorong glanced at him, his lips twitching slightly. You can come report to me in 2 years. Wu Weiguo picked up the pencil from the table, retucking it behind his ear. This time it was secure. When Huali did not respond, he fell silent for a few seconds, then spoke in a tone of restrained probing. Mr. Lei, many people in Hong Kong are currently worried about the future. Once Hong Kong returns, will it affect the current business model and living standards? The conference room fell silent again. This question was on everyone's mind, but very few had the courage to voice it in public. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, scanning the faces on both sides of the long table. Then he uttered a sentence that no one fully understood. It's hard to predict the future. But one thing is certain. Now is the opportunity for development. Land prices are at their lowest, labor is the most stable, and the market is the emptiest. We must seize this opportunity to expand. Future matters. Ask 10 people, and you'll get 10 answers. But as for the current locations, ask 10 developers, and only one answer remains. No one is buying. That is what you should be concerned about. When Huali looked at him for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. Guan Zhaochang and Liang Shui exchanged glances while Wu Weiguo was already flipping through the second part of the central kitchen process documents, not looking up again. Lei Zhaorong shifted his gaze from Wen Huali to the remaining executives. The operations of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel remain unchanged. Renfu Hang and Jardine Trade will remain inactive for now. Fan Dui replied in Chinese with a London accent. Understood. Lin Hanrong wrote a line in his notebook and then stopped. His business line indeed did not require any changes. Afternoon. Office at the top of the Dragon Tower. Jean Peizhong was the first to report. His folder was divided into 2 columns by project, completed marked with a tick, ongoing marked with a red star. The 38.8% equity in Hong Kong Telephone, the 14 billion Hong Kong dollars from the Great Eastern Telegraph Company's stake, has been fully received. 51.7% equity in South Africa's Relis Company. 3 European resource companies have already begun due diligence with preliminary offers between 12.5 billion and 14 billion and an expected transaction price around 13 billion Hong Kong dollars. He marked half a tick after this line. Jardine's stock price has returned to $12. The market votes with its feet faster than our announcements. Lei Zhaorong nodded. Wrap up the South Africa deal as soon as possible. After this deal is completed, your focus will shift to managing Jardine's internal cash flow. No more asset sales, but asset optimization. He Chaohong opened the summary report. Her pace was half a beat slower than Zhang Peizhong, but every number was precise to the decimal point. The Hong Kong Daily and its affiliated publications, including Extra Film Biweekly and Food and Drink, Extra has seen a significant increase in both advertising and sales after collaborating with Sino-Fashion, and it has begun to gain fashion influence. Film Biweekly is gaining weight in the Chinese film review circle, and several overseas film festivals have proactively contacted us for authorization to reprint. Food and Drink is also trending towards becoming a culinary trendsetter. She paused and flipped to the next page. On March 1st, the first Eastern Film Festival award ceremony will be held at the Liqing Theater. Mr. Wen Jun, Executive Director of the Film Festival Preparation Committee, wants to invite you as the finale award presenter. Lei Zhaorong's lips curled slightly. I can be the presenter. Next, we need to increase investment in the film industry. After Huang Feihong is released, there will be a wave of new-style martial arts films following, so prepare Dragon Film for script follow-ups. Shi Lanxing did not take the folder. She directly reported the data, the daily box office number of viewers and seat utilization rates of various cinemas. Wang Jin's Wealthy and Pressing is about to be taken off the shelves with a box office locked in around 23 million, yielding substantial profits. Suku is filming Huang Feihong in Shenzhen, expected to wrap next month. Best Partners 2, we reduced the investment amount as you advised, but Maijia has approached me twice showing some discontent. However, it does not affect the filming schedule. Lei Zhaorong chuckled, don't worry about Maijia. Focus all your energy on Su Kes Huang Feihong. I believe this film should be a milestone, so do not miss any details. Shi Lanxing's lips curled slightly, a natural response to hearing a good judgment. Huang Mayan's report was the briefest. Kowloon Bus has started negotiating acquisition details with China Bus, with results expected in March. The supply chain collaboration between Bailey Convenience Store and Milk International has been fully integrated, with the first joint procurement list covering 40 categories of daily necessities, and costs have decreased by 11%. She flipped to the next page in her notebook. Weihan and Mannings have started introducing mainland Japanese snack products on their shelves, and the initial 2-week repurchase rate has exceeded expectations. Let Luo Yongfa lead the acquisition of China Bus, and you are responsible for monitoring progress. The category complementarity between Bailey and Weihan will continue to advance, no rush, one category at a time. Li Ji's report was centered around a timeline. Sino-Fashion's flagship stores in Wangfujing, Beijing, and Huaihai Road, Shanghai will complete renovations in March. Currently, 6 franchisees have submitted letters of intent through the Causeway Bay store, but are still observing. They are mainly concerned about whether there will be changes in Hong Kong's future. Regarding the opening ceremonies of the Beijing and Shanghai stores, President Su asked whether you would attend the ribbon cutting. Lei Zhaorong pondered. I cannot confirm a time now. We'll discuss it later. If I can't make it, let Lu Mintao represent me. Outside the Dragon Tower, the afternoon sunlight had already slanted to the third segment. When the same beam of light reached Repulse Bay, it transformed into evening gold. Evening. The Villa restaurant at Repulse Bay. The dinner table was set with 4 dishes and a soup. Guan Lin's due date was already counting down. Qin Yunyang served her a bowl of lotus root and pork rib soup, placing the spoon at an angle on the bowl's edge without making a sound. Lei Zhaorong picked up the bowl and took a sip, putting down his chopsticks. On March 1st, the Eastern Film Festival Awards ceremony will be held at Liqing Theater. Do you want to go see it? Guan Lin looked up, her eyes bright. Her gaze flickered between the fatigue of pregnancy and the long-awaited excitement of the red carpet. I'm so big, can I go? Qin Yunyang placed her chopsticks on the bowl's edge, her voice gentle. I will accompany you. We won't sit in the front row, but on the side. If you want to watch, we can stay longer. If you're tired, we can leave early. If you want to go, we'll have Shi Lanxing arrange it. Guan Lin interrupted him, her tone filled with a rare excitement during pregnancy. Then I want to wear that white maternity dress. No, that's too ordinary. What do you think I should wear? Lei Zhaorong's lips curled slightly. Now that the first month has just passed, there's still half a month. By then your figure should be just right. Sino-Fashion can custom make an evening dress for you, and now you can have one made as well in the same color scheme, but different styles. Guan Lin and Qin Yunyang exchanged glances. That look was the unspoken mutual understanding that sisters share when preparing to go try on dresses together. After dinner, Lei Zhaorong walked alone into the study. He flipped to the page for Jardine, writing a new line next to Slimming completed. Jardine returns to Hong Kong real estate, and Milk International enters Shenzhen. All 9 segments of Jardine have turned profitable. He then flipped to a new page, writing 4 characters at the top. Baby room. A silver message popped up from the system. Related hint: Guan Lin's due date is in July, and Qin Yunyang will confirm a 6-week early pregnancy at the end of March. Both twins are doing well. Confidence level 91%. He looked at this notification, his finger resting on the table for about 5 breaths. Then he picked up the pen and added 4 words after baby room. Need another one. Outside, spring rain fell. The fine rain pattered against the palm leaves, creating a delicate rustling sound, while the distant lights of Central blurred into a hazy golden hue in the rain. He set down the pen and turned to walk towards the master bedroom. The desk lamp was still on. Guan Lin had already fallen asleep, while Qin Yunyang leaned against the headboard, the book in her hand having slipped onto the blanket. He took the book away and dimmed the lamp. On the evening of March 1st, a red carpet was laid out at the entrance of the Lixing Theater. The scale of the first Eastern Film Festival was not large. There were no palm trees like Cannes or live broadcast trucks like the Academy Awards, but when Juan had brought in all the spotlights he could. The sides of the red carpet were packed with reporters and fans, and the flashing lights began intermittently blasting from the moment the sky dimmed. He Chaoqiong arrived early to manage the event with the schedule indicating the precise time window for each guest on the red carpet down to the second. She stood in an inconspicuous corner at the end of the red carpet with her walkie-talkie volume adjusted so that only she could hear it. A black Rolls-Royce pulled up at the start of the red carpet. The first to get out was Lei Zhaorong. He then turned around and extended his hand. Two pairs of hands reached out simultaneously. Guanlin's hand rested in his palm, while Chun Yunyang's hand was placed on Guanlin's wrist. The three walked side by side toward the entrance of the red carpet. Guanlin wore an ivory-white maternity evening gown, the rounded belly creating a gentle curve beneath the satin, with a hand-embroidered gardenia flower adorning the waistline. Chun Yunyang wore a light gray-blue chiffon dress of the same color scheme, the hem 2 inches shorter than Guanlin's, revealing her ankles, and likewise a gardenia flower was embroidered at the same position and size. Xin Yuo's two tailors made 3 rounds of adjustments in the villa, and in the final round Guanlin requested an additional flower at Yes waistline. The flashes erupted instantaneously. The front row of reporters screamed Guanlin's name, while someone in the back shouted Chun Yunyang. A reporter from Ming Pao raised his camera and shouted Miss Guanlin, but swallowed the words mid-sentence as Chun Yunyang turned her head to block a direct flash aimed at Guanlin's abdomen. The action was so natural, as if it had been done 1,000 times. Guanlin leaned close to Lei Zhaorong's ear and whispered, "So many people." Lei Zhaorong tightened his hold on her hand. The three reached the middle of the red carpet. A photographer opened the strong light assist on his camera to capture the angle. At the moment the bright light flashed, Chun Yunyang slightly squinted and instinctively tilted her head, not to avoid the camera, but to evade the waft of backstage perfume coming in with the bright light. She said nothing and did not loosen her grip on Guanlin's hand. Guanlin was smiling at the camera, unaware. At the same moment, in a British-style mansion on Jidan Street, someone was flipping through the shareholder list of IHA. He Chaoqiong made a gesture at the end of the red carpet that outsiders couldn't understand. It was a signal to Xin Yuo's staff the backup dress and sewing kit had been delivered to the theater's backstage. The three entered the grand door of Lixing Theater. 20 minutes before the award ceremony started, a sudden situation arose backstage. A translator for a director from country got lost. The director stood alone in the backstage corridor, clutching a draft of a Japanese acceptance speech, his footsteps pacing out a rhythm of impatience on the floor. As he Chaoqiong passed by him, she stopped and asked in Japanese if he needed help. Then she took off her walkie-talkie and said in Mandarin to the backstage scheduling team, "Channel 4 Japanese translator 30 seconds. She then switched back to Japanese and smiled at the director, signaling him to wait a moment. By the time the translator arrived, he Chaoqiong had already left. The scheduling team later said that her walkie-talkie channel switched between 3 languages that night, but none of them were louder. During the middle of the award ceremony, the Best Art Direction Award was being presented. A figure in a wrinkled blue jacket squeezed in through the side door of the Lixing Theater. It was Suku. He had just rushed back from the filming site in Deep City without even having time to shave. Shi Lanxing caught him in the backstage corridor and handed him a set of iron suit jacket. "The promo reel is in my left pocket." Shi Lanxing reached out to push back a lock of hair stuck to his forehead with sweat, urging him to move to the front row. He was still unbuttoning his suit. After the Best Director award was presented, when Juan took the stage. "There is a director who could not return from filming in Deep City. He sent a 5-minute promo reel. He said, if it doesn't look good, he won't come back next year." Laughter erupted from the audience. The screen went dark. The first frame of the promo reel, Suke's handwritten title, Huang Feihong. On a rocky shore, a figure in a long robe stood amidst the mist. A line of golden red light tore through the clouds on the distant horizon. The soundtrack was a drumbeat pounding in with increasing intensity. A sidekick. A close-up of a fight with fists connecting. Li Lianjia's face emerged in backlight. The wind whipped through his robes. The entire venue fell silent. The promo reel ended on the last frame. Huang Feihong withdrew his fist. The entire sky behind him was stained blood orange by the sunset. Black screen. Subtitles lit up, Huang Feihong. A Suka film, summer 1983. It was silent for 2 seconds. Then the entire audience stood and applauded. Someone in the back shouted, "When will it be released?" Zhou Wenhui stood up to applaud, glancing back at the rear. He was likely looking for where Suka was sitting. Suka had just put on his suit and sat down, startled by the applause, blinking rapidly, then reaching up to press his hand against the corner of his eyes. Shi Lanxing stood on the backstage side, not applauding, but her chin was slightly raised. After the event, the lounge was filled with people. An actress from Tokyo spoke to the translator in halting English, saying she had attended the Tokyo Film Festival 3 times and never experienced such warmth backstage as tonight. A producer from Taiwan stood beside Wen, holding half a glass of red wine that he hadn't drunk, and said in a voice that was not loud, but audible to several rows nearby. This film festival is worth bringing a film to next year. When Wan stood amidst the noise, still clutching the crumpled schedule in his hand, Lei Zhaorong approached him. Lei Sheng. When Wan shook his hand with both of his hands, saying this event was rushed. It can't compare to Cannes or the Academy Awards. But you gave me the chance to make it happen. Next year, I will definitely do better. After this award ceremony, you should talk to Asia Television. Sell them the broadcasting rights, and I will give them a heads up. Once the funds are secured next year, at least it can't be worse than the Tokyo Film Festival. When Wan nodded, quickly jotting down a few lines in his notebook. The handwriting was so scrawled that he might not even recognize it himself, but he knew that everything for next year would start from those few lines. At the same time, in the mansion on Jiadan Street, a cigar was lit. During the closing thank you segment, the spotlight circled around Lei Zhaorong. 2 hours before the award presentation, He Chaoqiong added a note in the blank space of the schedule. Let Lei Sheng read 2 names. She did not ask Lei Zhaorong, but she fully understood why he agreed. Lei Zhaorong unfolded the guest list and read the names of Guanlin and Chen Yunyang. The spotlight swept over the 4th row of the audience. Guanlin and Chen Yunyang stood up simultaneously and bowed. White dress and gray-blue chiffon dress merging into one under the lights, 2 gardenia flowers magnified on the giant screen. Guanlin's rounded belly was seen by the whole audience in that moment, as she did not use her hand to cover it, just slightly tilted her body. The applause at the scene was not a salute, but a blessing. Guanlin turned to look at Chen Yunyang, noticing that her eyes were already full. They said nothing, simply pressing their hands together quietly on their seats. Before leaving the lounge, Lei Zhaorong said something to Shi Lanqing and He Chaoqiong. The broadcasting rights in the East are just the beginning. Hong Kong does not lack people who can make films, but lacks a platform that allows them to focus without distractions and seeking investment. Next, we need to increase our investment in the film and entertainment industry, not just production and cinema, but also distribution, post-production, and artist management. Shi Lanqing's lips pursed slightly, then she added, on the day of Huang Feihong's film release, I can place the next year's budget plan from Tunglong Film on your desk. All right, then I will wait for your budget plan. After the ceremony in the car, Guanlin leaned against Chen Yunyang's shoulder, almost falling asleep. The voice of Zhang Peizhong in the front row was very low. Lei Sheng, the final transaction price for South African Laris was 1.32 billion Hong Kong dollars. It exceeded expectations by 20 million, and the contract was signed this afternoon. Additionally, the collateral you lent to Catech for 1.2 billion has been successfully exchanged, and a 10 equity stake has been accounted for. The pledge agreement was signed yesterday. Lei Zhaorong nodded. As the car's headlights swept over Guanlin's closed eyes, he lowered his voice even further. Put the latest cash flow summary on my desk tomorrow morning. The next morning, in the office on the top floor of Tunglong Building, Zhang Peizhong laid out the cash flow report. After the South African settlement, your personal cash holdings are around 1 billion, and the liquid funds available for mobilization are also 1 billion. The HSBC credit line of 5 billion is still fully available. He paused at the first line of numbers, total assets, fully exceeding 10 billion. Lei Zhaorong flipped to the personal assets page in his notebook, writing down the latest line. Cash 1 billion, liquid funds 1 billion, HSBC limit 5 billion. Total assets surpassing 10 billion. Then he started a new line, second round of bottom fishing initiate. I've already notified Kowloon Construction. Manager Zhao agreed to separately create an asset management department specifically responsible for your personal property transactions and leasing. No need to review reports or strategies, just focus daily on property listings throughout Hong Kong. For any properties listed below 30 of market value, they will report directly to you. Lei Zhaorong nodded. He said little more. Every day from then on there would be property news flowing in from that new department. At 1 a.m., in the kitchen of the villa at Repulse Bay, Guanlin had changed into her pajamas and gone to bed. Chen Yunyang poured a glass of warm water and stood by the sink sipping slowly. On the counter sat a forgotten cup of Hong Kong-style milk tea, now completely cold. The cream had formed a thin layer of light brown film on the surface of the tea. She used to enjoy drinking milk tea before bed, but tonight she did not touch the cold cup of milk tea. She washed the cup, inverted it on the drying rack, and then went upstairs. In the study, the system popped up a silver message. April 3, 1983, panic over avian influenza spreads throughout Hong Kong. Citizens refused to buy vaccinated chicken, with live poultry retail plunging by 70. The demand for chilled substitutes surged, and the first batch of suppliers switching to chilled products will monopolize the market within 2 weeks. Confidence level 89. After reading the push notification, Lei Zhaorong dialed Wen Huali's number. Wen Sheng. Starting today, all cold fresh cabinets under Dairy International will be expanded in batches. The expansion will be initially raised by 20 according to the existing specifications. The exact numbers should be provided by the purchasing department by the day after tomorrow. The end freezers of Bale convenience store will be reorganized in tandem. I will discuss it separately with Luo Yongfa. Funds will be sourced from HSBC. The upstream supply chain needs to be preemptively checked. Any partners with more than 60 of live poultry supply must be interviewed within a week to clarify their conditions for switching to chilled products. Those that can switch immediately will be prioritized for quantity and price locking. There was a silence on the other end for 2 seconds. The time is so tight. Tighter than you think. He hung up the phone. Outside, the night over Victoria Harbor deepened. A very faint sound came from the master bedroom direction. It was like someone was placing a cup back on the bedside table. He opened his notebook and first wrote down the keywords for the Eastern Film Festival, broadcasting rights Asia Television. Next year will benchmark Tokyo. The promo reel will explode. Then on the cash flow page he added South African settlement 1. 32 billion cash, 1 billion liquid funds, 1 billion asset confirmation, exceeding 10 billion. Flipping to the IHA page he wrote at the top, the chair of IHA is secure, but not all the people inside are mine. Input today's search terms. The system popped up a silver message, the text on the screen, reflecting slightly. Related hint, the Zhaorong family, one of the founders of IHA, is extremely dissatisfied with the control of IHA by Chinese capital and is preparing to fully besiege IHA in collaboration with Swire Pacific and Standard Chartered Bank. The Zhaorong family is responsible for contacting IHA's internal senior management to implement passive work stoppages and delay key information transmission involving 23 executives. Swire Pacific will exert direct pressure at the capital level and across multiple business lines. A Standard Chartered Bank will cut off financial lifelines, including tightening credit and re-examining existing loan terms. Regarding the joint action against IHA, the Zhaorong family has extended an invitation to the Katek family. Katek is currently in a state of hesitation. HSBC remains neutral. Official action date April 15th. Confidence level 97. His fingers lingered on the table for a long time. He picked up his pen and drew a line connecting the 3 names Zhaorong, Swire, and Standard Chartered. He also placed a question mark next to the name Katek. Below the 3 names, he drew an arrow pointing to 2 bold characters. April 15th. At the same time in the mansion on Zhaorong Street, cigar ashes fell on the IHA shareholder list. That page was closed and placed into a drawer. A note was stuck to the outside of the drawer with only 2 words written on it, hunting. He closed the notebook. Outside, the spring rain fell again, and the boat lights blurred into a halo of pale gold in the mist. A very faint sound came from the master bedroom direction. It was like someone was placing a cup back on the bedside table. The earliest person awake tonight, and the latest person to sleep separated by a wall waited in their respective quiet for the same day to dawn. The notebook lay open on the desk. Next to the words, April 15th, the pen tip had drawn 2 underlines. Over a century, the main business gradually shrank and became marginalized, leaving only a shareholding structure and board positions in Hong Kong. Lacking resources for a direct counterattack, they could only leverage the residual influence over the senior executives of the company. From the executive's perspective, next to Standard Chartered Bank, it read, insufficient benefits. Bound to the Zhaorong family for a century. To undermine, slow down the repayment rhythm, transferring funds from Standard Chartered in batches to HSBC under the guise of investment. All businesses would switch to synchronously connect with the bank. Let Zhang Peizhong handle it, completing the withdrawal of funds before Standard Chartered notices, and then undermine his credibility. Next to Swire Group, it read, the Shi Huaya family holds over 51% of shares. Acquisition is impossible. A hard confrontation is not worthwhile. 2 lines. Systematically contact each trade client, mark the aviation sector for further investigation, and seek breakthroughs in real estate during the economic crisis. Gradually lay out the plan. The pen paused beside the Swire name, drawing a thin circle inside, which were 3 small characters and a question mark, Cathay Pacific. Under the names of the 3 companies, 2 parallel lines were drawn with a line of text between them, complete secret preparations before the opponent's action deadline. 35 days. The spring rain outside had stopped at some point. The cup of coffee next to the desk had long cooled, and a deep brown stain surrounded the rim. Lei Zhaorong set down his pen and closed the notebook. The words written on the cover, during the first day he was expelled from the Lei family, remained. The Lei family is Lei Zhaorong's Lei. He looked for 2 seconds, placing the notebook on the bedside. Morning. On the top floor of the Dragon Tower. Zhang Peizhong, He Zhaoqiong, Shi Lanqing, Kuang Meiyun, and Li Ji all arrived early. No one asked why so early today. Because last night, He Zhaoqiong had informed the others after receiving a brief message. Lei Zhaorong entered without greetings, laying the notebook flat on the table. Zhang Peizhong, slow down the repayment rhythm with Standard Chartered Bank. The funds of the company with Standard Chartered should be transferred in batches to HSBC under the guise of investment. All business dealings must switch to HSBC simultaneously. Before Standard Chartered notices, I want to see the funds fully transferred. Zhang Peizhong's pen paused on the paper. Lei Sheng, Standard Chartered is a longtime partner of our company. Precisely because of the long-term relationship. They wouldn't expect us to withdraw suddenly. Zhang Peizhong closed the notebook and simply said, understood. He Zhaoqiong. Investigate the detailed information of these 23 senior executives. Resumes related parties' financial transactions and publicly available past records. Simultaneously monitor if they exhibit any unusual business behavior in the coming 4 weeks, including asset transfers or large transactions before resignations. Investigate the Zhaorong family's background thoroughly. He Zhaoqiong took the list, her pen gliding across the paper without pause. She asked only one question: how much time? 2 weeks. She wrote 2 weeks in her notebook and then drew a box around it. She did not ask a third time. The box meant this matter had entered her time management system. Huang Meiyun, provide the complete list of trade partners and clients of Swire Group. Have it on my desk within a week. Huang Meiyun adjusted her glasses and quickly jotted down a few abbreviations. Her note-taking style was different from the other 3. She drew a node diagram instead of a list. As the 4 prepared to leave with their notebooks, Shi Lanxing looked up from the side table and closed his own documents. Lei Sheng, how significant should the actions be? Lei Zhaorong's answer was brief, as small as possible. Don't alert the enemy. Do your best to reassure the internal staff of the company. Shi Lanxing drew a line on the document and said no more. That afternoon, on the top floor of HSBC, in Shunbi's private office, 2 cups of coffee were placed on the coffee table. Today's coffee came with 2 more plates of snacks, 1 plate of English muffins and 1 plate of Chinese egg tarts. Lei Zhaorong did not beat around the bush. Mr. Shin, I'm here today to repay you a significant favor. Shunbi's hand paused in midair. He set down the coffee cup, the bottom of the cup lightly tapping the saucer, producing a crisp sound. All banking operations of the company will be fully transferred from Standard Chartered to HSBC, including deposits and loans, settlements, syndicate agency, all operations. Shinbai remained silent for a full 5 seconds. His fingers lightly tapped his knee, then he leaned back in his chair. A faint but genuine smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Lei, HSBC won't let you regret this decision. He pressed the intercom, his voice returning to its usual calm. Adjust the treatment level of the company to the highest. Any loan requests from the company need not go through individual approval. Report directly to my office. Lei Zhaorong picked up the cup of coffee that had not yet cooled and took a sip. Exiting Shinbi's office, he took the elevator down directly to HSBC's private trading room. Manager Chun was already waiting at the door, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting a cold light under the corridor's fluorescent lights. Lei Zhaorong sat down. Manager Chun slid a handwritten note across the table, which contained only a single line of numbers neatly and delicately written. After reading, Lei Zhaorong pushed it back, his voice lower than usual. Continue to secretly acquire shares of the company totaling 6.4%. Do not publicly announce, do not concentrate purchases, spread across accounts, spread across time periods, and place everything in offshore accounts after settlement. Let the market believe the company is still the same company. Manager Chen nodded. He stowed the note in the drawer, adjusted his glasses. The company's current stock price is close to 12. Whether we can cooperate with market fluctuations to lower the average acquisition price depends on whether the market gives us opportunities in the coming weeks. Remember, until I announce it, no one in the market knows I hold these shares. Manager Chen did not respond. He typed the first line of trading instructions on the keyboard, his fingers hovering above the enter key, not pressing it immediately. He was waiting for Lei Zhaorong to exit the trading room. The moment the door closed, the enter key was pressed simultaneously. Evening. Shallow Water Bay Villa. Tang Zhonghua was waiting at the door, his usually stern face rarely showing. Lei Sheng, the comrades are all settled now. Their families have been brought over, and the company helped them secure Hong Kong residency under guarantee. Zhou Taijun brought his wife and child from their hometown last month, living in a few apartments in Kowloon Tong. He asked me to tell you, conditions are much better than back home, and soon the child will enter a local school. After listening, Lei Zhaorong nodded. Is life still manageable? Tang Zhonghua smiled. The summer in Hong Kong is more humid than back home, but they say they'll get used to it after a while. Then he added, their family also said they would like to invite you for a meal someday. What will we eat? Lei Zhaorong casually asked, his tone as light as chatting about daily life. Tang Zhonghua was taken aback for a moment, then grinned. They are from Hunan, spicy hot pot. Lei Zhaorong's lips twitched slightly. Tell them not to make it too spicy. As long as they live well. Tang Zhonghua had just turned to leave when the phone in the study rang. Lei Zhaorong answered the phone. A clear yet raspy voice came through the line. An imprint left by years of smoking, each word's ending sinking slightly, yet enunciated clearly, with a tone reflecting a warm, alert precision cultivated from years of dealing with strangers. Mr. Lei, long time no see, this is Dong Machi. Lei Zhaorong's hand holding the receiver paused for a moment. He leaned into the sofa, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Brother Dong. The sunset outside Victoria Harbor perfectly aligned with the horizon. The sea surface was burned into a molten gold color, and even the distant circular windows of the HSBC building blended in. The call ended. The sunset dyed the study's floor a warm orange. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in the chair, gently tapping his fingers 3 times on the notebook. He turned to a new page, writing a line at the top. Dong Machi, situations in the Soviet Union are not optimistic. This time we can profit greatly. Before April 15th, Standard Chartered's undermining plan must be executed. The company is ready for Swire must gradually tighten its grip. The road ahead is still long. Now it's time to give the family more time. Outside the window, the last trace of twilight sank into Victoria Harbor. March 20th, early morning. Lei Zhaorong flipped to the countdown page marked April 15th in his notebook and added a new line beside it, avian influenza. late March to early April. Frozen fresh must be arranged before the panic. He dialed Wenhuali. When answered in a clear voice, evidently already at the office. How is the cold fresh cabinet expansion going? The receiver carried the sound of pages being turned after 2 flips when reported the figures precisely. Awakens line-wide cold fresh cabinet expansion is 90% complete. The freezer expansion has been handed over, 4 days ahead of schedule. The dedicated temperature control units for the poultry frozen fresh section will all be in place this week. Upstream in the supply chain, per your instruction, 4 live poultry suppliers have signed conversion contracts to frozen fresh production with locked volumes and prices. Lei Zhaorong jotted a few numbers into his notebook. The advanced stock is still insufficient. Once the first wave of panic buying begins, the cold fresh cabinets will be emptied within 3 days. Order another batch of mobile cold fresh cabinets for the warehouse so they can be deployed at any time. Wenhuali hesitated for a moment. Lei, the avian flu reports are still scattered. When those reports become front-page headlines, cabinet order lead times will be pushed into June. At that moment, He Chaoqiong pushed open the office door. She carried a brand-new large file box that landed on the desk with a muffled thud. A label on the cover bore a single line of text: Iha Senior Executive Duty Investigation. Nos. 15. Beneath it, a red pen had drawn a star. Outside March's Xiangjiang hung low with clouds. The season's first heavy rain had not yet fallen. 5 days later, the extra mobile cold fresh cabinets, when ordered, had just entered the warehouse. When Xiangjiang Daily ran a modest piece on page 3, avian flu spreads in Thailand, a local poultry supply remains unaffected. That same day, Mingbao ran a brief financial bulletin in a corner of its business page titled Live Poultry, Wholesale Prices Dip Slightly, Consumer Purchasing Intent Unchanged. Most readers skimmed the headlines and moved on. Only in front of Awakens cold fresh cabinets was foot traffic about 10% higher than usual. Guan Zhaochan's weekly report arrived on Wenhuali's desk 3 days later. One line was circled in red: this week, frozen fresh poultry sales rose 27% week on week. Huikong adjusted all stores' frozen fresh restocking from once a day to twice daily. Bailey convenience stores saw synchronized acceleration in frozen poultry turnover. Some outlets sold out before 6 in the evening. Wenhuali looked at the figures and remembered the midnight call from Lei Zhaorong 2 weeks earlier. He wrote an instruction beneath the report: activate mobile cold fresh cabinets ahead of schedule. First deploy to the 12 stores with the fastest sales growth. He then phoned procurement: order another batch of mobile cold fresh cabinets and store them in the warehouse on standby. That evening, queues formed in front of the cold fresh cabinets at the Mongkok Huikong store. A housewife lifted the last box of frozen chicken legs from the cabinet and told the neighbor behind her: the papers say chicken plague in Thailand, but frozen fresh is still safe. Someone at the end of the queue commented there weren't this many frozen fresh choices before now. Huikong has rows of them. Meanwhile, the 4 suppliers who first sensed the shift upstream had begun placing additional orders. The owner of the largest breeding farm in northern Guangdong told Nyonai Guiji's procurement manager on the phone when asked us to convert to frozen fresh before, and we hesitated. Now live poultry procurement prices are falling and the frozen fresh line has stabilized our shipments. The procurement manager recorded the exact words in the next day's work log. March 27th. Jada Bank Credit Monitoring Department. An analyst noticed 4 large withdrawals from IHA's deposit balance over the past 2 weeks. Each memo line was marked investment funds. She reported the situation to her superior just as Jellingwood happened to pass her workstation. Jellingwood asked her to print the statement and read the 4 transfer entries line by line. His frown deepened. Yet IHA had not triggered any default clauses. Each repayment had been completed before its due date. That afternoon, Jellingwood appeared at IHA Tower's reception. He waited nearly 20 minutes before being taken to the top. He pushed open the door. Lei Zhaorong sat behind his desk leafing through a document. An untouched cup of coffee sat on the surface. Jellingwood did not sit. He laid a 2-week summary of IHA's recent movements at Jada on the desk. Mr. Lei, IHA's deposit balance at Jada has fallen by more than 70% in the past 2 weeks. Those 4 transfers labeled investment funds total over 800 million Hong Kong dollars. All moved into Huifeng. Lei Zhaorong looked up without changing expression. Mr. Jellingwood, now is a favorable time to invest. IHA must seize opportunities at post-crash asset lows. The funds at Jada were reallocated to acquire high-quality targets. What is the problem? You could have made those investments through Jada. Huifeng offered me lower fees and faster approvals. Can Jada? Jellingwood fell silent for 5 full seconds. Then he folded the statement and slipped it into his suit pocket. Mr. Lei Jada's relationship with IHA stretches back to the company's 2nd year. Lei Zhaorong's voice was even devoid of emotion. Precisely because of that history, the past should not be treated as an immunity token. Jellingwood's jaw tightened. He turned toward the door, paused halfway, and left without looking back. We suspect. Lei Zhaorong did not reply. The door closed softly behind Jellingwood. Back at Jada, Jellingwood proposed a re-examination of IHA's remaining loan covenants at an internal credit committee. After the meeting, he said to an aide in a low voice in the corridor, what makes him most dangerous is not that he withdrew. It is that while withdrawing funds, he still ensured every repayment arrived on time and made every investment transfer appear entirely reasonable. That means he had been preparing at least a month in advance. The aide asked whether to initiate a default investigation. Ujellingwood offered no answer. When the elevator doors closed, he muttered as if to himself, if he really knew a month in advance, then anything we do now will be too late. He Xiaoqiong entered the office 3 times, each time carrying a file box thicker than the last. The second label read Nos. 616. The third label read Nos. 1723. On her third entry, she laid the boxes out in order on the desk and spread a summary sheet before Lei Zhaorong. The file boxes were labeled respectively misappropriation of public funds, related party transactions, leaking IHA secrets, to Zhadian dereliction of duty for over 6 months, falsified travel expenses, and accepting supplier kickbacks. All 23 have been investigated. For 18, there is clear evidence warranting immediate internal inquiry. 3 show suspicious illicit fund flows. Some accounts are highly linked to offshore companies controlled by the Zhadian family. The remaining 2 show no current problems, but they are holdovers appointed by the previous management and have been entirely passive in execution. Her voice was steady as water. Wang Mingyuan has duplicated and archived the evidence at the newspaper's safe deposit box, in case anyone attempts to destroy the originals. Zhang Chenggang added a draft legal opinion for the shareholders meeting to formally dismiss the 18 is ready. The 3 suspected of criminal conduct are advised to be handed over to the Commercial Crime Investigation Unit. The evidentiary chain is closed. The 3 most serious cases, names. He Xiaoqiong turned to the final page of the summary and pointed to 3 names marked with double asterisks. Of these 3, one person has 3 suppliers who within the past 2 months signed related party contracts with offshore companies indirectly controlled by Mitsui and the Zhadian interests. The other 2 have long awarded supply contracts to shell companies owned by their relatives. Lei Zhaorong read for a moment and closed the summary. Clean them up, rank them by severity, and inform Zhang Chenggang simultaneously. Transfer everything at once when the time comes. On the 4th morning, Shi Lansheng delivered the interview summaries to Lei Zhaorong. Her opening was brief and carried an unmistakable satisfaction. Lei, the interviews these past days exceeded expectations. The replacement candidates performed very smoothly. These people were once industry elites. Many companies failed in the crash and discarded them, but their experience and foundations remain. She spread the interview list divided into 3 tiers. First tier, 14 people, all senior managers who can immediately fill executive vacancies. Second tier, over 20 mid-level backbone personnel. Third tier, nearly 40 young reserves. The market trough has given us an unreasonably deep talent pool. He Xiaoqiong added background checks on the first 2 tiers. 36 people in total are complete, 32 pass. When she closed the background check folder, she tapped the cover with her fingertip once, an identical rhythm to how she confirms 2-week deadlines. Lei Zhaorong finished reviewing the list and looked up. Keep all of these outstanding talents. Tunglong and IHA will expand, not merely to fill vacancies, but to reserve capacity for growth. If they are good, keep them. Even if there is no immediate position, I rotate them through departments. The crash eliminated them. Tunglong and IHA will give them a second chance. These reserves will become our backbone in the future. He turned to Zhang Peizhong. Within 2 weeks, compile the manpower gaps required for the future expansion of Huekong, Wanning, Jidi, and Meixing. Prioritize matching this reserve talent. He Xiaoqiong noted intertalent pool in her notebook as Shi Lansheng opened the contacts list to send second-round interview notices. In the last week of March, Kwang Meiyun handed over a progress report on contacts with Taiga Trading's clients. Of Taigu's dozen-plus long-term trading clients, we have completed preliminary contact. 4 of them expressed willingness to discuss next-step cooperation, mainly small and medium clients who have long been constrained by Taiga's exclusivity clauses. Taiga has not yet detected our approach, she added. And even if they do, they will likely assume it is normal competition for now. 3 days later, at Taiga Trading's internal meeting, a deputy marketing director mentioned recent signs of loosening downstream. Some small clients had halted renewal negotiations. Shi Huaya's family representative, Taiga Trading vice chairman Shi Huaya, finished the briefing, removed his half-frame glasses, and pressed the bridge of his nose. No need to blow this out of proportion. Client movement during a market crash is normal. Taiga has tied these clients for decades. They will not be pried away by a few price proposals. No one contradicted him. The briefing was set aside in the corner of the conference table and not mentioned again for the next 2 weeks. March 28th, late at night, Kaidik sat in GD headquarters with 2 documents spread before him. On the left lay an invitation letter from the Zhedian family, polite in tone but explicit in intent, joined the joint action on April 15th. On the right was GD's latest shareholding structure. He folded Zhedian's letter aside, spread a blank sheet, and wrote a long chain of deductions in ink. The last line made a thin sheen of sweat rise on his brow. His reasoning on paper was clear. If they succeeded in undermining Lei Zhaorong, he would be Zhadian's vanguard. If they failed, Zhou Yongyan, Lin Diyue, and Nabijian were cautionary precedents, and even Zwitting had once come personally to apologize. He recalled the day Nabijian left IHA's boardroom. Nabijian paused at the door before it closed, and said climbing into the seat is easy, staying steady is hard. Kaidik had been 3 paces from the main seat, and heard Lei Zhaorong reply, that is your experience talking. Not mine. Kaidik pulled his gaze back from the memory to the white sheet before him. He noticed a faint horizontal line he had unconsciously drawn along the page's edge. The pen tip had rested on that line for a long time. Kaidik drew a diagonal through Zhadian's invitation with his pen, then locked Jidi's share structure sheet in a drawer and turned the key twice. That night, he sent a terse message to the Zhadian family. The Kaidik family will not participate in this action. We will remain aloof. After signing, he tore the carbon copy in half, had his secretary file it with the memo, and wrote a 3-character note in the remarks column for family. April 3rd, Iha Tower Boardroom. 23 summonses had been delivered yesterday. Today, every recipient was present without exception. He Chaoqiong had pre-packaged all evidence into 23 sealed envelopes and placed them along the long table. Zhang Qinggong's briefcase clasp was quietly released to reveal a shareholders' resolution draft his team had prepared overnight. When Lei Zhaorong opened the boardroom door, both sides of the long table were already filled. GD CEO Fang Jingden Yonai Guojis, Wen Huali Huakongs, Guan Zhaochong Wanings Liang Shui Machines Wu Weigua, and 23 departmental executives. Some whispered, some scanned the agenda before them, some still steadied their coffee cups. He Chaoqiong and Shi Lanxing sat at a side table by the wall, each with an agenda sheet before them. Zhan Peizhong sat to Lei Zhaorong's right and opened the last page of the cash flow brief. There next to Huifeng's deposit balance a checkmark had been placed. Lei Zhaorong paused for 2 seconds at the boardroom entrance. His gaze swept from the empty seat at the head of the table to the person nearest the door. Fang Jingde, his suit buttoned neatly, fingers tapping his knee at a quicker rhythm than usual. He walked to the main seat, but did not sit at once, bracing his hands on the table edge. Today's agenda contains one item only, cleaning out the worms inside Iha. The room fell instantly silent. A coffee cup met its saucer with a faint crisp clink. He Chaoqiong stood and placed the 23 sealed envelopes before the corresponding executives. Each brown envelope hit the table in succession, 23 discrete sounds. 2 people seated mid-table glanced down to see their names and numbers on the covers, and unconsciously tugged at their collars. Another stared at the edge of his envelope, where a sliver of bank statement peeked through, and swallowed. Lei Zhaorong looked at everyone. His voice was low, but each word fell like a guillotine. No one is to leave this room until I adjourn the meeting. He Chaoqiong placed a consolidated summary before him. He opened the first page and scanned every face along the table. After perhaps 2 breaths, he spoke his final sentence. The Zhadian family thinks they can still give orders within Iha. Today I will show them whom, if anyone Iha still listens to. I will clear out the worms, and they will have none left. Outside, April's Xiangjiang clouds were breaking. The waters of Victoria Harbor were cleaved by the morning sun into 1/2 gray and 1/2 gold. Liang Zhongwen rose from his seat. He read from the summary sheet. He Chaoqiong, vice president of Iha Shipping Department, listed as the 11th person with a single asterisk, had embezzled 4,700,000. He nudged the unopened file folder in front of him half an inch toward Lei Zhaorong, then turned to face the assembled colleagues. These items Chairman Lei produced today, whether genuine or not, we have no time to authenticate, nor do we. But there is one thing I want to remind everyone here. If we do not stand together today, tomorrow each of you will be the next. He drew a folded resignation letter from his suit pocket and laid it atop the file folder. A second one. A third. A fifth. The 10th. 23 resignation letters lay in layered stacks along the long table, nearly covering the craft paper envelopes that contained bank statements and signatures. 23 people resigned, collectively effective immediately. Liang Zhongwen looked at Lei Zhaorong. Mr. Lei Iha will be paralyzed tomorrow. Shi Lanxing set his pen down by the side table and glanced toward Zhan Peizhong with his eyes. Should we call security? Zhan Peizhong almost imperceptibly shook his head, having seen a faint arc at the corner of Lei Zhaorong's mouth. When Huali glanced down at the pile of resignation letters, and on the back of the agenda wrote 2 characters, seeking death, his strokes feather-light, as if signing a routine file. Fang Jingde did not move. He slid his hand from his knee onto the table, letting his gaze travel between Lei Zhaorong and Liang Zhongwen twice before remaining silent. He Chaoqiong closed her agenda without a word and slipped the last set of materials into a folder. Huang Meiyun's pencil paused at the final node on the diagram. She was not nervous, merely waiting for Lei Zhaorong to speak. Lei Zhaorong lowered his eyes and scanned the layered resignations on the table. There was neither anger nor sneer in it. He tapped lightly with his finger on one of the letters, Liang Zhongwen's, where the fold still bore the warm crease of his touch. Liang Zhongwen, you said, if you do not stand together today, tomorrow anyone could be next. You were half right. Today you do stand together, but tomorrow will not be the tomorrow you imagine. Iha will not collapse because you leave, but you will regret leaving it. He rose and walked to the side door of the conference room and pushed it open. In the corridor, all 23 successors were already in position. Each of them held a signed arrival agreement, and leading them was Shun Wenyao, the most senior in the first echelon and former deputy director of Taigu Yanghong's trade department. He had spent 12 years at Tycoon, had been laid off last year during the market crash under the pretext of a business adjustment, and still had the employment contract he had signed only yesterday in his pocket. Ladies and gentlemen, Lei Zhaorong turned and addressed the room. Welcome to observe the most efficient handover in IHA's history. Left, 23 predecessors. Right, 23 successors. Shen Wenyao was the first to enter, nodded to Lei Zhaorong, then walked straight to the seat beside Liang Zhongwen and pulled out a chair. He took from his briefcase a handover checklist template, withdrew a pen from his jacket pocket, and marked the first page with a single character meaning 1. Fang Jingda recognized Shen Wenyao. Last year's Tycoon layoffs had been the subject of a feature in the Xinbao headline. 12-year veteran laid off. Tycoon calls it a normal business adjustment. Fang Jingda pushed that memory back and simply nudged the file in front of him half an inch. The other 22 entered in turn and took seats opposite their respective predecessors. The room was filled only with the scraping of chairs and the rustle of papers. Liang Zhongwen stood frozen. His resignation letter had been swept aside by the draft raised by a chair. The paper's corner curled white and fluttered slightly in the air conditioning. He stood there with his hand still poised where he had pushed the file. Another executive joining the chorus earlier picked the letter up from the table and crushed it in his hand. The paper had softened from sweat. You thought a mass resignation would be the ace card. Lei Zhaorong sat down. In truth, you only spared me the trouble of sending the final dismissal notices. A reminder: penalties for breach of contract and any internal investigations into misconduct during employment will proceed according to company regulations and contractual terms. Your resignations will not automatically absolve you. Zhang Chenggang produced a pre-drafted verification checklist from his briefcase, spread it on the table, pressed his pen tip to each line as he checked them, and pushed his glasses up his nose. The 3 suspected of criminal activity have a closed evidentiary chain. It is recommended they be transferred to the Commercial Crime Investigation Unit. For the rest, IHA will simultaneously initiate internal disciplinary hearings and civil recovery proceedings, including, but not limited to, the return of misappropriated funds and compensation for losses caused by related party transactions. Individual resignations do not interrupt the above procedures. He turned the page, signed the lower left corner without looking up. The first round of summonses will be issued tomorrow. After the meeting dispersed, He Chaoqiong collected the letters one by one and affixed a new label to the file box, Collective Resignations. She returned the file box to the bottom shelf of the cabinet, nudged 2 misaligned boxes further in to straighten them, and closed the cabinet door. While the executive handovers were underway, Wang Mingyuan personally supervised the layout at the Shanjiang Daily. The front page headline, finally approved by Lei Zhaorong, read, IHA Board Resolution Expel the Zhadian Family. The subheading declared, by majority vote of the IHA Board, all seats held by the Zhadian family on the IHA Group Board are hereby vacated with immediate effect. All subsidiaries of IHA Group shall sever all commercial relations with the Zhadian family. From this moment, the Zhadian family shall be prohibited from conducting any business in the name of IHA Group. IHA reserves the right to pursue legal accountability for past actions. The story was illustrated with the Zhadian family crest from the Zhidian building and central, accompanied by a timeline chart from the Zhadian family's collusion with Tycoon and Huda to plot against IHA, to internal executives bought to act as informants. Each event was precisely dated and cross-referenced with evidence numbers. Wilian Zhidian, patriarch of the Zhidian family and an old-school English capitalist noble nearing 70, slammed his coffee cup on the table when he saw the paper at breakfast. He paced in his study, cursed, and opened his internal contact book to call Jelinwood, his fingers trembling with anger as he dialed. Page 2, Hueda Bank, why a century-old English bank has become an accomplice to commercial crime. The report itemized evidence that Hueda had assisted the Zhadian family against IHA. 3 internal credit review memos personally signed by Jelinwood, minutes from the Hueda Credit Committee mentioning cooperating with the Zhadian family strategy, and a special credit facility extended to Zhadian offshore entities. Evidence collection had been led by He Chaoqiong and verified by Zhang Chenggang. The concluding line of the article read, when a bank weaponizes lending power to contain Chinese capital, will Chinese enterprises still entrust their deposits and financing to it? Jelinwood read the piece in his office and broke out into a film of sweat on his brow. He set the paper down and told his assistant, contact Lei Zhaorong. No, wait. First the lawyers, then headquarters. He added, and then Lei Zhaorong. That afternoon, 2 local mid-sized property developers called Hueda to inquire about restructuring. Pages 3 and 4 were a Tycoon special headline. Tycoon Yanghang, the century-old English giant that has monopolized Xinjiang trade. Trade businesses Cathay Pacific and Property Holdings. Tycoon's monopolistic pricing, exclusivity clauses, and related party dealings were all exposed. The report singled out Zhang Shui's remark at an internal meeting, no need to make a fuss, and paired it with an editor's note concluded, this series will continue to follow Tycoon Yanghang's activities in the port. Please watch for tomorrow's front page. When Zhang Shui's secretary set the paper on his desk, the phrase, no need to make a fuss, had been penciled in. The pencil impression was deep. It was his own circle. Before the afternoon open, manager Chen unfolded a short-selling plan across from Lei Zhaorong in the Huifeng private. Borrow 15 million shares of Tycoon from Huifeng and stagger the sell orders over 3 days. Tycoon trades at 11.6 now, target short price 9.2. When Shunbai approved the stock borrow, he only said the last time the Shueya family refused Huifeng's financing proposal was 5 years ago. He signed. At the afternoon open, 15 million Tycoon shares were sliced into a dozen sell orders and unleashed alongside the negative reports. Tycoon's share price fell 6% within half an hour, trading volume nearly 5 times the previous day. Retail investors who did not understand the situation saw the headlines and the plunge and began to sell in panic. That afternoon, Tycoon's stock slid to 10.8, at one point nearing 10.5. A small Tycoon shareholder watching the quote screens in a brokerage told the person beside him the paper says Tycoon monopolized trade for a century, and now the price has fallen like this. Better to get out first. At the same time, in the vice chairman's office at Tycoon, Yanghang Yuehan Shueya stared at the numbers dancing on the screen and told the finance director standing at the door, let them sell. The Shueya family holds over 51%, no one can unseat us. The finance director did not reply, only placed another document on the desk. Formal termination notices from 3 small to mid-sized clients delivered that afternoon. Yuehan Shueya did not look at that paper. Manager Chen, meanwhile, was quietly using 9 distributed accounts to accumulate Tycoon shares at the low prices. By the close, he had purchased roughly 7% of Tycoon through different desks. Whispering progress into Lei Zhaorong's ear, he added, this price is only the beginning. Once Tycoon's clients accelerate their flight, it will drop again, we will keep buying into that. Lei Zhaorong scanned Tycoon's current shareholder structure. The ultimate target is 20%. We are not seeking acquisition, we seek 3 board seats. The Shueya family holds over 51%. Acquisition is impossible. But 20% plus command of public opinion will let us expose every decision they make at the board and parade it in the Xiangjiang Daily. From now on, every time Tycoon makes a decision, we will vote against it. Every vote against will yield a story in the Xiangjiang Daily. Let them balance the ledger themselves. Do they keep fighting, or is it wiser to come to the table? Zhang Qinggang was already preparing the application to call a special shareholders meeting requesting the 3 boards. That same evening, the Xiangjiang Daily issued an extra edition. Avian influenza had officially spread to the local live poultry supply chain. The government's Agriculture and Fisheries Department urgently tested 3 local farms. E2 returned positive samples. Effective immediately, live poultry markets across the territory were suspended for 48 hours. The accompanying photo showed the Changsha poultry wholesale market cordoned off, vendors huddled beside empty cages, faces fallen, as if the sky had collapsed. Within 2 hours of the bulletin, supermarket chilled counters across the territory were cleared out. Welcome deployed refrigerated mobile units from its warehouse straight to storefronts. Staff had just placed the last crate of chilled chicken drumsticks on the shelf when the queued customers snatched them all. When Huali called Lei Zhaorong, his voice steady with the calm of a battle unfolding according to plan. Mr. Lei, we planted chilled inventory in advance. It is covering according to schedule. That same night, the lights burned all night in Meishin Food's central kitchen. Wu Weiguo at Meishin received calls from 3 long-term roast meat suppliers saying that the live poultry shortage had crippled production capacity. They demanded price increases or suspension of direct supply. Wu Weiguo immediately diverted the first 5 tons of chilled poultry from the Milk International cold store to Meishin's test kitchen, produced trial batches of chilled char siu and chilled soy-braised chicken, delivered them to 3 outlets for morning trial sales, and labeled in the kitchen that the chilled poultry and live bird products were prepared under identical braising standards to ensure consistent quality. On the phone, he told Lei Zhaorong, Mr. Lei, if Meishin can fully switch to a chilled central kitchen, this time the proportion of live poultry in our cost structure can be reduced from nearly half to below 30%. Once this battle is over, Meishin's cost structure will be transformed. All of this unfolded exactly as Lei Zhaorong had expected. Late at night, Kuechong dock. A cargo ship flying the Panama flag lay at berth number 3, cranes hoisting the last pallets into the hold. The sea breeze carried the scent of diesel and rust off the gangway. Dong Machi held an unlit cigarette between his teeth and spoke with a voice clear yet hoarse in the night wind. 30 machines. State-of-the-art 5-axis CNC milling machines. The sea breeze carried the scent of diesel and rust off the gangway. Dong Machi held an unlit cigarette between his teeth and spoke with a voice clear yet hoarse. Sino-Soviet ties are strained. Soviet shipments to Eastern Europe have been delayed, and a batch destined for Poland couldn't get paid in full. I intercepted them mid-route. He tightened his coat, flicked the cigarette case, but did not light one. Your timing was good. Everything is in the warehouse. Tonight it loads, and it will clear port before dawn. Moscow has chased this shipment 3 times. Lei Zhaorong watched the crane lower the last container into the hold. Will you need this many again? Not necessarily. The Americans have kicked off their Star Wars program and dragged the Soviets into an arms race. Their budget will be very tight in the coming years. That is a double-edged sword for us. On one hand, they will rely more on clandestine trade for high-end machine tools and heavy equipment. On the other hand, sensitive goods will be under tighter scrutiny. Dong Machi removed the cigarette from his mouth and tucked it behind his ear, brushing rust dust from his coat. Lei, this parting. Who knows when we will meet again? This run will circle half the globe, through Malacca, around the Cape of Good Hope, into the Black Sea. The checkpoints to avoid are twice as many as last time. They clasped hands. Dong Machi's palm was rough as sandpaper from years of touching machine nameplates. He turned and climbed the gangway, pausing midway to call back. By the way, the Soviets told me to tell you the machines arrived, and the quality is better than what they make themselves. If there's more next time, you're first on the list. The ship's horn bellowed long and low. Dong Machi's silhouette vanished into the hold. Dawn. The study in the Repulse Bay Villa. Lei Zhaorong opened his notebook to the page marked Soviet Union and wrote beside Dong Machi's name, "First batch of machine tools arrived." A system notification popped up on his screen. Associated note: because of the Star Wars program, the Soviet Union and many Eastern European states are accelerating military expansion. High-end machine tools and precision equipment command black market premiums of 300%. Western countries will continue to tighten technology embargoes against Soviet capabilities over the next 18 years. At the same time, the arms race is pulling light industry raw materials and civilian technical talent toward heavy industry, deepening shortages of civilian consumer goods in the Soviet bloc over the coming years. The window to trade light industrial goods for heavy industrial equipment remains open. Confidence level 91%. He finished reading the push and added under the Soviet entry trade goods for equipment trade profit for channels. Outside the window, Victoria Harbor had grown darker. From the master bedroom came a faint sound, the light click of someone placing a glass back on the bedside table. Tonight he did not know whether that glass belonged to Guanlin or Qin Yunan. He listened until the sound faded down the corridor, waited a moment for all other noises to settle, and then returned his pen to the holder. On a clear morning in early April, the dawn light over Victoria Harbor spread across the horizon, casting the palm leaves outside the study window into a semi-transparent green hue. The phone rang. Lei Zhaorong answered, and on the other end was the calm voice of President Su. "Mr. Lei, all the goods have been safely transported. Last night the ship was unloaded, and this morning our engineers have already begun to inspect each machine according to the manual." President Su paused for a moment. This batch of machine tools is valued at over $35 million in the market. Considering the scarcity of such advanced machinery, we have decided to settle at $40 million. How would Mr. Lei like to proceed with the transaction? All investments will be in the mainland, in exchange for land resources in key urban areas, Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and other future potential cities. The last 3 plots acquired through machine tools yielded great benefits, and we will proceed similarly this time. President Su fell silent for 2 seconds on the other and then added one word: good. He continued, the development plan for those 3 plots has already been approved by the mainland. A special approval for a 50-year usage period for commercial purposes. We will also push forward with the necessary paperwork for subsequent planning and will not delay the development progress. The call was terminated. Lei Zhaorong opened the personal assets page in his notebook and made a new entry in the mainland land section: second batch land equivalent to $40 million. The first batch has appreciated and the development plan has been approved. The total reserve of land in core cities of the mainland, both commercial and residential, covers the key areas of Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen. A golden notification popped up in the system. Related notice: the commercial land prices in the core areas of mainland cities will appreciate 500 to 900 times within 40 years. Currently, the commercial land price per square meter in first-tier cities is about $200 to $500, and the long-term compound growth will far exceed that of major cities globally. The special approval for a 50-year usage period is the best clause among the investments. Confidence level is 91%. He closed the notebook. The morning light over Victoria Harbor was spreading across the horizon again. William Jardine, after being expelled from the Jardine-Matheson board for a week, respectively wrote letters to the Swire family and Greenwood at Standard Chartered. The wording remained restrained as typical of British aristocracy, but the content had devolved from a comprehensive joint strategy on April 15th to a plea for coordination. The butler presented the reply in the afternoon. Swire's response was personally signed by John Swire, and the wording was polite but clear. Swire is currently prioritizing internal affairs and will not participate in any external joint actions at this time. The call to Greenwood was unreachable. His secretary said over the phone, "Mr. Greenwood is in a meeting and cannot take calls at the moment." The Jardine family held an internal meeting in the family conference room on the top floor of Jardine House. The number of attendees was nearly half that of the last meeting. William Jardine sat at the end of the long table. His hair had turned a shade whiter than a few weeks ago. A family member stood up, voice laced with suppressed anger. "William, we waited for over a decade for a chance to pry open Jardine. Are there really no other options now?" William Jardine slowly stood up, resting his hands on the edge of the table. The silence stretched longer than last time. Then he raised his gaze to all those present. "There are none. The family's friends are unwilling to get involved. Swire is entangled and Standard Chartered is in disarray. After Lei Zhaorong cleans out the internal pests at Jardine, we won't even have a line of communication left. Outside, the family crest of Jardine House glinted coldly in the afternoon sun. It was the deer head emblem that had been hung up 100 years ago and had never been dusted once. The cleaning lady in the building looked up at it as she passed by, then lowered her head to continue mopping the floor. She had not received any special maintenance instructions regarding this emblem. There never had been. On the same day, Lei Zhaorong signed an external statement at the Jardine headquarters formally authorizing the legal department to pursue the Jardine family's legal responsibilities for engaging in commercial activities in the name of Jardine without authorization during their tenure as directors and after being expelled. The statement ended with a single line: Jardine Group reserves the right to trace all past abuses. On the day the statement was published, 3 local Chinese businesses that had long-standing dealings with the Jardine family notified their suspension of cooperation through lawyers. One of the business owners told a reporter, and the quote was printed in a corner of the Hong Kong Daily's finance section, "If they can't even maintain Jardine's face, how can they protect my business?" In early April, Greenwood appeared at the front desk of Jardine House. This time he had not made an appointment in advance. He held a dark brown briefcase and wore a suit that was clearly just pressed. There was a new white strand of hair at his right temple compared to his last visit. He Chao walked to Lei Zhaorong's office door, speaking softly. "Mr. Lei, Mr. Greenwood is downstairs. He said he wants to discuss the relationship between the 2 companies in person. Should I handle it?" Lei Zhaorong did not look up from the document. "Have him wait for 30 minutes. Then tell him that Jardine is currently busy with internal handover matters after restructuring and cannot arrange a meeting at this time. If Standard Chartered has a specific proposal, they can submit it in writing and Jardine will handle it according to the procedure. Just get the message across and don't chat further." He Chao nodded and turned to go downstairs. Greenwood was led into a small waiting room without windows. On the table was a cup of green tea steaming. He sat for a full 30 minutes without anyone entering, only the occasional sound of footsteps in the corridor and the distant hum of a photocopier. The steam from the teacup transformed from a thick haze to a barely visible white line before finally disappearing completely. He Chao pushed open the door and relayed Lei Zhaorong's words verbatim. His tone was calm, devoid of any emotion. After listening, Greenwood did not argue. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Please tell Mr. Lei that Standard Chartered is willing to reassess all terms." He Chao did not respond to this. She nodded slightly and closed the door. The waiting room was left with the tea in the white porcelain cup had gone cold, yet he still lifted it for a sip. Then he stood up, buttoned his suit, and left with the briefcase that had not been opened. Greenwood returned to the Standard Chartered office. As he opened the door, his personal assistant was standing by the desk. The assistant said nothing, simply placed the facts on the desk. Data on the loss of Chinese clients at Standard Chartered Hong Kong. Over the past 2 weeks, 8 local medium-sized enterprises have applied to cancel or transfer their deposit accounts with Standard Chartered, with the total amount exceeding 600 million Hong Kong dollars. 3 of the companies noted the same remark in the cancellation application: reassess the cooperation with Standard Chartered. After reading the facts, Greenwood broke into a fine sweat on his forehead. However, this time he did not mutter to himself in the corridor as he had a few weeks ago. He pressed the fax under his hands and stared at it for a long time before picking up the phone to dial Standard Chartered's London headquarters. The response from headquarters was brief: the investigation team would arrive in Hong Kong within 10 days. The scope of the investigation includes Greenwood's personal role in all credit decisions in the collaboration against Jardine. The notification concluded with a line: "Suspend Mr. Greenwood's credit approval authority for any single loan exceeding 5 million Hong Kong dollars until the investigation results are released." After hanging up the phone, Greenwood sat in the chair for a long time. He took out the list of lost Chinese clients and placed it at the top of the drawer. In the drawer was also a loan review document for Jardine that he had personally signed a few weeks earlier. He placed that document on top of the list, as if using one sheet of paper to weigh down another. The emergency board meeting of Swire was not open to the public. The financial director stood up to report, his voice somewhat tense. Swire's stock price is now below $10. 5 small and medium-sized trade clients have formally terminated renewal contracts. 3 shipping partners have proposed to renegotiate long-term rates. The Hong Kong Daily published the 3rd article of a series about Swire this morning, titled "Swire's Pricing Black Box: The Truth Behind 20 Years of Monopolizing Hong Kong Shipping." He placed today's newspaper on the table. In the lower right corner was a short note, not large in font, but striking in content. 2 Cathay Pacific pilots have jointly written to the Civil Aviation Department to complain about the public remarks of Swire's management. John Swire finished reading the newspaper and noticed a detail. The date of the complaint letter was exactly the afternoon 2 weeks ago, when he publicly said, "No need to overreact. Our internal matters are still leaking." He put down the newspaper and glanced at the 2 empty executive seats to his right. "John, we have been responding passively all along." A young family member stood up, his tone restrained, but clearly dissatisfied. "The stock price is in free fall, clients are leaving, and every report in the newspaper is more specific than the last. Can't we consider making proactive contact, at least to find out what his terms are?" Another older director slammed his teacup down on the table. "What proactive contact? Proactive negotiation. The Swire family holds over 51% of the shares, and Lei Zhaorong is lucky to have 10%. Can we be forced to bow to him just because of public opinion and short-term sell-offs? He can make a little money off us at most. For the Swire family, that amount is nothing. Bowing to him now will leave no foothold for British capital in Hong Kong in the future. John Swire was silent for a moment. Then he tapped his finger on the headline of the third page of the newspaper and quietly said, "The real card he is playing is not stock price, not clients, but his newspaper. For every move we make, he has new material to write the front page. If we don't respond, didn't he say we monopolize? Let him say it. Let him finish publishing these articles and see how long he can keep it going. He can't possibly use the same headline until next year. There is no need to bow to Chinese capital right now. Let's wait and see." The young member did not continue to argue, but his lips pressed into a line, and after sitting down he did not speak another word. He quickly wrote a few lines in his notebook, then closed it and glanced at the financial director. The two men's gazes met across the conference table for just half a second before each moved away. The financial director drew a circle in his notebook that only he could understand. 2 weeks after the outbreak of avian flu, the live poultry market in Hong Kong reopened. However, the public's trust in live poultry had not been restored simultaneously. The retail volume of live poultry has recovered to less than half of the same period last month, while the market share of frozen poultry has surged from less than 30% before the panic to nearly 70%. Wu Weiguo announced at an internal meeting of Maxim's, effective immediately, all roast and Chinese cuisine lines under Maxim will permanently switch to direct supply of frozen poultry. He said one sentence not loud, but the entire room heard it: live poultry won't return. It's not that avian flu won't return, it's that people want return. After the meeting, he personally led the procurement department to visit the Milk International Cold Storage and signed a long-term direct supply agreement for frozen poultry with Wenhua, locking the volume for 3 years and adjusting the price quarterly. Wenhua flipped to the third page of the cost projection, looked up. The cost ratio of live poultry has been compressed from nearly half to below 30%. Your report is so good that I am envious. Wu Weiguo did not answer, simply folded the cold storage turnover schedule of Milk International carefully into his pocket. Wu Weiguo did not answer, simply folded the cold storage turnover schedule of Milk International carefully into his pocket. As he reached the door, he stopped, looked back at the stack of frozen supply agreements on Wenhua Li's desk, then opened the door and walked out. Outside, the procurement department of Maxim was lining up for Wenhua Li's signature. On the same day, Wenhua Li reported on the progress of the Western and Chinese fast food chains in Lei Zhaorong's office. The first store of the Western fast food fried chicken line has been selected at a street-level location on Nathan Road in Mong Kok, opening 2 months after renovation. The first store of the Chinese fast food line is located on Paixing Street in Causeway Bay, progressing simultaneously. Lei Zhaorong listened and said only 2 sentences. The first, Hong Kong is a testing ground. Shenzhen is the next stop. The second, soon will also be a thing of the past. The good locations left for us to open new stores in this city are already limited. Maxim has already acquired 7 quality properties in the past 2 months, all intended for the Western and Chinese fast food chain outlet. Maxim has already acquired 7 quality properties in the past 2 months, all intended for the Western and Chinese fast food chain outlets. The locations are all at the exits of crowded subway stations and bus intersections. These spots wouldn't have been available to us when the market was good. All acquisitions, no rentals. The cost of the locations is kept at the lowest point, and these 2 fast food lines start at 0 rent from the very first store. Once the economy in Hong Kong stabilizes, the Western and Chinese fast food chains can begin to open franchises. First run the model with direct management, then expand through franchising. Lei Zhaorong wrote down the timeline for the fast food chain in his notebook. Direct management trial period, second half of 1983. Franchise launch 1984. Wenhua Li noted the timeline and added, "I have already sent the team to look at the locations in Shenzhen. There are 2 potential sites in Luhu and Shiko costing less than a third of Mong Kok. According to the financial model you provided, the return period for the same investment in Shenzhen can be shortened by 2/3. Late at night, in the study of a villa in Repulse Bay, Lei Zhaorong opened his notebook. He first wrote about Jardine. All allies have withdrawn, social circle disintegrated, only the emblem remains. He wrote about Standard Chartered, Greenwood blocked from entry, investigation team arriving in 10 days, credit authority suspended. He wrote about Swire, arrogance, continue to watch internal rifts widening. Then he flipped to the mainland page, adding a new entry next to mainland land. Second batch of $40 million worth of land confirmed. The first batch's appreciation is confirmed. The reserve of land in key cities in the mainland continues to expand. Most of the focus will shift to the mainland next year. Hong Kong's fundamentals are already stable. A golden notification popped up in the system. Related notice: Sino-British negotiations will enter the second round in July 1983, with the British side making substantive concessions on sovereignty for the first time. The negotiation process will directly impact the Hong Kong real estate market. The confidence index for Hong Kong real estate will show a significant rebound for the first time since the stock crisis after the second round of negotiations, and the rents for Grade A office buildings in Central will begin to rebound in the fourth quarter of this year. Confidence level is 87%. He stared at the notification, his finger resting on the table for about 3 breaths. Then he picked up his pen and wrote 2 characters at the top of the mainland land page. Window. He placed the fountain pen on the pen holder, producing a very light, crisp sound, like a chess piece falling onto a chessboard. He closed the notebook. The night over Victoria Harbor deepened a layer. From the master bedroom direction came the soft voices of Guan Lin and Chun Yunyan conversing. Though indistinct, there were occasional soft laughs, as if 2 people were discussing something delightful. He turned off the desk lamp. In the moment the study darkened, the lights of the ships outside flickered in the night mist. On the morning of April 15th, Greenwood stood in front of his office window and glanced at the calendar. April 15th. His finger pressed down on the date, leaving a faint oval sweat mark on the paper. He closed the calendar, picked up his suit jacket, and headed toward the floor where the investigation team was located. The investigation team sent by Standard Chartered London headquarters consisted of 3 members. The leader was Anderson, the deputy director of the legal department, with the other 2 coming from the compliance and internal audit departments. They temporarily requisitioned a conference room at the Hong Kong branch as the hearing room, where several copies of documents were laid out on the table. At the top was a credit review memorandum signed by Greenwood himself, with the edges of the paper still marked with the copy number that He Chaoping had provided to the newspaper. As Greenwood pushed the door open, Anderson was reviewing the fax document. He glanced at Greenwood over his reading glasses, did not invite him to sit, and merely slid the fax document forward by half an inch. Mr. Greenwood, today I represent the headquarters to conduct a preliminary hearing regarding your decision-making process concerning the credit related to the Jardine family during your tenure. Anderson's tone was unhurried, as if reading a pre-written conclusion. Before formally submitting the investigation report to the headquarters, I need you to provide some explanations from the perspective of the parties involved. He began to state the timeline point by point. The adjustment of Standard Chartered's credit policy towards Jardine after the equity changes at Jardine at the end of last year, and the series of documents signed by Greenwood as the head of the Hong Kong branch when Jardine requested strategic alignment, alongside the degree of overlap between the internal records cited by the Hong Kong Daily and the existing archives. With each statement, he lightly tapped the numbering section. He tapped 3 times in total, each tap. At present, the records from the headquarters indicate that you directly approved multiple special credits benefiting related parties of Jardine during that period, while the normal credit limit for Jardine was subjected to multiple temporary restrictions. Following the publication of the report, local Chinese deposits flowed out by over 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. This part will also be listed as a direct consequence in my preliminary investigation conclusion next week. Greenwood's throat moved slightly, but he did not speak. His gaze fell on the fax document, suddenly recalling the scene from March 27th, when he had questioned at Jardine Tower. Reitzo's desk held an untouched cup of coffee. That day he thought Reitzo was too nervous to drink. Now, looking at the steaming cup of red tea in front of Anderson, he suddenly realized that cup of coffee was not untouched. It was never intended for him. It was the coffee Reitzo had left for himself while he was watching Greenwood walk into a trap. Anderson removed his reading glasses. Before the investigation conclusion is formally submitted to the credit committee at headquarters, you may submit a written supplementary explanation. But I must inform you in advance. The headquarters has already received a formal letter from Mr. Shinbai of HSBC confirming that Jardine Group has transferred all banking business to HSBC. He did not finish the rest of his sentence. The implication was clear to everyone. Standard Chartered had already lost. Greenwood stood up, resting his hand on the door handle for a moment without turning back. Mr. Anderson, were the cancellations submitted by those Chinese clients before or after they saw the newspaper? Anderson did not answer the question. He closed the file folder and capped his pen. Greenwood waited for about 3 breaths, then nodded to himself and pushed the door open to leave. The fluorescent lights in the corridor hummed above him as he stood in the corridor for a moment. 2 months ago, in the same corridor, he had spoken to his deputy. If he really knew a month in advance, then it would be too late to do anything now. Now that sentence was sealed on the last page of the investigation team's file. He did not return to the office. That office could no longer be called his. The headquarters notice arrived at the same time he reached the investigation team. All daily management authority was suspended during the investigation. At 10 o'clock that morning, Fang Jing's call came through to the top office of the Tunglong building. His tone was much steadier than when he took over the property 2 months ago, but his speech quickened slightly. That was suppressed excitement. Ray, on Devo Road Central, there is a 12th grade, a commercial building owned by a local small to medium-sized real estate company that has been searching for buyers since the stock market crash. We discussed a price that is 38% below market value. There are also 2 adjacent small plots that can be bundled together with a total price of 360 million. Additionally, there are 2 connected ground floor shops on Nathan Road in Mong Kok, directly opposite the Mong Kok MTR station. This location would not normally be on the market, but the owner is now willing to sell due to financial strain bringing the price down to 65% of market value. Reitso flipped through the cash reserve list for the property beside him, acquire all of it. No need to hesitate. Fang Jingde paused for a moment, then squeezed out a sentence from that moment of silence. Ray, are you sure the property market will recover in the second half of the year? I did not provide you with an analysis report. I am merely telling you what to do. Reitso's voice was flat. Fang Jingde did not continue to press. He wrote down the words Daivo Road, Central Nathan Road on a sticky note, drawing a star next to it. Before hanging up, he added, as of today, the core properties newly added by the property in Central and Kowloon, plus the Phase 1 of the Exchange Square, total over 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. All of this was completed in the past 2 months. We did not raise our bids for any of it. Reitso closed the property asset list. The latest data sent by Fang Jingde had already been updated on the property page of his notebook, which had 3 more lines than the previous quarter, each line corresponding to a building or a street. He wrote 4 characters below the property page, the window is closing. He did not write the second half of the sentence. Before July, the cash in the property account must all be transformed into land leases. Meanwhile, in the president's office of Swire Properties, John Schwager was holding a bone china teacup flipping through the day's Hong Kong Daily. His personal assistant stood by the desk, her tone clearly filled with delight. President, there are still no negative news about Swire today. Your judgment was entirely correct. They indeed have not followed up. Schwager finished reading the newspaper. The financial section of the Hong Kong Daily today featured a full-page report on the latest avian influenza control measures by the Agriculture, Fisheries, and Conservation Department, with not a single mention of Swire throughout the entire paper. He folded the newspaper neatly and set it aside, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I said before, he can't possibly keep using the same headline until next year. The Schwager family holds over 51% of the shares, which is the bottom line. They cannot move us at this bottom line. The series of reports by the Hong Kong Daily had already written everything that could be written. We monopolized, we were arrogant, we exploited clients. These few phrases were repeated endlessly. Now they themselves are out of material. This is the expected result, not our good fortune. He picked up the phone and dialed the finance director, casually saying, file the client loss summary on my desk in the filing cabinet. No need for weekly updates. Oh, just do it monthly from now on. That afternoon, the finance director opened the client performance tracking sheet and noted that 3 more clients had shown varying degrees of hesitation over the past few weeks. He filed these 3 records into a backup document locked in the drawer, which was not reflected in the summary report. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jean Pezong pushed open the door to Reitso's office and spread the Swire shareholding report on the table. We have accumulated 20% of Swire shares through dispersed accounts in the secondary market. The Hong Kong Daily has also simultaneously stopped the series of reports on Swire. Per your request, all negative news has been withdrawn. He paused for a moment. Zhang Chenggang is ready on his end and can submit the request for the Swire shareholders meeting at any time. 3 board seats. Let him submit it. Starting now. Reitso wrote the characters for Swire in his notebook. Boil the frog with Jean Pezong hesitated for a moment. Ray Swire has over 51% absolute controlling power. Direct acquisition is impossible. Even if we secure 3 board seats, voting against them will only cause slight obstruction with minimal practical effect. The Schwager family can ignore our opposing votes and continue to push through any decisions they want to make. Voting against with 3 seats is just the first step. Reitso leaned back in his chair, opening a new page in his notebook. You need to know where the 3 inches of Swire are to know where to attack. As he wrote, he began to break it down. Swire's trade business has a 4-layer structure. The outermost layer is the client's European and American trading companies, British investors, South Asian Chinese merchants, and old-fashioned foreign merchants, all with a century of friendship and long-term contracts. The next layer is the lifeline, overseas source agency, rights, ocean freight positions, dock storage, cross-border banking settlements, and quotas for bulk commodity imports and exports. The next layer contains weaknesses. This year, the Hong Kong dollar depreciated, and interest rates soared. Merchants are most afraid of exchange rate losses and rising costs. The innermost layer contains the soft spots. Swire relies on Standard Chartered for financing, supported by the British investor circle, while Jardine has now stabilized its core assets, swapped out all debts, and is flush with cash flow. Jean Pezong's frown deepened as he listened. These soft spots were not unknown to him, but he had never put them on the... So what do you plan to do? Reitso began to break it down point by point. The first step is to use Jardine's identity as an old trading company to snatch exclusive agency rights and intercept overseas source goods. Do not dig into old clients. They first target the upstream source. Clients may still have nostalgia, but without Swire's exclusive goods, they can only turn to Jardine for supplies. The second step is to leverage Jardine's dock storage and ocean freight to control shipping routes, positions, and logistics choke points. Jardine now only retains core assets. Property, dairy, international dock shipping, and warehousing are all necessities. The third step is to leverage the Hong Kong dollar crisis to use HSBC's settlement advantages for exchange rate and financial settlement blows. offering all import and export merchants a low-interest credit line for locking in the Hong Kong dollar exchange rate with no upfront costs at a time when Standard Chartered dares not ease settlement conditions. The fourth step involves stratification, pulling in South Asian Chinese merchants and local Chinese merchant banks to form an industry consensus to avoid Swire not calling for a blockade, but privately coordinating interests, allowing old contracts to expire without renewal while maintaining old accounts and not taking on new ones. The fifth step is to not ruin Swire's reputation, but to conduct a systematic pressuring, allowing Swire's profits to be gradually drained and slowly marginalized. Jardine offers lower commissions, better service, more stable settlements, and faster logistics for similar trade. All of Swire's trade consists of long-term old clients. We absolutely cannot hard block or sever cooperation. The correct approach is to cut off upstream sources, control logistics positions, strike with exchange rates, pull in the Chinese merchant circle, and conduct low-cost pressuring. On the surface, maintain cordiality to avoid losing face, while in reality cutting off sources, reducing increments, and raising costs for old clients, allowing Swire's trade business to slowly become hollow and marginalized. Jean Pizhong's eyes grew brighter. He quickly jotted down notes in his notebook, putting a star beside the line, control logistics positions, then closed his notebook and stood up. I will arrange this immediately. First, let the shipping department rearrange the schedule to prioritize our agreement clients for reserved shipping positions. He turned and walked toward the door, his steps twice as fast as when he entered. After dinner at the shallow water bay villa, Chen Yunyang leaned against Guan Lin's shoulder on the sofa reading a parenting book, but after flipping through less than 10 pages, she began to struggle to keep her eyes open. When Guan Lin pulled the book from her hands, her eyelashes fluttered, and she mumbled, "I'll read one more page," then tilted her head and fell asleep completely. Guan Lin adjusted her position so she was leaning against the armrest of the sofa, covering her with a light blanket. She looked at Chen Yunyang's flat but slightly taut abdomen beneath the blanket. Ray Zhao walked out of the study and saw Chen Yunyang curled up on the sofa, the blanket pulled up to her chin. Guan Lin came forward, linking her arm with his and leading him into the master bedroom. The door closed gently. Guan Lin wore a loose maternity nightgown, her 7-month belly creating a gentle curve beneath the thin fabric. She sat on the edge of the bed, inviting Ray Zhao to sit beside her, then leaned into his embrace, placing his hand on her belly. "This period has been quite uncomfortable for you, hasn't it?" Her voice was soft, her fingers tracing circles on the back of his hand. Ray Zhao had not yet spoken when Guan Lin pressed her face against his chest. "The baby is now 7 months old. I asked the doctor. If I am careful, there are no issues. I can handle it." Ray Zhao's chin rested on the top of her head, his hand gently stroking her belly. He could feel the faint movement of the fetus turning inside her. "It's your call." Guan Lin buried her face in his chest, laughing as her shoulders shook. Then she lifted her head, her eyes shining with light. Days later in Tokyo, at the executive meeting room of Mitsui, each person at the long table had a summary of information regarding Ray Zhao and his assets in front of them, with the cover marked "Revised February to March 1983, information source up to mid-March." Sato stood up and opened the document to the first page. On the projection screen behind him appeared 2 comparative images. The left side depicted the situation when Ray Zhao was expelled from the Lei family in April 1982. The right side showed the debt scale of Jardine in January 1983, when it was acquired, exceeding 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. This person's speed of business expansion is very noteworthy. In just 1 year, he transformed from a discarded child expelled by his family into the controller of Jardine, going from penniless to possessing assets worth tens of billions. Sato flipped to the next page, and the screen displayed the general speculation regarding Ray Zhou's financial status from the outside. High-leverage acquisitions with Jardine, and the property heavily in debt, and the cash flow tight. Next to it was an excerpt from the February issue of the Far Eastern Economic Review stating that Jardine's debt reduction speed far exceeded expectations. However, some analysts believe that Jardine's previous debt exceeded 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. He spent over a month dealing with non-core assets to repay debts. Considering commercial common sense, such a scale of debt disposal usually takes more than half a year and requires significant discounts. He may have already repaid part of the debt, but Jardine has not disclosed specific details. Sato flipped to the last page of the information summary. Moreover, Swire and Standard Chartered are currently besieging him in the Hong Kong market. The Jardine family is also actively supporting this. Jardine has just changed hands, and internally, it should still be far from stable. He has opponents simultaneously attacking his foundations. Sato turned off the projector, placing his hand on the table, his voice low, but every word laden with over 100 days of discontent. In summary, his asset scale growth is indeed impressive, but the outside world generally believes he is burdened with He is facing a joint siege by British capital, and his situation is not easy. For Mitsui, now is an opportunity window to re-enter Hong Kong. No need for excessive layout, a direct and rapid entry is needed, utilizing the advantages of capital scale for a strong attack. The long table fell silent. A director flipped to the last page of the information, finding only one note under Ray Zhou's cash reserve section. According to estimates from local banks in Hong Kong, Jardine's short-term available liquid funds are unclear, but presumed to be below external expectations. Sato closed the document before him, placing it face down on the conference table. Last time I underestimated him. This time I won't. Tokyo Mitsui Co. Headquarters. Sato stood by the office window, the silhouette of Tokyo Tower behind him illuminated by the morning light. His assistant entered holding a newly received report from Hong Kong. Mr. Sato, it's been verified. The companies in Hong Kong that we collaborate with have indicated that Lei Zhaorong is currently focused on digesting the assets of Jardine Matheson, and his cash flow is likely extremely tight. His confrontation with Swire has ceased. He has only managed to acquire about 20 of Swire's shares, a stark departure from his previous tactics. Local banks speculate that his available liquid funds are nearly depleted. The assistant turned to the next page, saying we have communicated with Mr. John Shihua from Swire. He confirmed that Lei Zhaorong's counterattack against Swire was indeed more noise than substance, having only secured 2 board seats to cast dissenting votes. His exact words were, he has no real ability to harm us. A smile crept on Sato's lips. He had awaited this statement for a full 4 months. Proceed as planned. Advance from all fronts. In the same time zone, it was still morning in Hong Kong at the top floor of the Dragon Tower. Kuan Meiyun entered her steps quicker than usual as she clutched a freshly translated briefing. Lei Mitsui is on the move again. She placed the folder on the table. Lei Zhaorong opened it to find a summary of Mitsui's recent activities in Hong Kong. Registration records of a shell company for acquiring the Hong Kong Economic Daily, of facts of internal credit notices from Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation, and several tentative inquiry letters from local suppliers. Each document marked the time of intelligence gathering in the lower right corner, all dated yesterday, over a month later than Sato's report. Lei Zhaorong closed the folder and simply stated 8 words. Let him come. Just keep a close watch. A silver message popped up on the system. Linking tip: Mitsui Co. will acquire the Hong Kong Economic Daily through a shell company in Hong Kong within 2 weeks, with the first report titled, Leveraged Gamble Jardine's Billion Debt, Heavyweight Lei Zhaorong's Cash Flow at Risk of Breaking. The contents of the report are based on external speculations. Details of Jardine's non-core asset disposals have yet to be revealed, and Mitsui's intelligence sources are still cut off as of mid-March. Confidence level is 91. He finished reading, turned off the notification, and took a sip of coffee. Then he turned to He Chaoqiong Kuan Meiyun. Keep an eye on Mitsui's movements and inform me of any developments. For now, let's not worry about them. Our main focus remains on Swire. He Chaoqiong spread out the updated Swire client renewal tracking report from the morning. The folder of Zhang Peizhong and Shi Lansheng was labeled with recent adjustments in position scheduling and dock turnover records. After verifying their respective parts, all 3 looked toward Lei Zhaorong. Days later, Mitsui completed its acquisition of the Hong Kong Economic Daily through a shell company in Hong Kong. The next day, the headline read, Leveraged Gamble Jardine's Billion Debt, Heavyweight Lei Zhaorong's Cash Flow at Risk of Breaking. The report cited analyses from anonymous banking insiders claiming that Jardine's combined debts with Swire are still in the hundreds of millions, and recent transfers of investment funds are suspected to be a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. On the same morning, Wang Mingyuan personally placed the newspaper on Lei Zhaorong's desk. Lei Zhaorong glanced at the headline, flipped through the pages, then folded it and pushed it back to Wang Mingyuan. The paper slid across the table with a faint sound of friction. Publish it in full. The front page is reserved for Jardine's latest asset list. Details of newly added core properties under Swire in Central and Kowloon, valuations of Milk International's Deep City shop, and HIT's first quarter revenue. No need to refute him, I let him publish. For every false article he publishes, we will publish a true one, though our publication time will need to lag by 2 days. Let the market compare itself. Wang Mingyuan nodded and turned to leave. Just as he left, Zhang Peizhong handed over an internal notice just issued by the Hong Kong branch of Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation with bolded text at the top. Suspend all new credit business with Jardine. Lei Zhaorong glanced at the notice's signature, folded the paper, and set it on the corner of the table. Late last night, Shun Bai called, simply stating, all funding routes and settlement channels of Jardine are unaffected by any external factors through HSBC. He wrote this sentence in his notebook on the HSBC page, marking it with a check. Over the next few days, Kuan Meiyun reported Mitsui's remaining actions one by one. Japanese banks have completely stopped doing business with Jardine, demanding immediate repayment of small cooperative. He Chaoqiong opened Jardine's latest ledger, noting that all due payments had already been settled through HSBC's channels, leaving only a few small amounts outstanding with Mitsui, and the demand letters were archived in the settled files without even entering the Jardine Finance Department. Mitsui is utilizing the Asia-Pacific supply chain to seize Jardine's long-term traders and local retail suppliers, with a supply price 15 lower than market value and more flexible payment terms. Shi Lansheng opened the supplier renewal rate report from Milk International and Bailey. This 5-year exclusive supply agreement signed at the beginning of the year locked in all core categories, and Mitsui's low-price offensive could not even knock on the door. Mitsui is lavishly courting Jardine's lower-level supervisors and key personnel attempting to probe into the real operational and financial situation. Jean Pezhong placed a personnel movement weekly report on the table. The 23 executive vacancies from Chapter 84 have long been filled with reserve talents being gradually fed into various mid-level business lines, and Mitsui's outreach cannot touch any core information. Mitsui is also quietly absorbing a small amount of Jardine's circulating shares in the secondary market through a shell company in Hong Kong, testing the strength of the support. Manager Chin's quote screen records this entry as low-priority anomaly. The amount Mitsui is acquiring is less than a fraction of Jardine's circulating shares. Lei Zhaorong closed the last HSBC confirmation letter and picked up his coffee cup. The coffee was still hot. Let him come. He Chaoqiong marked 2 words next to the Mitsui column observation period. After the call with Mitsui, Zhang Xihua sat alone in his office. His expression shifted from confident during the call to gradually darkening. On his desk lay the minutes from the shareholders' meeting. Jardine had obtained 2 board seats through normal shareholder channels. He had used all his family's influence in the board to barely reduce the originally planned 3-2. He stared at the record, recalling how Lei Zhaorong's board members repeatedly cast dissenting votes during the meeting. Though they had no substantial damaging power, each vote felt like fingernails scraping across a chalkboard. He picked up his teacup to take a sip of black tea, only to find it empty. He slammed the cup back onto the saucer, the sound of porcelain clashing echoing painfully in the empty office. The door swung open. An assistant rushed in without following the usual protocol of knocking. "President, our clients have been poached by Jardine." Xihua slammed his hand on the table. "What? That's impossible. How could they be poached under the same conditions?" The assistant opened the records and began reporting item by item. Lei Zhaorong personally liaised with European and American original manufacturers and British old trading companies in his capacity as chairman of Jardine, directly signing away the sources of industrial products, light industrial raw materials, Southeast Asian specialties, and Western goods that Swire held as exclusive agents. Jardine's docks, warehousing, and overseas shipping routes have been locked down, compressing Swire's reserved space on popular routes by nearly half. Jardine offered all import and export merchants low-interest credit lines with locked-in Hong Kong dollar exchange rates for forward settlements, allowing some old clients to shift towards Jardine under these conditions, while others still on the fence expressed that they do not rule out reassessing their partners after contract expiration. Xihua's hand pressed against the table, his knuckles turning white. He said nothing. The assistant wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued reporting. Lei Zhaorong convened Hong Kong Chinese banks, Southeast Asian merchants, and Guangdong Hong Kong import-export traders in his dual capacity as chairman of Jardine and a top Chinese consortium. He didn't call for a blockade, but privately communicated benefits for binding interests. Following Jardine means sharing sources, reserved spaces, low-interest financing, and overseas channels. The Chinese business circles have collectively defaulted to not engaging in new collaborations with Swire, and old contracts will not be renewed upon expiration, only maintaining old accounts without new orders. In the same category, Jardine offers lower commissions, better service, more stable settlements, and faster logistics. Those old clients said, "It's not that they don't want to work with Swire, but Jardine can offer an extra 3 points in rebates for the same price, and their shareholders are questioning why they are still with Swire. Our new business increment has reached 0. The old business is gradually shrinking." Xihua remained silent for a long time. Then he stood up and hoarsely said, "Gather the core family members." Now, in the Swire family conference room, the long table was filled with core members of the Xihua family, more than during the last emergency board meeting. The assistant recounted the previous report line by line. Each time a point was read, someone at the table twisted their teacup. Once everyone finished listening, the meeting room fell into silence. A few minutes later, the oldest family member sitting at the head of the long table sighed. His hair was completely white, and as he spoke, he lightly tapped his fingers on the oak table, the rhythm slow and heavy. "Jean, let's seek peace with Lei Zhaorong." His voice was not loud, but each word felt like a nail hammered into the oak table. "Lei Zhaorong has already cut off our lifeline. He has intercepted our sources, blocked our logistics, and drawn away the Chinese business circles who our clients are reassessing each time they renew a contract. If this drags on, Swire's core business, trade sector will be slowly drained by him. No, it has already begun." He looked around at everyone present. "Had I known it would turn out this way, I should never have agreed to the Chard family scheme against Lei Zhaorong. Now Chard cannot establish a foothold in Hong Kong, and Standard Chartered's Greenwood has been dismissed. We are left to fight alone with no hope. Let's negotiate. Preserving the Xihua family must come first." Silence fell over the conference table. Some people looked down at their hands, others twisted their teacups, and some took off their glasses to wipe them with the tablecloth, but no one contradicted. The young member who had stood up to propose proactive contact sat in the middle of the long table, silent. He just gently placed his pen on the table, making a very light, yet clear click sound. On the same afternoon, in the top floor office of Dragon Tower, Jean Pezhong opened the Swire client tracking report. His pen tip paused on the latest line of data. "Our plan is progressing smoothly. The first batch of 4 long-term clients of Swire whose sources were intercepted too have signed exclusive supply agreements with Jardine's trading department. The other 6 are in talks. The other party only requested to add a transitional clause between Jardine and Swire, essentially saving face for both sides. One client wrote a sentence in the blank space when faxing over the draft of this transitional period, changing Door's dignity first. Jean Peijon glanced at the fax and read this sentence to He Chaoqiong, who wrote 2 words in the remarks column of the client tracking report understood. He drew a line in his notebook. The client renewal rate for Swire's trade sector has dropped from nearly 100 at the beginning of the year to now less than 60. Shi Lansheng did not flip through documents, but directly reported data. The adjustments in position scheduling at Jardine's docks and HIT have been in effect for 2 weeks. Swire's reserved spaces for goods on popular routes have been compressed by nearly half. Storage fees have risen by 15, meeting your requirements, but not to the extent of violating industry agreement prices. Swire's recent batch of goods heading to Southeast Asia waited an extra 4 days at the dock. Their clients are already asking why the logistics have slowed down. Swire's response is due to weather conditions on the shipping lanes. She slightly pursed her lips. How many times have they said, weather conditions now? He Chaoqiong opened her Hong Kong Chinese banks, Southeast Asian merchants, Guangdong Hong Kong import-export traders, have all been contacted. Following Jardine means sharing sources, reserved spaces, low-interest financing, and overseas channels. The Chinese business circles have collectively defaulted to not engaging in new collaborations with Swire, and old contracts will not be renewed upon expiration, only maintaining old accounts without new orders. Currently, no Chinese merchant has actively renewed a long-term contract with Swire. She paused. A few Chinese merchants privately asked, when will Lei Xing take over the Japanese business as well? They are feeling very uncomfortable due to the yen's appreciation. I said it's not the right time yet, but I noted it down. After she finished, she marked an asterisk next to the latest line in the Chinese business circle summary in her notebook. Just like the asterisk in the archives, but this time, there was an additional line in parentheses, which only read wait. The 3 finished their reports. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, just once. Then he picked up his coffee cup. The coffee was still warm. At that moment, Quan Meiyun walked in. Her steps were quicker than usual, and she held a note with hasty handwriting. It was what she had quickly jotted down during a phone call. But her voice carried a clear hint of restrained laughter that slipped out from the corners of her mouth. Lei Sheng, Mr. Zhang Xihua wants to meet for talks. Lei Zhaorong's coffee cup paused in midair. His eyelids flickered slightly, too subtly for anyone present to determine whether it was a smile or just a reflection of light. Then he set the cup down the bottom, lightly tapping the saucer, emitting a very faint yet clear sound. It was exactly the same as the sound of the pen falling onto the table in the Swire family conference room just now. Except this time it was not in Swire's meeting room, but in his own office. Lei Zhaorong opened his notebook and wrote a few words at the end of the page about Swire. Confirmation of intention to negotiate. Next to the words slow cooked, he drew a vertical line writing on the right side. The frog has already croaked. Swire's Xihua family has proactively sought peace. He Chaoqiong tidied up the documents and stood up to add Mr. Xihua hopes to arrange it as soon as possible, preferably within this week. He conveyed through an intermediary that the location can be decided by us. Then it will be Dragon Tower. Lei Zhaorong capped his pen. Let them come to my place. He Chaoqiong nodded and left, closing the door. A golden message popped up on the system. Linking tip: the second round of Sino-British negotiations will officially commence on July 12, 1983. The British side will make substantial concessions regarding sovereignty issues in this round of negotiations. The confidence index for Hong Kong real estate will show the first significant rebound since the stock market crash after the negotiations, with Grade A office rents in Central expected to enter a rebound channel in the fourth quarter of this year. The core property portfolio acquired at low levels by Swire over the past 3 months will welcome its first wave of valuation recovery. Confidence level is 89. He looked at this message, his finger lingering on the table for about 3 breaths worth of time. Then he picked up his pen and added a line next to the window is closing on the page about Swire. July 12th. The golden window in the crater has only 2 months left. Outside the window, the night over Victoria Harbor remained as usual. The round windows of Jardine House were barely illuminated in the darkness, with only a few floors still lit, one of which was the office of Swire's CEO Fang Jingda. Fang Jingda was working overtime reviewing the final batch of acquisition proposals. The contract for the 12-story commercial building on Davao Road Central, with the edges of the paper slightly lifted by the air conditioning. From the direction of the master bedroom came Guanlin's voice. Although it was hard to hear the specific content through 2 doors, the tone was gentle and certain, like reading a passage from a parenting book. Chen Yunyang's pregnancy symptoms had recently shifted from excessive sleepiness to being particularly sensitive to certain smells. Guanlin had been helping her select fragrance-free moisturizers these days, unscrewing can after can to smell, placing the selected ones on the bedside table, next to the 2 cups of warm water. Since the day of the red carpet, Chen Yunyang had not touched any skincare products containing alcohol, The replaced bottles had been sitting in the bathroom corner for a long time, just like that cup of cold milk tea locked away in a cabinet that would no longer be opened. Lei Zhaorong glanced in that direction and then turned off the desk lamp. In the moment when the study darkened, the lights from the ships outside flickered in the night fog. One entering the harbor, one leaving, the two lights briefly crossing in the middle of Victoria Harbor before sliding off in different directions. As Zhang Shihua walked into the Tunglong building, he paused for a moment in the lobby. This was his first time entering a Hong Kong-funded building as a seeker of an audience. The head of security in the lobby recognized his face. His photograph had just appeared 2 days ago in the financial section of the Xiangjiang Daily, accompanied by a chart of Swire's stock prices with the headline "Swire's customer renewal rate falls below 60%. The security chief barely glanced at him, simply following protocol by handing He Zhaoqiong a visitor registration form. He Zhaoqiong was waiting for him at the top elevator entrance. She gestured for him to follow and turned to lead the way. Shihua noticed that she was not holding any documents, nor did she carry a notebook. He was unaware that He Zhaoqiong's notebook had already been placed on the negotiation table, open to the page detailing Swire's asset structure, with a star marked next to Cathay Pacific. The star was the same size as the one she had marked in the archive room with a red pin, but this time, there was an additional line of parentheses leaving space for 2 characters. Lei Zhaorong sat at the head of the table. In front of him lay 2 documents. On the left was the latest tracking sheet of Swire's customer renewal rate, and on the right was an equity structure analysis of Cathay Pacific. His position was backed by Victoria Harbor, with the morning sun streaming in through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him, enveloping Shihua in a warm glow. Shihua could not discern his expression. "Mr. Shihua, please take a seat." Lei Zhaorong did not remove his hand from the documents, but merely pointed with his fingertip to the empty chair across the table. "Coffee or black tea?" Shihua did not reach for the coffee cup on the table. He sat up straight, hands crossed on the table, his tone maintaining the restrained demeanor typical of British aristocracy. "Mr. Lei, the tense situation between Swire and Jardine has persisted for quite some time, and it benefits neither party. I am here today in hopes of finding a mutually acceptable solution to end this exhausting battle." He paused. "What conditions would you require to cease hostilities?" "Mr. Shihua," Lei Zhaorong's voice was calm, "you were the ones who initiated the attack. Jardine took the lead, Swire supported, and Standard Chartered cut off financial resources, encircled from 3 sides with the date set for April 15th. I am merely in a position of passive defense. Now it is impossible for you to brush it aside with a light remark." Shiwa's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping. He fell silent for a moment, then lowered his posture a notch, his tone shifting from restrained to direct. "What conditions would you require to spare the Shihua family?" Lei Zhaorong smiled slightly, leaning forward and pushing the Swire asset analysis toward him. I can sell back Swire's shares to you at the original price. Those long-term trade clients, those we have already signed, can also be gradually returned to Swire. I need Cathay Pacific." Shiwa's hand paused in midair. "Cathay Pacific is the cornerstone of Swire. Mr. Shihua, your trade lifeline is in my hands. Your logistics choke point is in my hands. Your Chinese business circles have already been drawn away by me. You are sitting here not because you think you can negotiate a good price, but because you have no choice." Lei Zhaorong pushed the equity structure analysis of Cathay Pacific forward by half an inch. Cathay Pacific's 36.2% equity at current market price, plus a 10% premium. Swire retains operational rights. The board of directors will be restructured. Jardine will have 3 directors. Flight routes remain unchanged. Management remains unchanged, but major capital expenditures require unanimous consent from all shareholders. Shihua stared at the equity structure document on the table for a long time. The conference room was so quiet that all one could hear was the low hum of the air conditioning vent. Then he picked up the pen, pausing just above the signature line before writing Zhang Shihua. The pen made a faint scratching sound as it glided across the paper, just like the sound when he circled his earlier phrase, "No need to make a mountain out of a molehill," except this time, he was signing his own name. He Zhaoqiong took the signed document, lowering her head to verify the terms, adding a star next to the reorganization details of the Cathay Pacific board. She filled in 2 characters and the parentheses settled. That evening, Shihua returned to the Swire CEO's office and locked the signed agreement in his drawer. Then he took the framed photo of Cathay Pacific's inaugural flight off the table, turned it face down, and placed it weeks later in Tokyo at the headquarters of Mitsui Co. Sato read 2 newspapers every morning. On the left was a negative article about Jardine's debts from the Xiangjiang Economic Daily, and on the right was the list of Jardine's core assets published 2 days earlier in the Xiangjiang Daily. At first he thought this was Lei Zhaorong's tactic of using half-truths to confuse the market. However, as time passed, cracks began to appear. He had his assistant verify the contents of the Xiangjiang Daily one by one. The assistant team spent several weeks cross-checking through various channels. The feedback conclusion left him restless. "Sato-san, the asset list from the Xiangjiang Daily is entirely true. The new properties added in Central, the valuation of Dairy International's locations in Shenzhen, and the first quarter revenue of Hit Terminal. Each item matches the publicly filed records with the Hong Kong government. Our intelligence does not align with this information. There was an issue with the intelligence that was due by mid-March. Sato laid the two newspapers side by side on the table, remaining silent for a long time. Shortly after, feedback from Japanese banks came in. All of Jardine's funding routes are settled through HSBC. All of Jardine's funding routes and settlement channels are unaffected by external influences at HSBC. Japanese banks cannot even trace the flow of funds, let alone choke the lifeline of the opponent. The report from the retail raid team was even more embarrassing for him. Dairy International and Bailey signed exclusive 5-year agreements for supply chains as early as the start of the year, with a self-constructed system from upstream raw materials to downstream logistics. Mitsui's Asia-Pacific supply chain could not even get a foot in the door. Logistically, it was even worse. Jardine's terminal and HIT terminal were already starting to choke Mitsui's warehouse positions, and Mitsui's goods were being continually pushed back in scheduling at the terminal. The feedback from the personnel outreach team was the shortest. None of the so-called Jardine employees were in core positions. The 23 executives had already been completely replaced in Chapter 84, and reserve talents had been filled into the middle management of various business lines. Sato closed the last feedback report. He recalled saying in a senior meeting, "Last time I underestimated him, this time I won't." Now this statement still lingered in the meeting minutes. The intelligence summary laid out before him had mid-March on the cover staring him in the face. He pressed his thumb on the cover date, and the paper left no fingerprint. His fingertip was dry. "Sato-san." The assistant closed the notebook. "Do we need to adjust our strategy?" Sato did not answer. He gazed out the window as the outline of Tokyo Tower was gradually swallowed by the night. After a long time he spoke. "Stop the newspapers for now. The rest, wait until I sort it out." The assistant left, closing the heavy oak door behind. Sato sat alone in the last rays of sunset in the office, realizing one thing. This time he was not fighting a losing battle, he was fighting a battle that did not exist at all. The opponent had already left the shooting range before he opened fire. On that same afternoon in Xianjiang, Fangjinga opened a freshly released industry leasing report, a hint of suppressed satisfaction at the corners of his mouth. The report indicated that after several months of continuous decline, the rent for Grade A office buildings in Central had stabilized for the first time month on month. Some foreign banks and trading companies began to tentatively inquire about pricing. This was an early signal of recovery in the real estate market, with less than 2 months remaining until the second round of Sino-British negotiations. He wrote a line on a sticky note. "The window is still open, but the edges are starting to close." He then tucked the note into the cover of the asset list and continued reviewing the last few acquisition proposals. In the 2-story villa at Repulse Bay, the door to the nursery was officially opened for the first time. Guanlin took several sets of baby onesies from the wardrobe, held them up to the light to inspect, then put them down to pick another set. Next to her were the sample baby clothes sent by Shino with a label that read "Newborn Model A100 Cotton." Shin Yunyang sat in the rattan chair in the nursery, holding a list of baby supplies in one hand, with a parenting book open halfway on her lap. Her pregnant belly now had a clear outline, and her complexion was much better than during her sleepy phase. "This one is too pink. This one is too thick, it won't hold up in Xiangjiang's summer." Guanlin held a cotton onesie against Lei Zhaorong's chest for size. "Look, it's so small. Do you think it will really be that small when he comes out? Like a quail without its shell?" Lei Zhaorong looked down at the tiny garment, took it from Guanlin's hands, and flattened it in his palm. He did the same when handling financial reports, but this time, he lingered a bit longer. Late at night, in the study of the Repulse Bay villa, Lei Zhaorong opened his notebook. He first wrote down the results of the Swire negotiations. Shihua signed Cathay Pacific at 36.2%, a 10% premium Swire, retaining 33.8%. For operational rights, the remaining 30% held by HSBC Jardine, entering, with 3 directors, and major capital expenditures requiring unanimous consent. Then he wrote about Mitsui. All 5 routes of feedback were a total failure, confirming the intelligence time lag. Sato withdrawing, and Hisaekion's star marking changing from continue observation to await the next round. He then closed these 2 pages. In his mind, he went through the sectors under his control one by one. Retail has Dairy International and Bailey locked in exclusive supply of logistics, have Jardine's terminal, and HIT controlling positions. Trade is slowly harvesting Swire's old clients. Real estate has the core properties of the land waiting for recovery in Sino-British negotiations, and media has the Xianjiang Daily maintaining its position as the first in Hong Kong in circulation. The foundation is already solid. Now the biggest loophole is not in any business sector, it's in finance. He still does not have his own bank. He rotated the pen in his fingers half a turn, and when the barrel landed on the table it made no sound. He caught it. He opened a new page in his notebook, writing 2 characters at the top: bank. Then he entered today's search term. A golden message popped up on the system. September 27, 1983. The Hong Kong government passed the Hang Lung Bank Takeover Ordinance, utilizing the Foreign Exchange Fund to fully take over Hang Lung Bank. Hang Lung Bank was taken over by the Hong Kong government primarily due to the major shareholder, the Chuang brothers, draining resources and complete liquidity exhaustion. The situation at Hang Lung Bank in May 1983 The Chuang brothers controlled 80% of the shares were insolvent. The shadow of bank runs had not disappeared, and regulatory oversight was intense with industry contractions and support. At this moment, the acquisition's core is to first secure ownership, then discuss investment and restructuring, get regulatory approval, and stabilize depositors and peers. The period before the government takeover in September was the only window. Confidence level 89%. He stared at this push notification, his finger pausing on the table for about 5 breaths. Then he picked up the pen, drawing a vertical line next to the words bank, and wrote 3 lines to the right. Hanglong, Chuang brothers, May window. Then on a new line with lighter handwriting, the last crater of the 1982 stock market crash, picking up a banking license amid the tide of bank runs. Outside, the night view of Victoria Harbor was as usual. From the direction of the master bedroom came the soft voices of Guanlin and Chen Yunyang discussing. Guanlin said beige was dirt-resistant, while Chen Yunyang said light blue was breathable, their voices very soft, just like when they were on their honeymoon on Otto Island that night on the balcony of South Bay. The discussion was not over yet, but the curtains in the nursery had already temporarily hung up in beige. Guanlin said they would try blue tomorrow. He closed the notebook and turned off the desk lamp. In the moment the study went dark, the boat lights outside flickered in the night mist. The one coming into port had already docked, while the one leaving was sailing away from Victoria Harbor, its navigation lights dimming in the night mist. In mid-May, at the private room of the Oriental Hotel, Zhuang and his brother Zhuang Qing walked in to find Lei Zhaorong already seated at the main position, slowly sipping tea. The curtains in the room were half drawn, and the morning sun of Victoria Harbor streamed in, creating stripes of light on the table. A pot of Tiguanyin tea had just been brewed, the aroma still lingering. Zhang Qinggang was seated at the side against the wall, a folder spread out in front of him, the pen cap already removed. Gentleman Zhuang. Lei Zhaorong did not stand up, merely gesturing with his palm toward the 2 empty chairs across from him. What would you like to drink? Tea or coffee? Zhuang Rong waved his hand dismissively. He did not adjust his chair when sitting down, leaning forward with a tone of suppressed vigilance. Lei, you summoned us today. What's the matter? Lei Zhaorong glanced at the 2, took a sip of tea, and placed the cup back on the saucer. The sound of porcelain touching porcelain produced a very soft chime. I called you both here today because I want to help you. Zhuang brothers exchanged glances, and Zhuang Qing's lips twitched, as if suppressing some unease. Zhuang Rong's gaze fell on the folder in front of Zhang Qingong, the thickness of the folder causing his pupils to constrict slightly. The situation at Honglong Bank doesn't look good, does it? Lei Zhaorong set down his teacup, the aroma gradually spreading through the room. He did not wait for their response and continued speaking. His voice was not loud, but each piece of data cut into the heart of Honglong Bank like a scalpel. Currently, the situation at Honglong Bank is: you brothers from the Zhuang family control 80% of the shares through offshore companies, while the public holds 20%. The recorded losses exceed 300 million Hong Kong dollars, with bad debts amounting to 266 million, primarily due to related lending. The 800 million owed by Dollar Finance can no longer be recovered. Liquidity has completely dried up. Zhuang Rong loosened his collar with 2 fingers. Zhuang Qing's fingers, resting on the edge of the table, curled slightly inward. Lei Zhaorong continued without looking at them, simply picking up the thin folder in front of him. The run on deposits triggered by the closure of Shelly Yuan Jewelry in September last year led to nearly 100 million being withdrawn within 2 days. In May, depositor confidence remains shaky, and competitors like Standard Chartered have begun tightening credit to Honglong. Only after reading the last number did he raise his head, shifting his gaze from the document to the faces of the 2 men across from him. Gentlemen, am I correct? The room fell silent for what felt like 3 breaths. Zhuang Rong's fingers moved from his collar to the table, lightly tapping on the tablecloth. His rhythm was off, resembling not knocking, but rather tapping out a Morse code that even he could not decipher. What does this mean, Lei? Are you mocking us? Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair, gazing at him for 2 seconds. I'm not that bored. I said I'm helping you. The current situation at Honglong is clearer to you than to me. It's only a matter of time before it is taken over by the Hong Kong government. Once it reaches that point, you will face more than just a bank bankruptcy. He paused. Criminal liability. The 800 million of related loans from Dollar Finance, the evidence chain of misappropriated depositor funds. Do you need me to elaborate, Zhuang? Zhuang Qing's fingers stopped curling inward. He slowly moved that hand from the table to his knee, clenching it into a fist under the tablecloth. Zhuang Rong's throat moved up and down once. He did not look at his brother. Lei Zhaorong pushed the thin document in front of him forward by half an inch. Directly acquire the 80% controlling stake held by the Zhuang family offshore companies, BVI, and the few in Panama, without needing to raise a banner in Hong Kong. Price is symbolic, 1 Hong Kong dollar. Plus assume all existing debts of Honglong. Condition: the Zhuang family must fully withdraw from the Honglong board of directors, and management immediately sign a confidentiality and non-disclosure agreement and waive all rights to any claims regarding subsequent restructuring. Payment will be in 2 installments, 50% upon signing and 50% upon completion of delivery. The funds will flow through offshore accounts, avoiding regulatory scrutiny. Zhaorong looked at the offer letter, which was only a few pages long, scanning it twice before looking at his brother. Zhuangqing silently took a few seconds, moved the hand he had clenched under the table back to the surface, and okay, we brothers want to divest as well. Let's proceed as you said. It's already lucky we're not losing money. Zhang Qingang began to flip through the prepared contracts one by one. He did not elaborate on the terms, but simply turned to the blank signature sections on each page, tapping the pen tip on each signature line as he flipped. He tapped 3 times, representing 3 core documents: the share transfer agreement, the offshore company delivery document, and the confidentiality and non-disclosure agreement. For every signature the Zhuang brothers made, he checked off the corresponding line. After everything was signed, Zhang Qingang put the contracts away, capping the pen. He placed the pen back in his suit pocket. The motion was identical to the speed at which he had removed the pen cap at the beginning. Steady and unhurried, like a precision instrument executing a return-to-position procedure. Zhuangrong's breathing became noticeably pronounced. The breath he had been holding since entering the room finally escaped. A few days later, Lei Zhaorong connected through Shunbai and arranged a meeting with Financial Secretary Xia Dingji. He did not bring a folder, only a single sheet of paper, a projection of the potential chain reactions if Honglong Bank were to collapse. After reading the paper, Xia Dingji fell silent for about half a minute before asking, "What do you need?" Lei Zhaorong's response was equally concise. "I am not here to ask the government for funding. My proposal: immediately inject 500 million Hong Kong dollars to replenish Honglong's capital adequacy ratio. Clear all related loans and replace the entire management team. No layoffs. Ensure all 26 branches operate normally. I only need regulatory cooperation on 2 matters. Suspend the public penalty procedures against Honglong and coordinate with HSBC to provide 200 million in temporary liquidity support." Xia Dingji took off his glasses to clean them, and then said, "The precondition is, your funding must be in place first. From the central government office to the HSBC building, only a street needed to be crossed." That afternoon, Lei Zhaorong sat in Shun Bi's private office. The coffee on the coffee table was personally poured by Shun Bai. "Regarding Honglong, I have already made my introductions to the financial secretary." Shun Bai pushed the coffee cup in front of him. 200 million in temporary liquidity. HSBC will provide it. The interest rate will be at the best customer level. The precondition is that your own 300 million must arrive first. Lei Zhaorong picked up the coffee. "The 300 million of my own funds is already in the HSBC account. Additionally, I have arranged 200 million through offshore channels, totaling 500 million, all in place by the end of May. The first injection will be used to redeem large deposits and bills that are maturing soon, and the remaining funds will supplement daily liquidity." Shinbai looked at him, a faint but familiar curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of the smile he had when transferring all of Jardine's banking business to HSBC. He pressed the intercom to notify the credit department, his voice returning to its usual steadiness. "The transitional credit limit for Honglong Bank is 200 million Hong Kong dollars, effective immediately. Guarantee condition: Jardine Matheson Limited provides unlimited liability guarantee." After hanging up the phone, he turned to Lei Zhaorong and added, "What the financial secretary is most concerned about is not the money, it's depositor confidence. How do you plan to handle it?" "It has already been arranged. Zhang Qingang is currently following up on asset freezes and reporting. Wang Mingyuan is preparing positive media coverage in sync, and I will update him shortly." That evening, Zhang Qingang completed the freezing procedures for all assets of the Zhuang family in Hong Kong, with 4 copies of the documents sent to the financial secretary HSBC Honglong and Tunglong for filing. After signing the memorandum, he capped the pen and sent a brief confirmation message to Lei Zhaorong: "Frozen, no omissions. Contract terms cover all 3 agreements." Wang Mingyuan then called, only asking Lei, "What direction should Honglong's positive coverage focus on?" "Injecting 500 million, fully guaranteeing depositor funds. No layoffs, no branch closures. You decide the title, just keep it to 4 words." Wang Mingyuan paused on the phone as if sketching a few title drafts on paper, then said, "Honglong Rebirth. 4 words are perfect." After hanging up the phone, the typesetting room rang a bell, and the reserved position for the front page editorial was replaced with this title. A few days later, on July 20th, at the Union Hospital. In the corridor outside the delivery room, Chun Yunyang sat on a long bench clutching an unused white handkerchief, not to wipe tears, but because she had folded and unfolded it many times. Tang Zhonghua and Zhou Taijun stood at either end of the corridor, their hands behind their backs, as if on guard, with their ears all directed toward the delivery room. Lei Zhaorong stood at the doorway of the delivery room, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. His posture was identical to when he listened to executive reports in the Jardine boardroom, but the rhythm of his fingers crossed over his chest, tapping on one arm, was now twice as fast as usual. The delivery room door finally swung open. A nurse emerged, cradling a bundle, followed by Guan Lin on the delivery bed. Guan Lin's hair was soaked, clinging to her forehead, her lips pale, and her face devoid of color. Her hand hung limply beside the bed, her fingertips trembling slightly, but her eyes shone with pure brightness, the remnants of all her strength spent. Lei Zhaorong stepped to the bedside, gently grasping her hand from the edge of the bed. That hand still trembled in his palm. He lowered his head, resting his forehead against her fingers, pausing for about 5 breaths. Then he lifted his head, his voice very soft. "You've worked hard." Guanlin looked at the bundle in the nurse's arms, then back at him, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a soft cry. The cry was not loud, like a newly hatched chick testing its voice. The nurse placed the bundle into Guanlin's arm. Lei Zhaorong looked down at the wrinkled little face. The skin was still pink, the eyes not fully opened, and the tiny fists clenched like 2 peeled lychees. Lei Zhaorong raised his head, reaching out to tuck the damp hair from her forehead behind her ear. Guanlin gently poked the baby's fist with her finger, laughing hoarsely, just as ugly as in the ultrasound. Lei Zhaorong extended a finger, and the baby's 5 tiny fingers instantly gripped his index finger tightly. He looked down at that tiny fist holding his finger, then said, "Lei," shouting. Chen Yunyang, half a step behind him, asked softly, shouting. To inherit the family business and glorify the lineage, Lei Zhaorong's voice was soft, as if reciting a name written in a notebook for a long time. His nickname will be Xiao Xiao. To carry forward the past and usher in the future. Guanlin looked down at the baby in her arms, gently touching his nose with her finger, repeating Xiao Xiao, then looked up smiling at Chen Yunyang. Chen Yunyang, with red-rimmed eyes, returned the smile, gently covering Guanlin's hand with the crumpled white handkerchief. The handkerchief finally came in handy, not to wipe tears, but to separate the air-conditioning breeze from Guanlin's wrist, which had just been sweating. A few days later, late at night, in the study of the shallow water bay villa, the baby was asleep. Guanlin and Chen Yunyang were both in the master bedroom. Guanlin was still in her confinement period, and Chen Yunyang's pregnant belly was already quite noticeable. The two leaned side by side at the head of the bed, with an open parenting book between them. The door to the master bedroom was slightly ajar, and the corridor's night light seeped through the crack, landing on the cover of the parenting book. Lei Zhaorong opened his notebook. He first finished writing the last entry regarding the Honglong acquisition on the bank page. Zhuang family signed. The financial secretary has tacitly approved. Shunbai is cooperating. 200 million in liquidity is effective immediately. 500 million in funds is fully in place. Zhang Qinggang has frozen the Zhuang family's assets in Hong Kong. The entire loop is closed. Wang Minjiwan's Honglong Rebirth has been arranged for publication. The renaming of Honglong Bank is yet to be determined. He then closed that page. Turning to the page recording total asset amounts, he added the complete valuation and license value of Honglong Bank on the latest line. Then, starting a new line, he wrote more steadily than ever, Honglong Bank. The last crater of the stock market crash has been collected. Thus the dual loops of industry and finance are formed. Then, starting a new line, he wrote more steadily than ever, Honglong Bank. The last crater of the stock market crash has been collected. He added another line below, his handwriting lighter than the previous segment. From September 1982 entering HSBC to short-selling Jianing to July 1983, when his son was born, a full 10 months. He had collected every crater from the stock market crash. Then he opened a new page, writing 2 characters at the top shelf. A golden message popped up on the system. Related note: the second round of Sino-British negotiations ended on July 12. The British side made substantive concessions on sovereignty issues for the first time, and the confidence index for Hong Kong real estate officially entered a rebound channel. The rent for Grade A office buildings in Central is expected to record the first positive year-on-year growth since the stock market crash in the 4th quarter of this year. The valuation of core properties under the Land and Development Company will see the first wave of recovery in the second half of the year. Confidence level at 91%. After reading, he picked up the pen and drew a circle next to the window is closing on the land page. Inside the circle he wrote 2 characters, open. Outside, the night view of Victoria Harbor remained the same. The ship lights flickered in the night mist. The one entering the harbor had already docked, while the one departing was passing through the East Lama Channel. The door to the nursery was slightly ajar, beige curtains were hung, and the crib sheets were light blue. On the bedside table, 2 cups of warm water were placed side by side, one for Guanlin and one for Chen Yunyang. At 7:30 in the morning on Davao Road West, Lei Zhaorong stood at the entrance of the Hang Lung Bank headquarters, his hands tucked into his suit pockets, looking up at the workers operating on the lift platform. The old Hang Lung Bank lightbox had been removed, with 4 brass characters lying horizontally on the waterproof canvas by the roadside, dust accumulated in the crevices for over a decade. The workers were hoisting the new light box onto the steel frame. Covered in deep blue velvet, the velvet hinted at a subtle metallic sheen underneath. Shi Lanqing stood 3 steps behind him, holding a cup of hot milk tea from the tea restaurant across the street. The milk tea had already cooled. She had arrived at the site at 6:30, while Lei Zhaorong had come even earlier. "Mr. Lei, you really don't have to come in person." Lei Zhaorong did not turn around. The worker on the lift platform untied the velvet binding cords, and the deep blue velvet slipped away. 4 large characters lit up against the deep blue sky of dawn. Honglong Bank. The font was crafted using the same casting technique as the brass plaque of Eurasia trading on the exterior wall of the Jardine house, where the strokes tapered slightly upwards, reflecting a deep golden brown hue under the streetlight. It was not the ostentatious gold of pure gold, but rather the understated dark gold of freshly cast bronze before it developed a green patina. This is my bank, Lei Zhaorong. He spoke this softly, so softly that Launching almost mistook it for the sound of the lift cables rubbing against each other in the wind. But then he said something else. From now on, every day when I pass by here, I will see these 4 characters. Just for this reason it is worth coming at 6. Launching handed him the milk tea. He took a sip, cold. But he said nothing, continuing to gaze at the light box. 5 people stood in the shadows of the colonnade where the street light did not shine, forming a very loose line. No one spoke, nor did anyone look at their watches. They had been standing for about 20 minutes. Lei Zhaorong turned around, his gaze shifting from the light box to the person at the front of the shadows. Ren Jigang took half a step forward, his suit buttoned meticulously. The morning sea breeze from Victoria Harbor flowed into Davao Road West, and his tie remained perfectly still, not because there was no wind, but because he stood just in the sheltered side of the colonnade's pillars. At 34, wearing half-rimmed glasses, his gaze did not sweep across the faces of others, but first assessed their stance and center of gravity. In his past life, he would serve as the deputy chief executive of the Monetary Authority, 9 years later personally designing the operational framework for the linked exchange rate system. This morning at 7:30, he was the only one among the 5 who arrived 15 minutes early. Ren Jigang. Lei Zhaorong called his name, his tone not a question, but a confirmation. Mr. Lei. Ren Jigang's reply was equally brief. Deputy Chief. Supervision and liquidity. Understood. The second person stepped out of the shadows holding a folded newspaper, the Hong Kong Daily, published that morning. Liang Jinsong, 31, with a square face and a very faint vertical line between his brows. It was a muscle memory left from years spent staring at market screens in the trading room. In his past life, he founded his own fund management company managing over 60 billion Hong Kong dollars in asset portfolios. At this moment, he tucked the newspaper under his arm, nodded at Lei Zhaorong, and did not engage in small talk. Liang Jinsong, President and General Manager, Funds Retail and Market. I have the retail deposit data for you this morning. Liang Jinsong's tone was like stating a fact that had already occurred. Ku Qingwei stood in the 3rd position. 32 years old, broad-shouldered with thick palms. The cuff of his suit exposed a section of white shirt cuff. Very simple silver square cufflinks without any patterns. In his previous life, he was the youngest director in the history of the Hong Kong government's official receiver's office, handling over 400 corporate liquidation cases. At this moment, his gaze bypassed Lei Zhaorong's shoulder and landed on the light box, pausing for 2 seconds before retracting. Ku Qingwei. Credit and bad debt disposal. I finished reviewing the documents regarding the 800 million from Delhi last night. He said the freezing plan will be given to you before 9 this morning. He took half a step forward, unbuttoning the bottom button of his suit before he even opened his mouth. 28 years old, the youngest of the 5, wearing thin-framed glasses with a lean face. In his previous life, he was the youngest partner at KPMG, specifically handling restructuring cases of banks on the brink of bankruptcy, nicknamed the liquidation scalpel in the industry. At this moment, his unbuttoning action revealed a piece of information. He was not accustomed to wearing a 3-piece suit. Finance and liquidation restructuring. I already brought the calculator. He patted the inner pocket of his suit, producing a rectangular outline. The last person stepped out from the deepest part of the colonnade. Shun Liantao, 33, the thinnest among the 5, walked almost silently on his shoes. He was the only one not wearing a standard business suit, a gray linen jacket with the collar open and no tie. In his previous life, he established Hong Kong's first independent financial risk control consulting company and was hired as the chief risk control advisor of the Securities and Futures Commission 17 years later. At this moment, his gaze passed over Lei Zhaorong's shoulder, landing on the light box, then paused for a moment on the metallic edge of the box, as if inspecting the welding points. Shun Liantao. He did not wait for Lei Zhaorong to call him, but spoke first. Risk control and compliance. I have already reviewed Hang Lung's internal control reports from the past 3 years, specifically the internal control reports that Hang Lung claims to have. And then I found that Hang Lung did not have a risk control department at all. Shun Liantao withdrew his gaze from the light box, so I came. Lei Zhaorong looked at these 5 people, making no introductions, nor saying welcome aboard. He simply turned back, standing for a moment under the light of the Kowloon bank light box. The early morning wind flowed into Davao Road West from Victoria Harbor, and the shadows of the 5 people were cast long on the sidewalk, overlapped by the streetlight's glow and the light box's radiance. Let's go, he said, to familiarize ourselves with our battlefield. Kowloon Bank headquarters meeting room. The oak long table had not yet welcomed its first formal meeting when Zhang Qinggang first pushed the door open. He placed a document in front of Lei Zhaorong, his voice very low, but the meeting room was too quiet, and all assets of the Zhuang brothers in Hong Kong, 3 properties, 2 stock accounts, and an offshore trust in the Philippines, have been completely frozen. The lawyers from the Dalai liquidation team will enter tomorrow. Lei Zhaorong flipped open the document, his gaze stopped at the freezing list on the last page. Zhuang Qing's fingers were shaking when he signed at the Mandarin Oriental that day. Zhang Qinggang said this morning our people went to his house to affix seals, and his wife was crying at the door. Zhuangqing stood behind her saying nothing. Lei Zhaorong closed the document. When he treated Hang Lung like an ATM back, then he never thought it would come to this. Outside the window, the crane was removing the last wall lamp marked Hang Lung Bank from the exterior wall. The sound of the metal cable rubbing produced a faint noise like a string gently snapped. The first formal meeting at the oak long table. The 6 people settled down. 800 million in bad debts. Lei Zhaorong looked at Hihua. How long until we clear it? Hihua opened the file, without reading the plan, only stating 4 numbers. The personal assets of the Zhuang brothers have been frozen, recovering between 50 million to 1.5 billion. Criminal prosecution has been initiated to recover over 1 billion. The remaining debts will be bundled and sold at a discount to American investment banks, erasing them from the books. The Hong Kong government has agreed to provide regulatory endorsement, exempting the capital adequacy ratio requirement for 6 months. He closed the file. 4 steps to completion. On the day Tinglong Bank opens, the bad debts on the asset sheet will be 0. The meeting room fell silent for 2 seconds. Lei Zhaorong did not say good or thank you for your hard work. He stood up and walked to the window, opening the blinds. The glass curtain wall of the building across reflected the golden brown light of the Tinglong Bank lightbox. For steps. He turned around. I want it completed within a month. Hihua nodded without answering. No response was needed anymore. Liang Jinsong spread out the retail deposit trend chart. A red line on the chart plunged from February to July, and in the last week of July, the week Hang Lung was acquired. It suddenly bent into a nearly horizontal arc. He pointed the tip of his pen at the inflection point of the arc. In the first week after the name change, the outflow of deposits from account holders has obviously slowed down. After Wang Minjiwan's article, The Rebirth of Hang Lung was published, From Hang Lung to Tinglong. He looked up at Lei Zhaorong. 3 local mid-sized enterprises have actively approached us for payroll services. Deposit confidence is being restored. Give me 3 months. Tinglong Bank's retail deposits can return to pre-crisis levels. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Outside, the crane was removing the last wall lamp marked Hang Lung Bank from the exterior wall. The cable produced a faint friction sound on the pulley like a string gently snapped. Lei Zhaorong stood up and he opened the blinds, watching the golden brown light of the Tinglong Bank light box reflected on the glass curtain wall of the building across. The deep blue sky had faded to light gray, and the light box's golden brown glow gradually brightened in the dawn. Starting today, the blinds were lowered in his hand. It carries the surname Lei. The 3rd week of August. The Hong Kong government's company registry officially approved the name change. Hang Lung Bank was renamed Tinglong Bank, completing privatization and delisting. From Hang Lung to Tinglong, from the brink of government takeover to privatization and delisting. A bank license had been dug out from the grave, cleaned up, and hung on its own plaque within 3 months. On the same day, Lei Zhaorong arranged a meeting with Shun Bai in the mid-level conference room of HSBC, an oak long table with 4 leather chairs. There was no coffee on the table. Shun Bai had not arranged for it today. Mr. Shun, Tinglong Bank has completed its delisting and capital restructuring. Lei Zhaorong pushed a financial report across. I came to discuss something with you today. Eurasia trading will continue to settle at HSBC. Shun Bai flipped through the report and closed it. The cover landed on the table with a muffled sound. All other companies under Tinglong Group: Kowloon Motor Bus, 7-Eleven, International Milk, Sino Clothing, Tinglong Media, Kowloon Construction, will all transfer to Tinglong Bank for settlement. Shun Bai looked at him for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, the HSBC executive's fingers did not tap the table, nor did the corners of his mouth curve into that familiar arc Lei Zhaorong was used to seeing. He merely gazed at him, like a banker looking at another banker. You kept Eurasia at HSBC, but you moved the entire Tinglong settlement system into your own bank. Shun Bai pushed the financial report back half an inch. This account is calculated even more precisely than last time. HSBC will always be my strategic partner. Eurasia at HSBC, HSBC at Eurasia. This has been my unchanging premise during my tenure as chairman of Eurasia. Shun Bai leaned back in his chair. The leather chair produced a very low, muffled sound. He remained silent for a moment, longer than the previous 2 seconds, before standing up and extending his hand. Eurasia remains at HSBC. Other companies will transfer to Tinglong Bank. HSBC will impose no obstacles. He paused. Mr. Lei, I've been at HSBC for 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone move 15 billion in deposits off my desk and make me feel like it was a good deal. Lei Zhaorong shook his hand. Mr. Shun, HSBC will always be Tinglong's strategic partner. This will not change regardless of how many banks I have under my name. That evening, Lei Zhaorong signed an internal notice. Starting in September, the payroll bank for all employees of Tinglong Group will be uniformly changed to Tinglong Bank. At the end of the notice, there was a note. Employees can choose to retain or transfer their existing payroll accounts at HSBC Standard Chartered or Hang Seng. Not mandatory, but encouraged to transfer. After receiving a copy of the notice, Hihua pressed a button on the calculator. Just from the payroll of Tinglong Group's internal employees alone, it could bring over 20 million Hong Kong dollars in stable deposits to Tinglong Bank each month. With the daily settlement flow from International Milk and 7-Eleven, Kowloon Bank's basic deposit scale increased by 15 billion in the month of delisting. That night, Lei Zhaorong added a line in his notebook under the banking section, renamed to Kowloon. 5 generals in place. 800 million in bad debts cleared. Privatization and delisting completed. The settlement system switched across the group. Kowloon Bank's basic deposits increased by 15 billion. Financial shortfalls addressed. He finished writing the last word, placing the pen beside the notebook. The pen rolled gently around the table before stopping at the edge of the binding of the notebook. At 1 a.m. in the study of the shallow water bay villa, the system popped up 3 text messages. The 4th round of negotiations on the Sino-British Hong Kong issue will start in Beijing on September 1st. Discrepancies in sovereignty and governance have heightened market concerns. On September 10th, Xiaoping met with Heath, clearly stating that sovereignty over Hong Kong must be regained by 1997, rejecting trading sovereignty for governance. From September 22nd to 23rd, the 4th round of negotiations concluded with no substantial progress, escalating fears among Hong Kong residents. In early September, the Hong Kong dollar depreciated rapidly, accumulating a 54% depreciation over 6 months, triggering a buying spree. On September 24th, the Hong Kong dollar fell to a historical low of 9.6 to 1 against the US dollar, plunging 15% within 2 days. Some supermarkets will experience a rush to buy grain and oil, and Welcome and 7-Eleven need to prepare supply chain pressure plans in advance. Related note: the plunge of the Hong Kong dollar will directly force the Hong Kong government to introduce a linked exchange rate system in early October, pegging the Hong Kong dollar to the US dollar at a fixed rate of 7.8. The market will experience severe fluctuations on the day the linked exchange rate is introduced, but it will stabilize confidence in the Hong Kong dollar in the long term. The core property valuations will gain a stable monetary valuation basis after the linked exchange rate is introduced. Lei Zhaorong read the 3 text messages, his fingers resting on the table for about 3 breaths. Then he picked up a pen and wrote 8 characters at the top of a new page in his notebook. Repeated fluctuations solidifying the foundation. He added 2 lines below. For a long time to come, the economy of Hong Kong will be in a stage of repeated fluctuations. Until the Sino-British Joint Declaration confirms the principle of one country, 2 systems, it will truly come to an end. Before the declaration is implemented, there will be no significant growth cycle. During this period, only 2 things must be done: consolidate the existing foundation, explore mainland and other pathways. The next morning, at the top floor of Kowloon building, Lei Zhaorong handed a stack of information summaries to Zhang Peizhong. The content covered macro forecasts for the coming months, trends in negotiations, exchange rate fluctuations, real estate volatility cycle, stock movements, and low-priced real estate sales. From now on, you will be responsible for filtering this information. Zhang Peizhong opened the first page. He stopped for about half a minute on the first line of data, and when he turned to the 3rd page, his pupils contracted slightly. Mr. Lei, if these forecasts hold, the entire second half of the year will be a period of turbulence for Hong Kong's economy. We need to conduct pressure tests in advance. Exactly for this reason, I need you to keep a close watch. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair. Starting today, filter out the most valuable points for me every morning. If you find something unworthy, redistribute it to the Hong Kong Daily. You will also coordinate with Wang Minyuan. Zhang Peizhong lowered his head and glanced at the stack of information in his hand, his throat moving slightly. He closed the folder and placed it in his briefcase, pressing a button on the back clasp. The button popped open and then closed again with a very crisp sound. Understood. I will mark the priority for each one. This information is all based on my forecasts. You do not need to know the sources. Lei Zhaorong's voice was calm. You only need to know one thing. They have not been wrong so far. Zhang Peizhong remained silent for a moment, then nodded. He did not ask why. As he turned to walk towards the door, his fingers lightly tapped the edge of the briefcase, matching the rhythm of marking stars on sticky notes after understanding the 5-step process of boiling water, but this time it was lighter and steadier. Zhang Peizhong steadied himself, suppressing those forecasts deep in his heart, took out a document, and set on the side of Shi Huaya. The equity transfer agreement for Cathay Pacific was completed yesterday. We have utilized the convenience of the shareholders and have included Cathay Pacific's cargo into our own supply chain logistics system, thus we now have a complete logistics system. Lei Zhaorong nodded, preparing to close the notebook. The system popped up another silver message. On September 7, 1983, Xiao Degan's son Xiao Deshang was sentenced to 4 years in prison for DUI manslaughter. Xiao Degan's reputation, energy, and cash flow suffered severe blows. In 1982, Xiao Degan spent 100 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire ATV and continued to invest in 1983, with ATV yet to achieve profitability. The Xiao Deshang case fermented in August, and in September, with the sentencing, Xiao Degan's image collapsed, leaving him disinterested in management. The multiple investments in Far East Bank real estate and ATV led to liquidity tightening. There may be a window for the transfer of ATV shares. He read the push notification and paused for a moment. His expression was not one of surprise, but of a momentary halt. It was a brief silence over a young man about to reach a dead end. Then he picked up the pen and flipped to the television page. He drew an arrow next to the line about the 40% stake in ATV. Next to the arrow, he wrote 3 words: opportunity window. He continued writing. Xiao Deshang's case, sentenced in September. Xiao Degan suffered severe cash flow damage, his reputation damaged, and he was disinterested in management. Opportunities for ATV transfer have emerged, but there is no need to rush. When the other party is at their most difficult time, it is essential to wait until the last moment. Every bit of pressure can turn into a bargaining chip at the negotiating table. After finishing this line, he closed the notebook. Returning home, Lei Zhaorong washed away the fatigue with the company of his 2 wives. In the deep night, the night color of Victoria Harbor deepened. The broadcasting signal from ATV came from the direction of Kowloon Tong, invisible and intangible in the night. Yet he knew that the owner of that signal tower would soon change. As he pushed open the master bedroom door, Guanlin was lying on the bed, already asleep. Xiao Xiao lay in her arms, his little fist clutching a strand of her hair that hung down. Guanlin's other hand rested on the baby's back, her palm covering his entire back, her nails clipped very short, the wedding ring on her knuckle glimmering faintly under the bedside lamp. Chen Yunyang lay beside her in the exact same position as that deep night during their honeymoon on Otto Island. Her pregnant belly had already stretched her pajamas, the outline clear, with less than 2 months until her due date. On the bedside table, 2 cups of warm water were placed side by side. A parenting book was open to the page on newborn care, with a corner of the page folded by Guanlin, who would fold the page whenever she saw a passage she wanted to remember. The whole villa was silent. Only the baby's faint breathing could be heard, short, even one breath after another. Outside the window, the lights of ships in Victoria Harbor flickered in the night mist. When the door to the private room of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel was pushed open, Lei Zhaorong had already been sitting for 10 minutes. He did not check the time. A pot of Tiguanyin tea had just been brewed, and the aroma had yet to dissipate. He flipped an empty teacup upside down, placing it on the tea mat in front of the opposite seat. Xiao Dezhen walked in. At 63 years old, it was normal for his hair to be gray. What was abnormal was his gait. Each step seemed to confirm whether the floor was still beneath his feet. His suit had 1 button fastened incorrectly, the top button having slipped into the second buttonhole. Such behavior was unthinkable for a seasoned businessman like Xiao Dezhen, who had started from scratch in the 1950s, unless he had not slept soundly for several days in a row. He was alone. Mr. Xiao. Lei Zhaorong stood up, gesturing toward the empty chair across from him with his palm. The tea has just been brewed. As Xiao Dezhen sat down, the chair slid half a step forward. His back did not lean against the chair back, not for lack of desire, but because his entire spine had curved into a shape that made it difficult to lean back. Beneath his eyes were 2 dark circles, not shadows cast by the light, but the color of his skin itself. Without pleasantries or asking how have you been lately, Lei Zhaorong directly pulled out a document from his briefcase beside him and pushed it across the tea table. Mr. Xiao, Asia Television needs an additional 60 million in production funds this year. The production costs of self-made dramas have exceeded budget and advertising revenue has not met expectations. This is the financial assessment report. As a shareholder with 40% stake, I am formally proposing an increase in capital today. He paused for a moment. You have 2 choices. Invest alongside or divest. The water in the teapot was still bubbling. Xiao Dezhen neither touched the teacup nor the document. He lowered his eyes to look at the cover of the report, where the title was printed in bold black letters. Asia Television's 1983 production budget deficit and capital increase proposal. Beside it was a yellow label with handwriting from He Ho Hua stating deficit of 60 million suggests shareholders increase capital in proportion. Xiao Dezhen opened the report. The first page contained data on Asia Television's competitors. The new dramas launched by TVB this year, Modern Business Wars, Ancient Martial Arts variety shows, were leading in all 3 time slots. Asia Television's share of self-produced dramas had dropped from 31% at the beginning of the year to 17%. Next to the chart was a public quotation from TVB's advertising department showing a 40% increase in advertising costs compared to last year. The second page detailed Asia Television's production cost deficit. He read slowly, his finger lingering on the numbers much longer than usual. From across the tea table, one could see his fingertips trembling slightly. Not from the cold, as the air conditioning in the room was at a normal temperature, but from a tremor that he was desperately trying to control. Lei Zhaorong watched him read the document in silence. Xiao Dezhen pressed a string of numbers on the calculator. 60 million divided by 60% equity equaled 36 million. He pushed the calculator aside. The breath he had swallowed in his throat turned into his first sentence. 60 million. Can we delay it a bit? Not that Asia Television does not need to increase capital. Rather, it was, can we delay it a bit? Lei Zhaorong did not respond to this question. He lifted the teacup, took a sip, and placed the cup back on the tea mat, the porcelain making a very soft, crisp sound upon contact. He waited for the sound to completely fade from the air in the room before speaking. We cannot. TVB will not wait for us to delay. Xiao Dezhen closed the report. He looked at Lei Zhaorong, his whites of the eyes, yellowed blood vessels spreading from the corners of his eyes to the edges of his irises. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. How much usable funds were left in the Far East Bank, how much of Chiu Decheng's lawyer fees had already been burned, and how the investments Asia Television had made over the past 2 years had yet to break even. These thoughts crowded in his throat, but not a single word formed. Lei Zhaorong did not let him speak. He placed the teacup down and pulled out a second sheet of paper from his briefcase. Mr. Chiu, there is one more thing I would like to discuss in advance. He pushed the paper across. It was not a financial report. It was a photocopy of a clipping from the Oriental Daily. The title contained only 2 lines. Chiu Decheng's drunk driving case to begin trial. In September, witnesses claimed speed exceeded 120 km/h. Chiu Decheng's pupils constricted sharply. The movement was too obvious, so obvious that he did not even have time to look down at the teacup, as if he had been punched in the face. The review of the broadcasting license is sensitive to the background of the board members. Lei Zhaorong's voice was not loud, but each word cut into the wound. Chiu Decheng, most wanted to avoid your son's case will be judged in September. When the time comes, will Mr. Chiu handle Asia Television's license review, or shall I? The room fell silent for about 5 breaths. Chiu Decheng was not afraid. He was calculating. The liquidity of the Far East Bank had become tight. The funds in the real estate sector were trapped in several projects that could not be completed, and his son's legal fees were still burning. 3 calculations, an increase of 36 million, a liquidity gap at the bank, and his son's criminal case, pressed down on his mind simultaneously. He did not lower his head, but the wrinkles on his forehead deepened in 30 seconds. 150 million. Lei Zhaorong did not wait for him to speak. 60% equity. This afternoon, I will exercise my right of first refusal directly. Chiu Decheng raised his head and glanced at him. In that glance were 3 things: an understanding of the rules of the business world, a sense of relief regarding his own situation, and a hint of a deeply concealed wry smile. He slowly turned the teacup in his palm. The tea inside had already cooled, and he did not drink. He was calculating this deal. Initially purchasing Asia Television for 100 million Hong Kong dollars, operating for a year and a half, increasing his stake from 50% to 60%, so 150 million was not a loss. But after he finished calculating, he found that his own hand was trembling. Not because he was losing, but because transferring Asia Television to this 26-year-old young man at this price, having run the television station for 2 years himself, the first Chinese owner in the history of Hong Kong broadcasting to acquire a wireless television license, would mean stepping out. Lei Zhaorong. He set the teacup down, the bottom of the cup hitting the tea mat with a heavy sound. Did you know this? Lei Zhaorong did not answer the question. He stood up and extended his hand. The sunlight filtered through the seams of the curtains behind him, enveloping his outstretched palm in half light and half shadow. Mr. Chiu, long ago, I wrote a phrase in my notebook. The more difficult the other party's situation, the more one should wait until the last moment. But sitting across from you today, I do not want to wait any longer. Because you still need to preserve your reputation and your bank. I am giving you a way out. Chiu Decheng looked at that hand. Suspended in midair, not pressing. This scene lingered in the room for several seconds. Then Chiu Decheng's hand grasped that hand. His fingers were thick and short, knuckles, prominent skin rough, like sandpaper. That was the hand shaped by years of labor in factories and construction sites. Zhang Chenggang meticulously flipped open the prepared contracts without lengthy explanations of the clauses, simply turning to the blank signature line on each page and tapping his pen on the signature spot as he turned each page. He tapped 4 times. Equity transfer agreement, confirmation of the exercise of the right of first refusal, board member change, filing, debt settlement. Each time, he made a mark on the corresponding line. When Chiu Decheng signed, the pen tip hesitated on the paper twice. Each signature paused twice, as if saying, I understand, I understand, I understand, I understand. After finishing all the signatures, Zhang Chenggang neatly stored the contracts and capped the pen. This action was identical to how he archived the documents for the Zhuang family asset freeze, neither hurried nor slow, like a precision instrument executing a return-to-position procedure. Chiu Decheng stood up and walked 3 steps toward the door. Then he stopped. He did not turn back. Asia Television. I managed it for 2 years. Don't let it fall. Lei Zhaorong stood behind the tea table, watching his silhouette. Mr. Chiu, rest assured. Asia Television in Lei Zhaorong's hands will not collapse. Chiu Decheng pushed open the door to the private room. As the door closed behind him, the hinge made a very soft, muffled sound identical to the sound when he had pushed the door open. Only this time the hand that pushed the door open was his own, and now the door closed behind him on its own. As Lei Zhaorong walked out of the Mandarin Oriental's main entrance, the midday sun over Victoria Harbor was fierce. He paused on the steps, unfastening the lowest button of his suit. He handed his tie to Shi Lansheng. When Shi Lansheng took it, the tie was still warm. He stood on the steps for a moment. The noon sea breeze from Victoria Harbor blew in through Connaught Road, tousling a few strands of hair on his forehead. The moment Chiu Decheng's pen hesitated on the paper still echoed in his mind, but he did not let that image linger for too long. He inhaled deeply, filling his lungs, then exhaled. Turning around, he walked towards the car door. Jean Peijon was standing by the car, not holding a folder. His fingers hovered at the edge of the briefcase. That was his habitual gesture after listening to important information. His expression was not the usual calm, but rather held something back. Lei Zhaorong, News just came from President Su. His voice was very low. The fourth round of negotiations has basically broken down. The differences in sovereignty and governance are completely irreconcilable. It will appear in tomorrow's news. Lei Zhaorong stood by the car door. The sunlight illuminated one side of his face while the other side remained in shadow, obscuring his expression. He did not ask the source of the news, only remaining silent for 2 seconds. Then he opened the car door saying nothing. Half an hour later, in the top floor office of the Kowloon building, the system popped up a brief message. The Hong Kong dollar will accelerate its depreciation in late September. On September 24th, the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar against the US dollar fell to a historical low of 9.6 to 1, plummeting 15% within 2 days. Some supermarkets will experience a rush for grain and oil and Hui Kong, and Bailey need to prepare supply chain pressure plans in advance. Related note: the Hong Kong government will be forced to introduce a linked exchange rate system in early October, pegging the Hong Kong dollar to the US dollar at a fixed rate of 7.8. Lei Zhaorong looked at the words on the screen. His finger paused on the table for about 2 breaths. Then he wrote Zhang Peizhong's name at the top of this page and labeled it with 3 words, confirmed. He closed the notebook and pressed the intercom. Shirlan Sheng answered in less than a second. Notify Wenhua Li and Luo Yong Fa, Hui Kong, and Bai Li to activate the supply chain pressure plans. The stock of grain, oil, rice, and canned goods should be raised to 3 times normal levels within this week. If any store shows signs of a rush, report it immediately. Notify Liang Jinsong, Tinglong Bank to prepare for deposit protection. He paused. Notify Ji Difeng Jingda and Zhao Ming from Kowloon Construction. Have them come to see me this afternoon. Shirlan Sheng's reply was only 2 words understood. Lei Zhaorong had assigned 2 people to this phase of the bottom fishing plan, and time passed quickly. In the evening at the Peninsula Hotel lobby tea lounge, the twilight over Victoria Harbor poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, dyeing the entire lounge in a deep amber hue. A grand piano in the lobby was playing an old jazz piece, the sound so soft it seemed afraid of disturbing those enjoying afternoon tea. Xiao Yifu sat in a fixed booth by the window, spreading butter on a piece of toast. He was 76 this year, his hair completely white, yet his posture remained straight. Not from trying to sit up, but from having spent a lifetime in broadcasting, his spine accustomed to that slightly forward-leaning position, always ready to listen. His suit was dark gray, his tie a dark red, his cufflinks square and unpatterned. In front of him was a pot of Ceylon black tea, next to it a very thin calculator, and beside the calculator was that day's Hong Kong daily. Lei Zhaorong did not stop as he crossed the lobby. He walked straight to the booth by the window, sitting down across from Xiao Yifu with a light motion, the chair legs making no sound on the carpet. Uncle Six. Xiao Yifu lifted his head. His knife hand paused for a moment, then he placed the knife at the edge. Looking up at Lei Zhaorong, his gaze first lingered on Lei Zhaorong's standing posture, just like how Ren Zhigang observed people first looking at their stance, before moving from stance to face. A faint curve appeared at the corners of his mouth, wrinkles stacking from the corners of his eyes to his temples. He flipped the newspaper over, laying it face down. Not bad, kid. Much better than your father. Much better than your father. This statement coming from Xiao Yifu carried a weight that was entirely different from when it came from someone else. Xiao Yifu was from the same generation as Lei Kun's father Lei Ruida, and was also part of the generation that started from scratch. He knew how the Lei family had expelled Lei Zhaorong from the family, and how they subsequently fell one by one in his hands. When he said better than your father, it was like stamping a certification on the historical wound of the Lei family, not from a rival, but from the most seasoned generation of the Hong Kong business community. Lei Zhaorong did not respond to this statement. He raised the cup of Ceylon black tea that Xiao Yifu had poured for him in advance, took a sip, and set the cup back down. Today I invited Uncle Six for tea to inform you of one matter. All shares of Asia Television were settled this afternoon. He paused for a moment, his voice becoming a bit steadier. I only meant to invest. I did not expect that Mr. Chiu would encounter issues at home, leaving him unable to manage. I could only take over. He used the word only. This not only provided a way out for Chiu Dejin, not being driven out, but being forced back by circumstances, but also made it clear to Xiao Yifu that he had obtained this in the market, not found it. Xiao Yifu smiled slightly, pushing the buttered toast aside, picking up a napkin to wipe his fingers. In the market, seeing true skill is essential. It does not affect our relationship. He lifted the teapot to refill Lei Zhaorong's cup. The spout was low, and as the tea flowed into the cup, it made a very fine sound, not splashing a single drop. Then he set down the teapot, leaned back into the leather chair of the booth, placing his hands on the table with fingers interlaced. The piano in the lounge switched to a slower piece. However, Xiao has been in Kowloon broadcasting for decades. If Asia Television wants to catch up, it must show true capability. Lei Zhaorong raised his teacup. The Ceylon black tea swayed slightly in the cup, the surface calming back to stillness after a gentle arc. I will remember this phrase from Uncle Six. The tea was still warm. Outside, the flow of vehicles on Nathan Road gradually thickened in the twilight, and the neon lights began to light up one by one. The signal tower of Asia Television was located in the direction of Kowloon Tong, unseen but audible. Its broadcast signal was spreading over Victoria Harbor, intertwining with TVB's signal in the same night sky. The The past 2 years had been a confrontation between Xiao Yifu and Qiu Dejin. Starting today, one of the opposing parties in this confrontation was replaced by another person. Xiao Yifu stood up from the booth and neatly folded the napkin, placing it beside the plate. As he passed by Lei Zhaorong, he paused for half a step, extending his right hand. His fingers were thick, short, and strong knuckles, prominent skin deeply creased. He patted Lei Zhaorong's shoulder twice. Then he walked away. His steps were steady, the sound of his leather shoes echoing rhythmically on the marble floor of the lobby. Those were the steps of a 76-year-old, not hurried, but each step firmly placed in a direction he knew. Lei Zhaorong stood up, walking towards the door. Shirlan Sheng was waiting for him in the car. The window rolled down, her short hair slightly lifted by the evening breeze from Victoria Harbor. Notify the senior management of Asia Television. Meeting tomorrow morning. Chairman's office. Shirlan Sheng's response was just one word: okay. The car drove out from the Peninsula Hotel, crossing Salisbury Road, heading towards the Tunglong building along Chatham Road South. The neon lights outside retreated one by one. In the direction of Kowloon Tong, the signal tower of Asia Television blinked with red aviation obstruction lights in the night fog of Victoria Harbor, blinking in rhythm matching the lights on the ship. Before today, that was Qiu Dejin's signal. After today, it belongs to Lei. Late at night in the study of the villa in Repulse Bay, Lei Zhaorong spread open his notebook. He crossed out Asia Television 40% on the television page and wrote a new line beside it. Asia Television 100%. Fully controlled. Peninsula Tea Gathering, Xiao Yifu. He personally said 2 sentences. The first sentence, seeing true skill, is essential. The second sentence must show true capability. The former means no obstruction, while the latter means no leniency. From now on, the television landscape of Hong Kong shifts from the confrontation between Xiao and Qiu to the confrontation between Xiao and Lei. After finishing this line, he set the pen beside the notebook. Then he flipped to a new page, writing 4 characters at the top. Hong Kong dollar plummets. Next to it, he drew a vertical line and wrote on the right side, supply chain pressure plans for Hui Kong and Bai Li have been activated. Deposit protection preparations for Tunglong Bank have been initiated. Observing the GD window, he closed the notebook. From the direction of the master bedroom came Guanlin's voice, gently soothing the baby. She was singing a very slow Cantonese lullaby, her voice soft. The door to the nursery was slightly ajar, and the curtains hanging inside had already been changed to light blue. The bed sheets were also light blue, of the same color as the curtains. On the bedside table were 2 cups of warm water side by side, one for Guanlin and one for Chen Yunyan. Chen Yunyan lay on the edge of the bed, her hand resting on the edge of Guanlin's pregnancy pillow, just like that deep night on their honeymoon at Aojiao Island. Her breathing was steady and long, her pregnant belly gently rising and falling with each breath. Outside the window, the lights of the ships in Victoria Harbor flickered in the night fog. The signal tower of Asia Television blinked red in the direction of Kowloon Tong, echoing the lights of the ships. 2 lights flickered in the same night sky over Victoria Harbor, matching the rhythm of the baby's breathing. When the door of the meeting room at Asia Television headquarters was pushed open, all the executives were already present. 17 individuals sat on both sides of the long table, from the program director to the advertising department head to the news department head, all arriving 15 minutes early. No one whispered to each other, no one flipped through documents, and the teacups on the table remained untouched. The first full meeting after the end of Qiu Dejing's era, everyone was waiting for one thing: how the new boss would handle them. The door swung open. Lei Zhaorong walked in, dressed in a dark gray suit, without a time, moving at a steady pace, each step in sync with the same rhythm. He sat down at the main seat without any pleasantries or opening remarks, first gesturing towards the door with his palm in a please motion. Come in. A slender man with half-white hair walked in from outside. Around 50 years old, in a deep blue suit, his tie impeccably knotted, his pace even faster than Lei Zhaorong's, indicative of someone accustomed to briskly traversing corridors, embodying the rhythm of someone who had genuinely managed a television station. The program director was the first to stand up. As he pushed his chair back, it scraped the floor with a sharp sound, but he didn't mind holding onto the chair. He stared at the person who had entered. His lips moved twice before he managed to speak. Huang Sheng, Huang Shizhao, the former general manager of Asia Television. Before Qiu Dejing acquired Asia Television, he had worked in this building for nearly 10 years, rising from a production assistant to the general manager. 2 years ago, when an Australian consortium took charge, he was marginalized due to differing management philosophies, ultimately being handed a dismissal letter that escorted him out of the building. On the day he resigned, he glanced back at the signal tower in the parking lot without saying goodbye. Today, he stood at the same meeting room door, his suit impeccably fitted, his steps steadied tenfold. The head of the news department stood up right after. Then came the advertising department head, the production department director, and the engineering department head. 17 people stood up one after another, their movements out of sync. Some pushed their chairs back, some took off their glasses, and some placed their pens on the table, the pen rolling in a circle before stopping at the edge of a folder. The order in which they stood up was proportional to the years Huang Shizhao had worked with them. The more senior stood up the fastest. Please take a seat. Huang Zizha's voice was much steadier than when he had left, lower by half a tone, like an old instrument that had been tuned. Lei Zhaorong leaned back against his chair, his hands crossed on the table, granting Huang Shizhao the floor. He spoke only 3 sentences in the meeting room. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lei Zhaorong. Previously, I held a 40% stake in Asia Television, intending only to invest. Recently, everyone knows the situation at Xiu's home. He is unwilling to manage, and I have taken over his 60% stake. From today on, Asia Television is fully owned by me. For the time being, Mr. Huang Shizhao will serve as the general manager of Asia Television. I hope you all continue to support him as you have before. Only intending to invest and unwilling to manage. The wording was identical to that used in front of Xiao Yifu. It left Xiu Dijing a way out, not saying it was a coup, but merely a takeover. But all 17 executives present understood Xiu Dijing had only sold for a day, and the new boss was already seated here the very next day. Huang Shizhao stood up without a script. His gaze swept from the left side of the long table to the right, pausing for a moment on each person's face. The program director's temples had turned half gray compared to 2 years ago. The news department head had replaced his glasses with a thicker pair. The production department director still bore a scar on his finger from a late-night overtime in the props room. Now the scar had turned into a thin white line. Everyone, when I left this building, Asia Television's share of self-produced dramas was 31%. His voice was pressed down flat, but each word felt like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. Now, it is 17%. The meeting room was so quiet that only the low hum of the air conditioning vent could be heard. I am back I have returned to reclaim that 14%, and to take even more. Applause erupted, first from the position of the program director. Then the production department director clapped harder than everyone else. His palms turned red, each clap solid and emphatic. Then all 17 people applauded simultaneously, no one leading the stop, no one looking down at their watches. Huang Shizhao stood in front of the long table, taking a deep breath. On the day he resigned, when he looked back at the signal tower in the parking lot, the aviation obstacle lights at the top of the tower flickered in the dusk. At this moment, through the meeting room window, he could see the same signal tower under the same sky. Only now it was morning, and the tower was illuminated by sunlight, its outline distinct. After the meeting, Huang Shizhao closed the door and placed the folder he was holding on the table. His expression was completely different from just now in the meeting room. Earlier, it was a public speech to the entire company. Now, with the door closed, only 2 people remained. Lation, what I said in the meeting was to boost morale. Now let me be honest with you. He pulled out a hand-drawn chart from the folder. It was not a printed document, but one he had drawn at his desk at home last night using a pencil and a ruler. The chart had 4 columns. Artist lineup, production team, advertising, clients, viewership, coverage. Each column had red pencil markings indicating the disparity ratios. The gap between Asia Television and TVB was apparent. To catch up with TVB, we need at least 3 years. Lei Zhaorong took the chart. He scanned it much faster than an average person. His gaze swept from the first column to the fourth, then flipped it over to check the back, confirming there was no more data. After reading it, he placed the chart on the table without commenting on that line. He took out 3 documents from his briefcase, placing them one by one in front of Huang Shizhao. The cover of the first document read 9 characters. Millionaire Variety, Show Planning Proposal. Huang Shizhao opened the first page, his gaze stopping. It was not the usual program concept overview. The first page was a complete flowchart of the program. Contestants from auditions to shortlist 15 questions in the studio, each corresponding to increasing prize amounts. 3 forms of assistance were listed in the left column: 50-50 phone a friend, audience help. The core competition's wording was underlined. If the last question was answered incorrectly, the prize would be completely forfeited. A total prize of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. He was stunned when he reached the page on copyright protection. This page only had 2 paragraphs, but each was written very specifically. First, register trademarks in major global markets. Bilingual trademarks and iconic visual elements for Millionaire, including studio lighting, layout, and sound design. Second, record the first episode sample, make 3 copies, submit to the Hong Kong Notary Office for archiving, and stamp with a timestamp. Ironclad evidence of originality. The second document's cover read 4 characters. Asia Beauty Pageant Planning Proposal. When Huang Shizhao flipped to the second page, his finger paused on the list of cities for the regional competitions. Hong Kong, Tokyo, Seoul, Singapore, Manila, Taipei, Bangkok. 7 cities, 7 regional contests, the grand finale at the Hong Kong Hung Hom Sports Center. In the competition design, there was a line that he lightly traced with his fingertip. The finale night will be jointly produced by Tunglong Film and Television and 7 television stations in Asia, renting international communications satellite Intelsat for a synchronized live broadcast. He took longer to read this proposal than the first. The Miss Hong Kong pageant was TVB's signature event, held for over a decade, and had no competitors in Hong Kong. But this proposal had no intention of competing with Miss Hong Kong. It aimed to elevate the standards. TVB chose Miss Hong Kong, it chose Miss Asia. The advertisers were not targeting the local Hong Kong market, but the entire Asia-Pacific region. The scale must be larger than Miss Hong Kong. Lei Zhaorong said this while flipping through the third document without looking up. Invite all major cities in Asia. TVB chose Miss Hong Kong, and we choose Miss Asia, each going their own way. The third document was the thickest. The cover read 8 characters, Rascal Tycoon script outline. It was not an episodic script, but a complete plot outline for the first 5 episodes along with the character settings for the main roles. When Huang Shizhao opened the first page, his finger paused. The first scene was about business warfare. It depicted a grassroots youth from Macau, with only $20 to his name, standing on the central pedestrian bridge, watching the flow of people below, and saying one day, all the people down there will be making money for me. Completely different from the historical martial arts and light-hearted modern comedies that were popular on TVB at the time. No heroes, no feuds among wealthy families, just a person climbing up from the bottom. The character section noted the personality arcs of each main character with handwritten annotations next to it. The protagonist is not a good person, but makes the audience hope he wins. The antagonist is not a bad person, but another protagonist standing opposite the main character. When Huang Shizhao flipped to the 5th page, he looked up. Lei Zhaorong, did you write this script? I wrote the outline. The specific script will be expanded by the screenwriting team. Huang Shizhao closed all 3 documents. He took a deep breath, not of tension, but of releasing a massive outcome that had been pressed down in his chest. Then he looked at Lei Zhaorong, his eyes slightly red, not out of emotion, but respect born from the weight of the proposals in front of him. Genius. Only 2 words. Manager Chun from HSBC once said, "You are the most formidable genius I have ever seen, bar none." Wang Mingyuan had said the exact same thing. Lei Zhaorong did not respond to those 2 words. He took out the last piece of paper from his briefcase, a hand-drawn organizational chart. 3 boxes, Tunglong Film and Television, Tunglong Cinemas, Asia Television. The boxes were connected by arrows with annotations beside the arrows showing the flow of resources. Film and Television provided actors and production resources to Asia Television. Asia Television provided promotional windows to cinemas, and cinemas provided projection terminals to film and television. A larger dash box was drawn around the 3 boxes with 4 characters inside. Full industry chain. Next to the dash box was a line of small text music segment to be added. 3 requirements. He pushed the chart toward Huang Shizhao. First, Asia Television is the foundation. The artist training class must be well managed to cultivate talent for film and television. Second, integrate the resources of Tunglong Film and Television and Tunglong Cinemas. Production, distribution, screening, broadcasting. All aspects of the industry chain must be connected. 1. We need to acquire a record company to complete this ecosystem. As he took the organizational chart, his finger lightly tapped the line reading, Music Division pending integration, while simultaneously scanning his memory. Which record companies in Hong Kong were currently available for acquisition? Polygram, Warner Capital Artists, Concord Records. He mentally listed them. Additionally, inject 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Allocate it judiciously. I expect tangible results. Lei Zhaorong rose, fastening the lowest button of his suit jacket. For matters concerning the Hong Kong Daily, liaised directly with Wang Mingyuan. Huang Shizhao stood and carefully folded the hand-drawn comparative table, TVB versus ATV, that lay before him, slipping it into his inner suit pocket. The paper had been torn from his notebook the previous night. Its edges remained unevenly cut. He had spent the entire evening with that sheet, and now it was no longer needed. His fingers trembled faintly as he placed the 3 documents into his folder. Lei Zhaorong rose and fastened his suit jacket. ATV is now under your command. I want the shooting schedule for the pilot episode of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Confirmed within 1 week. As Lei Zhaorong stepped out of the ATV building, the mid-morning sun blazed fiercely over Victoria Harbor. Shi Lanqing stood beside the car, no milk tea in her hand. Her expression was uncharacteristically unsettled. Something weighed heavily upon her. Lei Zhaorong had seen that look before. Each time she had resolved the matter flawlessly. Today, however, her expression carried an additional layer, urgency. When Huali called just now, she spoke as he settled into the car. 3 welcome supermarkets, Sham Shui, Pomong Coke, and Causeway Bay, began panic buying of rice and cooking oil at 9 o'clock this morning. Rice shelves emptied within 15 minutes. Cooking oil hadn't even reached the shelves from the warehouse when customers began queuing. Lei Zhaorong slid into the car. Has the emergency protocol been activated? Yes. Triple inventory has already been dispatched from the central warehouse. Delivery expected by this afternoon. But, Shi Lanqing paused, flipping open her notepad. ParknShop's instant noodle shelves are also being swept clean. Lo Wingfat has implemented purchase limits, 2 packets per customer per transaction. Canned goods shelves at all 3 ParknShop branches in Sham Shui Po are empty. He's transferring stock from Mong Kok to replenish them. Prioritize supply to Welcome's flagship stores. ParknShop's convenience stores are capillaries. Welcome's large outlets are arteries. The main artery must never be severed. Shi Lanqing jotted a note in her notepad and closed it. Just as the car pulled away from Broadcast Drive, Liang Jinsong's call came through on Lei Zhaorong's vehicle phone. She passed the phone to the rear seat. Lei Zhaorong accepted it. Liang Jinsong's speech was half a beat faster than usual. Among the few who ever betrayed emotional fluctuation over the phone to Lei Zhaorong, Liang Jinsong had always been the calmest. Today his pace quickened. Mr. Lei, HKD opened sharply lower today. 3 major clients visited the central branch this morning requesting early withdrawal of term deposits. Total amount 28 million Hong Kong dollars. Lei Zhaorong remained silent for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds his mind did not dwell on whether to approve the withdrawals, but on the expressions of those 3 clients in the central branch lobby. Other depositors surely watched nearby. They weren't withdrawing funds out of immediate need. They feared the bank lacked liquidity. Approve all withdrawals. Liang Jinsong froze on the other end. He paused for 2 measured breaths, then asked, all of them. All, and swiftly. Have the lobby manager prepare 3 cups of coffee for them to wait comfortably. The longer they wait, the more they'll suspect our liquidity strain. The faster we hand them their money, the more assured they'll feel that Longting Bank faces no shortage of capital. A silence lingered on the line. Then Liang Jinsong's voice steadied, as if a calibration mark had snapped back. Understood. I'll handle it personally. After hanging up, Lei Zhaorong leaned back against the seat. Outside the flow of traffic along Devoe Road, West moved sluggishly beneath the midday sun. He lowered the window. Victoria Harbor's sea breeze rushed in salt-laced and dusting from construction sites in Central, merging into an air uniquely Hong Kong zone. A system notification flashed. Dust exchange rate has breached 8.5 today, a single-day depreciation of 7. This devaluation cycle will reach the historic low of 9.6 on September 24th. Panic buying will persist until the introduction of the linked exchange rate system in early October. Related alert: landmark properties held by Hong Kong Land, 3 Grade A office towers in Central and 2 land parcels in Admiralty, have plummeted in market value due to panic sentiment falling below 60 of net asset value. Upon implementation of the linked exchange rate system, property valuations will anchor to USD, marking the final phase of the bottom fishing window. Lei Zhaorong reviewed the message twice, then opened his notebook to the macroeconomic page and wrote, HKD collapse has commenced, panic buying spreads. Longting Bank's deposit defense is underway. Counterintuitive strategy, keep doors wide open for withdrawals. Final stage of real estate bottom fishing window. That evening, broadcast drive, General Manager's office TVB. Twilight seeped through the glass windows, bathing the entire office in deep amber. Beyond the window, over Victoria Harbor, the sun sank toward the horizon, its descent transforming the sky from tangerine to indigo in mere minutes. The office lights remained off. Fang Yihua stood before Sir Run Run Shaw's desk, his suit jacket unbuttoned, holding ATV's equity restructuring announcement. After finishing the document, he laid it flat on the desk. Brother Six, how could that young man Lei Zhaorong possibly pose a threat to us? Why must you come in person to brief me? Sir Run Run Shaw sat without rising. His gaze lifted to Fang Yihua, not sternly but with quiet disappointment, like a master listening to his top student utter the very answer he most dreaded. Put aside your condescending arrogance. He rose and walked to the window. Its glass reflected his slender. Outside Victoria Harbor's twilight unfolded. Across Kowloon Tong, ATV's transmission tower blinked its red aviation obstruction light, pulsing in rhythm with harbor vessel lights. Lei Zhaorong is unlike any ordinary adversary. I know Chiu well. He's methodical, predictable, easily countered. But Lei Zhaorong, he is different. He turned. The dusk had receded to the corners of the room, leaving his face half illuminated, half shadowed. He remained inconspicuous within the Lei family. When cast out, he possessed nothing. Yet in little over a year, he has become a tycoon Hong Kong cannot ignore. His grasp of information and judgment can only be described as preternatural. His methods defy convention, unbound, audacious. When the Hong Kong Daily was besieged, both major associations refused intervention. Yet he severed ties with them entirely and launched his own free newspaper. Now circulation exceeds 400,000 daily. He rested one hand on the desk, short, thick fingers, prominent knuckles, nails clipped close. That hand had shaped broadcasting for 50 years, from silent films to color television, from rediffusion to TVB. He reclaimed the Lei family's enterprises, seized control of Jardine Matheson and indirectly Hong Kong Land, and now commands Longting Bank. And yet you dare underestimate him. Fang Yihua's haughty demeanor had vanished. He lowered his head, staring silently at his own fingers resting on the desk. Brother Six, I was wrong. Sir Run Run Shaw did not say it's all right. Slowly he sat down and drew the slim calculator before him, pressing the clear key. A stark 0 flashed on its screen, brilliant against the fading light. This acquisition of ATV, surely long planned by him. He appeared solely as an investor, never interfering in ATV affairs. Yet the moment Chiu's household crisis erupted, he seized the opportunity, gaining full control within days. Such a man demands our utmost effort. His fingertip tapped once softly against the calculator's edge, a steady, unhurried rhythm, as if placing the first piece on a board destined for a long, intricate game. From this day forward, I too must deploy my full strength. Outside, across Kowloon Tong, ATV's signal tower pulsed red against the fully darkened sky. TVB's transmission tower stood less than 2 kilometers diagonally opposite. Both towers mirrored each other beneath Victoria Harbor's shared night sky. For 2 years this rivalry belonged to Sir Run Run Shaw and Chiu Dijing, two peers competing on equal ground. From this day onward, the contest would pit two men against each other, one 7-6, the other 26. Fang Yihua exited the office in silence. The door clicked shut behind him, a soft muffled sound. Sir Run Shaw sat alone at his desk, gazing out at the twin towers. The office remained unlit. The calculator's 0 glowed steadily in the darkness. He pressed no further keys. Late at night, study Repulse Bay Villa. Lei Zhaorong opened his notebook to the television section and added beneath, ATV 100, Huang Shizhao appointed general manager. 3 proposals delivered. Who wants to be a millionaire? Asia Beauty Pageant Rogue Tycoon. Integration plan Longting Film Longting Cinemas ATV. Full vertical integration across the industry chain. Music division pending integration. 30 million Hong Kong dollars injection confirmed. ATV versus TVB. A hard-fought battle. A protracted war. From the master bedroom, Guan Lin's gentle lullaby floated. Soft Cantonese melodies, words indistinct, yet harmonizing seamlessly with the distant rhythm of ocean waves. Chun Yunian lay on her side beside the bed, her hand resting lightly atop Guan Lin's pregnancy pillow, just as she had during their honeymoon in Macau. Her breathing flowed deep, and even her belly rose. Chun Yunian lay on her side beside the bed, her hand resting lightly atop Guan Lin's pregnancy pillow, just as she had during their honeymoon in Macau. Her breathing flowed deep, and even her belly rose and fell gently with each breath. Less than 2 months remained until delivery. Beyond the window, Victoria Harbor's ship lights flickered through the night mist. ATV's red beacon pulsed across Kowloon Tong. TVB's white tower gleamed diagonally opposite. Both towers blinked in unison beneath Victoria Harbor's shared night sky, their rhythm perfectly synchronized with the infant's slow, steady breaths in the nursery. On September 21st, Wednesday, Xiao Yifu had the day's Xiangjiang Daily spread out before him. Not just opened, but laid flat. An entire page of advertisements occupied the third page. At the top of the page were 4 large characters, bold and black, their strokes slightly upward at the ends, crafted in the same style as the Tunglong Bank sign. Millionaire. A subtitle in smaller text read, Saturday at 8 o'clock, ATV Chinese channel. Who is the first commoner millionaire in Xinjiang? Xiao Yifu pressed his palm against the newspaper. His fingers were thick and short with prominent knuckles, and his nails were cut very short. That hand had worked in the broadcasting industry for 50 years, from the silent film era to color television, from least voice to TVB. At that moment it rested on the full-page advertisement for ATV, the veins on the back of his hands slightly bulging. He was calculating something, the circulation. The Xiangjiang Daily had a daily circulation of over 400,000, and today, at least 2 million people in Xiangjiang saw this full-page ad. Fang Yihua stood in front of the desk, her suit jacket unbuttoned. She picked up the newspaper, glanced at it, then flipped it over. The back was blank. Isn't this just a quiz game? A variety show this simple is no big deal. Xiao Yifu raised his head. He looked at Fang Yihua for 2 seconds. That look was familiar to Fang Yihua. When Xiao Yifu said, "Put away your lofty self-righteousness," it was the same expression. But today he did not say that. You still haven't changed your self-righteousness. Long hair, short knowledge. Fang Yihua pursed her lips and placed the newspaper back on the desk. Xiao Yifu stood up and walked to the window. Outside was the morning scene of Broadcasting Road, the ATV signal tower in the direction of Kowloon Tong, flashing red lights in the morning light, while TVB's transmission tower across from it blinked white. He looked for a moment, turned around, and pointed his finger at the 4 characters, millionaire. Is the focus of this variety show really the quiz game? The focus is its title, millionaire. The million is right there, something ordinary people can reach. Think about the current economic environment. The Hong Kong dollar is falling, prices are rising, supermarkets are in a buying frenzy. Everyone in Hong Kong is thinking about one thing: how to preserve their money. Then Lei Zhaorong tells them, "Come answer questions. If you get 15 right, you are a millionaire." He moved his hand away from the newspaper and rested it on the windowsill. From today until Saturday night, there are 3. In these 3 days, everyone in Hong Kong's tea restaurants, office buildings, factories, and school canteens will discuss the same topic. Are you watching ATV on Saturday? Fang Yihua opened her mouth. Then we should do something similar. Her words trailed off. Xiao Yifu shot her a glance. That look was not anger, it was fatigue, like a teacher hearing a student say the answer they least wanted to hear. Did you not see that they even registered their trademark globally? The Berne Convention automatically covers the world. Notarization plus a sample equals global copyright enforcement. Look at the show's regulations, 15 questions, 3 lifelines, the rest is the prize ladder. Can you bypass these simplest copyright barriers? He sighed. It was not an angry sigh, but one that came from deep within his chest, pressed out after tapping his fingers lightly on the windowsill twice. A sigh of frustration that the opponent had blocked every path. He wrote the copyright into the framework of an international treaty, not a small court in Xinjiang. The Berne Convention. Go check, over 80 countries have signed it. Even if you find a country to exploit loopholes, local laws will still rule it as infringement. This move is not just to defend against TVB, but against any television station globally imitating it. Fang Yihua was left speechless. The newspaper in her hand drooped, one corner curling. Xiao Yifu slowly sat back down in his chair, pulling the thin calculator in front of him, but not pressing any buttons. The calculator's screen was black. Let the team below study it. See if there's a way. If we can't bypass everything, can we bypass part of it? Even if we can only bypass one link, it counts as a breakthrough. Fang Yihua left, still clutching the newspaper. The door closed behind her, the hinges making a very soft, muffled sound. Xiao Yifu sat alone at the desk, flipping the newspaper to the front. The 4 characters, millionaire, on the advertisement page gleamed black in the morning light. He reached out, stopping his hand at the edge of the calculator, but did not press down. On the same morning in Central, at a tea restaurant on Dufferin Road West. The radio in the restaurant was playing the promotional advertisement for ATV's Millionaire, a fast-paced male voice reciting the first 5 sample questions. The bespectacled one laid the newspaper next to his milk tea, tracing the questions line by line with his finger. First question, what is the area code for Xiangjiang? 8512. Second question, what is the order of traffic lights from top to bottom? Red, yellow, green. Third question, which of the 4 books is not included? The Great Learning, Doctrine of the Mean, Analects, Mencius. These 4 books are the 4 books not including the Book of Songs. Fourth question, what year did Xiangjiang open its port? 1841. Fifth question, what is the closest planet to the solar system? Mercury. What kind of questions are these? They are giving out answers on a silver platter. He stuffed char siu into his mouth and mumbled, my mom could answer the first 5 questions. The first safety line is 10,000, answer 5 questions, and you get 10,000. 10,000, I can earn that in 3 months in Central. His colleague pushed the iced lemon tea towards him, then sign up. There's a registration phone number on it. I called earlier. The line was busy, it took an hour to get through. They said over 20,000 people have already registered and still need to screen. First the written test, then the interview, and only then can you get on television. The written test is just general knowledge questions, a bit harder than those on TV. 20,000 people registered. His colleague put down his chopsticks. When will they screen it down to a manageable number? They'll filter it down to just a few dozen. Anyway, you'll see if I can pass the written test first. If I get on TV, the first 5 questions will definitely get me 10,000. The 10th question is 80,000. After that, whether I answer or not is up to me. He finished his milk tea and stood up to settle the bill. Next to the cash register lay a copy of the Xiangjiang Daily, also featuring the 3rd-page advertisement, which someone had circled with a ballpoint pen, encircling the words 1 million. In Kuntong, during the lunch break at a garment factory, the sewing machines had stopped. Female workers crowded around a copy of the Xiangjiang Daily borrowed from the workshop supervisor, their fingers tracing the questions. The newspaper had been passed around several hands, the corners frayed, and the 4 characters, millionaire, on the advertisement page had been pressed into a faint white line by creases. The Opium War was in 1840. This is something we learned in elementary school. A female worker in her 40s counted on her fingers. The Nile River is in Africa. I watched the movie Nile's Daughter 3 times in Causeway Bay. Who is the author of Tang Poetry? Quiet Night Thoughts by Li Bai. When did the 4 Heavenly Kings debut? Who doesn't know this? It was Lu Zhonghua and Li. The younger female worker pushed her lunchbox aside. The problem is the last one. The 10th question. The representative figures of the Renaissance. I only remember Da Vinci, the Mona Lisa, right? The 4 famous mountains of Buddhism. I've only been to one, the Palin Monastery. How would I know what the 4 famous mountains are? The workshop supervisor walked over with a cup of tea, standing behind them and listening for a while, then interjected. Anything under 100,000 is fine. By the 10th question, it's 80,000, the second safety line. If you reach the 10th question, you'll have 80,000. The last 5 questions can be forfeited. 80,000, I could work here for 3 years. But you have to be able to get on television. The younger female worker flipped to the registration details in the newspaper. Registration, written test, interview. Only a few dozen will make it to the end. Millions of people in Hong Kong are competing for just a few spots. It's harder than winning the lottery. Winning the lottery is all about luck. The workshop supervisor took a sip of tea. This at least depends on the knowledge you've read and the common sense you've memorized. Luck can't be relied on, but knowledge is always your own. She placed her teacup on the sewing machine table, lightly tapping the 4 characters, millionaire. The gesture was reminiscent of He Zhaoqiong marking asterisks in red ink in Chapter 93's archives, except her fingertips were stained with sewing machine oil instead of red ink. In Mongkok, in front of the 7-Eleven convenience store on Nathan Road, under the sunshade gathered a crowd, each holding a copy of the Xiangjiang Daily, while a youth in a Hong Kong University uniform carrying a canvas backpack was explaining to everyone. Starting from the 11th question, we want to talk about chivalry. What are the sections of the records of the Grand Historian? Annals, houses, biographies, tables, and books. 5. Only I in the Chinese department can remember. 12th question. Who proposed the black hole theory? You might think it's Hawking, right? Wrong. It was Einstein's general relativity that predicted the existence of black holes. Hawking studied black hole radiation. I would get that question wrong if I were on TV. A middle-aged man in a polo shirt chimed in, aren't there 3 lifelines? Right. 50-50, phone a friend, asked the audience. The Hong Kong University student pulled a pen from his backpack and drew 3 circles on the blank space of the newspaper. 50-50 means eliminating 2 wrong answers, leaving 2 options for you to choose from, giving you a 50% chance of guessing correctly. Phone a friend means calling an outside friend who has 30 seconds to answer. You have to have an encyclopedia friend waiting by the phone. Ask the audience means consulting the live audience about their choices. Most people's choices are likely to be correct, but it's not guaranteed. Each of these 3 lifelines can only be used once. You must use them on the questions you are least sure about, but don't waste them on simple questions. The middle-aged man stared at the 3 circles for a long time. So tell me, on the 11th question about the records of the Grand Historian, if you use 50-50 to eliminate biographies and tables leaving annals and houses, which one would you choose? Annals are the biographies of emperors. The Hong Kong University student stuck the pen back in his backpack. Houses refer to feudal lords. The question asks for sections, so it means selecting all 5 answers. Therefore, the difficulty of this question cannot be solved by 50-50. You must know the answer in advance. Lifelines can't save someone without knowledge. They can only assist those with knowledge but uncertain answers. Why not sign up yourself? I did. The student from Hong Kong University patted his backpack. The written test is next Wednesday. Sham Shui Penite Market Stalls. Several bottles of San Miguel beer were placed on the table, the legs of the plastic stools, leaving white marks on the cement floor. A few construction workers were flipping through newspapers, their fingers thick and still stained with cement dust. A corner of the newspaper was pressed down by the beer bottle, and as the night wind blew, the corner flipped up only to be pressed down again. Calculate it out. A dark-skinned worker pushed the beer bottle aside and counted on the newspaper's prize ladder with his index finger. The first 10 questions can be answered correctly by anyone who has gone through high school. 8,000 in hand. Give up on the last 5 questions and walk away with 8,000. 8,000 is what I can save after 4 years of working on the construction site. But what if you continue to answer? Don't dream. How many people in all of Hong Kong can reach the 15th question? Those questions are clearly set by university professors. Black hole theory, historical records, the structure of the Guqin. For us construction workers, the 10th question is already the ceiling. What if? The dark-skinned worker didn't give up. He took a swig from the beer bottle. What if those questions happen to be knowledge points I know? Look at the 14th question. The structure of classical instruments. The Guqin has 7 strings, which I saw in a documentary. Just 1 knowledge point, remembering it can turn 25,000 into 75,000. 75,000. Enough for me to buy 2 floors of Tang buildings in Sham Shui. The stall owner passed by holding 2 plates of salt and pepper squid, placing the dishes down on the table. You guys shouldn't just be calculating. Have you signed up? I have. The 3 of them answered in unison, then exchanged glances and laughed. That afternoon at ATV headquarters, Huang Shizhao sat in front of his desk. The table was spread with the shooting script for the sample recording day, each page marked with red checks. The signal tower outside was clearly outlined in the morning sun, the aviation obstruction light at the top flashing a faint red against the blue sky. Hard to see during the day, but he knew it was still flashing. The secretary stood at the door holding a notebook. Mr. Huang, the backup of the sample for Millionaire has been completed. The shooting script, master recording, and sound effect copyrights are all in 3 copies. 1 copy is for the Hong Kong Notary Office for archiving, 1 for the HSBC safe, and 1 for ATV's own records. The Notary Office has already stamped the timestamp. Mr. Huang nodded. He closed the shooting script and pushed it to the corner of the table. What about advertising sponsorship? The secretary opened the 2nd page of the notebook. The sponsorship letters have been sent to all advertising agents in Hong Kong. The sponsorship meeting is scheduled for September 26th, next Monday, at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel Banquet Hall. So far, 17 well-known brands have confirmed their attendance, including Nestle and Coca-Cola. Mr. Huang leaned back in his chair. He mentally went over the process for the sponsorship meeting. Mandarin Oriental Hotel Banquet Hall, long table projector. He will personally host the sponsorship presentation. He had already thought of the first line for his opening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not an ordinary advertisement auction. This is the first program in the history of television in Hong Kong that allows the audience to remember the sponsor's name. Because in the eyes of the audience, the sponsor is the one who gives them $1 million. Outside, the ATV signal tower continued to flash its red light in the sunlight. The red light was the same one he saw the evening he left 2 years ago. In the top office of the Dragon Tower, He Zhaoqiang stood in front of her desk, flipping through a folder. Her reports were devoid of pleasantries, every sentence packed with substance. 3 pieces of good news. Feedback from Dragon Bank. The last batch of depositors for early withdrawals at the central branch this morning, amounting to 12 million, has been fully processed. The 3 major clients who withdrew 28 million the day before returned today to redeposit. One of them added 5 million for a fixed deposit on the spot. Net inflow of deposits in 3 days. After deducting the previous outflows, there is still an increase of 43 million. Liang Jinsong's exact words were, "The most dangerous time has passed." Depositor confidence is not maintained by sweet words, but by us opening the counter to let people withdraw their money without collapsing. Feedback from Welcome and Park and Shop. The rush for purchases has completely calmed down. The threefold inventory plan has absorbed 60% of panic buying in 3 days. and this week sales of grain and oil have quadrupled, profits doubled. Wenhua Li said that the practical effect of the supply chain pressure plan exceeded expectations, and the distribution system of the central warehouse can now cope with larger-scale emergencies. Lastly, He Zhaoqiong turned to the next page. Kowloon development. 2 projects in the new territories, the Weijing Garden in Shotin and the Tunmun Scenic Peak in Tunmun, have completed their topping out and are now on sale. Weijing Garden is a large residential complex with 100 units. Tunmun Scenic Peak is a residential and commercial mix with 800 units plus a 3-story shopping mall. She paused for a moment. But the sales situation is not ideal. The depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar and low market confidence have made no one willing to buy a house at this time. Weijing Garden has only sold over 40 units so far, and Tunmun Scenic Peak hasn't sold even 30. In total, only over 70 units, accounting for less than 4%. Lei Zhaorong stood up from his office chair and walked to the window. The midday sunlight over Victoria Harbor was intense, and the masts of ships on the sea gleamed white in the sunlight. He looked out for a moment, then turned around. Please compile the housing needs of all employees in the Dragon Group and all companies under Jardine Matheson. Kowloon Bus Parking Shop, Milk International, Sino Fashion, Dragon Media, Kowloon Development, Jardine Matheson, and Sheng Kong, who have worked for 2 years or more. Employees who have worked for the Dragon Group or Jardine Matheson for at least 2 years, previous work experience also counts, can apply to purchase units in Weijing Garden and Tunmun Scenic Peak. Only the cost price will be charged, not a penny of profit. He Zhaoqiong opened her notebook to record her pen, pausing on the page for a moment. She was used to Lei Zhaorong saying, "I want profit today." He said, "Only the cost price. The conditions are 2 years of work experience, no position restrictions. First come, first served. If you're late and miss out, you'll have to wait for the next time." He Zhaoqiong noted down the conditions one by one. Then the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. He Zhaoqiong rarely showed such expressions when reporting work. She has always been the calm executor of starred documents, but today the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "Then our employees will surely start a buying spree." Lei Zhaorong did not respond to this statement. He sat back in his office chair, resting his hands on the armrests. "Notify Kowloon Development that the sales offices for the 2 projects will start accepting employee purchase registrations tomorrow. Bring your employee ID and identification, first come, first served. These 2,000 units are far above cost at the current market price. But in this environment, rather than let the properties remain vacant and capital be tied up, it's better to let employees buy at cost price. Employees benefit, the group recoups costs, and Kowloon Development's cash flow is revitalized. More importantly, 2,000 employees with housing means 2,000 depositors who won't withdraw money during a crunch, 2,000 who will stand by this building in any crisis." In the evening at the ATV general manager's office, the twilight over Victoria Harbor was transitioning. The sky went from orange to indigo in just a few minutes. The ATV signal tower has already lit up, the red aviation obstruction light blinking intermittently. The secretary knocked and entered, holding a summary of a recently completed survey. "Mr. Huang, this afternoon we conducted a street survey across all 18 districts in Hong Kong. The sample size was 2,000. There was only one question: would you like to watch the Millionaire program this Saturday night? What were the results? 92% of respondents answered, yes, I would like to watch. Among them, 68% indicated, I will definitely watch. The proportion of those who said willing to sign up is 61%, but the registration hotline has been overwhelmed and the screening written test has already been scheduled for next Wednesday." Additionally, the secretary flipped to the last page of the survey summary, pausing her finger on the number. 73% of respondents indicated that they could answer more than 10 questions correctly. Huang Shizhao looked at that number, 73%. 3 out of every 4 people in Hong Kong believe they can take home 80,000. He knew that a large portion of them would get stuck on the 5th question when on television, but at this moment the significance of that number was not accuracy, it was popularity. He took a deep breath. On the day he left, he looked back at the signal tower in the parking lot, the light at the top blinking, and 2 years have passed. Today he stands in the office opposite the signal tower. Outside is the same sky, the same light. But that light now shines not on ATV controlled by an Australian consortium, but on ATV controlled by Lei Zhaorong. Is everything prepared for the advertising bidding meeting next Monday? Ready. Just waiting for the ratings data from Saturday. Good. Huang Shizhao turned around, looking at the planning document on the table. The folder for the Asian beauty pageant was already open. Next to it was a hand-drawn schedule. The Asian Miss pageant is also on the agenda. Television stations in the other 6 major cities have expressed cooperation intentions for the joint production. Tomorrow we start warming up the publicity. First, the promotional video for the regional competition interspersed during the advertising slots of Millionaire. The secretary wrote a few lines in her notebook, then looked up. "Mr. Huang, someone from the advertisers just called to ask what the starting bid for the bidding meeting is." Huang Shizhao smiled slightly. The smile was understated but firm, just like his tone when he said, "I want to reclaim that 14%, each word stepping in the direction he knew. Let them wait for the ratings from Saturday night to come out. Then ask this question." Outside, the ATV signal tower flashed red lights under the now completely dark sky. The TVB transmission tower blinked white light, less than 2 kilometers away at an angle. The two towers blinked in the same night sky, over Victoria Harbor. 3 days later all of Hong Kong will know. Whose program keeps the people of Hong Kong glued to their television sets, without changing the channel from start to finish? This guy is utterly useless. He can't even answer such a simple sixth question. Fang Yihua sprang up from the sofa, nearly spilling her tea on Xiao Yifu's Persian carpet. She pointed at the television screen where a man in his 40s was standing up from the answer chair, an awkward smile plastered. The 4 books and 5 classics. The 4 books and 5 classics. The Book of Songs is one of the 5 classics, not the 4 books. This is a gift question. After scolding, she realized Xiao Yifu was staring at her in speechless disbelief. That look she had seen before. When Xiao Yifu said, "Put away your high and mighty self-righteousness," it was the same look. But this time it had an extra layer. It wasn't disappointment, it was a "now you understand, right?" Fang Yihua opened her mouth, her voice dropping significantly. "Sixth brother, I just thought that question was too easy. Look at you." Xiao Yifu placed the remote control on the armrest of the sofa. "You are the general manager of TVB, watching a show from 8EV, and you are so engrossed that you jumped up and scolded someone for answering a question wrong. If you are so engrossed, what about the average person?" Fang Yihua fell silent. Xiao Yifu shifted his gaze back to the screen. "The brilliance of this show is not how clever the questions are, but rather how it makes everyone watching feel smarter than the contestants. I could do it too. Once this feeling arises, they won't change the channel." On the screen, Zhang Mali escorted a contestant to the passage, her voice gentle. "Thank you, Mr. Chun. The next one, could it be you?" In a central cha-chan tongue, the television hung above the cash register. A bespectacled office worker slammed his chopsticks on the table. "The 6th question. I know the 4 books and 5 classics inside out. Let me go up, at least I can reach the 10th question." The boss lady behind the counter poked her head out. "Aren't you working overtime tonight?" "Overtime?" He rolled up his sleeves. "He'll leave after watching. The boss is watching in the booth next door." The boss from the next booth raised his beer bottle and shook it at him. In the garment factory workshop, all sewing machines had stopped. Female workers surrounded a 14-inch television set up by the workshop director, who brought it from home, placed on the iron rack usually used for fabrics. Sighs filled the air as the first contestant left the stage. "Nervous, huh?" Someone snapped the lid of their lunchbox shut. "Once you sit down and the lights shine on you, your mind just goes blank. You'd be the same. With hundreds of eyes on you, when the host reads the options, your heart jumps to your throat." The workshop director stood at the back, arms crossed the corners of his mouth, turned down. "Stop talking. Have you signed up?" "I have. The written test is next Thursday." "Then why aren't you studying?" No one moved. Everyone on the 3 rows of plastic stools was glued to the screen. The second contestant had already stepped out. When the second contestant walked out of the passage, he walked slowly, but with steady steps. In his 30s, wearing a dark blue sweater without a tie, he held a pair of glasses, which he only put on when he reached the answer chair. After sitting down, he adjusted the legs of his glasses behind his ears, his fingers steady. A high school teacher teaching Chinese. Lei Zhaorong's voice was steady. "Are you ready?" "Ready." The first 5 questions had all been changed. The first question: what is the approximate area of Hong Kong? 500 b, 800 c, 1000 d, 1001. 2 seconds. 1001. Correct. The second question: which blood cell has the highest content in human blood? White blood cells B, red blood cells C, platelets D, lymphocytes. 3 seconds. Red blood cells. Correct. The third question: which of the following is not one of the 24 solar terms? Grain rain B, grain and ear C, dog days D, end of heat. 5 seconds. He confirmed once between grain rain and grain and ear, then chose C. Correct. The fourth question: what is the main component of monosodium glutamate? Sodium chloride B, monosodium glutamate C, sodium bicarbonate D, sodium benzoate. 3 seconds. Monosodium glutamate. Correct. The fifth question: what is inscribed on Jia Baoyu's magical jade and dream of the red chamber? Golden jade, good fate B. Do not forget C. Do not leave D. Peace and prosperity. 6 seconds. He closed his eyes for a moment, then chose B. Correct. Zhang Mali gently breathed out beside him. The microphone pulled back. The first insurance line crossed. $10,000 secured. Everyone in the cha-chan tongue applauded simultaneously, the applause echoing from the kitchen to the takeaway window. The garment factory workers clapped so hard that the sewing machine table shook. The sixth question: which of China's 4 plateaus has the highest latitude? Tibetan Plateau B, Inner Mongolia Plateau C, Lus Plateau D, Yunnan Guizhou Plateau. 7 seconds. He flipped back and forth 3 times between B and C, his fingers moving between the 2 buttons, then pressed B. Correct. The 7th question: in which of the following mediums does sound travel the fastest? Air B, water C, steel D, vacuum. 1 second. Steel. Correct. The 8th question: beacons and fire to entertain the lords is related to which historical figure? King Zhou of Shang B, King Yu of Zhou C, Qin Shi Huang D, Emperor Yang of Sui. 4 seconds. King Yu of Zhou. Correct. The 9th question. What is the hardest part of the human body? A. Skeleton. B. Nails. C. Enamel. D. Hair. 8 seconds. He hesitated between B and C. Both nails and enamel are hard. The enamel. He pressed C. Correct. The 10th question. Which of the following gases has the highest content in the air? A. Oxygen. B. Nitrogen. C. Carbon dioxide. D. Argon. 3 seconds. Nitrogen. Correct. Insurance line crossed. 80,000 secured. The applause in the studio lasted a full 20 seconds. Lei Zhaorong waited for the applause to stop before continuing to read the questions. No one in the Cha-Chan tongue moved their chopsticks. The sewing machines in the garment factory left a half sleeve untouched. The 11th question. Which scientist first summarized the law of light refraction through experiments? A. Newton. B. Huygens. C. Snell. D. Descartes. 22 seconds. He mentally weighed the 4 names back and forth several times. He wasn't a physics teacher, but the term Snell's law flashed through his mind. I'll use my first lifeline, 50-50, removing 2 incorrect options, leaving C and D. He thought for another 8 seconds, then pressed C. Correct. 250,000. The 12th question. Which of the following is not one of the 3 provinces in the ancient Chinese 3 provinces and 6 ministries system? A. Central Secretariat. B. Department of State Affairs. C. Ministry of Personnel. D. Ministry of Secretaries. After reading the options, he was stunned. All 4 options are ministries. Which one isn't in the 3 provinces? He silently recited. Central Secretariat, Department of State Affairs, Ministry of Personnel, the 3 provinces. Ministry of Secretaries. He didn't know what the Ministry of Secretaries was. I'll use my second lifeline. Phone a friend. The call connected. A deep male voice on the other end reported the answer in just 9 seconds. The 3 provinces are Central Secretariat, Department of State Affairs, and Ministry of Personnel. The Ministry of Secretaries was responsible for managing books during the Tang Dynasty, not one of the 3 provinces. Choose D. He pressed D. Correct. 500,000. But only 1 lifeline was left. The 13th question. How many strings does a guqin have? A. 5 strings. B. 6 strings. C. 7 strings. D. 8 strings. 30 seconds. He didn't play the guqin. He searched his memory for every fragment about the guqin, then remembered many years ago finding a book titled Introduction to the Guqin in an old bookstore with an image of a guqin on the cover showing 7 white lines on its surface. I'll use my third lifeline. Ask the audience. The audience lights turned on. More than 200 audience members simultaneously pressed their voting devices, and the bar chart on the big screen leaped for a full 10 seconds. C column won by an overwhelming majority. He pressed C. Correct. 750,000. All 3 lifelines were used. From now on, every question was a gamble. Lei Zhaorong read out the 14th question. After reading the options, his mouth moved slightly. It wasn't a smile, but that expression of I finally encountered a question I completely can't answer. Then he stood up. I give up. The studio fell silent for a moment. 75,000 is enough. My mother has lived in a Tong Lao and Sham Shui Po for decades without an elevator. This money is enough to buy her a flat with an elevator. Any more, and I'm afraid I won't even be able to keep this. Applause rang out for a full 45 seconds. It wasn't polite applause, but applause that made hands redden from clapping. Zhang Malice's eyes turned red. She moved the microphone away from her mouth, lightly pressed on the microphone handle. Exactly the same movement she made when she heard her name called out on the Miss Hong Kong finals night. In the garment factory workshop, no one spoke. A female worker squeezed the towel in her hand into a ball, and then released it, squeezing it into a ball, and then releasing it again. The boss lady of the Cha-Chan tongue stood behind the cash register, still clutching the stack of Hong Kong dollars, forgetting to put it in the cash register. He paused at the entrance, turning back to glance at the answer chair. Then he walked away. Sunday morning. In the ATV general manager's office, Huang Shijiao spread out a freshly printed ratings report in front of him, the edges still warm from the copier. The report had 2 lines printed on it. ATV's Millionaire Premiere had the highest ratings, 56.98%. Meanwhile, TVB's Happy Tonight had the highest ratings of 26.41%. He took out the hand-drawn comparison chart between ATV and TVB from his drawer. He drew a horizontal line across the downward arrow in the ratings coverage column and drew an upward arrow beside it. The pencil tip paused on the paper for a moment. On the same morning, in the TVB general manager's office, Fang Yihua slammed the ratings report on the table. The paper hit the wooden table with a crisp sound. The calculator slid 2 inches to the side from the shock. 26%. We've been broadcasting in Hong Kong for over a decade and have never dropped below 30% in the prime Saturday night slot. Last night was 26, while they were at 57. That's more than double for them. Xiao Yifu sat in his chair holding the same report. After reading it, he folded the report and placed it beside the calculator. The calculator's screen was black. It's just a show. At worst, we can give this time slot to them. He stood up and walked to the window. The morning scene outside the window unfolded. The ATV signal tower flashed red light towards Kowloon Tong. Happy Tonight will change strategies. Invite heavyweight guests for each episode. From the entertainment industry, the sports world, the political arena. Don't compete with them on answering questions, compete with them on stars. Drain their ratings and hold them back. He turned around. Also, keep a close eye on ATV's commercials for the Miss Asia pageant during Millionaire's ad breaks. This is likely a tactic aimed at Miss Hong Kong. He won't just think of competing in Hong Kong. His vision will surely expand to all of Asia. Fang Yihua stood in front of the desk, still clutching the ratings report. She had slammed the paper, already wrinkled, at one corner. She remained silent for a while. Xiao Yifu looked at her. Now you shouldn't underestimate ATV and Lei Zhaorong anymore, right? Fang Yihua nodded heavily. It wasn't a perfunctory nod, but a nod that pressed down from the top of her head to her spine. The expression on her face that said that kid Lei Zhaorong can't possibly be our opponent shattered completely in that firm nod. Xiao Yifu smiled slightly, pulling the thin calculator closer. Today didn't need to reset. Today needed a fresh. In the top floor office of the Dragonfly building. September 27th, Tuesday morning. 2 cups of tea guanyin steamed on the tea table. Huang Shizhao placed a form in front of Lei Zhaorong. The advertising investment results for the first episode of Millionaire. Title sponsorship 250,000 Hong Kong dollars per episode already sold. 15-second spot ads 56,000 each, 17 spots sold. Floating corner ads 60,000 sold. Midshow interactive sponsorship 70,000 sold. End credits acknowledgement ads 45,000 sold. Total advertising revenue for a single episode is 1,100,000 Hong Kong dollars. For the first season of 13 episodes, the total contracted amount is 14,300,000. He added, the naming rights were secured by Coca-Cola. During the bidding, the Toyota people were present too, but in the end, Coca-Cola raised the offer by 3,000 per episode to secure the naming rights. Lei Zhaorong glanced at the form and nodded. Then he pulled out a document from beside him. The advertising investment for Rogue Tycoon can be initiated. Huang Shizhao took the document and opened it. The first 6 episodes had been completed. It will be aired next Wednesday. I've drafted the investment plan. What about the record company? Kong Yi Chingyin. It's a smaller scale, but has a complete recording studio, a batch of recording equipment, and the master tapes are well preserved. The owner lost money investing in a movie last year and is looking for someone to take over. That's fine, as long as we grow big. First, fill in the missing pieces. After the acquisition is completed, isolate all artist management to form a separate agency. Artists from Dragonfly Pictures, ATV, and Kong Yi Chingyin, all integrated. Emulate the CAA talent agency model in M country. Artists sign with the agency, film production and recording companies each book schedules with the agency. Maximizing the value of artists without binding them to a single platform. Huang Zizha's pen paused on the paper for a moment before continuing to record Lei Zhaorong's plans. Then start poaching talent. Directors, screenwriters, actors, from TVB, other companies, or freelancers. Offer a higher profit share for artists than TVB, greater creative freedom for screenwriters than TVB, and a larger budget for directors than TVB. Once these 3 factors are in place, people will naturally come. Additionally, find someone to study the trainee system in Sakura country. If it can be replicated in Hong Kong, we won't just be poaching, but mass-producing idol stars. Huang Shizhao noted down these words. After finishing, he looked up at Lei Zhaorong. His expression was exactly the same as he was when he looked up in the conference room. Lei Zhaorong stood up and walked to the window. The midday sun over Victoria Harbor was intense, and the masts of the boats on the water gleamed white. Lei Zhaorong stood up and walked to the window. The midday sun over Victoria Harbor was intense, and the masts of the boats on the water gleamed white. A golden message popped up on the system. Next Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. Rogue Tycoon will air. The premiere ratings are expected to exceed 52%, while TVB's drama ratings will drop to 21%. In the following 2 weeks, Rogue Tycoon will continue to suppress TVB in the 7:30 p.m. slot, forcing TVB to urgently adjust its programming, delaying the originally scheduled drama and airing old inventory dramas to avoid overshadowing. This is ATV's second breakthrough in the primetime slot after Millionaire conquered Saturday nights. The television landscape in Hong Kong has shifted from Xiao and Xiu rivalry to Xiao and Lei rivalry in less than a month and is about to enter the ATV is leading phase. After reading it, Lei Zhaorong's fingers paused on the windowsill for about 2 breaths. Then he turned around. The starting price for Rogue Tycoon advertising investment should increase by 20% on top of the current basis. If advertisers ask, why just show them the ratings report for Millionaire? No need to wait for Wednesday's ratings data to increase the price. Raise it now. Huang Shizhao opened his notebook. The pen tip paused on the page for a moment before dropping. Outside, ATV's signal tower flashed red lights in the midday sun. TVB's transmission tower is less than 2 kilometers away diagonally across. The 2 towers stand together under the same sky over Victoria Harbor, but on the drama airing on one tower next Wednesday night, someone has already circled a box around it in red pen. 85%. Fang Yihua stood before Xiao Yifu's desk, her hands trembling as she held the viewership. Printed in bold black type across the report, Rogue Tycoon achieved an unprecedented 85 premiere viewership, 11% for competing TVB dramas in the same time slot. 85%, a figure never before recorded in Hong Kong television history. This morning's data. Fang Yihua turned to the second page, her voice strained from deep within her throat. Day 2, 90%. Following last night's premiere, the entire city buzzed with discussion, in Cha Chan Tang's office buildings and factory workshops alike. The protagonist's line atop the central pedestrian bridge, "One day, everyone down there will be making money for me," had already become a catchphrase among Hong Kong youth. Xiao Yifu folded the report neatly and placed it beside a calculator whose screen remained dark. The police force has released preliminary figures during last night's broadcast of Rogue Tycoon. Overall crime reports across Hong Kong dropped by 52 percentage points. Not a single robbery. Only one theft. Fang Yihua froze. That lone theft targeted the Hong Kong Daily, the edition featuring the drama's preview. Fang Yihua stood motionless, lips parting slightly. For 3 years since her appointment, TVB's primetime slot had never dipped below 30%. Within 3 days, Saturday night's slot was crushed by Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, while Wednesday nights was reduced to 11%, not merely surpassed, but obliterated, by Rogue Tycoon. We still hold our trump card. Xiao Yifu rose and walked to the window. Below, the dawnlit view of Broadcasting Road unfurled. After a long pause, he turned, rapping his knuckles sharply against the desk. A Jin Yong adaptation. The Return of the Condor Heroes. Rights were secured last year. The screenwriter had already completed detailed outlines for the first 5 episodes. Director Wang Tianlin was confirmed. He was Hong Kong's fastest director of martial arts dramas. He withdrew a cast list from his folder. Yang Guo will be played by Lu Dehua, Xiao Longnu by Zheng Huaxian. Neither is yet a major star, but their temperaments fit perfectly. I need the first 2 episodes within 3 days. It launches next Monday, head-to-head against Rogue Tycoon. 3 days? Fang Yihua stared at the list. 2 episodes in 3 days. Impossible or not, it must be done. I will personally supervise production. Xiao Yifu slammed the list onto the desk with greater force than ever before. We cannot allow ATV's momentum to continue unchecked. It must be suppressed, failing that at least brought to a stalemate. Fang Yihua folded the list carefully and slipped it into her pocket before turning to leave. Xiao Yifu sank back into his chair, drew the slim calculator toward him, but did not power it on, then tapped its edge slowly, deliberately, his lips forming no smile. That same morning in Kowloon Tong at Kong Yicheng recording studio, Huang Shizhao observed musicians tuning their instruments through thick soundproof glass in the control room. The studio's owner, Mr. Lin, a man in his early 40s with a receding hairline and sleeves worn thin at the cuffs, sat beside Lei Zhaorong, hands clasped tightly over his knees, rubbing them incessantly. Mr. Huang, let me be frank, this studio was among Hong Kong's earliest stereo facilities. Its equipment was imported from Japan in 1979 at a cost of over $3 million. But now, he gestured around the control room where acoustic panels lined the walls. Last year's film investment ended in losses. Most artists have departed. The studio stands nearly vacant. This past few months, we've survived solely on advertising, voiceovers, and wedding video post-production. What about debts? Approximately $2 million owed to banks, plus another $500,000 in unpaid supplier invoices, totaling $2.6 million. Mr. Lin's fingers stilled upon his knees. However, I must clarify one matter up front. Su Guangji's recording contract remains with us. He is both our greatest asset and our heaviest liability. His contract expires next year, and renewal terms remain unresolved. Su Guangji, the founding father of Hong Kong popular music, the preeminent Cantonese pop vocalist of the 1970s. Though Kong Yicheng was small, signing Su Guangji proved exceptional foresight at the time. Huang Shizhao nodded. Su Guangji, the founding father of Hong Kong popular music, the preeminent Cantonese pop vocalist of the 1970s. Though Kong Yicheng was small, signing Su Guangji proved exceptional foresight at the time. Su Guangji's contract remains intact. Renewal terms will be negotiated by the new management team. He surveyed the control room, pausing briefly on the acoustic panels. All-inclusive offer. $3 million. Full equity, all equipment, complete master tape archive, and assumption of all debt by Tunglong Entertainment. You may take the sum and depart, or remain as technical director of the studio with compensation aligned to ATV's senior management tier. Mr. Lin fell silent, fingers resting still upon his knees, then relaxed. Agreed. $3 million. But I request one thing, let me stay. Every cable in this studio was laid by my own hands. Zhang Qinggang withdrew the contract from his briefcase, flipping page by page to the signature section, tapping each designated line with his pen tip before proceeding. Mr. Lin's pen paused twice upon the paper as he signed. Once all signatures were complete, Zhang Qinggang gathered the documents, filed them securely, and snapped shut his pen cap. Huang Shizhao rose, opened the control room door, and stepped into the studio. Warm lighting bathed the interior. Acoustic foam undulated across the walls like gentle waves, of a faint resinous aroma, released by preheating vacuum tube amplifiers, lingered in the air. He took position at the main recording station and surveyed the space. From now on, this studio shall be known as Tunglong Music. That afternoon, in ATV's headquarters conference room, Huang Shijiao sat at one end of the long table. Before him a freshly printed organizational chart. Tunglong Music appeared as a new box nested within the dotted line integrated industrial chain frame, alongside Tunglong, Film Tunglong Cinema Chain, and ATV itself. Beside the box, handwritten in black ink, Tunglong Music, formerly Kong, Yicheng In acquisition completed. The conference room door swung open. A young man wearing round-framed glasses entered, clutching a notebook thick with colorful sticky tabs. Early 30s, slender face, prominent cheekbones, sleeves extending past his wrists to cover half his hands. He seated himself opposite Huang Shijiao, opened the notebook. Its first page densely annotated in Japanese. Mr. Huang, Mr. Lei, regarding Japan's trainee system, I've conducted extensive research. At its core, entertainment companies recruit adolescents aged 10 to 16, sign long-term development contracts, and provide free training in vocal technique, dance language, physical conditioning, and acting. After systematic instruction, the most outstanding trainees are selected to debut as idol groups. In Japan, this model is termed nurturing idols. Its central appeal lies not in perfection, but in witnessing an idol's growth from inception. He extracted 3 photographs from the notebook and arranged them sequentially on the table: a poster of an idol group on Tokyo's Harajuku Street, a candid shot of trainees rehearsing before mirrors in a studio, and his own photograph with several executives from Japanese record labels. I visited Johnny Associates Watanabe Entertainment and Sony Music's Japanese division. 2 principal challenges emerged: excessively long training cycles and the necessity of localizing cultural aesthetics. He turned to the notebook's final page, revealing a hand-drawn flowchart. Hong Kong's trainee system: recruitment age raised to 14 to 18, training duration compressed to 2 years. Cantonese, English, and Mandarin language training added, Hong Kong-style fashion and styling courses integrated. The nurturing framework retained. Trainees stage monthly public performances, allowing fans to witness their evolution from raw beginners. Huang Shijiao leafed through the notebook from cover to cover, his finger lingering long upon the final page's handwritten characters, nurturing idols. Then he slid the notebook across to Lei Zhaorong. Lei Zhaorong read it thoroughly, closed the notebook, and regarded the young man opposite him. Ill-fitting suit, sleeves too long, yet every page brimmed with meticulous notes. Not nervous, merely extraordinarily well prepared. What is your name? Shunzi Yuan. Our company is named Tunglong Entertainment, named for the auspicious dragon dedicated to cultivating the idol industry ecosystem. Lei Zhaorong rose and extended his hand. Effective today, Tunglong Entertainment is entrusted to you. I grant you 3 resources: seed funding, ATV's broadcasting platform, and Tunglong Music's original composition support. Documentary series chronicling trainees' daily practice will air on ATV. Monthly public performances will be produced and broadcast by Tunglong Film. Recruitment advertisements will be typeset by the Hong Kong Daily today and published tomorrow. The headline is yours to devise. Huang Shijiao added, venue logistics, legal compliance, and financial administration, all routed through Tunglong Group channels. Chun Zuan rose, tucked the 3 photographs back into his notebook, and strode swiftly down the corridor, stumbling slightly at the carpet's edge, steadying himself against the doorframe before vanishing without looking back. The notebook pressed flat against his chest, its vivid red, yellow, and blue sticky tabs shimmered under the sunlight streaming through the hallway windows. Huang Shijiao watched him disappear, then turned back to Lei Zhaorong. Production departments continue striving, but breakthrough content may not emerge imminently. Should another work succeed in eclipsing TVB, only then will we truly breach their dominance and stand as equals. Lei Zhaorong leaned back in his chair. Programming is manageable. A music talent competition, Hong Kong's Got Talent. For mentors sit with backs, turned to contestants, judging solely by voice. Contestants perform on stage. Mentors who approve press a button to swivel around. Each mentor competes to recruit performers. Contestants then select their preferred mentor. Mentor-led teams engage in head-to-head challenges. Audience voting determines eliminations. The winner signs exclusively with Tunglong Music and releases a debut album immediately. Huang Zizha's pen halted mid-sentence. The show's core appeal lies in its premise. Voice alone, no visual bias. Empowering every talented singer who doubts their appearance to step forward with confidence. The moment a mentor turns, that split-second suspension is television's most gripping narrative hook. Audience voting fosters citywide participation and emotional investment. Copyright. Lei Zhaorong stated, like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Global trademark registration, pilot episode notarization, and core format enshrined within the Berne Convention's protections. We leave no loophole for TVB. No loopholes will be left for them. Huang Shijiao closed his notebook. He'll assemble a dedicated task force immediately. Production department handles the pilot, a legal department secures copyright. The Hong Kong Daily manages pre-launch promotion. Broadcast begins at open auditions, running continuously until season 1 concludes, directly preceding the Miss Asia finals. By then, ATV will no longer be the network perpetually overshadowed by TVB. Lei Zhaorong lifted his teacup, the brew still warm. Late that night, in the study of his Repulse Bay villa, Lei Zhaorong opened his notebook and added a new line beneath the television section. Rogue Tycoon premiere viewership 85%, second day, rating 90%. Kong Yicheng In acquisition finalized, renamed Tunglong Music. Music division now fully integrated. Su Guangji's contract preserved pending renewal. Tunglong Entertainment established with Chun Ziyuan appointed head. Hong Kong's trainee system launched. Xiao Yifu initiated the return of the Condor Heroes as direct counter-programming. Huang Shizhao has assembled the Hong Kong's Got Talent team. Copyright protection and pre-launch promotion proceed in parallel. Regional Miss Asia preliminary competitions commence. He closed the notebook and walked to the window. From the master bedroom, Guan Lin's gentle humming drifted. Her lullaby's slow melody harmonized precisely with the tuning note of the piano in Tunglong Music's recording studio. The nursery door stood ajar, pale blue curtains framed the window. 2 glasses of lukewarm water rested side by side on the nightstand. One for Guan Lin, one for Chen Yunian. Chen Yunian lay on her side beside the bed, hand resting lightly upon Guan Lin's pregnancy pillow. Her belly was large, delivery imminent within weeks. Outside Victoria Harbor's vessel lights blinked rhythmically through the nocturnal mist. ATV's transmission tower glowed crimson in Kowloon Tong. TVB's white-lit tower gleamed diagonally opposite. The 2 towers pulsed in unison beneath the same Hong Kong night sky, matching the infant's steady rhythmic breath in the nursery. Yet within one tower, writers, directors, and actors labored through the night to craft ATV's counterstrike, while within the other the next move had already been firmly grasped. The premiere ratings, 45%. Fang Yihua placed the report on Xiao Yifu's desk, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The first 2 episodes of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, hastily produced in 3 days, aired last night at 7:30. 45%. This number ranks first in TVB's premiere records over the past year. The Great Tycoon had 55% last night. The gap is still 10 percentage points. Fang Yihua's smile did not fade. 6th brother, given the quality of The Legend of the Condor Heroes as the plot unfolds, the ratings will surely continue to rise. Jin Yong's dramas are the favorite genre of the audience in Hong Kong. I am confident we can surpass them. Xiao Yifu did not respond. He pulled out a hand-drawn chart from the drawer and spread it on the table. The horizontal axis represents time, while the vertical axis shows ratings with 2 lines, one red, and the red line represents TVB's prime time, which has steadily declined from over 70% at the beginning of the year, resembling a slope gently sliding from the mountaintop to the waist, each segment lower than the previous one. The blue line represents ATV's prime time, which has risen from the low teens at the beginning of the year, piercing through the 50% line during the premiere week of Millionaire, and then piercing through the 60% line during the premiere week of The Great Tycoon. Have you noticed something? Xiao Yifu's finger traced from the left side of the chart to the right. TVB's advantage was not suddenly lost, it has been gradually eroded. From the beginning of the year until now, ATV's primetime average ratings have risen from 20 to 45, while ours have dropped from 72 to 49. With The Legend of the Condor Heroes premiering at 45 and The Great Tycoon at 55. Even if The Legend of the Condor Heroes rises to 50, do you think we can turn it around in one go? Fang Yihua stared at the chart, the arc of her smile slowly fading. With the quality of The Legend of the Condor Heroes so high, how could it possibly fall behind? You only see your advantages and not the opponents. Xiao Yifu took off his reading glasses and placed them on the table. The Great Tycoon is a contemporary commercial war drama. The audience is not watching for the plot, but for the sense of immersion. The male protagonist climbs from the bottom, speaking lines on the central elevated walkway that half of Hong Kong has said to themselves. This sense of immersion cannot be provided by martial arts dramas. The Legend of the Condor Heroes is visually appealing, but The Great Tycoon resonates beyond mere visuals. Fang Yihua opened her mouth and then closed it again. Xiao Yifu picked up a copy of Hong Kong Daily from the table, flipping it open to the entertainment section. A full-page advertisement. Black background, 4 red chairs facing away from the camera with 4 large characters printed above the voice of Hong Kong. The subtitle in small print reads, "Listen to the voice, not the face." Have you seen the newspapers these past 2 days? Fang Yihua glanced at the advertisement. I saw it. Isn't it just a singing competition show? TVB has done it too, with Voice of the Night running for over a decade. Xiao Yifu slammed the newspaper down on the table. His palm landed on the paper with a muffled sound. I am very disappointed in you. Fang Yihua was pinned in place by these 6 words. Xiao Yifu had scolded her many times, but the word disappointed was a first. The opponents have already taken action. You haven't studied it thoroughly, but let it develop. I have repeatedly said that ATV led by Lei Zhaorong is not easy to deal with, yet you still underestimate the opponent. Xiao Yifu's voice was low. Voice of the Night uses judges scoring, while the Voice of Hong Kong relies on mentors turning around. The former is a high and mighty judgment, while the latter gives the choice to the contestants and the audience. The 4 mentors facing away from the contestants purely listen to the voices, and the moment they press the button to turn around is the most gripping suspense hook for all of Hong Kong. The audience votes to decide their fate, making everyone in Hong Kong feel involved. This is exactly like Millionaire, taking the judging power away from the television station and placing it in the hands of ordinary citizens. How can you not see this until now? Sixth brother, what should we do then? Should we imitate something? It's too late. Xiao Yifu shook his head. Not to mention, they must have some copyright protections in place. Even if there are no barriers, imitating would just be borrowing others' ideas. The pioneers get the meat while the followers get the soup. It's a disadvantage from the start. Let the team below conduct thorough research to see if there's a way to bypass copyright and create our own music competition show. We don't need to surpass them. Keeping up would be sufficient. Fang Yihua remained silent for a while before softly saying, "Sixth brother, I understand now." Xiao Yifu did not respond. He folded the hand-drawn chart and placed it back in the drawer. That morning at the entrance of ATV's Studio 1, the line stretched from Broadcast Road to Union Road, turning around two corners. By 4 in the morning, some had already brought folding chairs to reserve their spots, and by 8 in the morning the line had exceeded 2,000 people. Among those signing up were students in school uniforms, housewives carrying vegetable baskets, long-haired youths just finishing their shifts at bars with guitars, and office workers in suits clutching briefcases, sneaking out during lunch breaks to try their luck. Shi Lanxing stood in the second-floor corridor, looking down, holding a cup of coffee. She had worked at TVB for 3 years and had never seen any show's audition line form like this. How many people have signed up? As of 10 this morning, 12,000. The secretary flipped through the notebook. 4,000 on the first day yesterday, and just 2 hours today, it has doubled. The forms ran out at the Sham Shui per registration point, and they are urgently reprinting. Shi Lanxing took a sip of her coffee. Notify the production department to extend the audition period from 2 weeks to 3 weeks. If there aren't enough directors, we can borrow people from Tunglong Films. That afternoon at Tunglong Music Recording Studio, Su Guanjie sat in the leather chair of the control room holding the new contract. The cover of the contract bore the Tunglong Music logo. He was 35 this year, a pioneer of Cantonese pop music, having brought Cantonese songs from night markets into concert halls in the 70s with the Funny Twins and Half a Catty 8 Tales. He flipped through the contract from beginning to end at a slow pace, not reading the terms, but weighing his options. 3 people sat beside him. Tam Wingling, the lead singer of the Winners, had held 15 concerts at the Red Pavilion after going solo. Lin Zixiang, with a long face and goat beard, a singer-songwriter whose album won a platinum record 2 years ago. Su Xiaofeng, a lyrical female voice with a vocal range spanning 3 octaves. The 4 of them appearing in one recording studio represented half of Hong Kong's music scene resting on this control panel. Zhang Qinggang opened the contract page by page, tapping a pen next to the signature line. Su Guanjie picked up the pen, pausing it on the paper for a moment before signing. Your record deal stays with Tunglong Music. The management contract is signed with Tunglong Management Company. Chen Jiaying will personally lead your team. Additionally, you are the first confirmed mentor for the Voice of Hong Kong. Su Guanjie put the pen down. I've heard about the mentors face away from the contestants, purely listening to the voices before turning around. This format hasn't been done in Hong Kong before. He leaned back in the leather chair. I have one condition for being a mentor. You say, don't create behind-the-scenes manipulation for the sake of show effect. Dig up some good talents for Hong Kong's music scene. Tam Wingling laughed beside him, patting the armrest of the sofa. Sam, with that one line of yours, it will be the headline tomorrow. He picked up the pen and signed the contract. Count me in. Lin Zixiang took the pen, smiling faintly as he signed without saying a word. Su Xiaofeng was the last to sign. After she finished, she placed the pen beside the contract and looked up at Huang Shizhao. Mr. Huang, I have one request. I wish to take female trainees. Over the years in Hong Kong's music scene, there have been too few new female singers who have made it. Each of the 4 mentors will form their own teams. If you want female trainees, you'll have to grab them during the competition phase. Su Xiaofeng nodded. Huang Shizhao stood at the control room door, watching the 4 of them sign one after another. He had worked at ATV for nearly 10 years and had seen countless shows go from planning to launch, but none had a mentor lineup that could gather half of Hong Kong's music scene on the same day of signing. That evening in the office of ATV's chairman, twilight spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and 2 cups of tea guanyin on the tea table were steaming. Huang Shizhao placed a summary of the newly printed artist contracts on the tea table, marking a check next to the names of Su Guanjie, Tam Wingling, Lin Zixiang, and Su Xiaofeng. Lei Sheng, it's all interconnected. The Voice of Hong Kong is not just about boosting ratings and increasing competition against TVB. It can simultaneously provide resources for Tunglong Music and Tunglong Entertainment. We can directly scout musical talents and trainees from the auditions and competitions. Su Guanjie's record deal is signed with Tunglong Music, while Tam Wingling and Lin Zixiang's management contracts are with Tunglong Management Company, and Chen Jiaying has already taken over. This is the whole industry chain, from selection to training to debut to album release, all completed within our own system. Lei Zhaorong lifted his teacup. Now we can say we are on par with TVB. We are on par. On Saturdays, there's Millionaire from Monday to Friday, The Great Tycoon, and then there's The Voice of Hong Kong and Miss Asia. ATV's programming matrix has transformed from a single breakthrough to a multi-line advancement. TVB's trump card is Jin Yong's dramas with enough stock to last 2 years. But we have more than one trump card. We will cultivate our talents more in the future, and poaching is also an option. Lei Zhaorong set down his teacup. Now we have a system for training talent, trainees the voice and artist training classes. 3 lines running concurrently in 2 years. Half of the new faces in Hong Kong's entertainment industry will come from us. Outside the window, the twilight over Victoria Harbour was transitioning, the sky shifting from orange to indigo in just a few minutes. ATV's signal tower lit up with red lights, while TVB's transmitter tower flickered with white light diagonally across from it. The lights of the 2 towers shone red and white in the dusk, with the gap in viewership share shrinking from more than 50 percentage points at the beginning of the year to single digits now. The gap is still narrowing. That night, Xiao Yifu sat in the TVB office, spreading the hand-drawn viewership comparison chart open again. He added a line of small text beside the red line. The future trend of the Legend of the Condor Heroes, optimistic 49, pessimistic 46. The future trend of the Great Tycoon, optimistic 53, pessimistic 48. Conclusion: the gap will narrow to within 5 percentage points, but it will be difficult to surpass. He placed the pen next to the calculator. The calculator's screen remained black. Outside the window, TVB's transmitter tower flickered with white light in the night, while ATV's red lights shone in the same night sky. He looked for a moment, picked up the intercom phone, and called Fang Yihua. I have read the script for the 2nd week of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The storyline for the Little Dragon Girl needs to be expanded. Viewers love the Little Dragon Girl, and relying solely on Yang Guo won't sustain the ratings. Additionally, let Luo Wen re-record the theme song with a faster tempo and a shorter introduction. If the audience can't remember the melody, they won't sing along. If they don't sing along, they won't pause on the Jade channel. After hanging up, he folded the viewership comparison chart and placed it back in the drawer, then pressed the power button on the calculator. The screen lit up, and he typed a line of text. 2nd week target reduced to 4 or less. Outside, the 2 signal towers flickered in the night mist, their rhythms aligned, and their brightness was finally new. In mid-October, in the top-floor office of the Tunglong building, Lei Zhaorong spread out the ratings report from the past week before him. Unlike others, his habit was not to scan from top to bottom, but to first look at the summary figures at the bottom. The average ratings for Asia television, 38%. 3 months ago, this number was 20%. He flipped to the 2nd page. On Saturday, Millionaire peaked at 57%, while from Monday to Friday, Rogue Tycoon stabilized between 45 and 48%. Across from him, TVB's The Legend of the Condor Heroes had already entered its 2nd week, with average ratings climbing from 45% at its premiere to 54%. Lei Zhaorong's gaze lingered on the comparison of the 2 lines of figures. Average ratings for The Legend of the Condor Heroes, 54%. Average ratings for Rogue Tycoon, 46%. He summoned memories from his past life in his mind. In 1983, The Legend of the Condor Heroes premiered on TVB, with average ratings exceeding 90%, peaking at 99%. Truly a phenomenon where the streets were deserted, and even Nathan Road had hardly any pedestrians during its broadcast. That year, Asia Television couldn't even secure 10% of the ratings share. Now, The Legend of the Condor Heroes only peaked at 59%, while Rogue Tycoon across the way had a minimum of 41. Using TVB's ace drama Rogue Tycoon to compete against TVB's super ace drama The Legend of the Condor Heroes was just slightly losing ground. Lei Zhaorong placed the report on the table, a faint curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the original expectations, The Legend of the Condor Heroes was meant to crush everything, reaching a peak rating of 99. Now it was being held back by Rogue Tycoon. He pressed the internal phone. He Chaoqiong answered. When Huang Shizhao entered, he was holding the program schedule, sitting opposite Lei Zhaorong, and spreading the schedule on the tea table. Lei Sheng, the average rating for the past week is 38. 3 months ago, we were still struggling around 20. TVB's primetime ratings have dropped from 72 at the beginning of the year to just over 50 now. Audiences used to turn on the TV out of habit for TVB, but now, they have choices. Although The Legend of the Condor Heroes is ahead of us, the lead isn't significant, and the gap is narrowing. Outside the window, Asia Television's signal tower glimmered red in the sunlight, while TVB's transmission tower across the street shone white. The numbers on the ratings report were more real than the lights. Across Hong Kong, the registration for Sound of Hong Kong editions had entered its 2nd week. The number of registrants had exceeded 30,000. Asia Television urgently opened 4 additional registration points, 1 in each district from Hong Kong Island to the new territories. The registration point in Sham Shui was set at the 1st floor of the community center, with the line stretching around the corner of Lai Chi Kok Road. The community center staff borrowed all the folding chairs from the neighboring elderly activity room. In the tea restaurant, a radio was playing advertisements for Sound of Hong Kong. A deep male voice recited the registration guidelines, with the background being the intro of Sam Hughes' Half a Pound and 8 Tails. Just listen to the voice, don't see the face. The 4 mentors will be turned away from you, and if they think you sing well, they will turn around. Your voice is worth $1 million. A middle school student in school uniform pushed the milk tea aside in a booth near the entrance. Sam Hui is a mentor. Tam Youngling too. Lam Tsang as well. Su Xiaofeng too. This lineup, it's even better than the Miss Hong Kong finals. A classmate at the same table flipped the newspaper to the entertainment section. The champion will sign with Tunglong Music and release a record directly. Asia Television is laying all its cards on the table. At the next table, a long-haired youth holding a guitar case put down his chopsticks, stood up to borrow the phone at the cashier, and returned with a smile on his face. I registered. The preliminary selection is next Wednesday. A nearby office worker leaned over and asked what song he would sing. Heart of a Rogue. That's a song by Sam Hui. Sam Hui is a mentor. Are you going to sing his song in front of him? He once said he wanted to cultivate more good talents in Hong Kong. I want to see if he will turn around. At a music store in Kowloon, the owner put up Sound of Hong Kong posters in the most prominent position of the window. A young girl wearing glasses stood in front of the poster for a long time before turning and entering the store to buy a microphone. The owner recognized her, a music teacher from a nearby school. Teacher Wong, are you registering too? I've taught music for 5 years, telling my students every time you must bravely stand on stage. This year I will go up first. In a record store in Mong Kok, several young people were debating under the Sound of Hong Kong poster. Sam Hugh's team will definitely be the strongest. They can teach any genre. Tam Youngling is the real king of live performances, holding 15 concerts at the Red Pavilion. What use is it to argue about mentors? You need to get to the round where mentors turn around first. I've heard that they are going to eliminate 90% just in the auditions. Trying it out costs nothing. The Asia Miss Pageant regional competitions were advancing simultaneously. The Tokyo regional competition was the first to complete venue reservations set for the first weekend of December at the Shibuya Cultural Hall. The confirmation letters for venues in Singapore and Taipei had been faxed to Asia Television's headquarters, while Bangkok and Seoul were still in negotiations. Bangkok wanted a larger share of the broadcasting rights, and Seoul insisted on joint production. Don't make concessions. Lei Zhaorong said at the preparatory meeting the finals must be held in Hong Kong. This is the bottom line. He Chaoqiong wrote this bottom line into the memo, marking it with a star. In late October, Fang Yihua sat in her office, spreading out the latest weekly ratings report before her. The Legend of the Condor Heroes averaged 54, while Rogue Tycoon averaged 46. The gap was 8 percentage points. Last week it was 10 percentage points, and the week before that it was 12 percentage points. Each week the gap was narrowing. She stared at those two numbers for a long time before picking up the phone. Help me check the contract situation for the main actors of Rogue Tycoon. Wan Ziliang Zheng Yuling Lu Jiaoling. 2 days later, Fang Yihua's assistant brought back a document. After she finished reviewing it, she dialed a number. Is this Wan Ziliang's agent? I am Fang Yihua from TVB. I have a film project I want to discuss with Wan Shang. His fee would be double what he is currently receiving. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. Miss Fang, there is a breach of contract clause in Wan Shang's contract. The contract can be changed. TVB can help you pay the breach fee. It's not a matter of money. The agent's voice was very low. There is a clause in that contract. Anyone who breaches the contract will be permanently banned from all Tenglong platforms. Asia Television Tenglong, Films Tenglong, Music Tenglong Cinema, all banned. Even if Wan Sheng got your double fee, what about after he finishes this one film? Where will his movies be screened? Where will his records be released? Where will his dramas be aired? Miss Fang, can you tell me if TVB can provide him with these? Fang Yihua hung up the phone, filled with disappointment. What she didn't know was that just as she hung up, a silver text message popped up in front of Lei Zhaorong. TVB's general manager Fang Yihua has contacted the agent of Rogue Tycoon stars, attempting to poach them with high fees. Currently, all-star contracts contain clauses for 15 times the breach fee and permanent bans from all Tenglong platforms. There is no intention of breach from the actors. It is suggested to make the contract terms public to deter further poaching activities. Confidence level 91%. After reading this text message, Lei Zhaorong paused for about 2 breaths with his finger resting on the table. Then he pressed the internal phone. Zhang Qinggang, find all the original contracts for the stars of Rogue Tycoon and put them on my desk by tomorrow morning. Also notify Huang Shizhao to come to a meeting tonight at Clearwater Bay Xiao Yifa's office. In front of Xiao Yifu lay an internal memorandum. The memorandum contained only a few lines, but his gaze lingered on the last line for a long time. Fang Yihua has contacted the actors' agents intending to poach. The opposing contract has exorbitant breach fees and a ban clause. Poaching failed. He slammed the memorandum on the table hard enough to turn his knuckles white. The internal phone rang only once. Have Fang Yihua come to see me. Now. When Fang Yihua entered, a faint smile lingered at the corner of her mouth, but it vanished instantly upon seeing Xiao Yifa's expression. Xiao Yifu sat in the chair, the memorandum spread out before him. He raised his gaze to Fang Yihua. Not stern, not disappointed, but angry. Are you a fool? Fang Yihua was pinned to the spot by those 5 words. You could have competed normally, but insisted on using such underhanded methods. Do you think Lei Zhaorong is an easy opponent? His contract terms must have preventive measures. By trying to poach his people, you instead gave him an opportunity to publicly reveal contract terms and intimidate the entire industry. Where's your brain? Fang Yihua opened her mouth. I just wanted to buy some time. The ratings for the Legend of the Condor Heroes have been dropping, while Rogue Tycoon has been rising. You think I don't know? Xiao Yifu stood up, walking in front of Fang Yihua. I know. That's why I spent more than 10 hours on set revising the script of the Legend of the Condor Heroes page by page. Do you see what I'm doing? No, you don't. You're thinking of those underhanded tricks. Fang Yihua's face turned pale. Do you think Lei Zhaorong is easy to deal with? He even dared to pull Lei Kuan down facing the Hong Kong Land Company. He dared to bite down, making Swire only able to seek peace. Who do you think you are? Xiao Yifei's voice was very low. Let me tell you what will happen next. Lei Zhaorong will definitely retaliate. His retaliation won't be a hidden arrow but an open gun, the kind that makes you unable to hold your head up in front of the entire industry. Fang Yihua's eyes turned red. Sixth brother, what should we do now? Xiao Yifu sat back in his chair silent. Outside the window, the whistle signaling the end of the day echoed from the set, one long and one short, carrying far into the evening at Clearwater Bay. Be prepared. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it. Next time you make such a foolish mistake, you won't need to see me again. As Fang Yihua exited the office, she closed the door gently, the hinge making no sound. The light in the corridor illuminated her face, clearly revealing the red circle around her eyes. In the top-floor conference room of the Tenglong building, Lei Zhaorong, Huang Shizhao, Shi Lanqing, and Zhang Qinggang were seated around a long table. The original contracts for all the stars of Rogue Tycoon were spread out on the table, with the breach fee clauses and ban clauses turned to the corresponding pages. Fang Yihua wants to poach people. Lei Zhaorong's voice was calm, but she couldn't move them. The contract terms have locked them in. 15 times the breach fee, plus a complete ban from all platforms. No artist would ruin their career for a single film. Should we retaliate? Shi Lanqing asked. No need to rush. Their moves have fallen flat, but this incident itself has given us an opportunity. The news of Fang Yihua's failed poaching will eventually spread. By then the entire industry will know two things. First, what methods TVB is using. Second, how solid Tenglong's contracts are. He paused. Since they acted first, then don't blame me. It's tit for tat, but not using their methods. When Fang Yihua pushed the door and entered Xiao Yifei's office, her steps were a beat slower than usual. Ever since being scolded as a foolish pig last time, she would pause for a moment at the doorway, each time as if confirming there were no new traps on the carpet. Xiao Yifu sat in his chair, a copy of the day's Xiangzheng Daily spread out before him. He did not look up, but simply tapped his finger on the newspaper. This was not the usual unhurried rhythm of tapping a calculator, but a single heavy knock akin to a judge's gavel. Take a look. Lei Zhaorong has made his move, and it's an open scheme. Fang Yihua picked up the newspaper. The entertainment section was a full-page advertisement with a black background and golden text formatted as solemnly as a government announcement. The headline was a single line of large text. To all film and television elites in Hong Kong, say goodbye to dead contracts, connect with Hollywood, high salaries and freedom, and jointly create a new peak for Chinese cinema. Below were 5 bullet points. Salaries doubled or tripled, no base salary exploitation, and revenue sharing based on works. Complete creative freedom with no interference in scripts, characters, or filming. No long-term contract shackles, flexible contracts of 1 to 2 years with opportunities for film and music projects. A full industry chain resource on-stop service for films, television, music, concerts, and overseas distribution. Connecting with Hollywood, collaborative investments, introducing technology, and overseas release channels. At the very bottom was a line of small text, not large in font, but every word pierced Fang Yihua's eyes like a nail. Talent should not be bound by cheap contracts. Dreams should not be imprisoned by agreements. Starting today, private messages or mail to this newspaper and ATV headquarters, absolute confidentiality with dedicated personnel for connections. Fang Yihua's fingers tightened on the edge of the newspaper, crumpling the paper. Lei Zhaorong, he's openly poaching from us. Poaching? Xiao Yifu snorted coldly. Look closely from beginning to end. Which sentence contains the word poach? Which sentence mentions TVB by name? Salary increases. This is an industry benefit. Creative freedom. This is an artistic pursuit. Full industry chain. This is resource integration. Connecting with Hollywood. This is the lofty ambition of Chinese cinema. Tell me which word is illegal. Which line could warrant a lawsuit against him? On the contrary, you directly called to breach contracts and got caught by the sore spot. Fang Yihua opened her mouth but couldn't speak. This is the real open scheme. Xiao Yifu leaned back in his chair, his voice carrying a weariness he had never felt before. He builds the threshold to a height you cannot reach, then opens the door, allowing your people to walk out themselves. You like to use tricks, right? You use hidden arrows, he uses open guns. Your hidden arrows cannot pierce his armor, while his open guns are already aimed at your throat. Fang Yihua's face turned pale. Brother 6, what should we do now? Have all artists change their contracts. Raise the breach penalty to sky high and negotiate renewal conditions favorably. Count how many we can keep. Xiao Yifu pulled the calculator closer, the screen lit up, and then went dark. Go and be quick about it. 2 days later at the Clearwater Bay filming location. Fang Yihua stood before Xiao Yifu, the corner of the renewal statistics form in her hand, already crumpled. Her fingers trembled slightly, not from anger, but from fear. Brother 6, the renewal results are out. 90% of the artists have not signed. The agents said to wait. Several top screenwriters and directors are privately negotiating with ATV with conditions including independent studios, box office, sharing, and directing rights for overseas co-productions. I couldn't stop them. She thought Xiao Yifu would scold her. but he simply took off his reading glasses and placed them on the table, rubbing his nose bridge. His hands were steady, but his movements were slow, as if conserving energy in every action. This is normal commercial competition. If ATV wants to catch up with TVB, that is a pipe dream. This industry cannot be won just by money. Talent, experience, audience inertia, these things take 10 to 8 years to accumulate. Xiao Yifu's voice was not loud, as if he were talking to himself, but you insist on engaging in those underhanded things. That phone call of yours was not to Wan Ziliang's agent. It opened the unlocking key in Lei Zhaorong's hands. He could originally only rely on internal strength, but you helped him break free. Now he has resources at his disposal that TVB cannot compete with. This is no longer a matter of competition, it's a disaster. Fang Yihua's eyes turned red. Brother 6, This is just his first move. Xiao Yifu stood up and walked to the window. The morning scene outside the window unfolded with TVB's transmission tower on the rooftop and ATV's signal tower flashing red light in the direction of Kowloon. He stared at the red light for quite some time in silence. Based on my recent study of Lei Zhaorong's character, he will definitely have a follow-up move. The first move is to poach people. The second move is what? I do not know. But I do know that when he makes the second move, it won't be any lighter than the first. At the top floor of the Tunglong building, Lei Zhaorong's desk was piled high with a thick stack of folders, a stockpile he had accumulated for a long time. Over 120 outlines, each one a single page. In the film category, A Better Tomorrow, Brotherhood and Gunfire, a Chinese ghost story, a love story between a human and a ghost, The Smiling Proud Wanderer, a power fable from Jin Yong's pen. In the TV drama category, The Greed of Man, a family feud spanning 20 years, The Last Breakthrough, Fate entangled in stock market fluctuations, Chinese Paladin, costume fantasy and destined love, Scarlet Heart, emotional entanglements through time in a royal court. In the variety category, Running Man, an outdoor competitive reality show, XMAN, indoor games, each one marked with core ideas, character frameworks, and key plot points, and flipping further revealed more. Crime, martial arts, fantasy, comedy, several genres spread out like a limitless chessboard. Lei Zhaorong. These outlines cover the three major categories of film, television, and variety. ATV Tunglong Films and Tunglong Music will each advance separately, capable of producing for at least 5 years. Don't rush to launch everything at once. Start with the most mature, business, wars, crime, and comedy. These three categories are most appealing to Hong Kong audiences. In terms of variety, after The Voice of Hong Kong, prioritize XMAN, with indoor games and role-playing, low production costs, and strong audience participation. In terms of film, A Better Tomorrow can be initiated first. Sure, launching marked the priorities in her notebook, closed it, and picked up the box of papers as she left the office. The box was heavy, but her pace did not slow down. Sunday night, at 8 o'clock, ATV's Chinese channel. The first episode of The Voice of Hong Kong, Blind Auditions, officially aired. On the screen, a girl in a school uniform stood in the center of the stage, the lights shining on her face, a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. 4 mentors turned their backs to her, the red chair backs under the lights like for tightly closed doors. She took a deep breath and began to sing, a classic piece by Su Xiaofeng. When she reached the chorus, Su Xiaofeng's eyebrows twitched slightly. Her hand hovered above the button, paused for half a second, then pressed down hard. The moment the red chair back spun around, a smile blossomed on Su Xiaofeng's face, an instinctive expression of a professional singer hearing a promising candidate. Immediately after, Tan Yongling also pressed her button. Then it was Su Guanjia. The 3 chairs turned around, and the girl stood on stage, covering her mouth, tears streaming down through her fingers. That night, the first episode of The Voice of Hong Kong, Blind Auditions, had an average rating of 52%. The Sunday primetime officially became another stronghold for ATV. Since the start of The Voice, talent scouts began to stake out potential newcomers. Their working method was quite fixed, assessing each person's appearance and temperament. When encountering a visually striking applicant with a recognizable voice, they would approach and hand over a business card, repeating the line they had said countless times: "You have great potential, and you should be able to become a superstar in the future. Would you like to try with us at Tunglong Entertainment?" From the auditions to the launch of The Voice, dozens of young people had already signed into Tunglong Entertainment's trainee program. Among them, some would debut 2 years later, while others would win the Golden Melody Award 5 years later. At Yanghe Hospital, in the obstetrics ward, Chen Yunyang leaned against the head of the bed, her hand resting on her prominently rounded belly. The sunlight outside filtered through the white curtain and fell on the back of her hand. Her due date was within these 2 weeks. Guanlin sat on a chair beside the bed, peeling an apple. Her skill in peeling apples had improved significantly. She used to break the skin halfway, but now she could peel an entire apple in one go, the skin as thin as paper. You don't need to worry. Yanghe's obstetrics is the best in all of Shangjiang. Xiao Xiao was born here. Look how well he eats now. Chen Yunyang smiled lightly, then looked up at Lei Zhaorong, who was standing by the window. Brother Rong, have you thought of a name for the baby yet? I have one in mind. Lei Zhaorong turned from the window, the sunlight casting a glow on one side of his face as he sat down on the chair beside the bed. Jia. Lei Xiaojia. Which Jia? The Jia and Yujia. an ancient jade ornament that women wore in their hair. He spoke in a moderate tone. Xiao means inheriting the family business, and Jia means beautiful jade. Xiao Ting Xiao Jia, the names of the siblings combined make Ting Jia. Peace at home, beautiful jade in abundance. Qin Yunyang placed her hand on her belly, gently repeating the name, Lei Zhaorong. She glanced at Guanlin, who set down the peeled apple, and gently touched the back of Chun Yunyang's hand. The sunlight outside was pleasantly warm. The next day at the office on the top floor of the Tunglong building, Shi Lanqing walked in holding 2 contracts that had just been signed. The covers of the contracts were stamped with the Tunglong agency's logo, the paper crisp, and the ink still not completely dried. Lei Sheng, contracts for Du Qifeng and Gu Jiahui have been signed. She placed the contracts on the table. Du Qifeng has signed a directing contract, and the independent studio has been registered at Tunglong Films. He looked at the outline for A Better Tomorrow and expressed his desire to use an unprecedented cinematographic language. Lots of slow motion combined with long focus to capture the gunfights poetically. Gu Jiahui signed an exclusive composition contract with Tunglong Music, and he will handle the theme songs for ATV's television dramas over the next 3 years, also serving as the music director for The Voice of Hong Kong. He said he wanted to write a special opening song for the show, one that would overshadow the TVB anniversary song. Lei Zhaorong opened the contract. Du Qifeng, 27 years old with a thin face and deep-set eyes, had served as an assistant director at TVB for 3 years, but all the unit dramas he directed were rejected by Fang Yihua on the grounds that the style was too dark. Gu Jiahui, 42 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, had worked as a music director at TVB for 15 years and won the Lifetime Achievement Award at the top 10 Chinese songs 2 years ago. The day he reported to Tunglong Music, Su Guanjia in the recording studio, put down his guitar, and walked out from the control room, having waited for him at the door for a long time. Du Qifeng is the sharpest knife among the budding directors. Shi Lanqing sat down beside him. Gu Jiahui is the foremost figure in Xiangjiang television scoring. Both of them transferring. Tomorrow's newspaper headlines won't need to be written, Wang Mingyuan said. He already has a title in mind. A golden message popped up on the system. Du Qifeng and Gu Jiahui have completed their contracts with a full-page report in tomorrow's Xiangjiang Daily. The transfer of these two will have a strong demonstration effect in the Xiangjiang film and television industry. Du Qifeng represents the breakthrough of creative directors, while Gu Jiahui represents the recognition of hall-level musicians. It is expected that within the next 2 weeks, there will be a second wave of transfers among mid-level creative personnel, such as TVB screenwriters, cinematographers, and art directors. It is advisable to prepare independent studio space in advance and standardize contract templates to cope with the concentrated signing wave. Confidence level 93%. Lei Zhaorong finished reading, closed the contract. Xiao Yifu should be very eager to know my second move. In late November, the office of the general manager of TVB. Xiao Yifu sat in his chair with last week's personnel transfer list spread out in front of him. The list was short, but each name was like a needle. 3 from the writing team, 2 from the photography team, 1 from the art team, and 7 from the acting team. Each page of the list included reasons for resignation worded in a variety of ways, but translated they all conveyed the same message: they were offered too much elsewhere. Fang Yihua stood at the desk, continuing to read the summary report in her hand, her voice getting lower and lower. Du Qifeng's personal studio has been established under the banner of Tunglong Film with preparations for a new movie underway. Gu Jiahui also signed an exclusive composition contract with Tunglong Music, serving as the music director for The Voice of Xiangjiang, and specifically wrote the opening song. Their income was directly tied to the projects. Box office shares, music copyright shares, concert bonuses. Those watching from TVB were tempted. Many had already signed on. Those who hadn't left were either waiting for better conditions or were tied up by contracts they couldn't break. She finished reading the last word, closed the folder, and lowered her head, waiting for a scolding. The scolding did not come. Xiao Yifu glanced at her. That look was understood by Fang Yihua. It was one of "look at the good thing you've done." It was not anger or disappointment, but a weariness that had grown tired of scolding. He took off his reading glasses and placed them on the table, rubbed his nose, and then sighed. The sigh was short, but heavy, as if he had finally released a breath that had been stuck in his chest for a long time. There's no way out. Let's negotiate. Fang Yihua abruptly raised her head, her eyes wide. Sixth brother, negotiate. Under these circumstances, we can't sustain it. The longer we drag this out, the more passive we become. We should act before he makes further moves to cut our losses in time. Xiao Yifu lightly tapped his finger on the personnel transfer list, the pages making a delicate rustling sound. If he runs an advertisement in the newspaper, half my people will leave immediately. If he runs another one, how many of the remaining half can I keep? Rather than waiting for him to make his next move, I might as well flip the chessboard myself. Losing is not shameful, losing everything is. Fang Yihua stood there, her lips moving, unsure of what to say. Xiao Yifu leaned back against the chair, his finger resting on the edge of the thin calculator. Not tapping, just resting. Let's find Lin. His son Wang Jin has a good relationship with Lei Zhaorong and is a shareholder of Tunglong Film. He can speak on our behalf. At the Mandarin Oriental Hotel's private room, the curtains were half drawn, the morning sunlight in Victoria Harbor slicing into stripes on the table. A pot of tea guanyin had just been brewed, the aroma still lingering. Wang Jin sat in the window seat, crossing his legs, holding a cup of tea, smiling broadly as he looked at the people present. He was here to watch a show today. Wang Tianlin sat next to Xiao Yifu. He was a few years younger than Xiao Yifu, his hair also gray, but having worked as a director for decades, he habitually scooted his chair back half an inch so that he could see the entire table situation. He was the one to give the opening remarks. I invited you both today not for any other reason, just to have a cup of tea and chat. After saying this, he leaned back in his chair, leaving the floor to Xiao Yifu. Xiao Yifu looked at Lei Zhaorong, who was sitting across from him. A 26-year-old young man, not wearing a tie, with his suit, sitting relaxed, holding a cup of tea, as if waiting for a date he already knew would arrive. Surely impressive, the youth of today. Xiao Yifu's voice was low, but every word was steady. This time I admit defeat. You set the terms. No further moves are necessary. Normal commercial competition. Lei Zhaorong set down his teacup, the porcelain making a soft, crisp sound as it landed on the tea mat. Sixth uncle, it was Feng Yihua who broke the rules first. She called to poach my lead actor. I was just responding passively. He paused, his voice not raising a single note. But since you want peace, sell me those theaters of yours. The 30 theaters in Xinjiang and 140 in Southeast Asia are all in a state of loss right now. The private room fell silent for a moment. Wang Tianlin's hand holding the teacup paused in midair, then he continued to drink. After all, he had been a director for half his life and knew how to control his expression. Wang Jin raised his teacup to his lips, concealing a smile at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yifu narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers gently tapping twice on the tablecloth. Lei Zhaorong's appetite was larger than he had anticipated. He thought the other party would ask for people programs or time slots, but unexpectedly, he opened with theaters. That was the theater network that the Shaw brothers had operated in Xinjiang for 20 years. Although it had been losing money for several years, the value of the network itself could not be calculated simply by the numbers. Since Lei Sheng is interested, 450 million for the Xinjiang theaters, 950 million for the Southeast Asian theaters. A total of 1.5 billion. Sixth uncle, you're lacking sincerity this way. According to the current market price, the 30 main theaters in Xinjiang are worth at most 200 million, and the 140 in Southeast Asia, about 500 million. You've offered a twofold premium. He lifted his teacup, not drinking, just swirling it in his hand. Since there's no sincerity, let's continue to see who prevails on television. Anyway, whether I have those theaters or not is irrelevant. My layout is already complete, and they're merely icing on the cake. Xiao Yifu fell silent for a moment. He looked at the young man across from him. Using the same rhetoric, the same rhythm, the same, it doesn't matter. He had encountered countless negotiating opponents, but few could say I'm not in a hurry and make it believable. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, set it down, and leaned back in his chair. This posture made Wang Tianlin's heart skip a beat. Xiao Yifu never leaned back in his chair during business negotiations. Then Lei Sheng set a price. 200 million for the Xinjiang theaters, 500 million for the Southeast Asian theaters. A total of 700 million, at current market prices. Impossible. That price doesn't even cover the book value. Xiao Yifu shook his head. 230 million for the Xinjiang theaters, 580 million for the Southeast Asian ones. A total of 810 million. A 15% premium, that's the upper limit I can accept. Sixth uncle, how much did your theaters lose last year? How long are you planning to carry this burden? The local theaters in New Malaysia and Thailand are updating their equipment, while half of Shaw's theaters are still using projectors from the 1960s. The first thing I would do upon taking over is to replace the equipment. This is a cost you need to let me keep on the books. He raised one finger. 75 million. No higher. Xiao Yifu fell silent for a moment. 75 million, add 10%. 820 million. The equipment issue is for you to figure out. I'm selling the theaters, not a renovation fund. He lifted his teacup, taking a sip. And I have one condition. Go ahead. The moves you just mentioned, Du Chifeng Gu Jiahui, and the previous ones like Millionaire Rogue Tycoon and The Voice. I've already acknowledged the cards that have been played. But please don't actively poach my people anymore. Normal commercial competition is acceptable, but don't use those full-page ads to wipe out my team. Lei Zhaorong set his teacup back on the tea mat. The cards that have already been played cannot be taken back. But I won't actively poach people anymore. If they come on their own, I will accept them. That's the bottom line. Xiao Yifu pulled the calculator closer, entering a string of numbers. 820 million lit up on the screen. He stared at it for a long time, then spoke. 820 million. Deal. Wang Jin put down his teacup, cheerfully refilling the cups of all three present. Wang Tianlin let out a soft breath beside him. He had said no more than 10 words since entering, yet his cup had already been refilled 3 times. The next day, both parties signed the formal transfer contract at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. Zhang Chenggang flipped through the contract page by page, tapping the signature line with the tip of his pen. When Xiao Yifu signed, the pen tip paused on the paper twice. The rhythm identical to when he signed with Qiu Degan, but the force was different. Qiu Degan's was a release, Xiao Yifu's was a damage control. After everything was signed, Zhang Chenggang filed the contract away, capping his pen. This transaction was financed through loans for the entire entertainment industry under Tunglong Group. Shunbai, after hearing the loan proposal over the phone, said only 2 sentences. The first, 820 million. Are you buying the theaters or time? The second, the interest rate is at the most favored customer level. Jardine Matheson provides unlimited liability guarantees. Effective immediately. Lei Zhaorong hung up the phone, pressing the internal line to call Huang Shizhao. The theater matter has been signed. 30 in Xinjiang, 140 in Southeast Asia. All merged into Tunglong theaters. From now on, the competition with ATV and TVB will be your responsibility. Lei Shen, don't worry. I understand your meaning. Huang Shizhao nodded, wrote a line in his notebook, then looked up at Lei Zhaorong, his gaze steady. Last time you said now we can say we are level with TVB. After today, it won't just be leveling. Give me 2 years and ATV will definitely surpass TVB. Lei Zhaorong stood up and walked to the window. The morning sun in Victoria Harbor was fierce, the masts of the ships on the sea shining white. He looked out for a moment, then turned back. For the time being, while I'm away, you and Shi Lansheng can handle daily affairs. For major decisions, find He Zhaochuan to summarize. Ishi will contact me. Huang Shizhao closed his notebook, not asking where are you going. The ATV signal tower outside was flashing red in the sunlight. In the following week, Lei Zhaorong conducted a concentrated inspection of all the industries under his command. The fleet renewal plan for Kowloon Bus had entered its second batch. 50 new buses lined up at the Hongham Bus Factory, their bodies emblazoned with the Tunglong Bank logo. The Bale convenience store had opened 3 new branches in Shamshui, Po, with a registration form for the Voice of Xinjiang displayed next to each cash register. The cold storage cabinets at the Welcome supermarket had all been replaced with the latest energy-saving models from Hitachi, and Wenhuali remarked during the inspection electricity bills can be reduced by 15%. The third store of Milk International in Shin City was undergoing renovations, located next to the Lu port, with foot traffic 5 times that of the Mongkok store. The 2 newly added properties by Chungkong and Central had completed their transfer. Fang Jingde locked the property certificates in the safe. This was the last batch of bottom fishing before the linked exchange rate was launched. The window would completely close after October. At every location, Lei Zhaorong did only 3 things. Check the reports, ask about the progress, and say continue. No speeches, no mobilizing meetings. Only when he inspected Tunglong Film did he pause for a moment at the door of Du Kaifeng's studio. Du Qifeng was drawing the storyboards for A Better Tomorrow on the wall, the entire wall covered with over 100 sketches. He did not notice Lei Zhaorong standing at the door, focused on adjusting the angle of one shot repeatedly. For that shot, don't film the actor's face when he fires the gun. Film his feet. When the gun fires, there will be an extra shell on the ground. Only after finishing did Du Qifeng turn around and see Lei Zhaorong standing at the door. He set down his brush, nodded slightly, exchanged no pleasantries, and continued to modify the next storyboard. After the inspection, Lei Zhaorong instructed He Zhaochuan to clear the entire schedule for the next month. He Zhaochuan opened his notebook, his expression complex, drawing a large bracket around the upcoming 4 weeks on the calendar with 3 words written beside it: family time. On the last day of November, at the maternity ward of the Union Hospital, the corridor lights were warm, the walls a light beige. Tang Zhonghua and Zhou Taijun stood at either end of the corridor, hands behind their backs, ears facing the maternity ward. Guanlin sat on a bench, clutching a white handkerchief that had never been used. She wasn't using it to wipe tears, but had folded and unfolded it repeatedly. She had also lain in the maternity ward when she gave birth to Xiao Xiao, knowing how narrow that delivery bed was, and how cold the air conditioning in the room could be. Now waiting outside was harder than lying inside. Lei Zhaorong stood at the door of the maternity ward, leaning against the wall, arms crossed. This posture was identical to when he listened to executives' reports in the Jardine boardroom, but the fingers crossed over his chest tapped a rhythm on his other arm that was twice as fast as usual. Finally, the door to the maternity ward swung open. A nurse came out holding a bundle, followed by Chun Yunyang from the delivery bed. Chun Yunyang's hair was soaked, sticking to her forehead, her lips pale, her face devoid of color. Her hands hung at the side of the bed, her fingertips trembling slightly, but her eyes were bright, full of pure light after expending all her strength. Lei Zhaorong walked to the side of the delivery bed, gently taking her hand from the edge of the bed. That hand was still trembling in his palm. He lowered his head, resting his forehead against her fingers, pausing for about 5 breaths. Then he raised his head, his voice soft. You've worked hard. Chun Yunyang looked at the bundle in the nurse's arms, then at him, her lips moving, her voice hoarse but steady. Brother Rome, let me see her. The nurse placed the bundle in the crook of Chun Yunyang's arm. Lei Zhaorong looked down at the wrinkled little face. Her skin was still pink, her eyes not fully open, her fists clenched like 2 peeled lychees. Exactly the same as when Xiao Xiao was born. Lei Xiaojia. His voice was soft, as if reciting a name that had been written in a notebook for a long time. Xiao Xiao means inheriting the family business, and Jia means beautiful jade. Shouting and Xiaojia, the names of the siblings together, mean peaceful home, beautiful jade all around. Guanlin gently placed the white handkerchief, which had been folded countless times, on the back of Chun Yunyang's hand. The handkerchief finally served its purpose, not to wipe tears, but to separate the air conditioning from Chun Yunyang's wrist, which had just sweated. Chun Yunyang looked down at the baby in her arms, gently touching her nose with her finger, then looking up and smiling at Guanlin. Guanlin reached out to tuck the damp hair from Chun Yunyang's forehead behind her ear. Welcome to this family, Xiaojia. Chun Yunyang lowered her head, tears finally slipping down from the corners of her eyes. Not from pain or exhaustion, but from the word she had waited so long to hear finally spoken by Guanlin. Home. This story officially concludes here. Thank you for your likes and subscriptions to the channel. For more exciting novels, see you next time.